Now that two had descended onto the world of Pavia, there were 10 of them, and all shone like miniature suns filled with the God Emperor's radiance. The purification of the warship also appeared to be ending, as large cargo hauler servitors were bringing a procession of moth-edible food and drinks, which were welcomed joyously by the gluttonous insect. Sugar, fruits, and other delicacies, Lady Weaver commented as the largest insect in her possession began her feasting, and ordering Brunhilde to approach. Like the first Lisa, the second drives expensive bargains for her services. I haven't met the first Lisa, your celestial highness, so I will take you at your word. The red-armored woman received a sigh in return. The high honorific can be left out when we're not in formal ceremonies, sister, the golden-armored living saint told her. I did not create the Templar Sororitas to kiss my armor and spend hundreds of hours singing my praises. As the servo-owls flew away and the gap between them and the Dawnbreaker guard widened, Brunhilde felt the question burn on her lips. And then she decided to ask it. What was the worst that could happen? If you will forgive my curiosity, Lady Basilea, why have you chosen to let us stand apart? I am particularly grateful to you, but an order within the Frat Heiress Templar would not have attracted so much attention. Honestly. The black eyes burning with divine will went straight into her soul. As a general of the Imperial Guard, I find that the principle of the Frat Heiress Templar goes against the laws and the fragile equilibrium of power of the Imperium's adept uses. The Adeptus Ministorum was not part of his plan, but even so there's no practical reason why the Ecclesiarchy should have large ground and space forces answering to their authority. There is one army, the Imperial Guard. There is one navy, the Imperial Navy. The Frat Heiress Templar are trampling prerogatives and seizing privileges which were never supposed to be theirs. This answer shocked her beyond belief. But, the Frat Heiress Templars are doing a lot of good. And the Templar Sororitas, I hope, will do far better than them, Lady Weaver told her with an apologetic expression. But I prefer to have a smaller and specialized elite force answering to a corps of precepts I have established than the religious cousin of the Astrum Militarum. I will give you power armors. I will allow you to train and become the best medici and hospital wardens of the segmentum. If the plan is successful, you will become the female equivalent of the Space Marines, only based on faith and training rather than transhuman transformation. But I do not want the kind of army processions certain cardinals are mustering through legal loopholes. In this case, will we be allowed to recruit new aspirants through the Sanguinella Games? I see no reason not to, the living saint replied. But let your legate know that she may find competitors in the holy ordos of the Inquisition. Oh, and we must speak about your rewards. My rewards. Her voice was not exactly dignified as she repeated the two words, and a smirk appeared on Lady Weaver's lips. Sister, I was really touched you gave up the entire rights of your STC template to me, but for all the luck which allowed you to find it, you deserve proper rewards, in addition to the billions of throne gelts in your bank account and the Order of the Ancients. I was thinking about several more medals and a nobility title, and several lands and funding rights on Claire 47. Brunhilde suddenly realized she was going to become even more well-known and surrounded by ecstatic crowds in the future. Receive more medals. And be present in more grand parades alongside the living saint. This, why couldn't she return to shooting holes into some Eldar skulls? Starfort Dawn of Crusade. Chapter Master Flavius Sextus Jovius. Aside from the Feast of Blades, the number of occasions when the chapter masters of the 5 original chapters of the 7th Legion created by the Second Founding gathered together was equal to 0. As such, the fact Flavius Sextus Jovius was able to converse with his 4 peers today was literally unprecedented. But then, so was the reason for their gathering at Pavia. Our Father lives. 3 words no chapter master of the Imperial Fists had ever thought the Sons of the 7th would ever have the opportunity to say again. Our Father lives. High Marshal Gerlach Barbarossa repeated. No doubt is possible. The 3 other chapter masters nodded in the next 2 seconds. Like them, they had seen the analysis of the blood vial, watched the VID recordings an uncountable number of times, and interrogated several witnesses, both Malberg's surviving battle brothers and other non-Astartes who had been present. As the Supreme Commander of the Black Templars had so justly proclaimed, no doubt was possible. We can only pray we will live long enough to see his return from the webway, Chapter Master Rui Guzman expressed with an expression close to tears. Have faith, brother. The High Marshal exclaimed. Our Leech has promised to stand with us against the traitors, the mutants, the heretics, and the Xenos. He will return to lead us again. The oath has been given. Our line will stand together with him once more. A flicker of amusement was seen on the stern face of Chapter Master Padilla Garcia of the Excoriators. Assuredly, the venerable warrior was thinking the same thing as Flavius, that the faith of the Black Templars had not been welcomed by their Gene-sire as the grand idea the heirs of Sigismund wanted it to be. We can only hope your words will be true, Chapter Master Felipe Alcantara of the Soul Drinkers replied. But while we await his return, there are many decisions to be made. First of all, I think we have to rebuild the Husgirls. The other 4 chapter masters approved unanimously. The Husgirls had been the personal bodyguards of the Praetorian, although like with many things, the exact details had been forgotten over the centuries, with only a few ancients remembering this epic of legend. The Fists and their successors remembered enough however to know these chosen had been as much advisors as they were guards, given authority over mere captains, and grand defenders of the Imperium in their own right. I think that if each of the successors selects 1 or 2 champions to join the Huskarls, we will rapidly fill a company worthy of our father, Rui Guzman began before grimacing. The High Lords may not like it, though. Everything which forces them to remember the days of Last Wall Protocol is not going to meet their approval. Who cares what those useless bureaucrats think? Padilla Garcia rhetorically asked. We are the Sons of Dorne, and I don't think the Salamanders or the Blood Angels are going to say we are in the wrong this time. They will not, brother. Felipe Alcantara's tone remained friendly and serene despite the amazing era they had just entered into. But you know as well as I do that the Adeptus Astartes does not represent the Imperium as a whole. Study the moves of the woman who spoke with our father. Merely because you have the power and the leeway to do something does not mean that it is a good idea to do so. As much as it pains me to admit it, Gerlach Barbarossa interjected, I think Felipe is right in this instance. We will rebuild the Huskarls, but we keep them separated in platoon-sized groups and out of sight. I was thinking about detaching one of my own to the Dawnbreaker Guard, Flavius revealed to his peers. Since the Huskarls were always equipped with tactical dreadnought armor, it would be a worthwhile addition to the ranks of the Blood Angels and their successors. Fitting, approved the Excoriator's chapter master. And I will definitely choose a true champion to join them. But I think there's a simpler option to rebuild the Huskarls, we simply form them to be the cadre of the new chapter which will be created with our father's blood. Flavius Sextus Jovius knew there was going to be a protestation from Rui Guzman well before the Crimson Fist opened his mouth. That is dangerous, the tall chapter master warned them. I would far prefer to owe a favor to General Weaver, including and up to the military support of the Rutilus Tyrannus and our entire fleet. These proposals aren't mutually exclusive, the High Marshal remarked. But yes, I agree hiding the Huskarls inside a newly founded chapter is not adequate. If nothing else, because at some point, these Huskarls will leave with our Gene-sire, and then said chapter will be deprived of the core of its veterans. The cadre of this chapter may be recruited from all our successors, however. We should be able to detach a demi-company and give out several relics without a problem. Besides, the support of the Mechanicues in this endeavor is all but guaranteed. Yes, I don't think the Fabricator General and his senior Archmagi and Fabricators are going to create difficulties now. If they did, honor was truly dead and the Cogboys would never be trusted again. This new chapter should obtain the battle barges and the tech marines to satisfy the most stringent requirements of any chapter master without difficulties. We have yet to choose a name for this chapter, Felipe Alcantara said. That will be one of Lady Weaver's prerogatives, the Imperial Fist stated in a tone which would tolerate no dissension. And speaking of the general who helped our father crush the Naga like we wanted to for more than 4,000 years, I await your ideas for the rewards we will propose once we meet her in a formal audience. I suggest, a sardonic expression found its way on his features, to not think small in this instance. The Eye of Terror. Gloriana Battleship Vengeful Spirit. Lord of the Black Lions Vortigern. Fortunately, Vortigern wasn't Iskandar. He didn't even want to imagine what sort of agony the Lord Vigilator would have felt when entering Lupercal's court. The spectacle of the Daemon Sword feasting on several souls, red to the hilt with their blood and viscera, would have been hell no matter how skilled the sorcerer. As it stood, the fallen angel serving as ninth in the Ezekarian of the Black Legion could feel the hatred and malice of the weapon, and he wasn't a psyker at all. This, in his humble opinion, spoke volumes about the power of the greatest artifact they had acquired during their first campaign against the Imperium. The Lord of the Black Lions dreamed of the day they would be rid of this abominable weapon. Vortigern had committed some truly disturbing acts in the name of survival, but Drachnien the Everthirsty was something even a veteran of the Long War like him was deeply unnerved by. The Daemon Sword was just wrong. Iskandar having told him the sword was merely an illusion of the senses had only increased his concerns. But raising old concerns again today would not change the fact the Black Legion needed the power of Drachnien if they ever wanted to achieve victory and to topple the false emperor from his throne. Mariana will live, he announced before falling into his comfortable seat, the furs of the great beasts he had adorned it with providing great comfort. The destruction of excess and the changes in the future threads have done a lot of damage, but the seers are unanimous she will survive. They refuse to speculate how long it will take her to be brought back to her full potential, however. I will visit her later. The others members of the Ezekarian. Vortigern shrugged. Iskandar, Lhiorvine, and Seraxia are conquering the planets of the Third Legion one by one, as you instructed them to. For the moment, resistance is minimal. The biggest problem is how few true Astartes and gene seed materials remain. The aftershocks of the Battle of Kimarak are still felt throughout the Eye, but I doubt that more than 10% of the Third survived this butchery, and I'm counting our emotion-crippled recruits in that tally. Overall, I think we will be the Legion which will profit the most from the Third's destruction. It was not a sure thing, of course. Nobody knew what the elements of the 20th and the 8th were truly up to in the Eye of Terror, and whatever they stole or conquered, Few witnesses were there to report it to Black Legion commanders. Good. Ezekiel Abaddon, known to the entire galaxy as the Despoiler and the War Master of Chaos, seized Drachnian again and sheathed it back in its scabbard, for now. I think it's all the good news we will have for a long while, Ezekiel. And I agree with you, the Lord of the Black Legion replied, before taking his own seat with an expression of exhaustion Vortigern had rarely seen him display. Despite not being involved in this fiasco, the Battle of Kamarak has cost us dearly, and I'm not speaking of our 200 Slaaneshi Marines who fell over dead during the death of XS. Militarily, the Imperium has only 8 legions to worry about now. I don't care what sort of shenanigans Fabius Bile is concocting in his labs, there's zero chance he will be able to rebuild the third without immense stocks of untainted gene seed. Strategically, the light pyre of the Astronomicon can hurt us in our most secure bases. The gods for the moment seem to be able to stem its fury, if what happened at Shat Armaves is any indication. And the beacon remains a slow phenomenon. All warships, even a Gloriana, will be able to translate out before it can hurt us. I don't share your optimistic view, brother, the former first captain said in a bitter tone absolutely devoid of confidence. The morale effect on our allies of the Dark Mechanicum is catastrophic, and the non-Astartes auxiliaries have suffered worse than the exiles of Mars. At the same time, the motivation of our enemies will be significantly bolstered. The Astronomicon already shines brighter, and it's only going to get worse when the replacement parts for the Astronomicon reach Terra. I suppose there's no way to intercept them before they reach the throne world. None whatsoever, confirmed the Master of the Black Legion. Our fleet is dispersed all across the eye, Cadia still stands strong, and the 3 are fighting each other for the spoils of fallen XS. The Custodes and the Tech Priests won't make the error of going near a warp storm, and there are no fleets out there in real space or any combination of fleets, really to attack them. Vortigern grimaced. To summarize, another defeat, and they would have to stand there like powerless idiots and watch it happen. The fact that this was a superb strategic victory which had been executed flawlessly was not a consolation. Weaver hurt us very badly. Ezekiel laughed. Oh come on Vortigern. If Weaver was so successful, it's because Slaanesh's arrogance did half of the job for her. The legions of XS left a door wide open, and the Custodes only had to give her the key to the gates to kick the entire edifice down and burn the foundations until nothing remained. Arrogance. That is what led to the defeat of the gods in the Battle of Kamarak. The Naga proved beyond question that not only was it a mediocre usurper, it was also a slithering tactical and strategically useless mass of blunders and mistakes. Slaanesh was narcissistic enough to believe no one would ever dare exploit the large weakness its over-reliance on Eldar souls represented, and it paid the ultimate price for it. Vortigern couldn't say anything against this opinion. Everyone knew the servants of Slaanesh were monsters of arrogance and depravity. It was just, they had always been there, and seeing them erased from the eye was something truly frightening, even for an Astartes mind. I agree, overconfidence and arrogance led to this disaster. But I don't think we can afford to let Weaver continue her military career against us. She already destroyed Kamarak and was one of the key pieces in killing a god, Ezekiel. Give her enough time to train new armies and gather a brand new battle fleet, and even the 3 are not going to laugh when she unveils her next goals. You make several fair points, the War Master informed him appreciatively. But as much as I want to eliminate this troublemaker who acts more and more like Sanguinius did, her power base is too far away from Obscurus to risk even a moderate raid. The logistical challenges are extremely daunting for such an endeavor, and that's without taking into account all the battle fleets which would be able to engage us at will between the Eye and Ultima Segmentum. Moreover, Weaver has already gathered powerful allies around her, including the Custodes, and something I would have preferred lost to the midst of time. No, brother, attacking the Nyx sector at this time would be, I fear, the most colossal mistake since this legion's creation. Any damage caused would be more than compensated by the near total annihilation of our forces, deprived of any support base and safe haven. It's ugly news, Ezekiel. That sector's defenses won't get lighter with time, and the more we wait, the more we run the risk of facing a second edition of the 500 Worlds of Ultramar, except, of course, this time the treachery of the word-bearers won't open the gates. And there are other problems which are going to make it worse. Like that little upstart militia, Weaver is a para-human, and she controls insects. All insects? This gives her an endless pharmacopoeia of substances, including it seems something called Bacta, a super healing fluid which will save tens of thousands of guardsmen and Astartes if we fail to permanently put them down on the field of battle. I don't even want to know how it's possible for things to get worse. I can think of 1 or 2 possibilities. Those words really didn't reassure Vortigern. Does the name Gavriel Forkas ring a bell? Thanks to an eidetic memory, finding the name didn't take long. Sergeant of the Calibanite Independent Force, 6th Company, 1st Squad, the Lord of the Black Lions automatically announced, before frowning. Wait, you mean that the woman who destroyed Kamarak has a survivor of Caliban in her entourage? Yes, you gave the last confirmation I needed. That is really problematic, Vortigern murmured, unhappily aware he was beginning to somewhat repeat himself. There were a lot of things done on Caliban whose knowledge of he would prefer perish with the ghosts of that dead world, forgotten by all. On the bright side, if the interrogators of the First Legion become aware of this, they won't be pleased either. Any chance you reconsider your orders and command our fleet to sail in retaliation for this deicide, brother? No, Ezekiel replied, showing a hint of amusement. I will not throw this legion to its doom in a desperate gamble. The siege of Terra was an excellent demonstration of what happens when time is running out and enemies destroy your supply lines. Segmentum Tempestus. Caradryad Sector. 171 hours after the mark of Camarak. Gloriana Battleship Beta. First Hero Master Machiavelli Gonzaga. Machiavelli had heard uncountable times that the Ultramarines and their blue-blooded descendants loved being invited to contemplate the near-dead body of their Primarch. Maybe the rumor was true. Maybe the Ultramarines considered it an honor, but his training as an Alpha Legionnaire didn't grant him any feelings of joy when circumstances forced him to visit his superior. The first Hero Master gave a series of orders, and the multitude of indentured medici assigned to this extremely expensive apothecarium, all of them serving here like their parents and grandparents before them left the room. What was going to be discussed was not for their ears, even if the chances of them discussing it with an enemy of the 20th Legion were as close to zero as humanly possible. Still, Machiavelli and the rest of the Beta's crew had not survived all these centuries by being lax and unprofessional. Several procedures were activated when he pressed the big yellow button standing prominently on the control panel in the middle of the room. Several huge data transfer mechadendrites emerged from behind it, and with the ease of long practice the Hero Master connected them to a large databank where the entirety of the information about Camarak and its consequences his agents had been able to gather was stored. As much as he wanted to deliver an oral report, this was a method the crippling injuries of the Primarch made impractical. No stasis field switched off. There were emergency ones in the room, just in case, but they were rarely used, generally when a new phase of treatment started. This didn't mean there wasn't change, though. Several tubes began to pour new healing solutions into the central tank, making its color shift from red to blue. Dozens of lights flickered on everywhere in the room. To his relief, each and every one was a soft green. Machines shifted position and more mechadendrites and tubes deployed, giving the infrastructure the appearance of a strange arachnid, with the tank in the center representing the body and the rest of the object's misshapen legs. And as the nutrient bath turned from blue to a pale grey, the body of Lord Omegan, last surviving Primarch of the 20th Legion, was finally revealed. As always, Machiavelli couldn't repress a shudder at the ghastly sight the injuries of his gene father were to his eyes. The Ultramarines and their Primarch had believed they had decapitated the Alpha Legion at Escrater. In reality, while Guilliman had failed, the Lord of Macrage had come very close to winning the day. During their retreat, the Sons of Ultramar had detonated several Phosphex warheads, and Lord Omegan had been in the outer blast zone of one. Only his Primarch's constitution and an emergency teleportation at the last second had prevented him from sharing the fate of thousands of legionnaires. Nonetheless, the 13th Legion had won a great victory. There was no Primarch to keep the 20th true to its original purpose, and as the years passed, more and more cells ignored the Beta's orders and swore their souls to chaos. Machiavelli. The voice came out of a synthetic voice caster, and as such sounded like a tech Marines. It looks like our plans have been set afire by my father. Yes, my lord. With Camarak and Slaanesh no more, the faith of inquisitors and high-ranked military officers in the Imperium's ultimate victory will rise to new heights. Inversely, I fear the discontent is rising among cell leaders and a number of our most loyal support bases. Regroup. Protect our core assets. Do your utmost to ensure as little equipment and manpower falls into the hands of the 8 traitor legions as possible. And activate our scorched earth plans for the Emperor's children. Those hedonists are of no use anymore, better wipe the board clean. I understand, my lord. Though I have to warn you, Bile is certainly going to survive every plan we target him with. He has so many clones I doubt we can inconvenience him for more than a few days. No one had managed to put down the clone lord in millennia, and this included a number of the best assassins of the 20th. The Bacta. As far as our few agents in the Caribbean fleet have been able to be discovered before being pummeled to death by Isley and Pierre, Bacta doesn't work on any psyker, be they latent or active. If an opportunity to steal some presents itself, I will certainly not refuse to act, but I fear there'd be decades of research before an eventual cure, if we had Weaver on our side. And as the events of Pavia and Camarak had proven, the new Emperor-empowered para-human was not going to tolerate the goals and deeds the Alpha Legion committed every standard year. I will wait. There was a pause of 3 seconds before Lord Omegan spoke again. Prepare the formation of a new chapter-sized harrowing. We may have to intervene directly in the coming years. Activate Plan Mamba. Send some agents to the Nyx sector. Avoid the capital system and every planet where Isley and his agents are regularly sent to. And prepare some cells for exploration purposes. We must learn more about the Necron Xenos. Your will be done. The healing tank turned blue again, and the voice of his Primarch faded away. Machiavelli didn't utter one more word as the hundreds of men and women returned to the room and began to return the machines to their day-to-day functioning. The first Harrow Master left the apothecarium as fast as his legs allowed him to. There was much to do, and little time to enforce his Genesire's commands. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. 172 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Battleship Enterprise. Captain Gabriella Jordan. The Zudis had dined in some private dinners which had been private in name only, as sometimes they had hosted more than 5,000 participants of the most powerful clans and adept families of Holy Terra. As such, the three-course meal prepared for this particular lunch was hardly leaving her dumbstruck in awe. The food was varied and fresh though, and far better than the rations served on the battlefield. And she could fill her plate herself without offending a small army of servants and instigating half a dozen political conspiracies. There were drawbacks, obviously. And the biggest one was to always be on her guard, as the presence of gigantic spiders and beetles everywhere in the room gave her shivers the former Calidus did her best to hide. "You have quite an appetite," the living saint commented as she finished her own plate. "I'm burning a lot of energy in the training fields," Gabriella replied modestly. "Only the training fields? Not during the nights?" To her relief, the two questions had been voiced in an amused tone. Yes. How long? If you wanted to escape my attention, don't leave Dennis' room when one of my beetles is in the corridor. And maybe don't shout when there are a few other officers in nearby rooms able to hear your frolics." "I will keep that in mind," Gabriella assured the insect mistress. "You're not against our liaison." The Basileia of Nyx played with her silver fork, something that somehow appeared to emphasize the massive brilliant golden wings behind her. "What Dennis does outside his hours of duty is his business, not mine," the victorious general informed her. "If on the other hand you try to hurt him, physically or emotionally, I will intervene and you won't like it. Did I make myself clear?" "You did, Your Celestial Highness." There was a visible flicker of annoyance in the challenging eyes, before it disappeared like it had never existed. "Good. Now that that has been said, we can move on to the real subjects of importance. First off, you are officially forgiven for your assassination attempt on my life. Congratulations, and the data slates confirming it are awaiting you on your work desk." The captain groaned. "Would there be no end to this cursed paperwork?" "Thank you," Gabriella answered, thinking that insulting a general may not be the best move she could make to get a promotion. "Do you want me to continue serving in the half-destroyed Wilhanes regiment about to be sent home?" "That is an option available to you, should you desire it," Lady Weaver informed her. "I suppose you are somewhat aware of what happened at Wuhan while we were fighting this campaign." The yellow-eyed officer nodded immediately. Gabriella didn't know all the details, it was possible only the Basileia in front of her had them, but she knew enough. A cult of Slaaneshi nobles had killed the governor of the Hive World and a good part of the ruling nobility, and between this and the lackluster performance of the regiments hailing from the planet, it did not take a lot of intelligence to realize that Weaver's hammer was going to fall upon a lot of heads. "I am going to need a lot of competent officers to replace the dead idiots, including some experienced veterans to arrest and create new penal legions. If you want it, I can arrange a promotion to colonel and give you command of several cadres of veterans which will tour the hives and remove troublemakers before sending them to the battlefields of Ultima Segmentum." Before meeting the living saint, Zudis Jarek would have likely given her assent to this, assuming it was part of her mission as a member of the Officio Assassinorum, of course. Now, after surviving Kamarak, Gabriella was in no hurry to return to the battlefield. While she had suffered no major injuries, several times her life had come very close to ending. Plus it had not escaped her notice that the simple missions given by Weaver tended to result in apocalyptic events which left the galaxy reeling in pain. "Do you have other options, Your Celestial Highness? If you continue to call me that in private, I may assign you as assistant to Pierre," Lady Weaver began before drinking pure water in a crystal glass. Gabriella struggled but could not disguise her expression of horror in time. "No. Do you have any idea how close I came to murdering that brute after his fraternization remarks?" "I have an idea, yes," and the ex-Calidus apprentice knew for sure the living saint was taking great amusement from watching her horrified reaction. "And now that we have established you don't like the Dreadnought and his pirate tricorn, we can go to the option you're most likely to accept. While I didn't think much about it before Operation Caribbean, Dennis is going to be in need of a seneschal when he takes his warrant and begins his career as a rogue trader. Initially, the intention was to push an SDF officer into this role, but given your bedroom indiscretions, you may be the best candidate for the job." One more time, Gabriella was deeply surprised by the insect mistress. It was a good reminder to never underestimate the living saint again. "Before I answer yes or no, what are his warrant prerequisites? I sincerely doubt you and the High Lord sponsoring the warrants are so naive to let Dennis go out into the unknown without some duties and obligations. Dennis and the ships under his command will be responsible for the special commercial exchanges between Nocturne and Nyx," the Basileia revealed as several servants removed the plates and remaining food from the table. "My Hive World and the nearby planets will naturally be the basis for his rogue trader dynasty, though I will give him some tax incentives in exchange. For the more risky tasks, they will likely involve helping the salamanders finding more artifacts of Fukin across the galaxy. Dangerous, the captain whispered, but profitable. Nocturne was rather famous for exchanging the very precious ore and items discovered with the Adeptus Mechanicus once their planet stopped being an inhospitable hellhole. That the sons of Fukin were willing to add an exception to this millennia-old situation was an enormous change, and evidence of the high opinion the Nocturne Space Marines had for the Basileia. Can I have a few days to think about it? I want to know where my relationship with Dennis is going to lead to. Take your time, the golden-winged chosen of the Emperor replied. But I will want an answer before we reach Nyx. Once we do, I will have a lot of other issues to handle. Leet. Why wasn't I invited to eat lobster with Dennis Assassin? One look at the very empty table was enough for Leet to know he wasn't going to fill his stomach here. The plates and everything edible had disappeared, the only indications Taylor had even eaten here were the glasses and bottles of water and wine. The skitter-powered glare the angel-looking para-human sent him told him he had asked the wrong question at the wrong time. What the hell were you thinking? The Lady of Nyx asked after a long moment of silence. If it's about the parties of Borek with the Space Marines. I don't care about the parties as long as they don't do anything prohibited and everyone is involved in the cleaning afterwards, the retort came as several beetles flew in from outside of the room with data slates. I was referring about your atrocious behavior every time the tech priests are not there to keep both eyes and all their mechadendrites on you. I don't know what they've been reporting, but I'm sure they are lying. When the single word innovate was enough to convince them you were an arch-heretic, was it really that surprising? I'm rather sure of the contrary, actually. Taylor gestured towards an untouched pile on the right section of her table. It was a very tall and wide pile of data slates, vellum rolls, and other data repositories. This is the sum of complaints concerning your actions which were relayed to me, including commissar's reports and administratum protestations. They're just jealous about Thulhu. Thulhu, an icy cold voice made him shiver, was the only positive contribution you made to the Battle of Kamarak. And while I don't deny its effectiveness, that doesn't erase nor excuse the multiple insubordinations, requisitions breaking the chain of command, insults against several low and high-ranking tech priests, and a few thousand other rules broken for posterity. If Zuef had his way, you would already be in front of a court-martial, and given the magnitude of the problems you've caused, I've no doubt the judge would already be gathering men for the firing squad. But you aren't going to let him? We are the only para-humans. You can thank your lucky stars that fact remains true, the warlord-turned-general said so conversationally it was more threatening than 1,000 screams. I'm rather sick of your behavior. Fortunately, you have been kind enough to give me a proper stick. First I should hear what the carrot is. The new glare was truly withering. The carrot, in this instance, will be Dragon and myself overseeing the development of your video game entertainment facilities while you're away and part of the income generated by it going to your bank account. It was your idea, after all. Leet smiled, and the next words were like a cold shower. Obviously this relies on your ideas being a success. I wasn't going to waste my astropath's time on such a trivial subject, so I don't know if the opening in our absence was a success or not. If debts accumulate and the project isn't viable, I will not hesitate to close it. And the stick. The Mechanicus is very interested in re-establishing contact with the lost squat worlds. In a few months, when the ships assigned to the expedition will be ready in orbit around Nyx, you will go with them. You're not serious. Terror gripped his poor tinker heart. That squat is completely crazy. He sings like a deranged bard with boar ancestry. To his consternation, this barely managed to make his golden leader blink for an instant. If Slayer Borak is so crazy, why did you think swearing an oath to him was such a good idea? I wasn't thinking straight, Leet admitted. He was not going to confess that he had downed half a bottle of Amasec after the ground evacuation from the port of Lost Souls. And when the demons had materialized, he had panicked. It could have happened to anyone. But I'm sure there's a way to make this oath null. You could die, Weaver replied unempathetically. Whether they are called Duarden or squats, the few archives we have left from the age where these abhumans were part of the Imperium all insist their culture is founded on oaths and the sanctity of one's word. I don't know if they are even capable of intentionally lying. So you are going to do what you promised, and follow this Slayer for as long as you need in order to repay your debt. I am not going to hurt Imperial squat diplomatic efforts before they have a chance to start. But, you need me for certain projects. You will be aboard a Mechanicus fleet, with direct astropathic connection to Nyx and Dragon. Your research will continue, under close supervision. Leet shivered again, having a very good idea what sort of supervision the new living saint had in mind. At least make me a rogue traitor like Wolfgang and Dennis. A second after, the sudden brightness almost blinded him. Get out. Malta Starfort Omniscia's favor. Chapter Master Agil Azaz. When the Great Khan of the White Scars had demanded a short moment of the general's time and the Dawnbreaker Guard had agreed to let him enter, Agil had expected it to be a short and quickly concluded affair. There was a judgment later during the day, and to be honest he didn't think the Shield of the Angels and the Master of Kogaris had many shared points of interest. 3 hours later, the chapter master of the Brothers of the Red recognized his error. In his presence and that of over 200 space marines, the golden-robed and golden-winged Basileia had conversed with the son of the Warhawk on subjects as diverse as Kogurian poetry, the influence of M2 Mongol culture during the Dark Ages, the possibility of a warlord called Genghis Khan being a secret identity of the emperor, the hardships of proper calligraphy, and the merits of oral and written tradition. And you think the emperor had a key in this cultural revival? The great Khan asked with deadly seriousness. I have gained enough evidence to be absolutely certain he walked among humankind in M2, M3, M22 and several millennia in between, replied the commander of Army Group Caribbean serenely. As the Lord of the Imperium is more than a warrior and a politician, it stands to reason he would have wanted to preserve the traditions and lifestyles of pre-stellar ancient Terra, though I won't speculate on his motives. Maybe he just lived on the steppes for several decades, Hibu Khan proposed. When you have ridden horses across continents and under brilliant stars, you do not forget it. But I believe we went a bit off topic. Agilazaz thanked the patience of the blood and having donned his helmet. 3 hours was not going a bit off topic. Yes. I believe we were speaking about military orders for the Yazan sector. Usually, felling this decision would have been unconscionable without the presence of Lord Yazan, but the White Scars had always exerted a huge influence on the regiments and the munitorum procurements of the worlds they protected. If the White Scars insisted a war machine had to be integrated into the Yazan regiments, the colonels and their superiors would bow and obey. 50,000 Jagatai Khan battle tanks and 1,000 Cataphracts super heavy tanks, the Great Khan announced calmly. And we want at least half of the order delivered within the decade. It will be done, Lady Weaver affirmed after only a short moment of mental calculation. The production lines are already running, they will just need to be expanded. Assuming the first prototypes of the new Brunhilde Supremacy Fighter perform as well as the data suggests, we will also order 1,000 of them, half for augmented pilots, half for Astartes pilots. I must warn you that, given the Mechanicu's protocols and of course the other chapters wanting to have access to it, I don't know if these numbers can be delivered within the decade. We can sweeten the deal by giving you the schematics of our jet bikes and supporting the technological modifications in order to convert your dragon armors into dreadnoughts. This is going to cost a lot, Lady Nyx told the Great Khan. I think the Nyx Mechanicu's council had begun to envisage such a project, but the beginning of it had been put on hold due to the reforms and the infrastructure requirements to launch Operation Caribbean and satisfy the Munitorum tithe in the imparted delays. We are in agreement then. The general muttered something that sounded suspiciously like Dragon is going to dance for 10 days before nodding. We are in agreement. The next minutes were spent bargaining mutual ship repair rights and exchanges of smaller but yet extremely profitable technology templates. A melody began to play 2 compartments away, signaling that the members of the public invited to the judgment of the sons of Sanguinius had begun to take the seats awaiting them. The Bacta. I will negotiate with all the Space Marine chapters together. It has not reached mass production anyway. Several spiders advanced and gave Hibu Khan a small coffer which, judging by the diamonds over it, must cost a fortune by itself. I'm afraid the end of our pleasant conversation will have to take place another day. May the wines be favorable to you, the Great Khan bowed. And may your hunts be crowned with success, the Basileia replied before walking directly towards the great gates of this Starfort's level. Rogue traitor Magdalena Orpheus. Magdalena felt terrible unease today, and it wasn't because her scar was burning in pain or she had some debt collectors banging against her starship's airlock. Funny how those 2 issues seemed petty and insignificant when confronted with a life or death matter. She and the 8 other women entered the judgment hall through a hidden back door, certainly one installed by the Pavia pirates when the Malta Starfort had still been in their possession. As a result, they were spared for now the inquisitive looks of the crowd, and that was for the better. Because there were enough space marines and elite warriors of the Imperium in this long hall to use the words small army and transhuman assault force. They were in 4 neat columns, 1 red, 1 white yellow, 1 green, and 1 white grey blue. By themselves, they already created an atmosphere of indomitability and martial power. And they were not alone. While most of these people were unknown to her, Magdalena had enough experience to recognize the augments and the clothes knight nobles, titan princesses, Mechanicu's archmagi, and other senior dignitaries wore. The dark-haired rogue trader knew enough to realize that if everyone under the rank of ship captain or equivalent was ordered to leave this room, the numbers of people leaving could be counted with 2 hands, maybe less. Any other day, they would have seized the attention. Here and now, they were just the witnesses of imperial justice. The large set of golden scales was waiting on a table, a golden chalice on one end, a small sword on the other. Next to it a giant space marine equipped with baroque red power armor was kneeling. It was a gesture which should have been surprising, but the 2 golden figures in front of him were dominating the assembly without trying. Standing alone, the Custodes warrior was like a myth of the old legends which had suddenly decided to step into reality. His golden armor was martial perfection, and every detail promised death and retribution to those who dared challenge the God Emperor and his edicts. And yet, the Watcher of the Throne was not at the center of attention. A young woman with black hair and a golden robe was. Her glowing wings radiated golden energy, making all her surroundings seem somehow dull and hastily prepared. Nothing stood comparison against the sight of the God Emperor's light. In the religious silence reigning over the assembly, there was no way to miss her sentences. You were given illegal instructions, that much can't be denied, Chapter Master Yarable. But the existence of a few corrupt officials, no matter how high-ranked, is not an adequate excuse when the outcome which followed is secession from the Imperium. The voice was not triumphant or boastful. At most, Magdalena could hear a tinge of sadness. It is because humanity is united under the light of the Astronomicon that trillions of men and women can live their lives day after day without being preyed upon by eldritch horrors, be they Xenos or worse things. Secession may seem a lesser crime to an inexperienced eye, but it is one which cracks the foundations of the Imperium. And to be blunt, the Codex Astartes gave plenty of autonomy to the chapters after the second founding. Your case is hardly the fate of an ignorant landowner on a feudal world. You had a choice, sons of Sanguinius. And in the end, your decision was to secede. The living saint left her throne, and if anything, the power coursing through her veins and wings seemed to increase as she walked down to the set of scales and grabbed the golden chalice with her left hand and the sword with her right. Fortunately for your future, you returned to the Imperium of your own volition. Late, very late, but no one had to drag you to Holy Terra in chains for your judgment. Therefore, under the condition the High Lords validate my judgment, I sentence your entire chapter to a penitent crusade of 100 standard years. You will fight for the Imperium, and expiate the shame of your secession in blood and fire. The Blood Angels will safeguard your gene seed reserves and your critical apothecarium and war production facilities at Bale for the next century. Should the chapter not survive the penitent crusade, your shame and your crime will be considered paid in full and a new chapter will be rebuilt from them. The sword was raised and stopped mere millimeters away from the throat of Chapter Master Yarable. Your first action will be to go to the forge world of Tigris and the nearby front lines, and to purge it of the greenskin infestation threatening it with the help of the Imperial Guard and the Adeptus Mechanicus. However, a single drop of blood fell on the pauldron of the Space Marine, and there was a minuscule spark of golden light. When the transhuman officer moved, Magdalena and the rest of the spectators discovered that the chapter's sigil had been scoured off by the power of the God Emperor. You will be the lamenters, not the sons of Sanguinius. Regain your honor, and Bale and myself will deliberate and consider if you are worthy to take up that name once more. There was a lot of movement afterwards. The noise levels also soared. Plenty of Space Marines were satisfied, but there were loud grumblings that the judgment was showing leniency and forgiveness. The sinister-looking Black Templars were the foremost voices above the rest of the crowd. Magdalena felt a measure of hope. The saint obviously wasn't a bloody lunatic or a maniac reciting the verses of the Lectitio Divinitatis like they were the sum of all answers to everything in this galaxy. The rest of her mind told her she was stupid to think her worthless hide would be spared. A Space Marine chapter was worth far more militarily compared to a female rogue trader whose pockets were almost empty. One by one, the guards escorted them to the location where the accused chapter master had stood minutes ago. Silently, they were aligned and presented to the destroyer of Kamarak, who had returned to her golden throne dominating the hall. There were no golden scales, and one couldn't miss the fact the living saint had drawn her personal crystal sword. When I was told there were rogue traders working for Sliskus, my first reaction was to think it was a poor attempt at humor, the golden-winged woman began, unhappiness evident on her face. My second reaction was to order the Inquisition to put all of you through rigorous interrogation before giving you the execution your crimes deserve. From the corner of her eyes, Magdalena saw several black hooded figures take position not far from them. If she shivered a second later, it wasn't because of the cold. But I was curious. What could push the holder of a warrant of trade to betray the very seal of the Imperium and the oath sworn to the God Emperor? For the sake of justice, I read the records and the rest of the information my forces were able to acquire before, during, and after the Battle of Kamarak. It was enlightening. The captain of the Aurica Orpheus thought someone was going to bring a mountain of vellum and other proof of their crimes, but no one moved and the living saint continued. Scarlet Cade. She was the sole member of the 9 rogue traders to be in chains, and the guards had to force her to kneel. The reason for this caution did not have to be investigated very deeply. Dyed dark red hair, crimson eyes, crimson red armor, cadaveric white skin and modified eyes and ears, to the average citizen, the woman would have been identified as an Eldar. You were captured aboard the Eldar cruiser Smile of Red Stars once the Mechanicus boarding batteries had neutralized your crew's resistance. Slave trade, genocide, unsanctioned xenocide, trade of tainted Xenos artifacts, slave raids, torture of Adeptus Administratum personnel, drug trade, assassinations of adepts of the Imperium, devastation of imperial colonies, piracy, blackmail, and poisoning of several cities are your crimes. I think I have enough evidence to sentence you to die 1,000 times. Kill me and Sliskus will slaughter 1,000 worlds in retaliation. Barked the Eldar-looking rogue traitor. Sliskus is dead, and you will follow him soon, Lady Weaver replied in a bored tone. Given the magnitude of your treason, all your assets, be they in precious metals or not, will be seized by the Inquisition for investigation. I have no doubt most assets will be destroyed before the year is out. All your accomplices, clients, and supporters will be put to death. The smile of Red Stars and your bases will be disintegrated once the Holy Ordos has learned everything they need from them. By the authority invested in me by the High Lords of Terra and the Immortal God Emperor, the M33 warrant given by the Lords of Bacca is null and void, and will be ritually destroyed tomorrow. As for yourself, I think the Inquisition and the Ecclesiarchy will have fun making you scream. The punishment of Shaitan awaits. No. No, I want a blade in my hand when I die. The punishment of Shaitan was a very gruesome way to leave this galaxy. First, legs and arms were severed before cauterization. The torso was opened and torturers injected in your insides substances multiplying your suffering by 10. The mark of the greatest crime you were accused of was branded on your forehead, and once the interrogators were satisfied, the tongue was cut, the intestines and the rest of the organs were dissected piece by piece, always taking great care to keep you alive for hours. A psyker often raped your mind and your soul while all of this happened. Final torment, when your sanity was beginning to slip away, the mutilated remains of your legs were set aflame slowly until your carcass was nothing but a pile of ashes and broken bones. At the risk of repeating herself, it was a method of execution to avoid at all costs. I don't care what you want, Drukari lover. For the first time, Magdalena truly heard hatred in the saint's voice. You will join Hoth, since your loyalty was as self-centered as his. Guards, take her away. At this moment, the rumors that the Eldar of Kamarak had called their judge by the nickname Angel of Death weren't so hard to believe. Oprah 3 Jeffers. The guards weren't required to force the arrogant aristocrat to her knees, but in her blue robe with obscene cleavage, Oprah 3 was behaving like she was going to be escorted away innocent and blameless any second now. Of all treasons, yours was one of the worst suffered by the Imperium. It might very well be, indeed. Fourth daughter of the first Duke, the title the holder of the warrant took in the Jeffers dynasty, the brown-haired member of Sliska's harem had stolen millions of throne gelts, revealed critical information about the patrols of the Imperial Navy and the deployments of the Imperial Guard, leaked the schedule of major convoys, and eliminated everyone who might reveal her crimes. First Duke Jeffers has acknowledged the shame you have brought upon House Jeffers and will pay heavy reparations for your loathsome conduct. Your ambition-class cruiser the Manifest Destiny is officially ceded to rogue trader Wolfgang Bach, and the 500+ million throne gelts of assets you personally possessed will serve to compensate the victims of your odious crimes. My father would never disavow me. The face heavily modified by genetic surgery managed an expression of utter fury. You slept with the Xenos and conspired with the enemies of the Imperium, tarnishing your dynasty's honor in the process, the living saint pointed out. Baron Lagos, as per our agreement, her life is yours. The large knight noble who had arrived next to them while their attention was elsewhere looked at Oprah as if she were a dirty cockroach. Thank you, your celestial highness. She will be beheaded before the day is out. All fight apparently drained out of her high heels and the rest of her frivolous clothes, the daughter of First Duke Jeffers was dragged away. The choreography had evidently been prepared beforehand with the envoys of Jeffers and the Knights of House Krast. Many war walkers and precious resources should find their way to the Nyx sector in the future. Vanessa Armengard. I plead guilty, your celestial highness, the dark-skinned woman answered, an expression of resignation on her face. As well you should, the golden-winged general retorted severely. I know Lord Oslandul stabbed you with an economic dagger when he gave your dynasty that warrant, but meeting financial difficulties is no reason to use your influence to contact a pirate as infamous and dangerous as Sliskus the Serpent. At the time, avoiding bankruptcy seemed an easier option. The dark eyes stayed firmly fixed on the floor, her green uniform a very pale imitation of the clothes worn by the officers of the Pacificus loyalists. Good to know your loyalty is so cheap to buy, the living saint commented. And the reason why you refused the Magi's orders to participate in the Battle of Kamarak. This time there was the shadow of something sounding like defiance in Vanessa's words. As I've said to your emissaries, the light cruiser Fortune of Armengard was too old to participate in this fleet-on-fleet action. My crew and I would have all lost our lives for nothing. You would have been recognized as loyal and I would have declared your crimes atoned for, her judge immediately disagreed. But since you didn't obey the summons of men and women infinitely more loyal than you and your crew will die. I have no use for people who consort with Eldar at the first economic downfall. Your light cruiser will be sold back to the Imperial Navy. As your other crimes are not enough to warrant torture, you will hang tomorrow. Vanessa Armengard was taken away, and Magdalena could not help but feel a twinge of pity for the dark-haired woman. Her fate had been sealed since her great-grandmother had taken the family warrant, but the last of the Armengard was going to end their dynasty in an inglorious and humiliating manner. Olivia Cheshire. Your Celestial Highness, the Orpheus rogue trader could not help but feel jealous at the elegance shown by the Great Duchess of the Stars. In her traditional blue dress, Olivia was a woman who looked like she was going to dance to the opera in the next minutes. She was a painting of different shades of blue, with darker blue hair, cool blue eyes, azure robe, and small sandals of sapphire. Unlike the others, your crimes are limited to sexual relationships with the Xenos and never repaying many debts accumulating in the Nyx system for the last decades. Since Sliskus obviously never trusted you enough to let you grow rich again, seizing your ship and your assets would not repay half of the throne gelts you owe me. The Menelaus men were always incompetent traitors, the blue-robed rogue trader sighed. Any chance you will waive the debts and call it a day? No. Lady Weaver replied curtly. Since you were a fairly gifted rogue trader before falling into Sliskus' claws and fought for the Imperium during the Battle of Kumarak, I will spare your life, but your warrant is hereby rescinded. You, your crew, and your ship the cruiser the Last Opera are now part of the rogue trader fleet of rogue trader Dennis Peters. And the Inquisition will arrest you at the first sign your loyalty wavers again. Magdalena allowed herself a small internal sigh of relief at the confirmation their golden-winged judge had not come to only utter execution notice after execution notice. And since aside from Cheshire, she was the only other rogue trader to have obeyed the Mechanicu's cogboys and fought at Kumarak. Less than 1 minute later, Blair Devore was sentenced to death. The fact that her warrant of trade was an M34 document personally delivered by the speaker for the chartists of the captains of the time didn't save her, nor her sector-level wealth, her trade contacts in highly valued metals and luxury items. Her ship, the Orion-class Star Clipper Law of Profit, was given to the fleet of rogue trader Wolfgang Bach. The warrant was evidently going to be burned, her house assets seized, and most of the crew and allies were going to be decapitated by axe or sword like the woman they had tied their destinies to. All the laces and ribbons Blair wore wouldn't change that. Shiva Rathbone was the next woman to be sent to the executioners. In looks, the Wrath of the Dark Tides was the exact opposite of a living saint, midnight-colored bodysuit with Kabbalistic silver icons, bald, white pale irises, unnaturally thin like most Void clan members, and donning several bone amulets on every part of her body. But what sealed her fate from the very beginning were her raids on the black ships sailing to Holy Terra, though the illegal slave trade and massacre of millions of colonists didn't help, of course. Her ships and mostly everything having belonged to her were released into the custody of the Holy Ordos of His Most Divine Majesty's Inquisition. Shiva was to be burned alive, and the guards had to forcefully drag her out of the hall. Eunomia Vihane wasn't spared either. The Baroque armor of bronze, the green feathers, and the possible archaeotech on her arms and neck might make plenty of antiquity experts happy, but Lady Weaver recounted the assassination of several adepts, sabotage of important manufactorums and forges while she was obeying Sliskus orders, and the rape of an ecclesiarchy cardinal for 5 full minutes. The last crime, which had happened a year ago or so, would be rewarded by crucifixion and being lowered into an acid pool until death came for her. Her warrant would soon be meeting the pyres of the priests, and her flagship the Vengeance-class Grand Cruiser First Antiquity went to rogue trader Dennis Peters. Magdalena Orpheus. Silently, she knelt, hoping her actions spoke for themselves. You were the only one to refuse the consensual approaches of Sliskus. For this alone you have my respect. And the moment you thought you had an opportunity to take your revenge, you fought against Sliskus interests and participated in the Battle of Kumarak. Approach. Magdalena stood and walked to the throne. The crystal blade had been sheathed, and the living saint descended the last steps to meet her. Let me see your scar. Trembling, Magdalena used her left hand to get the black hair covering half of her face out of the way, revealing the long scar Sliskus had given her when she had told him no during their first meeting. A vial of red color was produced from somewhere and dripped onto her scar, and when it touched her skin the pain seemed to miraculously dissipate in mere seconds. A mirror was handed to her, and Magdalena stayed mouth wide open for a good minute, as nearly 2/3 of the scar had disappeared like it had never existed and the remaining third was much reduced in intensity and width. How? She breathed. Bacta would have removed the scar entirely if it had been more recent, the saint said instead of answering her question. I declare you innocent, Magdalena Orpheus. Loud shouts came behind her, and at first the Orpheus woman thought these were protestations that she was spared. But when she turned her head, Magdalena was met with the spectacle of rogue trader Eliana Sinblade, gloriously naked, prostrated for their judge. My body and my soul are yours. Without even a glance towards the victor of Kumarak, Magdalena felt certain that this had not been part of the script. Marshal Werner Groner. As far as Werner had been able to ascertain, Admiral Sliskus had not valued a body type or particular series of traits above all others when choosing the women sharing his bed on a decade-to-decade basis. The 9 rogue traders who had been made to stand in line had proved this truth, from the athletic Magdalena Orpheus in black parade armor and white cape or the curvy ribbon-covered Blair Devore. The 9 women had truly little in common save their titles of rogue trader, though in Oprah 3 Jeffers, it was more daughter of famous rogue trader than a holder of one of the infamous warrants of trade who was judged. Not that their looks mattered a lot. To his best knowledge, General Taylor Hebert had not told the verdicts she intended to deliver to anyone outside her dawnbreaker guard and her close inner circle, but the Cadian Marshal had heard enough about the evidence accumulated by tech priests and inquisitors to know there were only 2 rogue traders who may have a chance to be spared a long and dolorous execution after they left the hall. The Lady of Nyx had a long list of priorities in her head, but she was not likely to forget that of the 9, only Olivia Cheshire and Magdalena Orpheus had obeyed her summons and fought in the naval battle of the Port of Lost Souls. As a consequence, it was 7 sure executions, and 2 trials which may warrant lesser punishments. And yes, in hindsight, the rape of Magdalena Orpheus guaranteed the Tempestus rogue traitor would be declared innocent and the minor law-breaking swept under the rug. But so far, nothing truly shocking or really astonishing had happened during this long-deserved punishment session of rogue traitors. My body and my soul are yours. That is, until the 9th rogue traitor untangled the straps keeping her robe upon her body, and prostrated herself naked in front of the insect mistress. Werner was trying to remember a precedent for this, but he couldn't find one. Aliena Sinblade. Werner knew the companion of Lady Weaver was a woman, but there was no trace of the black eyes being seduced by the naked body in front of her. Of all the 9 members of Sliskus' human harem, you were the one I was really surprised by your survival when the Blackstone Fortress ended the threat of the arch-enemy. Your behavior and actions were worthy of an excess cultist. The golden-winged general could have added her looks to the list too. Now that she had shed her scandalous near-transparent robe, the purple-haired rogue traitor's body appeared to be built to give credence to the title of Sin Queen she had taken for herself. You assassinated several loyal rogue traitors under Sliskus orders. Your immediate predecessor engineered a sector-wide civil war before atomizing most of the evidence and fleeing to the frontier regions. You personally blackmailed several planetary governors and high-ranking adepts, and flooded several markets with prohibited artifacts and Xenos items. The hand of the Basileia caressed the hilt of her sword, but it was not coursing with power, for now. You say your body and your soul are mine. I am unconvinced they are worth anything. Your flagship, the Glory of Sinblade? It is an universe-class mass conveyor, and it has plenty of uses for loyal men and women, once it has been purified by Lisa and given a loyal crew. Test me, implored the prostrated purple-lipped woman. Werner acknowledged that Aliena Sinblade had guts, unless it was despair driving her. With the magnitude of the crimes she had committed, the rogue traitor had to know her execution sentence would be closer to Cade's than the mere beheading Oprah 3 Jeffers was about to receive. Very well. Archmagos Lankovar, if you'd please. The red-robed council member of the Nyx Mechanikus left the ranks of the tech priests and handed a tiny storage device to his liege, and unlike some, this one didn't contain a vial of Bacta. 2 seconds later, it was revealed to be a small crystal which could easily fit in the palm of the Basileia's hand. But this was no diamond, ruby, or any piece of jewelry. It shone like a star had been imprisoned inside its crystalline depths, and Werner did not bother with the whispers generated in the aftermath. Yes, this was a crystal of ether gold. The guard officers of his rank were not close to the throne, but they could feel the song. It was the best word to describe the phenomenon overwhelming the senses. And it was singing of loyalty, of hope for better days, but before all things, it sang of sacrifice. Lady Weaver descended the steps one more time and ordered Sinblade to raise one of her hands. When the hand of the general placed the crystal of ether gold in the rogue traitor's palm, a loud scream escaped the lips of the latter, and the expression on the purple-haired woman's seductive face shifted from submission to non-feigned suffering. There was no opportunity for the former lover of Sliskus the Serpent to let the crystal fall from her hand. Lady Weaver clasped her hand over hers, palm to palm, and for several seconds the golden halo created was visible to all. The commander of Army Group Caribbean showed no sign this was harmful for her. The screams of Aliena Sinblade were so powerful that it was clearly not true for her. There was a powerful gust of wind, and Werner could have almost sworn the energy dispersed into the 2 women's bodies. Aliena Sinblade moaned and collapsed, her dark-haired judge finally relinquishing her grasp upon her hand and giving the ether gold crystal back to the tech priests. She's still alive, chosen of the Omnissiah, Amagos announced after a quick examination. Her soul was untainted. The words generated a flurry of whispers and incredulous exclamations. The Inquisition and the Imperial Navy can seize her assets outside Pavia and take the assets she stole from the Glory of Sinblade. The warrant of trade is rescinded. I will decide in the coming days what must be done about Aliena Sinblade and her mass conveyor. That was definitely not the outcome he had anticipated. And for the love of the Golden Throne, please give her some decent clothes. Segmentum Tempestus. Ophelia Sector. Ophelia 7. 180 hours after the Mark of Camarak. Archcardinal Winston Marlborough. Once upon a time, the Holy Synod had been a 10-members-strong assembly. In that mythical age which, assuming it had really existed, was well before early M33, the most sacred assembly of the cardinals and high prelates of the Adeptus Ministorum had included the ecclesiarch, the 4 arch-cardinals nominally enforcing the holy will of the god emperor over each segmentum which wasn't solar, and the 5 cardinals Terran. Obviously more than 3 millennia later, assuming the cult had ever been that fond of tiny gatherings, the 5 Terran representatives had fallen into irrelevance and been replaced by the 5 cardinals Palatine, rulers and masters of Ophelia VII's grand cathedrals. The ecclesiarch and the arch-cardinals were still there. Unfortunately, so were over 10,000 men and women, all holding a rank of cardinal, archdeacon, or any of the senior positions now allowing you a seat on the Holy Synod. Since obviously seating a huge number of people in a simple council room was physically impossible, the Holy Synod had taken to convening in the Church of Piety and Martyrdom, one of the first edifices ordered by Ecclesiarch Benedin IV when it was decided to transfer the seat of the ecclesiarchy from Holy Terra to Ophelia 7. In Winston's humble opinion, everything in this vast gallery hall betrayed the jealousy of the man at having been denied a voice in the affairs of the Imperium. At least half of the structures, paintings, and ornaments were outright copied from the Senatorum Imperialis and the inner palace. The monumental artwork The God Emperor's Ascension was a pale imitation of the scene engraved on the ultimate gate protecting the Golden Throne, and the less said about the martyrdom of Janus Pius, the better. Not that his spiritual successor was much better, really. The gates of gold, platinum, and silver opened to reveal Pelagius I and his White Eminence, Cardinal Palatine Jean-Luc Duplessis, two men who in Winston's mind symbolized everything wrong with the current crop of senior cardinals and archdeacons. They were old and in bad health. They had never left the Ophelia system. They prattled endlessly about the will of the God Emperor, when in reality they ignored most of the astropathic and real messages coming from the throne world. Winston was not saying he was the one who should replace them. That would be idiotic. He was only 20 years younger than Pelagius, though admittedly in far better health than him. His career in the Frateris Templar was long behind him, but it had allowed him to build a constitution which hadn't yet crumbled in the smoke of his favorite cigars. The ecclesiarchy deserved a younger man or a younger woman. He was not picky about the sex as long as the someone was competent and had fire in their belly. "Let us pray, brothers, sisters," droned Pelagius. By law, the ecclesiarch should have made the prayer on his knees, but it had been more than 50 years since this tradition was respected. "O God Emperor, thank you for the magnificent victory you gave to the Imperium and your subjects. The holy light be sanctified, your mighty will was done." On and on Pelagius continued, in a prayer that honesty compelled Winston to place it in the category of just but boring. A great military deed like this one should not give a cardinal the urge to yawn and take a rest. At last, it was over. The God Emperor protects. The ecclesiarch had managed to make his voice a tad more dramatic for the final sentences. The God Emperor protects. Ave Imperator. Ave Imperator, repeated Pelagius, trying to project an image of strength and holy duty, and failing miserably at both. Great miracles have been reported to my ears, and we would be remiss in our duty if we didn't give them the praise and the boons every martyr, saint, and living saint deserves. Under the light of the Astronomicon, before the Golden Throne, I propose. And the drowning began again. If Pelagius had been one of his allies, Winston would have advised him to let a younger priest, maybe a chapel master or a drill abbot, speak the words and the proposals. It wasn't exactly like anyone would fail to know which brain had decided to put them forward, and the cardinals and high prelates of the ministorum deserved something a bit more fiery. By the God Emperor, tens of billions of long ears had been blasted apart. This was a time of celebrations and faith in humanity's ultimate triumph. Maybe Winston was too harsh. After all, most of the information within this speech was known to him beforehand thanks to his agents and the contacts he had cultivated during his career. Consequently, Theodora Gaius being canonized wasn't a surprise. Nor was General Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver, Basileia of Nyx, being officially recognized as a living saint. The planet Pavia Primus was going to become a shrine world, the gateway to the miracles in Pelagius' own words, and the woman who had been chosen to carry high the divine power was also given total control over the Nyx diocese and a slice of the Atlantis one, in the form of the Swibba subsector. The seat given to the victor of Cumarak on the Holy Synod was not even worth the bat of an eye, since the cogboys of Mars had already given her several votes in their own parliament. Pelagius had to give her 100 votes, only one fewer than himself, or risk being ridiculed and disavowed by trillions of pilgrims. The financial support of the ministorum to the living saint in order to build grandiose monuments celebrating the destruction of the Dark City and the ending of pirate raids and a potential Eldar resurgence was also a given from the start. Sending architects, artists, and many pilgrims to the Nyx sector wasn't going to be commented much. Predicting that Bacta, the miraculous healing substance provided by Lady Weaver, would be elevated to the rank of divine resource did not require a lot of foresight either. A battle fleet would be assembled for the newly founded Order of the Silver Rose, and many astropathic choirs would be created to decrease the communication gaps between Ophelia 7 and Nyx. The votes passed one after another with near unanimities, and for the record the votes which weren't for were abstentions. But when Pelagius ceded the floor to Jean-Luc Duplessis, Winston, like hundreds of cardinals, smiled carnivorously. This was going to be good. We live in exceptional times, brothers, sisters. The White Eminence began. I propose to create the office of Cardinal Emissary to living Saint Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver. I give my support to this motion and propose my candidature, Cardinal Gerard shouted, ignoring a few centuries of traditions and ministorum edicts. Over my dead body. An archdeacon retorted, and the Holy Synod became a storm of accusations and insults. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. 184 hours after the Mark of Cumarak. Hospital ship Tulip of Contentment. First Lieutenant Freya Brasidas. The big problem when you were in a hospital bed was the impossibility of slapping someone who annoyed you. You survived, Freya grumbled. I am better than you, Kurt Nils pointed out in an insufferable manner. I mean, we both knew it, but the Battle of Kamarak confirmed it. I didn't need Bacta and several hours of attention from the biologist tech priests after it was over. The unlike you was not voiced, but the Nixian noblewoman and the 4 or 5 pilots waiting behind the other survivor of White Squadron clearly heard it nonetheless. I have more victories than you. Damn it, why couldn't the plebeian understand this? Lady Weaver and the Imperial Navy recognized my valor. 5 feet away from her bed was all the evidence a wise and impartial examiner needed. Freya had been given the Lion of Terra, the newly created Moth Star, and hundreds of other major decorations. Some she would have to consult the archives to know what exactly they stood for. Yet, Nils, frustratingly, was completely unimpressed. But the Imperial Navy wanted a poster girl after the losses of the Port of Lost Souls, and you just happened to fit the profile perfectly. Noble, infuriatingly noble pedigree, female, not horrible to look at. You forget my 372 confirmed victories. Freya gave him her most dangerous smile, with her teeth bared. How many long ears did you miss while I was emptying the skies, 3rd Lieutenant? If there was good news to put before all the others once she left this hospital ship, it would be that for the time being, she was Nils' superior. Combined with the Lion of Terra, and the peasant stock insolent would be forced to salute her, muscle problems and other mineable apologies be damned. 299 confirmed victories, the Nixian male pilot admitted, but then the machine spirits of my Thunderbolt became weird in the last battle, otherwise it would have been far more. And honestly, this is more than compensated by the fact I didn't crash my fighter into a cage of Catachan ants. That sounded, lacking as an excuse. What is the damage to his Thunderbolt? Freya called out to a member of Gold Squadron waiting near the door. Oh, he's just missing one wing and the tech priests are trying to assess how much metal they will be able to recycle from it. Ha! My Thunderbolt is still in a better state than yours. Excuses, Freya sang, feeling a delicious sense of satisfaction in her heart and lungs. Always excuses, I beat you, Nils, why won't you admit it? Because I'm better than you in the skies, that's why. I hate you. I hate you too. By the God Emperor, muttered someone, why don't we leave them alone in the same room, seal the door, and come back in a week or 2? They should have shagged by then and all this sexual tension will disappear. This was ridiculous. Having sexual relationships with this plebeian? Not in 1,000 generations. She would rather fight the Battle of Kamarak a second time. If the one who has made this comment doesn't reveal himself in the next 5 seconds, I will use him as target practice once I am given a new fighter. Excellent spirit. The sole surviving lieutenant of Aquila Squadron complimented her. You will need it since both you and Nils are on the list of pilots who according to the rumor are earmarked for instructorship at the Aeronautica Nix Academy. No. Oh yes, Nils confirmed. I will have more opportunities to show you I'm the better pilot. Yes. Try to win a Moth Star and a Lion of Terra, and I may consider you an acceptable wingman. But this wouldn't happen. Freya was the best pilot. Even if they fought in 10 more battles like Kamarak, this would stay true. There was no contest between her and Nils. Gloriana battleship flame wrought. Captain Corr Foecus. There are going to be conditions, you know. Name them. General Taylor A. Bear huffed after Chapter Master Tafor Hezon's words. I am not willing to declare one or more planets as Adeptus Non. That is not an insult against the reputation and honor of the Salamanders or any chapter, I just don't want to stymie investment, colonization prospects, and trade benefits in the Nix sector. The rule of non-space marines may be rescinded if I think the local rulers aren't up to the task or that the Adeptus Astartes will do a far better job than them, but to begin with, the Space Marines will focus on recruitment and training of their aspirants, and of course military actions. Corr knew this was definitely not a normal reaction from a planetary governor's perspective. Those tended to vary between 2 extremes, the you will never set foot on my planet, neo-barbarians, and the please rule in my stead, and crush all these rebels while you're at it. The response to which never made the existing planetary authorities fond of the sons of Fukin for some strange reason. We will accept, though we need to know more about specifics, the Regent of Nocturne replied. That's fair, the insect mistress conceded, leaving her seat to place a flexi disk of data in the hololithic console. A red-black planet materialized in the center of the conference room 5 seconds later. The planet of Bahamut, the discoverer of 2 artifacts of Fukin explained, it is a volcanic death world of the Nix sector with a population of 17 million inhabitants at the time of the latest census, though it must have increased since my departure as over 8,000 tech priests and support were deployed there last year. The planetary governor is the fire champion, and is chosen by a grand series of mining and creation challenges the local citizens call meritocratic technocracy. The main exports are obviously ore, gems, promethium, gas, unrefined resources, and some artisan-forged luxury items. It would be more than adequate to perpetuate the legacy of Fukin, Chapter Master Hezon assured. The infrastructure is minimal for the moment, I take it. Yes. I ordered an industrial civilian expansion a few years ago, but it was not given the highest priority. Obviously it will be subject to change now. If you have suggestions. Captain and future Chapter Master William Castor was the first to answer after a short examination of the data stream accompanying the planet's projection. On the ground, a fortress monastery with spaceport will be necessary. In orbit, the minimum is a defense grid and a medium shipyard, at least to accommodate repairs of battle barges and slow-rate construction of strike cruisers. Mars will deliver this. From another mouth, it might have sounded like boasting. In the young general's voice, it was the truth. We will deliver 1 battle barge and 2 strike cruisers after we have modernized them, the Lord of the Salamanders promised. And the Fabricator General has promised 1 battle barge and 2 strike cruisers along with an undetermined number of escorts for the official founding of the Magma Spiders. A shiver of excitement flitted across the room, since this meant the name had been approved by the lady. As I understand, it's tradition to include several planets in the protection sphere of a newly founded chapter. It is. In this case, the space representation of Bahamut vanished to be replaced by a display of the Nyx sector's northern border. The arc going from Upaluri and encompassing the systems of Bahamut, Polar, Matapan, Colorado, Amazonia, Aglia, and Brockton seem appropriate. The Mechanics and I might need your services at Hellhound to slay plenty of lava plesiosaurs, and for the moment, the worlds can really benefit from having Astartes protectors. CORR knew that neither the future Chapter Master William Castor nor Chapter Master Hezon had a problem with this. In fact, it was one more proof they had been right proposing the founding of this successor chapter in the Nyx sector. We must now give you the rewards your generosity deserves, the Regent of Nocturne told their benefactor while gesturing to someone behind him. 7 salamanders advanced, each one opening a large coffer filled with one of the jewels the 7 cities of Nocturne used in their emblems. From left to right, there were the Quin Quartz, Ignite, Faunolite, Hyperite, Hadean, Zakor, and last but not least the Salamandrite. The insect mistress appeared suitably impressed by the radiance and purity of the gemstones, many of which were larger than her hand. Before Kamarak, only the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Adeptus Custodes had the right to purchase these gems, but your exploits in the Dark City and before have earned your house being added to this list, Forge Father Envar told to the blushing golden-clothed woman. This display was followed by a list of ores, metals, gems, and transfers of technology which accompanied the initial gift. CORR couldn't be sure, but it had to be a third of the strategic reserves the Salamanders had accumulated over the last millennia for the quest of the artifacts. And that was just the start of it. Several Folkite production lines from the Flame Rot would go to Nyx with the Enterprise, as well as schematics for improved apothecariums and medical facilities. A lot of technical expertise would be provided in the decades to come. We also wish to support the development of an Astartes crude dragon armor and a dreadnought purposed dragon armor. This time the Basileia of Nyx chuckled. I see no reason to refuse, but be aware the Great Khan of the White Scars asked before you, at least where the dreadnought dragon armor is concerned. As a result, there was more bargaining and more metals promised, along with exchanges via rogue traders. The Flame Rot will accompany you in your campaigns, as soon as Mars has finished repairing it, one of the officers of the Flame Rot said. Unfortunately, it is going to take some time. It was accepted without further questions. As shuttles arrived in the hangars, the damage to the flanks of the Gloriana flagship was alas all too evident, and if the tech priests of Mars were often beating incredible deadlines in the name of efficiency and productivity, the Flame Rot was an immense challenge even they didn't see every month. We are also willing to capture several insects of the Nocturne lands and caverns for you. I appreciate the gesture, but isn't the overwhelming majority of Nocturne's wildlife reptilian? It is, Lady Weaver CORR intervened in the conversation for the first time, as he as a hunter was one of the foremost experts on the subject. But while salamanders are the apex predators and cousin species dominate great expanses, there are insect species you might like to control. We have the scorpiads in our deserts, whose size sometimes can be compared to bane blades, and they have stingers capable of effortlessly piercing ceramite and plasteel. The pyreworms and the cereworms also fall into the insect category going by the criteria you gave us, and these species are both incredibly armored and resistant against a considerable range of deadly environments. It was a pity he didn't have very many pict or hololithic displays to give weight to his representation, but honestly no one had known before rushing to Pavia some consideration would need to be shown to the tank-sized scorpiads and the other carrion eaters of Nocturne. They may prove useful, was the judgment of the insect mistress after a couple of minutes. If it's not too much of a hardship, try to capture 3 or 4 breeding pairs of each species. 2 members of the Dawnbreaker Guard opened the door to let a messenger guardsman enter, and the meeting ended then and there. Naturally, this meant the other part of the Salamander's reward to Lady Weaver was going to have to be presented at a later time. Taking position behind the red-armored sons of Sanguinius, the Salamanders descended 2 levels and arrived on the Great Hall prepared for the occasion. Over 2,000 Space Marines waited for them, only 200 of them bearing the green of the 18th Legion. In an impeccable choreography, the Space Marines saluted General Taylor Hebert. By blood, lineage, loyalty, courage, sacrifice, and many of the greatest qualities a Space Marine can show in protection of the citizens of the Imperium and service of the Emperor, your chapters have accomplished great exploits which will be remembered for millennia to come. If you want to swear yourselves to my Dawnbreaker Guard, I will accept you, and together we will destroy the plots of the enemies of mankind wherever we go. Corr was proud to say it was a salamander who was the first to advance and kneel before the golden-winged heroine. I, Forge Father Fukin Envar, pledge my hammer, body, mind, and soul to Lady Taylor Aber, chosen of the Emperor and finder of Fukin's artifacts. Into the fires of battle, unto the anvil of war. The first, but definitely not the last. Soon there was a long column of champions waiting to swear themselves to Weaver's service. And the first, as honor demanded, were the Imperial Fists. I, Huskarl Diamantis of the Imperial Fists, pledge my strength, my will, and my defiance to Lady Taylor Aber, sister of our father sire, destroyer of Kamarak, bringer of hope. The walls will hold, so it has been sworn, so it shall be. Transmitted, Conclave of Nyx. Received, redacted. Destination, redacted. Mission time, 01.01.299 M35. Telepathic conduct, redacted. Reference, Ordo Malleus/3D544448W9. Author, Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. Priority, Magenta Black. I don't share your opinion about the risks we're taking with the Dawnbreaker Guard. For all the chapters having decided to pledge one of their veterans to Lady Weaver, this honor guard remains inferior in size to a codex-compliant company. If you follow a logical path, you should feel more threatened by the Brothers of the Red or the newly created Magma Spiders, which are more likely to reach the 1000 mark than the Basilea's protectors. As for your demands, I think we can divide the reinforcements of the Dawnbreaker Guard into 4 categories. It should be noted that the Lamentor's former sons of Sanguinius have not been authorized to present a candidate. The position of Bale and Nyx on the subject will be re-examined at the end of their penitent crusade. The first are the replacements for the fallen martyrs of Kamarak. Epistolary Cassiel of the Templars of Blood chapter. Epistolary Jegediel of the Angels of Defiance chapter. After the Scions of the Great Angel, we have the chapters who fought at Kamarak. Forge Father Fukin Envar of the Salamanders chapter. Fire Drake Teclis Rubix of the Magma Spiders chapter. Epistolary Ramon Nino of the Howling Griffins chapter. Prognosticator Sergei Born of the Silver Skulls chapter. Sergeant Wilbert Loris of the Iron Drakes chapter. Storm Seer Uri Yankada of the White Scars chapter. Shadow Warden Kalyan Gautham of the Raven Guard chapter. Venerable Ancient Pierre of the Heracles Warden chapter. Addendum, I believe that in this case, the chapter master wanted to get rid of a big source of trouble. The third category is, as was eminently predictable, the Imperial Fists and their successors. Huskarl Diamantis of the Imperial Fists chapter. Emperor's Champion Siginandus of the Black Templars chapter. Captain Cerulean Cusco of the Crimson Fists chapter. Master of Siege Saul Agamemnon of the Excoriators chapter. Battle Brother Cabrero of the Soul Drinkers chapter. Death Speaker Ribera of the Executioners chapter. Battle Brother Garceler of the Iron Knights chapter. Tech Marine Zymenes of the Night Swords chapter. Apothecary Moreno of the Halo Brethren chapter. Battle Brother Bermudez of the Sable Swords chapter. Captain Uran Osnar of the Death Strike chapter. Sergeant Digan Belligerus of the Invaders chapter. Battle Brother Thomas Theisman of the White Templars chapter. Battle Brother Laurent of the Venom Thorns chapter. Architect Captain Vital of the Knights of Dorn chapter. Tech Marine Eximeno of the Crimson Axes chapter. Epistolary Catalan of the Doom Fists chapter. Blade Master Machado Gomez of the Sons of Dorn chapter. Epistolary Dos Santos of the Fists of Wrath chapter. Battle Brother Macintosh of the Red Templars chapter. Recluserch Bulkach of the Iron Champions chapter. Master of Reconnaissance Villanova of the Emperor's Warbringers chapter. Terminator Glycerius of the Fire Lords chapter. Phalanx Warder Cisneros of the Crusaders of Dorn chapter. Tech Marine Hawkarayanen of the Emperor's Havoc chapter. Apothecary Munchus of the Flames of Ares chapter. The fourth category has the potential to be far more problematic in the short-term future. It consists of chapters who believe Rogaldorn is their gene-sire, but for various reasons, including the encouragement of certain High Lords, have never been formally presented to the Imperial Fists or their successors for approval. As one can imagine, neither Chapter Master Jovius nor the chapters concerned are very happy about this situation. The members of the Dawnbreaker Guard recruited from these chapters are Apothecary Merkel of the Sanctors of Terra chapter. Battle Brother Noguera of the Hammers of Retribution chapter. Battle Brother Trujillo of the Black Crusaders chapter. Chaplain Verdugo of the Star Leopards chapter. Tech Marine Silvera of the Death Knights chapter. Epistolary Foreman of the Emperor's Swords chapter. Cody Sire Sukup of the Crimson Guard chapter. Master of Artillery Zamanova of the Sky Sentinels chapter. The Dawnbreaker Guard currently stands at 77 Space Marines. And no, I refuse to speculate how big it will become when Lady Weaver departs from Nyx once more. Captain Ianid Thiel. Both an Ultramarine and a Novamarine refusing to enter the Dawnbreaker Guard on the same day, have I somehow offended the sons of Gilliman without realizing it? Ianid was not the only Astartes to chuckle at the light-hearted question. If that were the case, I doubt a silver skull and a howling griffin would have agreed to join you, General. There must be some truth to that, the black-haired officer replied before taking a drink offered by one of the sons of Sanguinius serving as her Dawnbreaker guard. But no, I won't serve under your command, the veteran ultramarine continued seriously as the crowd began to thin out and many space marines brought food and drinks to celebrate the large expansion of Weaver's honor guard. I am of the opinion my oath to Lord Guillimon supersedes everything else save the vows sworn to the Emperor, and it wouldn't be fair to you if I promised you my blade and one day left your side to never come back. To be sure, what the young woman had accomplished was extremely impressive. Even by being given a secret path to attack the dark city of Kamarak by surprise, victory had been far from certain. Several of the Drukhari she had personally killed would have been more than a match for champions of the old legions, and her swarm was easily worth 1,000,000 auxilia warriors in every engagement, and unlike regular troops, they were totally expendable. But honesty compelled him to admit, he preferred Guilliman's methods to Taylor Hebert's. The former were more predictable and tempered with long practice and extensive regulations. Yes, it was ironic to admit, but Enid preferred orderly environments, even if he rarely respected the rules when the first rounds were fired. I think the Nova Marines' refusal is more tied to their effectives dispersal, my lady, the new Huskarl of the Dawnbreaker Guard explained. They are recognized as valiant defenders of the Ultima Segmentum, but they have numerous commitments, and too often they are forced to deploy each and every battle brother they have across dozens of battlefronts. Allowing you to have one of their battle brothers would be an effective loss since the Astartes in question would not be available if they needed reinforcements. I'm not criticizing, the golden-winged officer said slowly, but isn't that a bit risky? I know the Brothers of the Red have decided after their penitent crusades end to maintain a reserve of at least one company in the Nyx sector. Deploying both the 5 frontline companies and the 4 reserve companies at all times does not leave much margin if unforeseen problems arise. So far, their enviable list of victories has not met major drawbacks, a crimson fist draped in his new purple robe replied. Do you intend to use their strike cruiser as your transport to return to Makraj, cousin? I do, Thiel confirmed. I have stayed away from home for too long, and I must inform the current chapter master of the recent developments. If only he could force Call to accompany him, but the chances of that were infinitesimal. At the moment, the brilliant Archmagos was wavering between Nyx and Mars for his next destination. Without a viable antidote and a working healing process for his father, the ancient Mechanicus tech priest would not waste his precious time gallivanting to the Temple of Correction, and yes, those were his exact words. Give my regards to Lord Makraj, Lady Weaver requested, and please Captain Thiel, avoid mentioning all the problems I've found with the Codex Astartes. Transport Old Bastion. Corporal Alex Smith. Like tens of thousands of guardsmen and sailors, Alex was watching the VID cast of the Saint. And like thousands of veterans of Kamarak, he was irritated by the disrespect certain imbeciles behind him showed by daring to whisper while the God Emperor's favorite daughter spoke. Fortunately, 2 commissars soon dragged the faithless out of the ranks for a severe punishment, and everyone could return their full and undivided attention to Her Celestial Highness' speech. Beginning on this day, Pavia will be placed under strict environmental preservation laws. Thanks to the power of the God Emperor, the air of the planet is pure and the waters are clean, decontaminated of all traces of the Xenos bioweapons. I intend for this state of affair to continue for millennia. As such, there will be only 3 great cities built on the surface of Pavia, Constantinople, New York, and Nova Nyx. Regulations for military and civilian hab blocks will be announced in 2 days. The protocols. Come on, we want to know who gets the governorship, The Atlas guardsman who had made the comment was going to have to live to regret it, as a commissar had been close enough to deliver a powerful blow to a location no sane man wanted to be struck. To enforce the God Emperor's rule and the decrees preserving the beauty of Pavia, I have decided to name retired Marshal Hervey Cox of Elysia as non-hereditary governor of Pavia and my personal representative in the newly founded city of Constantinople. Yes. The guardsman bellowed, and Alex knew so many had shouted at the same time the commissars would be unable to assign individual punishments. Basing my ruling on several well-known militarum precedents, I have decided that any freed slave who announces the desire to build a new life on this world will be permitted to do so. Veterans of Kamarak who want to obtain land grants and leave the guard can report to the new Pavia Colonization Office, though in their case they will need to produce a certification of 20 years of service or a medal of rank equal to the Ultima Honorifica. There will be incentives. Alex wasn't listening anymore. His obmatic hand was touching the Ultima Honorifica the colonel had given him 2 days ago with the Kamarak Cross and 5 other decorations. These decorations had cost him one of his hands and given him plenty of scars due to the monster's poisons. Suddenly though, their weight in metal was much more precious. He, son and grandson of lowly workers on Colorado, could own land. Alex had served 21 years of loyal service in the God Emperor's Guard. He qualified on both sides. Praise Her Celestial Highness. Praise the God Emperor. His shouting went unnoticed as more and more promotions were handed out to officers and warrant officers on the VID cast. Well that, and Alex was far from the only guardsman shouting his joy. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. 200 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Imperial Palace. Chancellor of the Imperial Council Samson Pitt. Samson Pitt was a veteran of the political justs of the Senatorum Imperialis and the meetings of the High 12. It was this great experience which had given him plenty of bad vibes for the first gathering of the 12 most powerful men and women of the Imperium after the consequences of the Kamarak genocide had shocked the throne world to its core. Perhaps, in a perfect world, the High 12 would speak with a single voice and celebrate the extermination of billions of Eldar. But the inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace was, despite all propaganda trying to convince the ignorant populace of the contrary, filled with imperfect beings. And even in his darkest and most pessimistic nightmares, the Chancellor of the Imperial Council had not imagined Tribune Basil Macedonian would announce himself at the beginning of the session and drop the first bomb. The Edict of Restraint is hereby dissolved. Samson was left dumbstruck with his mouth hanging wide open. There were few constants in the great manipulations and millions of policies the Senatorum Imperialis had to arbitrate on a day-by-day basis, but one of them was the Edict of Restraint. Proclaimed by the legendary Lord Robert Guillemot and Captain General Constantin Valder after the Emperor's ascension, it specified the 10,000 were never to leave the Sol System in fighting strength. This is illegal. Grand Provost Marshal Tudor Brezhnev barked. After recently receiving a series of rejuvenation procedures, he looked like a brown-haired young man, but the age reflected in his eyes betrayed the juvenile outward appearance. You have no right to. The Tribune placed an aquila seal on the millennia-old table. Unlike the thousands the Chancellor and the other High Lords saw from dawn to dusk, this one was surrounded by a halo of pure golden light. By the authority of His Majesty, the Edict of Restraint is dissolved. Does anyone want to argue this point? The squad of custodes patiently waiting behind the Tribune weapons in hand suggested the answer shouldn't be affirmative if the High 12 wanted to avoid a second beheading. We obey his will, of course, Huang Utrecht replied. Chancellor of the Estate Imperium, he was in many ways the least of the High 12, his position regularly threatened by more powerful militant seats like the Imperial Guard and other more prestigious services. We acknowledge the dissolving of the Edict of Restraint. Good, and the Tribune and his custodes escort left the High 12's meeting room. I am too old for this shit, Felipe de Rivera grumbled. Samson Pitt wasn't going to disagree with him, at least for the old part. Blind and with a hairless face, the master of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica was assuredly a powerful psyker, but there had to be a few skeletons on Holy Terra which looked to be in better health than him. I think we should begin with the consequences of the hour of the Emperor's judgment. The next 10 minutes were a very short summary of the consequences which had struck the Sol System and the most important worlds of Segmentum Solar, culminating in the revelation 66 members of the Senatorum Imperialis had been heretics in disguise, and there were 11 more which had gone missing in the uncountable crowds of Holy Terra, but were actively pursued by the Inquisition and all law enforcers. This divine judgment allowed the Holy Ordos to gain an extremely accurate and disappointing overview of the heretics' infiltration of the nobility and the upper classes of the Imperium. Lord Inquisitor Berlin Chimera had never been the most cheerful of the High 12, but right now, his face could have posed as the very incarnation of inflexible granite. 2 meters tall, built like an Ogren bodyguard, the representative of the Holy Inquisition among the High 12 was radiating displeasure and lethal menace. No one would ever call him seductive or good-looking. But of course, unlike plenty of High Lords, the Lord Inquisitor didn't care. The only clothes he allowed them to see was a long black coat and a grey suit that even a middle-class merchant could afford to buy. And yet, when he spoke, billions fell silent. My colleagues and I are extremely disappointed by how many heretics had infiltrated the throne world. It seems that for all our vigilance for the threat outside, we can't trust many of your associates to remain loyal and true. As a consequence, the Holy Ordos is prepared to initiate the creation of a new Ordo, which will be called Hereticus. Samson was not aware of the tedious little details the Inquisition's structure rested upon, but it did not take a very intelligent man to know what the Inquisitors assigned to this Ordo were going to do once they had recruited enough of their peers. I approve this measure. Fabricator General Zorophris Esvicom spoke, his size and mechadendrites easily making him the tallest member of the High 12. In fact, half of the reasons the High 12 and himself were meeting in this room were due to his corpulence. And now, I want to propose a motion to give a triumph to Lady Weaver. Her victory in the Battle of Kamarak deserves it. Out of the question. Rabadash Y. Bing El Kellerman shouted, surprising absolutely no one. The Lord High Admiral had not appreciated the warships of the greatest naval force to ever sail the stars playing second fiddle to the Imperial Guard and the Adeptus Mechanicus. Why not? Pocahontas Valletta mused. The mistress of the Astronomicon, though certain purists continued to call her Master of the Astronomicon, had come wearing a golden robe which could be best described as a toga, and her black hair and piercing blue eyes must have turned a few heads on her way to this room. The Astronomicon shines more brilliantly than it has done in centuries, and when the custodes arrive and return the spare parts stolen by the Xenos in 1 or 2 years, the range and power of the Holy Beacon will be increased again. Why should we not give the woman who made this victory possible a triumph? Because giving one would be tantamount to admitting the existence of things like Chaos Gods, Traitor Marines, Daemon Primarchs, and other things we have worked very hard to convince the plebeians don't exist, Xerxes Van Dyer replied, his hands placed in a meditative pose, though the Chancellor didn't believe a single second he was really that calm inside his head. No one will deny a great victory has been won. But since it was only against these perfidious Long-ears, no, I'm not willing to support a triumph. An ovation should be far more appropriate, paternal envoy Gandhi Brobantis approved. The victor of Kamarak has already won a subsector and a few planets to her name, no. The Ecclesiarch has at the Holy Synod confirmed his intention to give our new living saint the Swiba subsector, originally part of the Atlantis diocese, and several planets in the Marches. Archcardinal Terran Salomon Rovere explained. In his golden, red, and white clothes, the priest looked like a man of faith with a capital letter. Too bad that since the Holy Synod had departed for Ophelia 7, the men in his position were mouthpieces of their master a segmentum away. A triumph would be preferred. Let's put it to a vote, then. The Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum cut through Rovere's words metaphorically this time. All in favor of an ovation and enlarging the Nix sector to accept the planetary bounties. The hands of Rivera, Hunter, Van Dyer, Brezhnev, Brobantis, Byng, and Utrecht went in the air. 7 votes out of 12, the motion was carried. There wasn't any great disappointment, except from the Archcardinal and the Fabricator, though exactly what the latter thought was difficult to analyze behind the medal. I am greatly concerned however by the sheer number of Astartes chapters flocking to Weaver's banner. Rabadash Byng Elkellerman immediately pushed the offensive. That is not illegal. Speaker for the Chartist Captains Eleanor Gutenberg smiled at the medal-covered Supreme Officer of the Imperial Navy. There was never a reason to vote on a law like this, the Lord Inquisitor spoke in his frigid voice. And I will remind all of you that you have very limited influence when it comes to forcing any Space Marine chapter to obey such a kind of edict. We are the High Lords of Terra. Tudor Brezhnev slammed his fist against the table. As he was a thin, not very muscular individual, the effect achieved was not the one he'd been going for. And the Space Marines are the Space Marines, the mistress of the Astronomicon retorted. If you want the transhuman giants to pay some attention to your directives, perhaps. No, Grand Master Hunter interrupted. The Officio Assassinorum will not allow the Space Marines gaining a seat, be it high or low, in the Senatorum Imperialis. There was no death threat uttered, but no one believed the ex-Vindicare Master would hesitate for a second to arrange tragic accidents for them if they decided to proceed along this line of thought. The main factor limiting the number of Space Marines is Lady Weaver herself, Eleanor reminded the other members of the High 12. In her white uniform of the Gutenberg Chartist Navy, the speaker was like those beautiful flowers cultivated in certain spires, beautiful, but concealing plenty of thorns and other ways to make you bleed. After all, for every chapter that is invited onto the planets she rules over, that is one world partially or completely falling under the Adeptus Astartes authority. This may be so, Xerxes Van Dyer conceded in a tone which made obvious he believed none of it. But you will forgive me if I think it's hurtful for the tithes and a concentration of martial might that few regions in the galaxy possess. Ultramar and its surroundings, the garrisons around the High Terror, those are the only examples which come to me when one speaks of Astartes musters. Let's limit Nyx's chapters to 6. Lady Weaver will certainly have reached this number, if she hasn't already exceeded it, the Fabricator General replied. Outrageous, Gandhi snorted. When you kill a few billion Eldar yourself, we may give you similar respect, Huang Utrecht snipped at the mutant. 10 chapters, Archcardinal Salomon Rovere proposed, his grey-green fixing the other High Lords. Far too high, refused the Grand Provost, she doesn't deserve. I suspect the reason the Captain General himself wasn't here to dissolve the edict was because he went to fight at Kamarak, Eleanor feigned to inspect her long nails. I would be extremely careful using the words she doesn't deserve this around the custodes. 9. Felipe de Rivera offered in a half-defeated tone. I will have to send more psychers to Pavia and Nyx anyway, I will confirm the Basileia General complies with the edict. What about the Bacta our subordinates are deliriously babbling about? For the moment, production of the miraculous healing substance appears to be incredibly limited, even at the level of a battle fleet, the Lord High Admiral bared his teeth. I think the Imperial Navy should have priority. Finish that sentence and you will be dead before you reach the door, Lord Berlin Chimera warned him. The two men stared at each other for several seconds, and Rabadash was the first to look away. After this meeting I will send several inquisitors to assess the production levels of Bacta and how we can increase it to answer Imperial needs. One point I won't budge on is the fact the Holy Ordos will have the priority over Ether Gold. That is. Rovere began to say something before closing his lips in front of the granite face of the Lord Inquisitor. That is acceptable, provided the material is truly used for the divine purposes of His Most Holy Majesty, Pocahontas finished. Several of the High 12 made conniving smiles, obviously the near totality of them were going to try to get around this inquisitorial order. What is next? The future 13th founding of the Adeptus Astartes? With Lady Weaver recovering a huge number of gene seed canisters in the hour of the Emperor's judgment, the risk of a Black Crusade for the coming decades has severely increased. And to fight the traitor Astartes and their horrors, we must have Space Marines to keep the doors of hell shut. We may add a Gloriana battleship to the defenses of Cadia too, the fabricator general revealed, rather smugly for a tech priest. With the flame rot coming here to be repaired, the Adeptus Mechanicus will be ready within the decade to launch the construction of a new grand technological Gloriana worthy of the Omnissiah himself. And he approved, I swear it on the sacred laws of the machine. Samson Pitt frowned, and he wasn't the only one. Everyone who mattered in the Imperial Palace knew Zorophris had been summoned by the God Emperor, but whatever the most holy ruler of mankind and the assemblage of Mechadendrites serving as his regent for the Martian Empire had talked about, it had remained a mystery until now. The Chancellor of the Imperial Council doubted it had been only about the construction of a Gloriana battleship. I support this motion without reservation. Naturally the Lord High Admiral was the first to sign on. There were a lot of grumblings and voices against, obviously. The temporary moment of union the Ministorum and the Mechanicus had established at the beginning didn't survive, the Ecclesiarch apparently being not in favor of the Imperial Navy and the Adeptus Mechanicus gaining a fleet killer warship. But at 7 against 5, it was approved. And now, the Officio Assassinorum Grand Master delivered the words like they were poison on his lips. We must speak of one of the biggest issues which came up after the hour of the Emperor's judgment. It seems that when their enemies began to drop dead, the Space Wolves went on a rampage and razed the entire hive world of London, though in his astropathic messages, the great wolf of this band of murderous brutes had the gall to call it a wild celebration. Anyone in favor of censoring them? Unanimity among the High 12 was rare. But as Samson Pitt saw the hands soar one by one, he had to admit the sons of Lemon Russ really had a talent to achieve it, against themselves. Lord Commander Militant Paul von Oberstein. The Lord Commander Militant of the Imperial Guard was not a man to sigh easily, but the sheer effort he was forced to exert in order to push on his pillow his faithful Mastiff Pilo 12 made the urge nearly irresistible. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could do about it. Before his return to Holy Terra to serve among the highest-ranked officers of the Guard, finding time to take walks with Pilo 11 and his 10 predecessors had been doable. The Mastiffs had been the salivating mascots of the Lucifer Black regiments Paul had been assigned to, and one could always divert some paperwork into the hands of a naive subordinate before going across military camps and rear-area towns behind an enthusiastic Mastiff doing its best to break its leash. But on Holy Terra, there always was so much paperwork to deal with that even having a staff the size of a small army was never sufficient. And as a result, Pilo 12 was, despite its relatively young age, becoming laziness and indolence incarnate. Paul von Oberstein drank the rest of the cup post on his desk, grimacing at the taste. Disgusting. After several days of deep thinking, he had decided to invest in one of those new tea-making machines, but the device was still somewhere between the forges of Mars and Terra, and for now he had to drink what beverages he could prepare from Munitorum recipes. As for hiring a private butler, it was best not to think about that. The last he had appointed from his regiments had been horribly tortured a year ago, and most potential replacements were wary of filling the shoes of this particular deceased. It was certainly the story of his life. Paul lived at the end, but everyone else died. His betrothed died, they had joined the Guard together, poor scions of collapsing houses, in search of money, adventure, and fame. She had died 2 hours after their front lines were engulfed in enemy fire for the first time. Friends, bed companions, mentors, allies, heroes, everyone had died around him. Only the Pilo Mastiff line had remained by his side. Irony of ironies, Paul had achieved what his naive and young teenage male ego wouldn't have thought possible, climbing up and managing a near-perfect string of military victories until there was no one above him and he was the Lord Commander Militant of the Imperial Guard. Only at the end, there was no one else but him and Pilo 12 to enjoy this life, which day after day was revealing itself to be a world of endless intrigues, permanent paranoia, and megalomaniac psychopaths. Terra was not worth the mass it had cost him, the massive slaughter that is. The chime of his voxcaster arrived at his ears. My lord, Major General Swartz is here. You can escort him to my office, Colonel. Paul gave a last disapproving glance to Pilo 12 before removing half of the mountain of vellum and data wafers from his desk and standing to welcome the other officer. 10 seconds later, the door opened, and a large shadow obscured the light gems of the path leading to his work office. And no, it was anything but an exaggeration. Even by the standard of the Catachan jungle fighters, which for the record had long since earned the nickname of Baby Ogren's, Major General Jack Death Swartz was physically imposing and a force of nature. Some courtesans of the Imperial Palace had taken to joking the man was an orc which had somehow managed to paint its skin brown when he first arrived on Holy Terra 2 years ago. Now they tended to whisper it where Swartz couldn't possibly hear them. Those who had been caught insulting him generally had to learn how to speak and eat without teeth, if they survived the experience. And as the Major General drew closer, Paul saluted him. No matter the rank, every guardsman had to salute the holder of a Star of Terra. And if it had not been law, it was likely the last of the von Oberstein family would have saluted anyway. When one colonel and the few dozen survivors of his regiment managed to fight their way through an orc walk and sabotage a gargant, explode the main ammunition depot of the Greenskins, thereby reducing a third of their effectives to ashes in a few seconds, and then go on challenge the war boss in personal combat, and emerge triumphant, the Star of Terra and the thousands of medals he was awarded with paled compared to this insane adventure. In fact, it was likely the only reason Jack Swartz was on Terra right now. The Catachan guardsman was still recovering from the terrible wounds suffered on the mission where all but he had lost their lives. It was the third time he and Paul met. "I am ready to serve, General." Paul didn't raise an eyebrow at the fact the man hadn't called him by his long series of titles. "If you didn't win the rank with a Catachan, it didn't count to the jungle fighters. I suppose you've heard about Kamarak." The Major General laughed, a noise which managed to be hearty and half-threatening. "Unless you're dead, you've heard about Kamarak." Indeed, and even some recently deceased people, like the heretics struck down during the hour of the Emperor's judgment, may have known about Kamarak before the living. "Would you be willing to serve under Weaver?" "I am." The Catachan Major General was not one for long flowery speeches. "Any boy or girl who has the guts to challenge monsters like Drazar and the other Eldar champions to a duel is one I can follow on the front lines." "You gave her a second Star of Terra, or so the rumors claim." The High Twelve's vote was 7-5 against giving her the Order of All Yanius Pious, Paul admitted after a nod. "Since the highest-ranking decoration of the Imperial Guard wasn't available, I had to give her the one I could bestow on my own authority. Bet the new master of the Administratum loved that. One day I will shoot that useless hypocrite right between the eyes," the Lucifer Black officer continued conversationally. "But for now, he has far too much influence among the bureaucrats and the important solar clans. And since he has a grudge against the new heroine of the hour, I think it is my duty to make sure that if I am not successful in my efforts to remove Van Dyer, Weaver will take care of him when I'm gone." Paul was not stupid. For all the loyalty of the Lucifer Black regiments went to him, there were millions more planetary defense forces whose oaths were not worth low-quality Grok's skin. If Xerxes Van Dyer pulled a successful coup or another political move targeting the Imperial Guard, it would be important for someone charismatic and popular to continue the fight. "I promoted Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver, to Lady General. It was only a 2 ranks promotion, not the 3 customarily granted by the Star of Terra, but if he made the victor of Kamarak a Lady Militant, there would be blood on the streets before the night began. Paul von Oberstein was not willing to do that, not yet at any rate. And according to the messages she sent me, the Basileia intends to temporarily return to the Nyx sector before creating a new army group. The Munitorum having proven its incompetence when it comes to supplying her a useful staff, she went directly to me for a new one. In parentheses, it was going to cost hundreds of people their heads. Or should he say it had already cost many people their heads and was going to cost yet more. 500 members of the Departamento Munitorum had already been arrested in the last 50 hours, and that number was going to increase exponentially very, very soon. The first thing on top of Lady Weaver's wish list was a training officer able to understand soldiers who went through hell and train the recruits to elite standards. "You are my candidate for the position." "I am honored," Swartz replied with a thin smile. "There must be what, 100,000 officers dueling for the position. Try 3 million and you will be much closer to the truth," the Lord Commander Militant revealed to his rowdy subordinate. "I will need time to sort out the adamantium from the false plasteel, and I need more information about the Lady General's preferences. But training new troops at Nyx is more important, and that's why I want you to leave for Ultima Segmentum as soon as possible. It would also avoid any possible accidents of jealous rivals trying to kill Swartz and beginning a series of punitive skirmishes and small-scale wars on Terran soil. I will need to make a stop at Catachan and send several messages to old friends," the man most of his men had taken to nickname Death told him. "As long as they're not in a hot war zone beyond even my authority to recall, you will have them." Given the idiots Paul was sometimes forced to lend Catachan jungle fighters to, giving priority to Swartz was anything but a moral issue. "An officer from public relations, a Munitorum logistician, and a surgeon general will go with you too." An exchange of salutations later and Paul returned to the never-ending fight against his great nemesis, the eternally damned paperwork. "You don't know your luck," Paul spoke to his loyal mastiff. Pilo 12 barked and continued to salivate on his favorite bone. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Jupiter. Jovian Shipyards. 233 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Chartist Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. The Imperium had a large array of communication devices available for intrasystem conversations. Hololithic transmitters and Vox links were among the most well-known. The lithocast systems and the Vox nets existed practically on every major Imperial world, and so long as you were not near a warp storm or an extremely powerful psychic phenomenon, these communications were very reliable. Of course, these communications remained extremely slow. If you were on the same planet as your interlocutor, the debate would suffer no perceivable delay between the moment you stopped speaking and the second the other party began to present his or her arguments. But once the person was on another planet, the wait between a question and its answer, depending on the distance between the two planets, could easily be counted in hours. Jupiter, for example, was at its closest 588 million kilometers away from Terra, and the speed of the light being the limit for hololithic devices, it meant a simple message she uttered would take 1,960 seconds to reach Terra, and the same delay would be applied to the return communication. There were always astropathic communications to get around the problem, but those were most often used for the interstellar communications across the entire Imperium. Yet the Sol system was not called mankind's cradle just for the prestige of it. It was here colossal projects of engineering and psychotech had taken place in the first millennia of the Dark Age of technology, and while an immense majority of them had disappeared, some remained. The ensembles of the Jovian shipyards were such a marvel. The tech priests who had examined them preferred to call them by other names like superdimensional quantum entanglement communicators, but Marianne had never liked the cogboys terms, no matter how accurate. One couldn't underestimate how crucial this piece of infrastructure taller than a hive spire was for Sol's communications, however. With an ensemble used by the two participants of the conversation, there was no delay between two speakers, no matter how far they were from each other. This was an instantaneous intrasystem communication device the hundreds of quadrillions of humans living outside Sol would never see in their lives. There were downsides. The ensembles were big, but the flow of communications existing in the Sol system overwhelmed their handling capacities several times over. And these technological treasures of a more advanced time weren't available for each planet. Terra and Mars had 2 of them each, Venus had 1, Jupiter had 2, one of them obviously in the Jovian shipyards, and there were always rumors 1 or 2 were somewhere in the void, repaired and built by the God Emperor during the Great Crusade, though a wise woman didn't try to investigate whether this was true or not. As a result, the number of people who could request to use one of the ensembles and expect a positive answer from the Mechanics and the other guardians of the vital communication structure within the day was extremely low. Marianne, being the daughter of one of the High 12, was among these few chosen. Mother, the Chartist Vice-Queen gave a slight nod as the image of High Lady Eleanor Gutenberg, speaker for the Chartist captains and Merchant Admiral of House Gutenberg, materialized in front of her with a clarity of transmission which never failed to amaze her. Daughter, had they been in public, there would have been minutes of idle chatter and customs to deal with, but usage of the ensembles was private, and expensive. How fast can you be on your way to Amandeville Point? The question was unexpected, but the white-uniformed heiress had not reached the level of responsibilities she currently held by being slow on the uptake. Assuming the refueling operations are on schedule and the procedures of maintenance have been completed by our men and women, I should theoretically be able to leave the Jovian shipyards 5 hours after the command is given. But it is going to cost me, as I'm sure you know. The Q lines on every major orbital installation of Jupiter, Holy Terra, and Mars were not totally inflexible, but one needed very large bank accounts to convince the Archmagi and adepts in charge of the traffic that one ship took utmost precedence over the others. The funds are being transferred as we speak, replied her mother with a negligent wave of the hand. Expedite your departure. I want you on your way to Ultima Segmentum and the Nix sector before any of our opponents can raise an objection. A few months ago, Marianne would have freely admitted she didn't know where the Nix sector was, or that such a sector even existed. Most of her career had been spent playing the exciting and dangerous game of feuds against the Administratum and the Navy in Segmentum Solar. Ultima Segmentum, while larger than Solar, was a backwater in terms of population and systemic wealth. This had been before Kamarak. I have spoken with our allies and the key players of the Chartist Assembly, her mother continued, confirming her suspicions. And they are in agreement we can't let an opportunity like this slip through our fingers. Too many times in the past, the living saints of the God Emperor didn't care about the economy and the intricacy of the shipping lanes which ensure the Imperium works more or less as intended. Now that there is one who is inclined to listen, we must act. The Adeptus Mechanicus alas has an advantage, but outside of technology, their area of competence wanes. Marianne didn't win CE, but she wanted to. What her mother was speaking about looked to her like a political conflict at the highest levels of the Imperium, the likes which left the victor with astronomical riches, and the losers crashing down, ruined and forced to pay huge debts. You will go as my personal representative to meet the saint. The Bacta and all the goods only the victor of Kamarak can produce must be transported on our ships or those of our allies we authorize to trade with Nix. Can I stop by Zolingen? Marianne was after all the ruler of that wealthy industrial world, nourished by recently discovered vanadium and other heavy metals rich mining worlds. My position would be so much stronger if I can present additional incentives. While under other circumstances I would acquiesce, in this instance time is truly of the essence, daughter. Ophelia 7 and other potential sources of trouble will send their own emissaries to Nix. You must reach Weaver and begin negotiating with her before they do. Resources I'm authorized to use. The blonde-haired heiress of the mines sector asked for the sake of formality. You can deliver as many non-hereditary charts as necessity dictates, the speaker for the Chartist captains declared. The common and luxury items we sell in Solar and the Throne World, the ships we build, the usual armament contracts, void-faring crews and colonizing projects, markets to sell exotic products to, display the splendor of the Gutenberg Chartist fleet and our allies. Anything else will not impress a sector lady. I understand mother, and she really did. If she did excellent work, her mother's seat in the Senatorum Imperialis would be firmly secured for the next several decades, and it was not out of the realm of possibility Marianne herself would be authorized to succeed her in time. I will take 3 companies of the Gutenberg rifles with me aboard the White Ducat. Her pride and joy named after the currency of the mines sector, the Gutenberg Ducat was a Saturnine-class freighter barely able to contain the firepower of that many professional mercenaries. The freighter designation had always amused her, but it was necessary to convince the Imperial Navy to turn a blind eye to their affairs. Only 100 years old and built from an M31 template most of the Imperial shipyards had forgotten, the White Ducat was 10 kilometers long and armed with several ancient weapons which were particularly redoubtable. Hopefully, it would impress the Celestial Highness Marianne had to seduce, metaphorically or literally. I won't disappoint you, Mother. I know you won't, my dear. May the God Emperor grant you a swift and safe journey. And may he smiles on your enterprises here. The full irony of these last words wouldn't be revealed fully until 2 hours later, when 3 custodes somehow intercepted her as she arrived on the bridge of her flagship. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. 238 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. The Golden Throne and the Honoric Realm. Sophia Hess. Sophia wakes. And it is strange, because she can't remember ever falling asleep. Seconds later, her memory starts to surge back to the forefront of her thoughts. There are many disjointed flashes, but it's sufficient to provoke a scream of utter loathing. The Officio assassin Orm had tried to wipe her out. The Calidus mistress has betrayed her. All they wanted began and ended with her para-human powers. They had decided to get rid of Sophia Hess. They are going to pay. She is not Elena Kerrigan. Sophia's thoughts stop as she witnesses the impossible. Standing in front of her is a tall young woman with vivid red hair and an extremely athletic body. She is green-eyed, her appearance one her mind has had a lot of time to assimilate as the Calidus temple brainwashed her. You can't be here, Sophia rushes the illusion, and it has to be an illusion. Elena Kerrigan is just a ghost, the result of thousands of psycho-indoctrination sessions and polymorphine injections her body has been subjected to. She isn't real. A terrible blow to the chest sends her to the ground, the wind knocked out of her lungs. You are pathetic, the red-haired woman spits, before executing a series of acrobatics. Shadow Stalker has always thought beyond her and sending her flying once more when she tries to return to her feet and get into a fighting position. Strangely, her body's clothes, which look like a variant of her old costume, aren't damaged by the impacts. The pain each of the hits gives her is far too real, alas. No wonder Taylor A. Bear didn't strike back against you, the illusion, it has to be an illusion. Taunts her. The great Shadow Stalker was a so-called hero who bullied a powerless girl when Brockton Bay was crawling with villains. You must be so proud. If I had my crossbow. You really assimilated nothing of our training, did you? The sin-skin-covered apprentice retorts. Crossbows are inferior to neural shredders. And a real assassin uses each and every weapon at his or her disposal. Easy to say when you have the advantage. Easy, if. Each syllable is accentuated until it's a parody of her voice. You are a cruel bully when you have all the cards in your hand, but whine and complain at the first sign something goes wrong. What a predator you are. You're just a figment of Calidus brainwashing. You're not real. The next instant her opponent transforms into shadows. By reflex, Sophia transforms too, and screams as a small torch of light passes through her. Immediately she goes corporeal again, and receives an uppercut to the jaw. And this is not real. The answer carries on whines of contempt, cold and clinical. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to exist and have the opportunity to accomplish things, but I don't think I have to thank you for much else. On the crystalline floor, which seems to be the ground wherever they are, Sophia spits and tries to find some strength, but the punishment this not her has given her has cut her breath short and weakens her too much. I don't know how you were able to break our mental training, but it doesn't matter. The right arm of Elena Kerrigan becomes a blade of shadows. I am going to solve this problem once and for all. I will be pure and I will deliver death. You do not determine who is guilty, assassin. Sophia blinks. Somehow, she is sure they were alone, the illusion assassin and herself. But now that she becomes aware of her surroundings, it's obvious they aren't. Standing not 20 feet away from her is a man. Or is it really a man? In size, the being is easily the height of one of the custodes that she occasionally saw in the Imperial Palace. And all in him breathes death and terror. His armor is midnight black, and appears to be shaped based on a Batman theme, if Batman had been fond of skulls and wanted to give an aneurysm to every child that met him. This is the Dark Knight of all dark knights. This is a king of darkness, and his fists are soaked in a red fluid which certainly is not syrup. And he has an enormous hole in the middle of the chest. Sophia expects a triumphal evil laugh. Maybe there will be an evil monologue or thunderous laughter praising them for fighting each other. But when the lips barely visible behind the mix of skeleton and bat helmet part, a disappointed voice arrives at their ears. After my son Conrad, I didn't believe there would be another person who would see me like this. Who? 2 meters away, Elena prostrates herself. Your Majesty. Sophia isn't easily frightened, but at this moment her blood does its best to freeze in her veins. This is the God Emperor of the Imperium? Oh. The one and only, the Dark Knight answers as if he can read each and every one of her thoughts. And yes, I can. What's the point of having a conversation, then? Sophia hotly retorts. Be quiet. To her surprise, it is not the man who had spoken, but Elena, and she looks really, really angry. You should be on your knees begging His Majesty for forgiveness and compassion. No, her outburst almost surprises herself. I did not swear the vows of the Officio Assassinorum. If you are truly a part of myself, you know that it's true. A psycho-indoctrinated version of me may have sworn its allegiance to the God Emperor, but I sure as hell didn't. You have a point, the tall and threatening Bat Colossus admits. The senior clade mistresses of the Calidus Temple did their best to extinguish you, but for now as a result of their actions there are two minds in one body, and only Elena here is truly pledged to me. However, the single word is not voiced like it is special, but somehow, the giant, the Emperor makes it special. The psycho-indoctrinated Kerrigan abandons her prostrating pose and goes to stand by her side. Sophia isn't sure if she should be glad for this or furious. However, she asks, trying not to make it the admission of weakness it is. However, I am thinking it may be for the best, because that way I would feel little regret about putting you down like the rabid dog you are. Sophia tries to transform into shadows, and realizes it doesn't work. My realm, my rules. The Supreme Lord of the Imperium informs her without a trace of compassion. And you will listen to what I have to say, you and your power. Thousands of small lights lit, and Sophia watches petrified as under the endless crystalline floor, a gigantic worm of darkness is apparently trapped in a multitude of golden chains and webs. Yes, that is your shard, or whatever term you want to apply to the Xenos entity granting you inhuman capacities. I have to say, it is extremely uncooperative compared to the one of Taylor A. Bear. Because I am a predator. Until now she has been able to somewhat keep a lid on her loathing, but the mention of Skitter is too much. How dare he? Because you are weak, unimaginative, cruel, and unable to resist your worst impulses for even a single second. The Emperor corrects as if she was a 2-year-old child. You disgust me. You would have hated Earth-Bet, then. All para-humans thrive on conflict, it is our nature. Her legs begin to levitate above the crystals, and her body goes rigid. I would rather say the shards are thriving on conflict, and there are para-humans who do their best to resist their lure and become models for the societies they are living in, and there are those who don't. Dark eyes pierce her, and in them Sophia sees her death. As it is, you are a dangerous liability, worse than the pawn of Tsianch, she's not even able to twitch, and the godly powerful force slowly grows more and more crushing. And unlike what you believe, the shard is responsible for less than a third of the view you have of mankind. Corruptors of humanity like this one give the initial push, but the fall was your fault and yours alone. And then there is pain. Sophia screams. She screams, because the torment is too much. She screams because there are souls screaming. The entire universe is pain and screams. Oh God, it hurts. Make it stop. Make it stop. When it finally does, the para-human formerly known as Shadow Stalker cries with joy. That was a minuscule fraction of the pain I endure on the Golden Throne every day, the Emperor comments like it's trivial news. And Sophia knows she nearly has a heart attack hearing it. How can you? Because he's the God Emperor, Elena murmurs. No. I am not a god, the sovereign of a million worlds tells them. And I do this, because I love mankind. And because there's no one to take my place if I fall. The Dark Knight regresses. The dark armor and the terror helmet disappear, replaced by a simple brown cloak, and at last Sophia is free to observe the master of mankind's face. Ancient. Old. Power. Revelation. Justice. Sacrifice. Hope. Defiance. Sophia looks away. It's too much. The faint golden aura surrounding him is far less risky in comparison. It takes her several seconds to return to a calmer state, and to realize the mind which isn't her is speaking. Surely there are possible replacements, Lord. No, there aren't. The only one of my sons who could have possibly withstood the storm is dead, and most of what's left of his soul has become a slave of the great parasite of change. And while powerful psychers like the Queen of Blades have the raw power required, the Astronomicon is entirely tuned for human psychic signatures. It has to be a human who directs the complex mechanisms of the Golden Throne. I appreciate the support, but for now there's no solution. I will have to endure, and at least the Battle of Kumarak and the many victories won there have made this long session of torture far more bearable. The voice at the end sounds like that of a very, very old man. And for the first time, Sophia feels real pity for this being which can't be human, for what human could endure such a torture for millennia? But who definitely is no god. Now for you too. Send me, my lord, Elena pleads. Give me full control. I won't disappoint you. You can't survive without Sophia Hesse. The Emperor states emotionlessly. Were her personality and her soul to die, you would join her in the grave within 2 days. Your teachers can create a psycho-indoctrinated personality from an existent one, but they can't create a soul. Under their feet, the gigantic worm of darkness continues to writhe and struggle against its brilliant golden bindings. The Officio Assassinorum will be in dire need of reforms in the coming decades, and a champion to promote them would be highly appreciated. Sophia's thoughts must have betrayed her, because the Emperor immediately adds. Of course, I can always order Weaver to wipe out the temples I find offensive when she will come to Terra. Sophia has a vision of the temple being submerged by an endless tide of building-sized insects. That won't be necessary. Excellent. The Emperor's tone is suddenly far more jovial. I am going to synchronize you two together. If you desire a few more years of life, Sophia Hesse, you will let Elena and your mind merge together and become one. Believe it or not, you have enormous potential, but you have wasted it until now. Fix this. Become something akin to the hero you pretended to be in your world. There is a flash from underneath them, and the worm disappears for a second, replaced by a sublime angel of shadow. The Angel of Shadows, with capital letters. But it does not last long, and the worm returns. I will monitor your progress as I alter the shard. Don't disappoint me again. When she is escorted outside to Xanaria Lithes, there is only one mind left governing Elena's mind. Edge of the Eye of Terror. Battleship Natural Selection. Captain Boroskin. Before the legions fled Terra in what had to be the greatest rout ever seen by space marines, Boros had not been an accomplished naval tactician. It was not because he'd been wearing the colors of the Sons of Horus at the time. It just wasn't his specialty. Naval tactics and strategy required a certain outlook on life and opportunities, as well as a behavior completely opposite to that of a ground warrior. Since then, Boros had learned, of course. In the dark tides of the Eye of Terror, you learned or you died. Because the former officer of the 16th Legion hadn't done the latter, he had the skills to do the former. But right at this moment, looking at the old display showing the small fleet militia and he had coalesced together, there was no need for these skills. Any idiot could have told him they were outnumbered more than 3 to 1. Worse, the freshly renamed warband of the Sons of Change was encircled, and the one direction they weren't seeing enemies come from was the edge of the great warp storm they were all trapped in, where reality and unreality met each other in terrible psychic maelstroms, demonic conflagrations, tempests of screaming lightning, and more phenomena able to break a ship in half before reforging it into something which would make even the mind of an Astartes scream for centuries. So much for your confidence. Our enemies and yours wouldn't unite. Boros could not help but snipe at the orange-armored sorceress to his left. He knew it was a childish comment. After all, both she and he were part of the same warband. Her enemies were his enemies and his enemies were hers. Not that it changed much from the last months and years. In the eye, mostly everything was out to kill you. United. Militia laughed. You give these hunters far too much credit, Captain. Look how far their formations are from each other. If you were psychically talented, I would tell you to listen how loudly they are insulting each other across the ether too. No, Captain, they are certainly not united. I don't believe in coincidence, Boros rebutted impatiently. And 3 fleets coming here while only you and I had decided our destination's coordinates sounds particularly suspicious to me. Boros was not going to immediately assume militia had betrayed his warriors, but he would be a fool to not at least consider the possibility that the sorceress had contacted the Black Legion in order to save her own skin. It wouldn't work, but the Sons of Horus would not live long enough to see her torn apart. Seers, prophets, and precognition adepts are not exactly a sparse resource in the eye. The white runes disposed in ever-changing patterns on the orange armor shone malevolently. And those 3 fleets have the resources and the motivation to use them to hunt us down. The closest fleet, undoubtedly the most powerful of the 3, had its identification dots lit in blue, giving it the shape of a murderous bullet coming from above them. The 1,000 Sons the Exile and the other failures of Prospero have gathered under their banner, Militia pointed out with a large dose of scorn in her voice. As long as they're able to pillage libraries and rape the minds of non-psychers, they delight in telling other souls that they know everything, despite being the ones who summon the demons and sunder entire planets into the Sea of Souls. Boros clicked his tongue. Was it really necessary to steal their libraries and attack their bases? Yes, the former scion of Thonia was not expecting apologies, and Militia didn't give any. I needed the packs inside the Star Fort to contact the Changeling and claim the Hourglass of the Sand Screams for my own purposes. Like you needed the battleship Natural Selection. It had not been the name of this warship when his marines butchered the last owners, but the former name itself was harder and harder to remember now that the effects of Kimarak were affecting everyone and everything. The destruction of the Emperor's Children Legion and the disarray it plunged the remnants of the Imperialist Armada serving under these narcissists into is not something I could afford to fail exploiting. But the remnants of the Imperial Armada are now hot on our trail, under a renegade Dark Angel naval commander. And last but not least, there's a sizable Black Legion fleet. Ezekiel Abaddon was unquestionably a traitor and a betrayer of everything the Sons of Horus stood for, but his thirst to eliminate the heirs of the 16th Legion was implacable. The choice had been given the moment the first armors were painted in this cursed color of black gold: join me, or die. The false War Master was not here today, obviously. Neither the Astartes nor militia warranted such an honor. In fact, the fleet had nothing heavier than a pair of modified grand cruisers to lead it. It was likely there wasn't even a member of the 8 damned Ezekarian in command. Yes, all our enemies have sent some forces to eliminate us. But half an effort is frankly worse than no effort at all. They have us pinned against the edge's psychic hurricanes. Boros felt forced to remember her. No, militia laughed. They think they have us pinned against the walls of the eye. The artifact the para-human sorceress had called the Hourglass of Sand Screams began to be surrounded by a halo of dark blue sorcery, and suddenly, there was a scar in the unbreakable storms marking the end of the Eye of Terror. Tell this bastard of a mutant navigator I want us to make a direct jump for the Calyx Expanse once we are out, militia commanded. How? Boros asked, doing his best to not stand mouth wide open. The hourglass allows me to isolate and keep open Imperial breaches which normally would have closed after a couple of milliseconds for several minutes. We can leave the Eye of Terror, Captain. And what prevents our pursuers from doing the exact same thing? The moment we are through, I will return the hourglass to an inactive state. And I think the demons of the storm are going to be particularly grateful for an easy feast of souls. The Eye of Terror. Consortium Headquarters. Lord Commander Primus Eidolon. Of all the things he'd endured during his long career, the one Eidolon wanted to avoid repeating at all costs was waking up strapped on one of Fabius' operating tables with his chest wide open. It had been one of the few experiences where the Lord Commander of the Emperor's children had genuinely known fear. It wasn't a question of pain, though the experience was painful in the extreme. It wasn't a question of pride, though it was humiliating for his ego. It was the sudden realization you were absolutely powerless, and the insane chief apothecary could do whatever he wanted to you for days and days without anyone coming to rescue you. Alas, as Eidolon's eyes opened, the memory recall ingrained in an Astartes brain did not allow him to doubt. He was in one of Fabius Bile's labs. His fears were validated exactly 3 seconds later. Good morning, Terra. Eidolon screamed as a high voltage coursed through his body. Surprisingly, while his voice should have caused a destructive howl and ravaged the torture lab, it did absolutely nothing. The electrical shocks continued in short bursts for 266 heartbeats before ceasing. A creature emerged from behind several huge tanks containing vaguely humanoid bodies. You should see your face, the female being giggled. You will see your corpse when I am finished with you. Eidolon snarled back. Now. Is that how an officer of the 3rd Legion talks to a friend? The pronunciation of friend was extremely familiar, and as he observed the body of his tormentor, Eidolon felt a sinking sensation in his 2 hearts. The thing in front of him had 2 legs and 2 arms, but its face was elongated like an Eldar's, and the ears were typical of the Xenos. None of the Eldar however boasted the combination of a pink tail and black hooves the being before him displayed. And no baseline human had such a fuchsia pink skin with black stripes. Add the presence of the black horns and the silver hair, and what stood before him was admittedly a flesh and blood cousin of the Daemonettes. You are Melusine, except it should be impossible, since the first creation of the Clone Lord had become a daemon in the service of Slaanesh a long time ago. Since the death scream of the Dark Princess fresh in his mind wasn't something one could forget, Eidolon knew the creature should have been wiped from the universe. How? My father was kind enough to build me a new body when I begged for salvation. Dark eyes shone with a joy that was childish and genuine. For the first time in an eternity, I am free. It was likely the case she truly was free from the control any superior daemon could exert upon her, if the flesh of her new body truly protected her from the death of her divine mistress. Good for you, the Astartes articulated, trying hard to not show exasperation. Now free me from these bindings. When my warband will break through the consortium's walls, I will welcome them standing and debating his loyalty issues with dear Fabius. Melusine raised one of her fingers innocently. You mean the warband the consortium intercepted half dead and fleeing for their lives? The warband my father convinced to join him in exchange for certain warp-purging treatments to save their souls? The warband whose members most loyal to your cause are as we speak being psycho-indoctrinated by Hypnomet and reshaped into more efficient and aesthetically pleasing forms? That warband? Eidolon gritted his teeth in anger. He had known he had fallen unconscious shortly after their patron goddess had died, but if the consortium's fleet had been sufficiently strong to overwhelm his naval forces and the Astartes commanding them, the damage was worse than his worst contingency planned for by several orders of magnitude. Yes, that warband, he managed to answer without lashing out. Well, that warband doesn't exist anymore. The pink tail of the Daemonette touched his chest and fingers danced on his left arm. They are serving the consortium and my father now. Thanks for the stocks of gene seed and the study materials. Free me. No. Eidolon swallowed as the refusal had not come from the former daemon, but a tall silhouette in purple armor. The leader of the consortium, the craziest apothecary of a mad coterie of gene crafters, the brilliant mind of a chief apothecary elevated to new heights of madness long before the rebellion against the false emperor. Fabius Bile had arrived. And as the former lieutenant commander of the emperor's children drew closer, Eidolon was shocked. It was Fabius, no doubt about it. It was Fabius as he had been during the Great Crusade, long before the blight disfigured him and condemned his body to shameful decrepitude. No one would have claimed Fabius would attract more attention than the Phoenician, but the long silver hair and the noble face of ancient Europa's nobility radiated a certain charisma and charm. You are rejuvenated, Eidolon tried to stay conversational. A new body just to welcome me. No. Fabius smiled, and alarms rang in Eidolon's head. This body is already 6 weeks old, by Urim calendar. Eidolon did not believe in coincidences. I didn't know. He protested. I should have known the Selenar had Slaanisha's assistance when they prepared their damned blight. The fact Bile stayed calm while Melusine stared adoringly at him didn't reassure Eidolon a single second. In fact, maybe I did all along, and the ball of raging emotions you all called a deity continued to blind me after I rejected her and her stupid games. And yes, I'm aware you didn't know, my dear Eidolon. I already interrogated you hours ago. Somehow, this didn't provide even a shadow of satisfaction or relief. But now the blinders have fallen and I have regained my physical integrity, Chief Apothecary Fabius Bile spoke in an excited tone. So much that was clouded from me is clear now. For the first time in millennia, my chains are broken, my firstborn daughter is back, and the resources of the apothecarium are getting more and more important as thousands of survivors and refugees flee the conquests of the Black Legion and the other warlords. I should really send a present to Weaver and the Emperor soon, though I have no idea where the former is. Ah, well. It's the thought that counts, my dear. No. Yes, father. Should I decapitate Eidolon? His head has a fairly nice bounty upon it, I think. Now, my daughter, Fabius chided her gently with one of his mad smirks. I'm sure the Lord Commander Primus may be of some use to us before resorting to such a permanent measure. Eidolon breathed out in relief. But since I am going to transfer his mind to a new body, you can play with him for a few hours. Just leave his brain intact. Inwardly the Lord Commander Primus raged, but there was no give in his restraints. He was left to Bile's mercy. How does it feel to have followed a lie since our banishment in the Eye of Terror, Lord Commander Eidolon? Melusine gloated. You served the Naga too. You mean I was enslaved, the black-striped pink genetic abomination corrected as her father turned around and began to leave this lab's section. Now that is over. And do not worry, O head of the Phoenix Conclave, the mad chief apothecary called out. My age has finally come. Eidolon should not have felt fear. But these 5 simple words terrified him. Ultima Segmentum. Carduniash Sector. Carduniash System. Suzerain Shipyards. 241 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Lord High Admiral Reinhard von Lehengram. At first glance, Battlefleet Nyx's status might seem perilous. Before Operation Caribbean was launched, it only had 2 battleships, 1 Grand Cruiser, 1 battlecruiser, 21 cruisers, 43 light cruisers, 5 heavy frigates, 98 frigates, 65 corvettes, and 206 destroyers. And it lost 2 cruisers, 2 light cruisers, 3 corvettes, and 24 destroyers at Kamarak. There are also more ships crippled, including the Grand Cruiser. But in reality, this was a rhetorical question and Reinhardt knew it. But in reality, Admiral Siegfried Kircheiss continued, these losses aren't that dramatic for Battlefleet Nyx. The shipyards of Nyx have 4 cruisers and 11 light cruisers under construction which will be completed before 300M35. The corvette and destroyer losses would have been erased in a couple of years, but the Fabricator General of Mars and the major Forge Worlds are on the ramparts to give out as many destroyers and escorts as logistically possible. The manpower losses are more problematic, but the tech priests of Nyx are pushing more and more for auto-loading and highly efficient technology aboard the hulls they build. And while I doubt propaganda will announce it, a lot of the old guard of nobles serving in Battlefleet Nyx perished at Kamarak. Their replacements will be extremely motivated, competent, and loyal to the death to Weaver. Reinhardt passed a hand through his blonde hair. His childhood friend and chief of staff had made an excellent report, and the Lord High Admiral didn't doubt most of the points were going to prove how accurate they were in due time. That said, all of the drawbacks were worth it in exchange for the destruction of Kamarak and the carnage soon to be unleashed against the forces of Craft World Biltan. Neither Reinhardt nor any lord of Carduniash had ever publicly admitted it, but a monumental amount of firepower across Ultima Segmentum was tied up to guard hundreds of industrial, hive, forge, agri, and civilized worlds, not because of the orcs, but due to the threat Eldar raids represented. And this for a simple reason. A greenskin all-out attack against a major world, unless its defenders were sleeping, usually resulted in months, years, or even decades of protracted conflict. If the Long-Ears were in a destructive mood, mere hours were sufficient for them to scorch the world and exterminate its population with the Xenos equivalent of an exterminatus. The general withdrawal of Biltan armies and fleets on every front had already freed 6 battle fleets and dozens more battle groups, along with their hundreds of patrol craft and supply and support ships. The registered destruction of the torturer-killer squadrons of Comorac was liberating just as many battle fleets from duties which had been equally damaging for morale in Ultima Segmentum. And that was just in Ultima Segmentum, where his command zone was, though the segmentum he was in charge of was traditionally one of the preferred targets of the Eldar pirates. I can live with that. I don't think the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy is going to agree with you. Too bad for him, in his opinion. Out of the 5 Lord High Admirals who had been in the running when the time came to choose a new Supreme Commander, Reinhardt had not been involved due to being a mere admiral at the time. Rabadash Bing El-Kellerman was the worst choice the bureaucrats and staff officers of Terra could have made. To have important ties to every naval dynasty of Solar was good for politics, but the title contained the word admiral for a reason, and that meant the highest man or woman in uniform of the Imperial Navy should be an officer with decades of battle experience, not someone who had jumped in rank by arriving once the final shot was fired and stealing the laurels of victory from his predecessors' corpses. And for now, he's busy in his palace, gloating that the Navy will once again have a Gloriana battleship to show the flag. The news had arrived a few hours ago with the latest astropathic bulletin from the throne world. That will leave us time to expand Battlefleet Nix. Kirchis was always inclined to see the positive side of things. And we will have to expand it, Reinhardt, if we want to stay relevant in that area of space. Bad enough several rogue trader ships have been reassigned to new dynasties which will be in her debt, but the Ecclesiarchy will have to give her prizes and assets since they declared her a living saint, and there's also the Mechanicu's explorator fleets to take into account. Reinhardt was sufficiently wise to know that Kirchis was, if anything, understating the seriousness of the situation. I agree, a major expansion is in order. For the reasoning, it's not difficult. With Nix being given one more subsector to rule over, we would have been forced to increase our naval presence, Battle of Comorac or not. I can find the funds, resources, and manpower for the shipyard's expansion without raising too many eyebrows. But Nix does not have a third of the voidsmen, civilian or military, required to man more battleships and battlecruisers. Their SDF has expanded, but it's still a work in progress. I think you know already what the solution is, Reinhardt, his friend told him. One of the big projects of our colleagues will have to be cancelled for Nix. And as much as I hate to say this, since von Kischer's fast battleship idea cost us millions of dead, I think we will face few consequences for axing his pet projects. His faction is collapsing as we speak, there won't be any major opposition. Assuming I do as you say, how many battleships would this give the Nix sector? 10 within 20 years. I'm not counting whatever naval forces the Atlantis Diocese will choose to leave in the Swiba subsector and the squadrons the victor of Comorac will convince to accompany her back home. Reinhardt thought about it for a good minute, before deciding that while not perfect, it was a good start for a sector which had gone from complete anonymity to basking in the golden light of the God Emperor. Of course, we are going to need a new Lord Admiral and plenty of good officers to command this assembled battle fleet. Lord Admiral Alexandros is a few years away from retirement at best. Reinhardt grimaced. That is not a fight I'm looking forwards to. Begin with the essentials. The smile of the red-haired admiral was too large to not be suspicious. I think your daughters would be particularly thankful if you sent them to the Nix sector. I think there's a new rogue trader they would dearly want to meet again. Lord High Admiral Reinhardt von Lohengram, Lord of Karduniash and veteran of multiple wars against over 20 Xenos races, glared at his best friend. I can convene a firing squad for you if you have similar essential ideas in your mind. Yes, oh my Lord High Admiral. Reinhardt emitted a noise of despair. The God Emperor save him from his wife, his daughters, and his friend. Segmentum Obscurus. Cadia Sector. Cadian System. Cadia. Kasratiruk. 242 hours after the mark of Comorac. Governor Primus Andreas Valderzay. Kasraholn. The Black Consuls are busy burying the last heretic bastards alive, Andreas Chief of Staff answered. The Cadian 16th reports the raiders and the heretics are so numerous the burial pits are big enough to put a titan in them. Good. St. Jasmaine's Hope. The Cadian 43rd is taking care of it with half a company of angels eradicant. So far it looks like we will take the prison, but it will need new prisoners if we want to use it for its original purpose. The governor of Cadia nodded and turned towards the hololithic figure of the officer commanding the strategic defenses of Cadia Prime. Status of the defenses. 91% of the ground-based defenses are operational. 82% of the orbital wing hangars, lances, and orbital grid have suffered little to no damage. The tech priests have begun their repairs and estimate they will need less than 2 months to return the anti-air guns and all planetary batteries to their usual standard. The orbital grid will take longer, but they promise it will take less than 6 standard months. With or without technological and other assistance from Agrippina. I got evasive answers, Governor, but I think it's best to err on the side of caution and say the correct answer is with. Typical, the cogboys wanted everyone to praise their culture, but when something went wrong, apologies and question-induced headaches were never far away. But if it's the best they can do, it's the best they can do. Battlefleet Cadia will have to stay particularly vigilant in the meantime. It's not like we have a lot of options aside from Agrippina. The Imperium had paid dearly during the onslaught of Black Crusades to learn that Forge Worlds, unless they were militarized to extreme degrees, granted ultra-expensive protections against tech-breaking sorcery, and wielded the most powerful weapons of the Mechanics, were ravaged in short order by the Despoiler and his legions of heretics, traitors, demons, and other abominations. The High Lords for once had been cautious. The new Forge Worlds built after the Fourth Black Crusade had been built behind the Pious Line, a series of fortress worlds protecting the fastest traversable star lanes to Segmentum Solar and Holy Terra. The monsters would have no easy pickings anymore, but the obvious drawback was that there weren't many Forge Worlds in the region to give immediate assistance to Cadia in case of an attack. What are the tarot readers saying? Before reaching the rank of general, Andreas had scoffed at the thought that any military man had to depend on psycho-receptive cards to plan for the future. Alas, at that point the young Andreas Valderze had been an imbecile, and his older and much wiser governor persona used all weapons at his disposal to protect his home world. No raid for the next 3 days. But there was a warning about a breach on the northern edge of the eye. Some traitor scouts may try to escape our vigilance. Transmit the warning to the battle group of Battlefleet Scarus which should be patrolling there. Ideally, the Inquisition should have already warned them, but better 2 warnings than none. Yes, Governor. At last, Andreas turned his head in direction of the only man in the command room who wasn't serving the Imperium as a military officer. His clothes were costly and showed a profusion of gold and silver, and his powdered wig would have been a nightmare to keep as it was on a battlefield. But the man was the direct liaison between the Governor Primus of Cadia Prime and the High Lords of Terra, which made the tolerance of his curious clothing choices a necessity rather than an option. The will of the High Lords. The High 12 agree an attack from the Arch-Heretic and its apostates is highly probable within this decade after the sheer damage inflicted by the Hour of the Emperor's Judgment and the Battle of Kamarak. But while the threat is not to be taken lightly, for the moment the Cadian forces are near intact and there are, as I am sure you are aware, plenty of other battlefronts across the galaxy where the skill and the dedication of Cadian shock troopers are desperately needed. How many can I recall? He was a Cadian, he wasn't going to play the game with someone who had played it all his life. 40%, the spokesman of Holy Terra replied. To compensate for this, Mordian, Vigilus, Auror, and Merovingia will each tithe 10 million guardsmen to help you defend the gate. They will arrive within the next 4 years. Battlefleet Cadia will also be reinforced and the reinforcement directive for Battlefleet Scarus and Agrippina can be enforced on your order. It was not nothing. Put together, this would be the largest amount of reinforcements Cadia had received this millennium in all aspects. But he would have preferred having the other 60% of the Cadian regiments dispersed across the Imperium back. Because when the Black Crusades began, Cadian commanders knew the men who weren't on the battlefield arrived too late and their main goal was to incinerate the corpses of fallen Cadians. Beyond the light of the Astronomicon. Quarantined Istvan system. Istvan 3. 250 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Magos Tokyo Theta 4. I fear Istvan 3 is going to be a far less successful archaeotech recovery operation than Istvan V, Magos. I fear your predictions are highly likely to be accurate, Questor. Tokyo Theta 4, Magos formerly of Triplex Fal and now serving the Chosen of the Omnissiah, replied. But it was anticipated. His second-in-command canted in agreement. This outcome had been entered in the thousands of simulations the cogitators had run long before reaching the system they were currently exploring. Yes, unlike at Istvan V, the Arch-Heretic and his monsters were content to wait for the retribution force sent by the Omnissiah to come here. A retribution force which alas, as history had proven, had too many traitors hiding behind loyal masks. And they scoured the surface clean of everything which might be of use to them. The destruction unleashed by the Life-Eater virus helped them in this task. Several thousand years later, and the vegetation of Istvan 3 was still limited to some weeds and a few common bushes, both the former and the latter were terribly small and looked a season away from dying. Some part of Tokyo Theta 4's mind was telling him that the planets had not recovered symbolically from the most terrible treason which had struck the young Imperium. The rest of his brain told him to not look for ghosts where there was only cold air and barren lands. There's no point continuing this and wasting fuel and hours of daylight, the Magos told the tech priests accompanying him in binary, sending a last look of pity at the shape of metal which might have at one point been an Imperial tank. So great was the damage that Tokyo Theta 4's expertise did not allow him to say with certainty which type of war engine it might have once been. At least the psyker of this microgroup had declared it untainted, which meant that after purification and many rites of metallurgy, maybe another machine forged from its metal would roll on a grand battlefield and bring revenge and vindication beyond death. Unless the other groups have found anything particularly noteworthy, transmit orders that all of them are to converge upon the ruins of Coral City. Permission to bring some specialized machines into the ruins, Magos. One of his subordinates asked. Data we were able to obtain from Stygies 8 and Ryza mentioned the possibility of some catacombs. We may need to dig if we want to recover the secrets of the loyal legionnaires. Do so, the commander of the exploration fleet obeying the orders of the master of exploration and the chosen of the Omnissiah, told the younger tech priest. But I doubt there are many secrets left behind. Because if there were a few weeds here and there were also entirely vitrified plains, proof that once the traders had been finished with this world, the orbital bombardment had been very thorough, destroying even the tiniest possibility of leaving potential survivors behind. Lady Weaver had wished to obtain pre-heresy gene seed of the legions to compare it to potential acquisitions of Operation Caribbean, the damned Third Legion most of all. So far, it looked like this objective was going to be marked with the black of failure. This was not to say that the operation was a waste of time, obviously. Once the warships of the Adeptus Mechanicus had evaded the space beacons of quarantine with great care, there had been several prizes of importance secured. The largest was a scout destroyer bearing the insignia of the Raven Guard Legion that over a third of his engine seers were busy repairing so that it may endure the return travel to a Forge world. The ship had drifted away from the war zone as its crew and boarding assault teams from the World Eaters mutually slaughtered each other, and in the aftermath it had been forgotten, with no one aboard to return to civilization. On the planet of Istvan V, many terribly damaged power armors, helmets, and tanks had been recovered in the mountains surrounding the location where the Morn drop site massacre had taken place. The majority of this bounty consisted of patterns known to be used by Raven Guard and Salamander Space Marines. Few Iron Hands machines and corpses had been found. It seemed that when the treacherous legions arriving behind the Loyalists had opened fire, the 10th Legion had not been able to reach their Thunderhawks or break through the encirclement. Not like the Raven Guard had done, as the discovery of the Thunderhawk Night Hope, intact and hidden in a ravine, proved. It was not enemy fire but lack of fuel and ammunition which had forced the Astartes using it to leave it behind. But no gene seed had been recovered. If there had been some of the progenoids among the archaeotech recovered, it had not been placed in a cryogenic containers or blessed stasis fields, and thus it had decayed like the flesh of the fallen Loyalists. Tokyo Theta 4 had known the odds of achieving success in this endeavor were incredibly slim, but the Adeptus Mechanicus did not give up at the first obstacle. And yet as his lander flew over the devastation of what had in the distant past been the capital of a world, he knew he would have to hope Lady Weaver was satisfied with the results of this expedition. Because it wasn't the few damaged helmets and utterly broken armors recovered on Istvan 3 which were going to impress anyone. The lander found a new vitrified zone east of more ruins and devastated infrastructure. Sisterius Gamma has found an entrance to several tunnels, Magos. Do you wish to take command of his foray? No, Tokyo Theta 4 replied after observing the map. Our mapping augurs have located a more promising entrance less than a kilometer away. The travel was done with only minimal kenting, often to denote a potential archaeotech item having survived exterminatus, vicious bombardment, treason, Astartes versus Astartes fighting, and traitor pillage. The Skitarii were vigilant, though unlike on a battlefield, their sensors were most useful informing him if a part of the city was likely to fall upon their heads. The tunnels weren't really engaging. The powerful lights chasing away the darkness couldn't remove a certain unease that both Magos and subordinates were all certain was not their cogitators and auspexes playing tricks on them. For more than 2 hours they explored in vain, finding only pulverized helmets and armors torn apart. Despite all his faith in the prowess of Mechanicus artisans, Tokyo Theta 4 wasn't able to imagine a scenario where these pieces of armor could be restored to a fraction of their previous intact condition without melting everything down first. It was then they found something. And it was not small. Contemptor Core 2's Dreadnought. Tokyo Theta 4 found the name after only 4 seconds remembering everything he had read upon the venerable and blessed machines of the Omnissiah. There were not many patterns with different types of weapons dating from the age of the Great Crusade. Damaged but fairly intact, compared to what we have found so far on this barren planet. The venerable dreadnought was lying on its side, partially buried under many tons of plasteel and debris. One leg had been broken, which had assuredly proved the doom of the venerable ancient. I do not share your optimism, Magos, his second told him bluntly. Even if we found a shorter path to the surface to evacuate it, it is really going to be difficult to take it with us. We could. No, we will not cut it apart. The Magos interrupted before his second suggested something bordering on the heretical. Look. The adamantium sarcophagus looks relatively intact. And the 12th blessed adamantic field generator isn't emitting radiation, therefore it is still functional. Should we extract it from this debris, the repairs will be months long at worst. And if it's a traitor, Magos. Tokyo Theta 4 was not impressed by the intelligence of his bodyguards at the best of times, but this Skitarius Ranger was really below average. The colors may have faded, but the aquila is intact, he pointed out. Once they revealed their treachery, the servants of the arch-heretic broke the wings or harbored only the eye of Horus. This dreadnought was a loyalist. Loyalist or not, he was close to psychic archaeotech. The blind psyker accompanying them had grabbed what looked like a broken musical instrument on the ground. I wonder why it was doing there, and why the dreadnought broke it. Because I didn't need IT anymore. Had Tokyo Theta 4 brought guardsmen with him, he would have considered the possibility of a joke, but there weren't any non-tech priests aside from their psyker, and the fact that with a metallic groan the dreadnought slowly inclined itself towards a vertical posture made clear the death status of the venerable machine had been a bit erroneous. Tokyo Theta 4 rapidly murmured 2 prayers for the blessings of the enduring motive force before advancing and bowing. Venerable Ancient. Who do you serve? The Omniscient Emperor, who stands on the golden throne of Holy Terra. The tech priests haven't changed much over the millennia. In spite of the severe hindrance represented by the broken leg, more and more debris and metal were thrown aside by the venerable and most blessed machine. I am Magos Tokyo Theta 4 of the Nix Mechanikus, sent to this system by the chosen of the Omniscient to search for any legacy left by loyal space marines. I am he who remembers. I am the Ancient of Rites. I am Relanor of the Emperor's children, and I heard I could serve the Emperor again. You will, Venerable Ancient, the Magos promised. But first, our blessed machines will have to dig a tunnel to facilitate your extraction from this catacomb. No. Your first priority is to disarm the unexploded virus bomb behind me. That rendered Tokyo Theta 4 speechless for several seconds. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Nix System. Nix. Hive Athena. 256 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Alice Gaius. Are you sure, Ms. Gaius? Yes, I am, Reverend Father. The Pontifex Urba watched her attentively for several seconds before speaking once more. You are aware Abbess Gaius was quite generous where you and several other orphans were concerned. I am, and I am very grateful for her generosity. In addition to being given her name, which was something Alice truly cherished above all other things, there were enough throne gelts to get an apprenticeship in an upper-class profession. But when she was praying and meditating, Alice didn't see this path for herself. I could easily see you taking my place in 2 decades, she had thought the servant of the ecclesiarchy would say many things to make her hesitate, but this one she hadn't seen coming. I am flattered, Reverend Father. But my answer is still the same. The concern in the Pontifex Urba's eyes didn't disappear, but a faint smile was not far from his face. At least you aren't easily discouraged. The nearly bald priest of the God Emperor commented. I will pass on your letter to the Cardinal. I was not informed how Lady Weaver intends to recruit potential aspirants for the Templar Sororitas, but I think that as a protege of the Abbess Crusader, it's best your name comes to the right ears from the start. What they will do with it, that I can't make any promises about. That's already far more than I dared dream of, Reverend Father, and if she had stayed an anonymous orphan, the first step of this journey would have been utterly inaccessible to her. And I will do my best to defend the faithful like she wanted. I have no doubt you will. The old man finally smiled before making the sign of the Aquila, and Alice reciprocated. But I would be remiss in my duties of shepherd if I didn't give you a few pieces of advice before you depart. The eyes were suddenly more piercing and his posture suddenly far more charismatic, and Alice could see why Cardinal Prescott and Her Celestial Highness had chosen this man to be their voice in Hive Athena. I have no doubts the Basilea will want strong women in the Order of the Silver Rose, especially those who will fight in the front lines. This means strength of body, mind, and soul. In order to accomplish the first, I encourage you to prepare yourself for participation in the Sanguinella Games. The mind would be best prepared by reading and understanding several of the most sacred texts. As for the soul, your faith in the God Emperor and his saint must be unshakable, my child. I thank you for these precious words, Reverend Father. I will keep them in mind no matter what happens in the years to come. Ave Imperator. His will be done, the Pontifex Urba finished with a new sign of the Aquila, before an older preacher escorted the 14-year-old teenage girl to the extremely noisy streets and several improvised scenes of the living saint spanking some horrible long ears. Basilica in construction Hagia Sanguinella. Ajax Clarence. I swear brother, that was the Grand Architect herself next to the entrance. Ajax rolled his eyes. Weeks of hard work had not decreased his brother's habit of saying idiocies in the slightest. Zephyr, we are a kilometer away from the entrance. Or if they weren't, it wasn't by much. You're unable to recognize me from 200 meters away in a crowd. How can you recognize a woman you've never seen before in all your life? It's true. The young Nixian worker verified they were on the correct path to deliver the marble to the sculptors and pushed, thanking the God Emperor he had a small Mechanikus device under the stone block to make the task easier. A glance to his left informed him that Zephyr, for all his boasting about women present on the construction site, had not brought more than 3 containers for the priests, despite them being far easier to move through the future Grand Avenue of the Hagia Sanguinella than marble blocks. Brother, stop talking about things which won't help us. But it matters. How? Ajax asked once he had delivered the marble to the sculptors and come back where his brother had tried to speak a few soft words to a white-clothed priestess. If it's the Grand Architect. If it's the Grand Architect, so what? I will remind you we are paid to help building the Hagia Sanguinella, not watch the architects and the spire-born people behind the project. And I don't know about you, but I want to keep my job. When at 16 their father had died, Ajax had feared the worst. The manufactorum he was working in had been closed. Rumor had been you could apply to work somewhere in another hive's foundries, but with their mother ill and alone, relocating was out of the question for them, and Ajax and Zephyr had been young men, young unqualified and jobless men. And as the old Nixian proverb went, that meant you had three choices: volunteer for Promethium extraction jobs, join a gang, or go to the recruitment office of the Imperial Guard. One way or another, you were dead before you were 20, and that was no rumor. But then the governor had gotten himself killed, a far better one had taken his place, and the construction of the Hagia Sanguinella had begun, with tens of thousands of workers wanted for a lot of jobs, some specialized and requiring hundreds of hours of experience in artisanship, but plenty of others demanded only that you be willing to give your faith and your sweat to the work. It had taken one attempt for him and two for Zephyr, but they had been hired. Exhausting work? Yes, 3 times yes. And there were plenty of times when they had to recite prayers to the God Emperor. But for the first time in his life, Ajax was able to spend 3 minutes in a pulse shower and afford some insect shampoo, eat good food twice per day. The ration bars served at noon were awful, everyone save the tech priests agreed on that, and they were paid 350 throne gelts each per month. They had also received 2 sets of brand new clothes made from synth leather. Compared to Promethium extraction or foundry work, it was paradise. You worry too much. And you not enough. The overseer is not happy with you. There were roughly 100 young men and women working under the stern eyes of Overseer Justinian. It was possible there were 2 of them in more trouble than Zephyr was. But there weren't 3 of them, by the feathers of the great Sanguinius. He won't do anything. The Saint won, didn't she? There are celebrations everywhere every night. Ajax grumbled. His little brother should work instead of pursuing these stupidities and listening to the VIDcast's propaganda. At this rate, Zephyr was going to tell him he wanted to join the guard in 20 days. The Saint is the Saint, and she's not back yet. But if you want to explain to Mom why you were fired from an excellent job because you wanted to stalk a female architect, I won't stop you. Fukin's Arsenal Shipyard. Watchmaster Tertius Alphonsicus Flint. The grok steak was literally melting on his tongue, it was delicious. Flint, are you paying attention to what I just said? But since he wasn't paying the bill at the end of the lunch, he had to pay attention to what his superior, the esteemed Watchmaster Primus Titus Balinos, was saying. Our docks will have the contract to build a new destroyer, the Watchmaster Tertius recited dutifully, and if we're lucky, we may be selected for a hoplite, unlike last time. Oops. Perhaps he should have not uttered the last 3 words. Well, too late now. He used the moment of respite to munch on several ruby potatoes. Golden Throne be praised, this was a noble's feast. Yes. And this time, it is out of the question I'm losing a contract because your second cousin and his friends were caught drugged and drunk by the tech priests. Alphonsicus flinched. That had not been the best moment of his career. And the fact he should really have seen it coming didn't help. For reasons the mighty governor and saint governing them hadn't deigned sharing with them, having fun with Ilhostic or something exciting at work was now forbidden. Stop the drugs and your smuggling operations, Flint. They're not worth it. They're helping my lads cope with the hard work, he protested while taking another bite of the divine grok's steak. His superior scoffed loudly. The destroyer built in your dockyards was 2 weeks late compared to Dock AA5. And I know from excellent sources they aren't using a third of the drugs you and your cousins smoke or inject into your arms. AA5 has the best toys and got priority for a few augmented elite tech clansmen. The brown-haired Nixian didn't have a problem with comparisons, but directly going to the extremes was not fair. They also have 3 times the number of cogboys we have. In reality, you have exactly 3 more cogboys than them, Titus Balinos corrected. Nah, you're mistaken. No, I'm not. And I can assure you that the Magi and the admirals overseeing the warship's construction have the same numbers I have. Stop smuggling drugs. There is still time to wean the addicts off them. The last parts of grok's meat disappeared in his mouth, and this was good, because Alphonsicus was appreciating this lunch less and less. This is my men we're speaking about. My men, my rules. Your men, your rules, Titus Balinos agreed solemnly. But please keep in mind that if the cogboys and the enforcers catch the Ilhostics this time, your second cousin, his friends, and yourself will be good for hard labor or the penal legions. Do you want a pastry after the steak? No, the Watchmaster Tertius answered while abandoning the near-empty plate and indigestible conversation. I'm not hungry anymore. War is nothing new in the Eye of Terror. From the moment the legions fled there, rooted and humiliated by the counterattacks of the false emperor's lackeys, there has always been war in our prison. First were the Legion Wars, where everyone fought against the sons of Horus and each other. Then the Black Legion rose from the ashes of the 16th Legion, and gave a simple choice to allies and enemies alike, join us or die. Many vicious and implacable campaigns were waged after Abaddon proclaimed himself to be the new War Master. But the gigantic bloodbath which started shortly after the Battle of Kamarak, that some call the word-bearer's Skaven War, was something else. The Dark Council was revealed to be completely unprepared for a long protracted struggle against creatures living and breathing for anarchy. The dominoes had fallen. The errors had been made. The challenge was sent. The Rattenkrieg could begin. Revelations of classified under inquisitorial torture, redacted, classified. The Eye of Terror. Sikaras. Great Hanger Bays of Clan Oze. Lord Captain of the Fiery Wings and Warpstone Key Knight Snarlsnip. Key Knight looked great dashing in his black and crossbones uniform, if he said so himself. But it was no less than he deserved after his great victories triumphs. And he was going to rise higher. Today, Lord Captain of the Fiery Wings and Warpstone, tomorrow, he would stand climb to be the right claw of Malal. A seat on the Council of 11 was his due. But before most dominant High Admiral Kidit Amberjaw herself crawled in front of him in awe of his mightiness, there was a fight war to win. And slave inferiors to give orders to. Operation Snarlsnip Air, Skaven Rise has been approved by Council of 11, yes. Clan Oze will be blade dagger plunged in eye of brute things. Praise Malal. Not that there had been any doubt question on that, no. Clan Oze were born-bred pilots. Air was their empire. Praise Malal. Squeaked the Oze troops, man-things, and other things gathered for Skavenry Snarlsnip, the great operation which was going to make his genius be recognized by the entire galaxy. Key Knight scurried to his throne podium, and stood to see the arsenal gathered before his eyes. Before the Bufasqueak bombers and the Viraclaws, thousands of his elite best Commisscavans and Falvermen had been assembled. The former had only two hours of training, and the latter had too few little Graf Squeaks, but the indomitable great power of anarchy would compensate for everything. What was more important was that they were in black and crossbones uniforms like him. They would go scurry to battle looking great mighty like him himself. And like he himself had spoken, at some certain point, quantity of things was quality of its own. 1,000 Bufasqueak bombers, 5,000 Viraclaws, and more than 10,000 vermin soldiers were his to order command. Victory was his to claim. Commisscaven. Falvermen. Things. Key Knight squeaked shouted. Tomorrow, Skaven and anarchist things will stand master rulers of this world. Our empire will be born on victory triumph, best great like wings of great Malal. There were some complaint accusations from ingrate furry man things, but Whip restored created praised silence to hear himself squeak. The guns weapons of brute things will be powerless against us. If they shoot down one Bufasqueak, millions more will use warpstone megabombs to rain devastation upon them. Key Knight added a large silver medal with laurels and a skull to his uniform for the occasion. When they despair and think it is over, 1,000 Skaven will raid them. If one head cut sliced, 1,000,000 will replace them. Praise me. Praise Clan Ozai. Ah, and he nearly forgot. Slowly, the magnificent great Lord Captain of the Fiery Wings and Warpstone saluted by raising his right claw in a martial stance. Hail Malal! Hail Malal! Sang roared the Commisscavans and Falvermen, soon followed by the man-things and the rest of the servant things. Hail Malal! Rush scurry to your machines. Skaven Rise is about to begin start. Key Knight Snarlsnip took his time to go to his Megabufasqueak, which a cohort of Clan Skyer had prepared for days. It had been difficult to gather all the resources, but it was good for his prestige. More armor and explosive things to defend his mighty great fur. The target, oh mighty Lord Captain. The co-pilot Commisscaven asked after prostrating himself as was befitting. In name of Council of 11 and my greatness, Key Knight Snarlsnip squeaked after activating the loudsqueaker. Our offensive raid will bomb false fake temple brute things call Templum Inficio and bomb burn it until nothing's left. We will kill slay false half-god of brute things. That way they would decapitate the enemy's mind morale before war truly started. Truly only he could make draft such a brilliant and magnificent plan. Activate charge reactors. Force closest Skyer engineer to come aboard with us. The Megabufasqueak began to burn in green flames, and for a few heartbeats, Key Knight Snarlsnip felt fear, but it was quickly suppressed. He was the Lord Captain of the Fiery Wings and Warpstone, and the great vast armada of the Skaven was his. Hail Malal! Attack! I squeak order! Fly and conquer triumph! Attack! Outer fortified perimeter of the Templum Inficio. Fortress of Illumination. Korafos Shacht. In theory, the rank of Korafos meant chapter master. In practice, it was more complicated than that. Once upon a time, there was a moment when the Korafos was in command of 1,000 Astartes or more. That was when the Imperial Heralds fought under the banner of the false emperor. More and more these last cycles, as earthquakes shook the subterranean mass of churches and cathedrals to their foundations, Cease was beginning to have doubts. First the old insecurities came back. Yes, chaplains and later the Dark Apostles were important for the mental purity of the 17th Legion, but were they really so important as to deserve a rank above a Korafos and dictate all the deployments of the word-bearers? The veteran Marine wasn't sure. He complied with them, obviously. Willing or not, this warp-cursed hierarchical obedience they all owed to their gene sire was too deeply ingrained in their transhuman bodies and minds to do anything else. Schacht was not an imbecile. When it was time for him to impale the survivors of the last slave rebellion, the whispers arrived and the doubts increased tenfold. The legionnaire didn't speak a single word to the other Astartes of the bleeding curse. To admit this would have been tantamount to placing his own head on the bloody executioner's stone, and the High Koryphos was always more than ready to make an example of the unmotivated and the faithless. But somehow the sinking feeling he wasn't on the side he should have chosen was not leaving his twin hearts. The Dark Council had always insisted the victory of the Pantheon was unavoidable. The mountain of vellum and apathy which called itself the Imperium was too weak, too pathetic, for it to be otherwise. The blind mortals had succumbed to the greatest error of all times. They had begun to venerate the false emperor as their god, and they lost the very primarches which had been supposed to lead them in the meantime. Schacht had believed them before Kamarak. After, the planetary crust's strong certainty had been shattered across the eye. If the false emperor was the false emperor, how was it possible for the mortals serving this ancient abomination to kill the goddess of the Pantheon? Anathema the demons chose to call him. Was it possible that, unlike all the lies and the false promises of victory, Holy Lorgar had originally been right before everyone else, before turning away from the truth and the Lectitio Divinitatis? Did the events of monarchy represent a temporary moment of humility the word-bearers should have simply accepted before the moment was right to convert the Imperium? Because if it was, then they had chained themselves to false gods. Already 4 were only 3. And if one could be destroyed, then the others could be too. And there was nothing that could be done now. These last days, the skulls hanging at his belt and planted upon the jump pack on his back were looking almost alive, as if to remind him of the massacres he had joyously ordered and plunged his red gauntlets into. Skulls and blood, I think there is an anomaly on the long-range Daemon Auspexes, your august malevolency. The thin mortal who had uttered the words immediately prostrated himself on the ground full of screaming faces and tentacles. If he was lucky, he might be elevated for his duty. You are right, slave dog, Schacht told him after a few seconds trying to ascertain that it was not a new flock of harpies or another winged army of the gods materialized to test the defenses of the Templum Inficio. But this wasn't a flock of errant neverborn, it was too big. And nobody would fly that many aircraft so close to the ground. Schacht had been a great pilot after Istvan V, and he had never tried these sorts of aerial acrobatics between spires and cathedrals on Sikaris. If you missed one move, not only was death a possibility, but the Dark Apostles would find your soul in the Empyrean and drag it back to be tortured until they were confident you were no better than a chaos spawn. Besides, 2 other great Koryphos are responsible for those defense approaches. I will try to use my authority to convince the High Koryphos the services of a Diabolist are needed. This anomaly didn't come at a good time, though there were precious few of those on Sikaris. But better that than. The rockets, the very anomalies he had disregarded, began to randomly slam into the fortress and nearby structures in a rain of green fire. The fortress of illumination trembled imperceptibly and the avenues used to drag the slaves to the manufactorums and the cathedrals became charnel houses. General alert! General alert! This is no anomaly. The Templum Inficio is under attack. Pilots to your aircraft. Shoot down these airborne troops. To arms! To arms! Do not let a single heretic attack the holy fortress of the ascended Primarch. Even with a transhuman mind, the chaos was everywhere and Schacht was running across the different command sections trying to mount a coherent defense. Tell the anti-aircraft guns I want all these attackers to be slaughtered before they touch the ground. The same thing is true for the pilots. What these imbeciles were trying to accomplish launching an airborne operation right after a hypersonic rocket barrage, the veteran Astartes couldn't imagine. Did they really think? And then a horrible thought arrived in his mind, forcing him to interrogate the daemon thing, replacing the more conventional methods in the Fortress of Illumination. The heretics weren't attacking after the rocket barrage, they were arriving strapped to the rockets at terminal velocity, and had to sever their seatbelts before activating their grav chutes, assuming they had one. Many looked like they didn't. But the worst was the nature of the heretics. These weren't escaped slaves who had somehow found an abandoned military cache. The enemy was giant rats, and the vox frequencies were flooded by squeaks and insults. Be quiet! He shouted on the vox. Get the hell off of this vox frequency! One rat laughed at the other end. Brute thing! I spit on your bones. Hail Malal! And just as the skies became fire, as thousands of demons rushed to meet the enemies of the word-bearers, the situation became even more confused as the enemy aircraft arrived. Sending them so far after the airborne drop was an idiocy beyond the codex adherents of the Ultramarines, but they were there and they spread more chaotic melees above the cathedrals of Sikaris. Recall all the slave pilots and the aces of the Bone Wings. I want them in the sky in 2 minutes, or I will personally flay them alive. Am I clear? Yes, malevolent lord. You are. The answer didn't bring him any joy. By the Pantheon, it was likely too late for the cathedrals around the Fortress of Illumination. There were plenty of sites of worship already alight in green flames, and despite the Colchision runes of warding, spires and towers crumbled far too easily. And then a first aircraft of the rat heretics exploded against a cathedral's upper portion after a Helldrake's aerial horde had ripped its tail off. Cease had its eyes right on it, and so he saw the monumental green explosion and felt the soul echo of hundreds of thousands of overseers and slaves dying in a long breath. Keep them away from the Templum Inficio. Keep them away from the Templum Inficio. The fortress of their gene-sire was built to resist unimaginable punishment, but the green-lit bombs which looked like immature groxes were too dangerous to be taken lightly. It was too late. As new word-bearers' reinforcements filled the skies and began to massacre the rearguard of the rats, a small trickle of bombers had pierced the air screen of the defenders, and at their head, an aircraft thrice the size of the others led the attack. Cease saw the moment the gigantic bomb was dropped from its hold. He watched as a huge mushroom of green light burst into existence. And he trembled in loathing and humiliation as the rat aircraft streamed away, pursued by all the Xiphon and fighters in creation, accompanied by millions of Neverborn, but nothing could erase the great shame in his two hearts at the sight of the great wound in the inner fortifications. Brute things. No, it was I, the great Snarlsnip, who has slain your false fake god. Hail me! Hail Malal! I am not dead, stupid and idiotic creature. A terrible hurricane materialized on Sikaris, and on its currents their gene father rose on infernal wings. His face was twisted into a terrible expression of hatred and undying vengeance. You have overstayed your welcome on Sikaris, spawns. Your punishment will be eternal. The next moments were spent making good on this promise. Not a single heretic rat blasphemer escaped. Basilica of the Word. Dark Council Chambers. Dark Apostle Perister. The Dark Council had 8 Grand Dark Apostles presiding over the destiny of the 17th Legion. Thus it had been ordered, and thus it had always been. The sessions could not begin without all 8 of them being here. And despite what was professed, none of them were equal. The only point they shared was that from Supreme Dark Apostle Erebus to Dark Apostle Cor Daradon, all of them were among the most wanted beings the fools serving the false emperor wanted dead. When the majority felt gracious or just wanted to spread some loyalty re-evaluation in the ranks, 88 minor Dark Apostles could be convened. But that was rare. What had never happened since the last members of the Legion fled through the Cadian Gate, however, was their Gene Father and illuminated Primarch walking out of the Templum Inficio to summon them. And Perister, like many commanders, knew that his life was now balanced on a razor's edge. The only good news was Cor Phaeron was, at last, receiving a long-awaited comeuppance. Disappoint me again, the burning Daemon Primarch told the false Astartes who had raised him, and I will kill you 888 times until you no longer remember anything save that you deserved your punishment. At last the Dark Cardinal stopped burning and his skin began to regenerate. So the sycophant was going to survive once again, where one high Corophos and more than 30 sorcerers hadn't. Truly in the eye of terror, it wasn't what you did but how well you could deflect blame onto others to save your skin that truly counted. You failed me, all of you. If it happens again, I will make you beg until there is no difference between a slave and your flayed carcass. Each word burned the ears and the faces of the word-bearers assembled. Muthake. Since Cor Phaeron has proven he can't be trusted with the duty, you will replace him as the Praetorian of the Templum Inficio. Encased in Daemon armor gifted by their Gene Father, the Lord of Torment nodded and swore on his name and soul that there would be no second failure. Perister. My lord. You will rally the remnants of the Imperialis Armada and the descendants of the forces who fought under your banner at Terra. I want as many battleships, armies, and legionnaire Astartes as you can gather. By your will, it will be done. While his face showed no relief, there were worse assignments he could think of. Ikotas. My liege, the Grand Apostle and mouthpiece of Cor Phaeron prostrated himself again. Despite having wiped out this idiotic raid of the rats to the last, there are many survivors which are crawling in the catacombs and subterranean edifices. These vermin will not be permitted to prosper. Take 30,000 legionnaires and 1 million mortals, and wipe them out to last tail and fur pelt. I want to devour the souls of millions of these rodents before tasting the despair of their utter annihilation. Yes, my liege. Your desires will be accomplished and the vermin exterminated. Perister turned his tongue 8 times in his mouth. Maybe it was a bad idea to not inform their Gene Father that the Skaven had been purged by the false emperor in person during the Great Crusade. How did he know that? The legion which had helped in that particular enterprise had at the time been known as the Imperial Heralds, though they would be soon renamed as the Word Bearers. And to be honest, it had been a monumental headache to get rid of those rodents. Fortunately, they had been led by an incredibly powerful psyker, because going into the tunnels and exterminating them one by one had been one of the most thankless chores in existence. One of the most risky too. The rats had not had this unstable green ammunition last time, but there had been billions of them and they fled too quickly when the rout was upon them. Vorjuk Kral. You will go to Galmech in the Maelstrom, and remind the Dark Apostles they are sworn to the Pantheon and armed to fight the Red Robes of the false Emperor, not laugh at each defeat of the Dark Mechanicum. If the Hellforge of Sarum falls, I will use their screaming skulls to decorate the Templum Inficio. It was a very unpleasant mission. With the recent warp disturbances, few were the warp corridors stable enough to allow the passage of a capital ship able to cross half the galaxy and fight the interlopers blocking the way. And the Kadian Gate was fortified and at full alert. Going through that path was tantamount to suicide if you were caught before translating into the warp. Yaralak. Kor Daradon. The rodents have cost us millions of slaves at a moment we need more than ever. Find mortals to serve in the manufactorums. As long as they aren't the rats, I do not care if they are human or xenos. Find them and come back with your hulls filled with millions of slaves. Yes, Lord. It will be done, my liege. And at last, this left. Kor Phaeron. Erebus. Your political machinations are so pathetic I am at a loss to find words to describe them. One word which hurt and engulfed the world in fire, and the two senior members of the Dark Council were thrown across the room and impaled on many demonic-imbued blades. If you had been more vigilant, I wouldn't have had to kill these heretics at the very gates of my fortress. If you had been less arrogant and more astute, we could have sent thousands of legionnaires to Kumarak and prevented the galactic catastrophe which started there. The blades withdrew. Black blood boiled from the wounds. If you disappoint me one more time, all the warbands and legions in existence, all the might of the Pantheon and the most powerful sorcerers of the eye will not save you from the tortures I will inflict on you. Perister tried to not show how afraid he was. Never had their liege talked to his most favored advisors in that tone. And if he was ready to threaten them like this, then the rest of the Dark Council was equally expendable. Erebus. Find Kelbierhal and remind him of the favors he owes to the 17th Legion. Tell him I have ordered a great armament worthy of the name the servants of the false emperor have found for the Despoilers' campaigns. Kelbierhal. A name which hadn't been uttered at Sikaris in centuries. Perister didn't even know if the exiled fabricator general of Mars was still answering to a certain definition of alive. And the name the Primarch had hinted at was obviously Black Crusade. Kor Phaeron. Gather all the warbands which pretend to escape my authority. Enforce the maximum amount of tributes and resource gifts in my realm. Contact the Night Lord's fleets, the Alpha Legion cells, and the last remnants of the Emperor's children. When I give the order, I want to see an expeditionary fleet putting the Black Legion to shame in orbit. Perister began to calculate the number of soldiers that required. Despite an impressive penetration of the other Dark Apostles' network, he didn't know how many mortals and Astartes were going to be mustered at Sikaris by the end of these tasks. The veteran of the Siege of Terra only knew it was going to be an armada and a coalition of armies far greater than the muster Abaddon had gathered to attack El Fanner. There will be no half measures this time. Cadia will burn. Obscurus will be set aflame. And I will personally kill the pathetic living saint that my creator schemed with. Flames and darkness burned and the Lord of the 17th Legion became taller, more terrible and magnificent than in Perister's darkest dreams. There will be no second Kumarak. Weaver will die, and the hopes of the false emperor will die with her. Skaven Blight Tunnels. Most holy sacred chamber of the Council of 11. High Archwarlord Scracket Barbbuster the Unstoppable. It took exactly 10 heartbeats for the council to erupt into open violence. It was not bad. I suggest Clan Oze must be removed from council for this monumental flop failure. Squeaked munificent Lordclaw Ishtar Rat Crimson Fang. 1 heartbeat later, his head exploded, courtesy of most dominant High Admiral Kidit Amberjaw holding a big weapon. This is heresy. Ultimate Pontifex Anarchist Pascacaish Stormgash of Clan Tricheric screeched. No, this is anarchy, the leader of Clan Oze corrected. Clan Gang Rouse will require a wise better commander. Yes, wonderful tyrant usurper Caragol Underbones intervened. But our plans have endured a grave defeat. Not one Boofa Squeak survived the attack, no. This lost defeat will make brute things think we are weak. They will be overconfident and proud arrogant, yes. Scracket didn't know where the brown-furred High Admiral had found her red uniform, but he wanted the same. And while they fail to besiege vile heretic altars we captured freed, they've no clue idea of our true headquarters. Praise Malal. Yes, everything goes according to my plans. Scracket had let Clan Oze bleed itself on the great strong defenses of the brute things, and now Clan Verminus was going to be triumphant. Soon, I will have muster gathered 4 million clan rats and 100,000 Stormaclaws. I have. Your plans. Master Experimenter Golzheknik Brimripper of Clan Molder interrupted him. Without brilliant genius minds of Clan Molder you would be reduced limited to 1,000 clan rats. As soon as females are right proper breeders. Over 50 shuriken and various daggers stabbed his pelt fur and flesh the next heartbeat, slaying the master of Clan Molder instantly. Continue. Death Mistress Mikhail At's shadow dagger called out, 2 metal blades in her paws. None of the surviving Council of 11 voiced an argument against her. The musk of fear was spreading everywhere. No other candidate who wants to reveal admit how he feels towards females. No. Archspark Conqueror Quoturkit Warp Fur assured her. Clan Skyer does fully support cause of scav and feminism. We prepare assemble many cannons, yes. We have doom cannons and butcher flames to smash destroy armors of brute things. We will also try first warpstone bolters on heretics, yes. But to reach this production level, many vile heretical deeds have been approved by your warlock engineers, no. Snarled Lord Furious Trade Tamer Yaegizik Razor Slit, baring his teeth. You have placed man-things in command of many manufactorums. Heresy. The representative of Clan Tricheric immediately shrieked. Heresy. Man-things have sworn their allegiance life and souls to glorious Malal. Quoturkit Warpfur protested immediately. Unless Clan Verminus wants to give out Clan Rats, Clan Rictus release war smugglers, or Krizer harvesters, Clan Skyer needs claw power to expand war machine of great mighty anarchy. I approve permit measures of Clan Skyer. Skrakit immediately replied. Out of the question that his brilliant plans fail collapse because they lacked weapons. I think we take too many liberties with holy sacred tenets of anarchy. The ultimate pontifex anarchist screeched. Who cares about your problems, priestess? Eternal Judge Champion Snerium Swarmfur taunted her. I have a million claw enforcers who will arrest your priesthood any moment I wish order. A bright terrible chain of lightning struck him and soon quickly both throne and head of Clan Festerlingus were burning in green flames. Skrakit smiled. One less rival for him on his superb magnificent ascension as the chosen of Malal. Someone else feel blasphemous now today. Omniscient Grand Warlock Dismit Pitch / of Clan Grazy asked the survivors of the Council of 11. Try your lightning trick again, and Clan Ishan will make sure Grazy will need new leader before 1,000 heartbeats. Mikhail Ach Shadow Dagger promised. Stay hide in shadows and worry yourself about brute things sabotage. 30,000 brute things, 1 million man things, the leader of Clan Ishan replied, making the other members of the council freeze pause, as the only possible way to have know this information was to have spied listened upon their enemy's council. Daemon Thing they call Lorgar has command ordered Lieutenant Thing who named himself Grand Apostle Akotas. According to him, we must be destroyed exterminated. Fair, Kidit Amberjaw conceded. We will do same to any all who don't swear vow allegiance to anarchy in Malal. We expected to fight more brute things. Karagol Underbones laughed. Our victory triumph is certain now. We will have rule control of this planet and you will all bow grovel to me while Ice Krakit had drawn his favorite mega laser weapon, and he was one heartbeat away from use firing it. If anyone stood at the right side of Malal, it would be him, and no one else, no. Observing the rest of the council, 5 other clan leaders had weapons of diverse nature ready to shoot fire too. Praise Malal! Praise Malal! Paskakash Stormgash shouted once more. Glorious war to free Scav and Blight's world from its brute thing infestation is about to begin start. Soon this world will be united and find joy bliss in anarchy and holy sacred power of Malal. And once we have slain all heretics, we will bring anarchy to other worlds nearby. Because we are Skaven and we have no limits unlike every other species things. Yes. And to make sure our victory triumph is even more great superb, I will build a flying super fortress. Out of the question, no. I need more doom cannons. No more decrees were made during this council. The only incident happening of note was the attempted invasion of several Gang Rao's forces which were slaughtered by his magnificent and disciplined Stormaclaws. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Wuhan System. Wuhan 2. 273 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. Why aren't you ordering the Arbits to disperse these crowds? For what had to be the 1000th time this year, Odysseus thought the Inquisitors of Ultima Segmentum should really teach their acolytes to use their skills and authority like a weapon of precision rather than the orbital strike-level assaults most relied on. These men and women are gathering peacefully and have broken no laws, Evander. The Inquisitor of the Ordo Redactus snorted. Broken no laws? They're asking for someone to be raised to the planetary governorship. They are in their rights. It would be different if Hongfeng Cao's successor had already been chosen, but that is not the case. And the fact these plebeians are all screaming for the Basilia's lover to be chosen as Lady Wuhan doesn't annoy you. Of course it annoys me, Odysseus answered, not entirely honestly, looking at a gigantic banner Wei Cao and the glorious saint for Wuhan. And as far as I can tell, it annoys Lady Weaver immensely too, if our astropathic exchanges are interpreted correctly. The last part was just uttered as a matter of courtesy, because with the talent pool of psychers now available at Pavia, mistranslations were getting scarcer and scarcer. Annoying her. All the traitors and heretics involved in the assassination of the planetary governor who survived the hour of the Emperor's judgment we can purge them on our own without bothering with a light touch, Odysseus commented slowly. But there are tens of thousands of people who weren't involved in this sordid affair of heresy and that the Nixian highest authorities need to approve the arrest of. Lord Magnate Aseo and Lord Magnate Shujia were the biggest noble names to be arrested first, but there are tens of thousands of nobles who are on the lists. And you are going to let her do as she wishes? Yes, the Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus replied bluntly. I do not care enough about the fate of these thousands of useless idiots to spend several days convincing the sector lady sparing them is the best solution. It isn't, and this will send a clear message to the other nobles that if they fail to respect the laws of the God Emperor, there will be no mercy when we will come for them. We could survive a little loss of influence. Survive? Absolutely. The influence lost, however, will be exploited by the other adept users in the days and months to come. And when it comes down to it, the Nyx Conclave is truly a recent organization which needs time to shore up support, bases, and resources in the Nyx sector. The creation of the base in the Kalskov system to hold the Sirens will use funds from the sector's taxes. It will be a minority of the funds. It would be a sizable minority, at 45%. To be sure, the sums involved were not that big. Sirens being aquatic xenos, the hardest obstacles had been to find a world among the different planets of the sector which possessed an interior sea with non-existent human presence, was far away from everything in general, and had acceptable climate and temperatures. Replacing the losses of the men and women killed during the battles of Pavia and Kumarak was going to be considerably more expensive. I'm not seeing that weird religious procession coming from Solar in the crowds today, Evander Platonist remarked, his eyes almost glaring at several large banners representing Lady Weaver like the artists imagined her. Their efforts showed a lot of goodwill, but didn't exactly share a great resemblance with reality. That's because neither the Basileia nor her regent were amused by it and ordered them to return to their ships and not let those lunatics back onto the hive streets. Odysseus hid the distaste he felt with the ease of long practice. Archoflagellants, the priests in charge of this congregation called them. I think the Minister of Justice's first remark was, if you really want to repent, the penal legions always welcome volunteers. I won't argue with that, Evander noted after a moment of silence. Not many inquisitors of the conclave would, Odysseus suspected. The Inquisition did really horrible things. Odysseus knew he had committed terrifying and vomit-inducing deeds to protect the Imperium and mankind from the monsters thirsting for trillions of souls. It had never occurred to him before to transform a criminal into an even more maniacal and psychopathic being, except this particular one was hypno-conditioned by Ministorum sermons. Their very appearance naked, bearing scars of hideous torture, arms and many parts reconstructed using patterns the Mechanic was not likely to approve of had provoked several panics among the crowd that ended with plenty of wounded and dead. If the leaders of this congregation had a single functioning brain between them, they would be several light years away from Nyx by the time the survivors of Kumarak returned. There were few things Odysseus cared to gamble upon, but the loathing of Lady Weaver for these archoflagellants was a rather sure bet. The conclave will need a replacement for Contessa. Assuming she's still alive, it could be centuries before we have a clue as to what happened to her. Yes. I will take care of it the moment I return to Nyx. Our presence at Wuhan was required for the first purges and impressing upon the population of Wuhan that we do not tolerate corruption and treason, no matter from where they come. But now our acolytes have things well in hand, and there are enough competent Nyxians and Wuhan's interim administrators to handle the day-to-day workings of the hive world. Which leaves the issue of this proposed parliament. Odysseus was not a man who kept tabs on the origins of his colleagues, but Evander in the last hour alone had given him around 200 pieces of information indicating the home world he was born in/or educated upon had a very rigid caste system and a particularly autocratic despotic method of governance, even by imperial standards. It gives out some gubernatorial prerogatives and legislative powers to an assembly, but preserves the equilibrium demanded for tithes and the enforcement of the lex imperialis. It is democratic, the other inquisitor spat. What makes you think it is? Odysseus raised an eyebrow. One inquisitorial acolyte or representative, the 12 members of the new Mechanic Council of Wuhan, 5 cartel representatives, 1 navigator envoy, 5 retired senior guardsmen officers, 5 retired senior navy personnel, 10 ecclesiarchy priests, 5 arbits representatives, 1 vote each for the Adeptus Astra Telepathica and the Adeptus Astartes, 1 commissar, 5 Chartist captains heralds, and 10 people's representatives. Except for the last, I have a lot of trouble believing there will be elections or any sort of democratic process to choose those who will sit there. In other words, you are fine upturning the natural hierarchy of the Imperium. Evander. This natural system you are speaking of wasn't working at Wuhan, or if it worked, it was for our enemies. Besides, since the very beginning of this conversation, you've still been operating on a very wrong assumption. And that is, that if an actual political conflict were to erupt between the Holy Ordos and the new living saint right now, it would be our side which would emerge victorious. Ultima segmentum. Antipodia sector. Sandler. 275 hours after the mark of Kumarak. Governor Justin Kennedy. Justin Kennedy hated Sandler. He hated being the planetary governor of this thrice-damned planet even more. For the love of the Golden Throne, when he had boasted he would thrive in any environment they sent him to, it wasn't meant as an invitation to that miserable rule addict that he would be satisfied with a dunghole in the middle of nowhere. But that was exactly what the administratum had decided to give him for 4 decades of service. A posting in the middle of nowhere, also known as Sandler. Justin guessed that at some point, he was supposed to say that this world, provided that some correct investments were made, was a prime ground for colonization prospects and blah, blah, blah. Well, he was not sorry to say that was a load of Grok's shit. It was incredibly fair in his opinion, because assuming Sandler had an export, it was Grok's meat. Why the assuming? It may have something to do with the fact the tithe ships of the administratum were 60 years late. Thank the God Emperor, the black ships and the 2 Chartist captains regularly visiting had not forgotten his world, otherwise goodbye Amasek, Lhostics that he sold to the highest bidder and other little pleasures of life. Assuredly being a planetary governor was prestigious, but there were cases like Sandler. Where to begin? Sandler. Ultima segmentum, Antipodia sector, Ushuaia marches subsector. Population, 70 million imperial citizens and an exile colony of Felinid abhumans that Justin hadn't bothered sending envoys to since his last meeting with one had resulted in a very long medical convalescence. Status, on administratum rolls, a civilized world, but in Justin's opinion, a rather hostile planet, borderline death world. The main predator was the dire wolf, black-furred monsters that hunted in packs. And they weren't even intimidated by the likes of lemon rust tanks. Their prey of choice before humans arrived on Sandler had been the spitting mutton, which despite its inoffensive name was omnivorous and traveled in hordes of hundreds of thousands. Now it was obviously the Groks, in case the question was on someone's lips. A sufficient amount of beasts had escaped into the wild to reproduce and make sure Sandler now had a third unpleasant species to cause him headaches. That was just the beginning of the problems with this planet. Not only was Sandler at the end of a warplane in the middle of nowhere, which meant there were no ships coming here as a stopover to their final destination, the planet seemed to attract crazy penitent cults, demented astrologists, pilgrims that even the cult of the Savior Emperor found too fire-loving for their doctrine, and preachers eager to make this land a holy ground, governor or no governor, dire wolf or no dire wolf. There were so many of these nutcases that his office had tried to count them and failed before the enormity of the task. The chosen of the Golden Wings, the followers of the Aquila, the firebrands of the Sacred Pyre, the Supreme Lords of Light, and the Dominion of White Flames were just a few of the main cults. Even his 2 wives, never having shown much through their intelligence, had rallied to these holy preachers, the first joining the repentance by the lash, which was exactly what the name implied, and the second was husband. I have fantastic news. Justin Kennedy hid the porn vid casts he had been discreetly consulting in all haste. Unfortunately, that left the half-empty bottle of Amasek in evidence when the soul he had to his greatest regrets agreed to take as his second wife arrived on the other side of his desk. The governor of Sandler did not even have the time to shout no before his companion, the Amasek bottle, not the wife, was sent flying out the window on a 4 meters long drop into the gardens below. That bottle cost me 3,000 crowns. So that's why I haven't received the lasguns I wanted. No, I wasn't going to give them to you regardless. Justin admitted, the dreadful fate given to his Amasek giving him some courage. I have not armed any cults in my tenure here as governor, and I am not going to start doing so now. Especially not yours, my dear. Seriously, Dorothy, what is up with that clothing? Viewed from up close, it almost seemed like his wife had disguised herself as one of the techno-barbarians the VID casts enjoyed replaying over and over to warn against the dangers of secession, psychers, and techno-heresy. Nothing was missing, not even the large pelt of dire wolf covering her head and serving her as a cape. I am not Dorothy anymore. I am Alicia Dominica of the Daughters of the God Emperor. Your cult is not powerful enough to brave an administratum edict, he pointed out, unimpressed. Because yes, every time a new leader of these feral women was elected after her predecessor's death, the newly anointed one abandoned her birth name and became Alicia Dominica. But maybe I will reconsider if you decide to resume certain marital duties of yours. The fist to the jaw he received sent him sprawling on the ground. I did not leave your side because I became a daughter of the God Emperor, husband. If you had done some research, you would have known we have no chastity or celibacy oaths. I left because you were a womanizer unwilling to respect his marital vows, and from what I hear, this has not changed. I will have your head for this, he promised. Damn it, she had broken 2 of his teeth. I eagerly await the moment you send your pathetic PDF thugs outside your palace. The population of Sandler is not really fond of you, you know. Just say what you came to say and get out. Justin spat at the woman who had branded herself with the golden flower of the ecclesiarchy onto her own forehead. A sword appeared in an explosion of light while my sisters were doing a patrol. They tried to bring it back to me, but it is encased in stone. I am too old for these kinds of sanguinella stories. The planetary governor laughed. If this is all it's about. And the Pontifex has been convinced by this miracle to rule in my favor for the divorce proceedings. You have to return my dowry and 100,000 crowns. Have a nice day. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. 278 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Battleship Enterprise. Archmagos Prime Gastaf Hediatrix. Yes, Wolfgang will begin the first forays into the unknown gulfs of the eastern fringe as soon as your Ambition-class cruiser and the other additions to his fleet arrive. So between 1.5 and 2 years, Hediatrix summarized, having anticipated the problems existing for every major or minor deployment to the eastern fringe. Repairs, refueling operations, and of course warp travel had to be taken into account. The cruiser's final commissioning trials are nearing completion. Departure for Nyx has a 70% chance of happening before you leave Pavia yourself. Good. The sooner the exploration efforts begin, the better it is for the Imperium and the warships we send. I don't know how much the enemy has been able to learn, but the moment they truly realize what we're looking for, they're not going to stay idle. Gastaf completely and totally agreed with the chosen of the Omnissiah. The Hirtex and servants of Ruin had a fondness for illogical behavior which was insane, but a potential destination to find more STC databases wasn't something they were going to be very happy letting the true servants of the machine god acquire. There were going to be reprisals. The only question worth asking was how strong and which avenues of attack they were going to use. I still believe you are too generous with certain Tempestus Forge worlds. Archmagos, I think I would prefer the Adeptus Mechanicus and the other imperial organizations speak of me as too generous with her allies and merciless with her enemies rather than the reverse. To this, the Mars-born Archmagos could only nod and lower his Mechadendrites in defeat. In the short term it was not that bad as it created ties of favors and tech exchanges between the Forge worlds existing across the entire galaxy. In the long term, simulations were incapable of determining where it would lead. And the commander of 24th Fleet wasn't going to pretend that didn't worry him. The STC Accords. They are complete as per the schedules you wanted. Like the pre-negotiation conditions enforced, the 12 copies rule was applied to every part of Sacred Archaeotech. The Forge worlds which supported this great victory but were unable to bid successfully will receive enough schematics to build their own local versions and have the possibility of building purpose-built manufactorums at resource cost. And the Forge worlds had offered a lot to Taylor Aber, chosen of the Omnissiah, Lady of the Nyx sector, Basileia of Nyx. A high percentage of the reasons were because of the new templates found at Kamarak, but there was also a low percentage of Magi and Archmagi who wanted access to schematics of the Larkine lasgun and the likes. For all the triumph it represented in the quest of knowledge, Gastaf Hediatrix was absolutely certain he didn't want to relieve those dozens of hours of furious arguments. You could have asked for more Bacca-class shipyards. Only 5 brand new medium-sized orbital constructions had been ordered from Griffon 4, in the end. I do intend to build more shipyards of this class in time, but with Nyxian resources and tech expertise, the golden-winged mistress of the Enterprise revealed while her beetles and spiders organized large amounts of correspondence and files on her desk. But there are plenty of planets where I have to reward the families who sent their children to war because I asked them to. Moreover, while I have no doubt your promise of 3 billion tech priests and 1 billion skitarii will be fulfilled to the letter, this enormous transfer of Mechanicus adepts and military forces isn't here right now. Yes, like the cruisers and the bigger and lighter ships which were about to leave blessed Mars, many things were still a couple thousand light-years away. The Mechanicus could move promptly when the Omnissiah demanded it, unlike the Administratum, but the length of travel imposed upon civilian and military deployments by warp travel they had no control over. Dragon and Archmagos Sultan's plan is already going to revitalize the Atlas subsector, the chosen of the Omnissiah and now holder of 12 votes in the Martian Parliament continued. Aside from the Bacca class at Toulon which will help protect our northern frontier, the projections are to build 12 agri-hives within the next 100 years. The orbital and ground industry of Bahamut is going to be modernized, with families from high-gravity worlds invited to settle there. Centaur will receive a ground-based ship-killer laser system since their space geography makes the deployment of orbital grids impractical. Your tech priests will also have to replace hundreds of fusion reactors with the new Izanaga models. There are hundreds of new mining ships awaiting dockyards to be built, and tens of thousands of Apis pattern tractors. And that's just for the Atlas subsector. Yes, because after this impressive summary of some of the more eye-catching reforms planned, Gastaf Hediatrix could add that this subsector was not even where the main effort was focused. Great Cog preserve him, the Archmagos wasn't going to pretend the sector was abandoned or anything following that logic path. But only one space elevator was planned for the next 20 standard years, and it wasn't for Atlas, but for Bahamut. And aside from the reinforcements in Space Marines, the founding of the Magma Spiders and loosening the restriction on the maximum number of Astartes for the Heracles Wardens to 200 battle brothers, the military firepower available for ground forces wasn't going to experience notable changes. Each planet of the Nyx sector and their governor, provided they had given loyal and competent troops to Lady Weaver, was being rewarded for their military tithe. On average, a civilized world was assured to receive 2 brand new hospitals, one administrated by the Mechanicus, one by the disrespectful blasphemers of the Ministorum, agriculture machinery and weather control satellites, a training forge temple, resources to outright build a new large city, 2 new mining ships, machinery for ground mining operations, expansion of off-world defenses, protection via a small squadron of navy destroyers, railroads and trains, standard communication, and electricity grids, and much more. This was not including the effort the Mechanikus was going to exert at Omsk Primus to build all the defenses and installations a night house worthy of the chosen of the Omnissiah required. The planet of Alamo was going to become a full-fledged forge world in time, with Legio Defensor taking its place as the sacred protectors of its 12 blessed forges. Recovery efforts were going to be made in the Neptunia system under the light of Ether Gold, though no new forge temples would be built there for now. The Wuhan system was going to experience a very drastic technological development plan, one with a new Mechanikus Council of 12 in command. At Nyx itself, the Fukin's arsenal wasn't going to be expanded anymore, but that was only because both Phaeton and Lucius had agreed to each build an orbital construction yard of equal size. The tech priests of the latter had promised several of their greatest relics too. Ship, tank, and other old schematics had changed hands. Support infrastructure for Battlefleet Nyx and the 24th Mechanikus fleet would be multiplied by 10. That there were plenty of ore and other resource accords and extraction quotas signed went without saying. And last but not least, Ryza had a few hours ago sent the final confirmation the gift of 2 of their Logic-class Ryza pattern orbital forges. Plasma is our lifeblood and triumph of the machine god, had been approved unanimously. It could have been even more impressive. Agrippina had begun with talks of star forts and the like, and other obscurus tech priests had also been their usual illogical selves, but the situation around the Eye of Terror was too volatile right now to consider decreasing a single percentage of its defenses. Yes, there will be many holy hours of praise ahead to celebrate the technology and the other blessed items gained this day. But I'm afraid, judging by the noosphere cants of my assistants, that the greatest troublemaker of all has arrived. The black-haired commander of Army Group Caribbean, soon to be disbanded, blinked but didn't contest his words. Let him enter. Less than 10 seconds later, Belisarius Call barged in. His usual cants of feigned humility mixed with algorithms so complicated and so annoying Hediatrix would have demanded a mind wipe for any of his subordinates who amused themselves with such exhausting protocols. If only this were the biggest problem they had with this particular tech priest. If he was a tech priest. Sometimes Gastaf wondered. Greetings, Lady Taylor Hebert. The near heretic bombastically began, completely ignoring him. It has been too long since we last met. We saw each other not 24 hours ago. The chosen of the Omnissiah rolled her eyes while her insects continued to expedite paperwork on data slates by the ton. And your messages failed to give the reason why you were so insistent to meet me. Is the copy of the Dionysus template you purchased not to your liking? Yes, of all copies he could have fought over, the lunatic Archmagos had chosen this one. For once, Hediatrix and the other senior Archmagi present had decided to let him have his way. Call was a danger for the Adeptus Mechanikus and the Imperium, but even he would have to make a lot of effort to do techno-heresy with alcohol. No. It is formidable. Exactly what I wanted. The percentage of worrying in his databases significantly increased. I wanted to negotiate with you for exclusive access to the prime copy of the database you have in your custody at Nyx for, let's say, 12 hours. The audacity of the request stunned Gastaf for several processing cycles. Thus, it was in a horrified frozen state he listened for the next seconds. That is a very great request, the insect mistress began, strapping a small mountain of approved documentation into a container and giving it to one of her beetles. There are senior magi at Nyx that are still on the waiting list to be given the honor to collectively study some of this priceless STC data. And I can honestly say I have never given access to anyone outside of the Nyx Mechanikus Council for longer than 1 hour. I can offer you very valuable things. This, at least, pushed the young woman to chuckle. Suddenly, Lady Weaver appeared even younger than her age. I won't deny you can, Archmagos. A spider fell from the ceiling to deliver a data chip to her hand, and after a quick reading, the Basileia spoke again. You were the one who built the Enterprise, and I've not forgotten that. Nor I have missed you provided many schematics of tactical dreadnought armor, spare parts for my flagship, the schematics of the Nemesis Hunter cannon, and advanced engineering sections for capital ships. Taylor Hebert sighed. But this isn't the same level of impressive you need for a request of this magnitude. I am thankful for the part you played in the recovery of the Percival Siegebreaker Walker. But I have also received a torrent of protests and complaints from several hundred magi and archmagi of Segmentum Solar that you should be executed as soon as possible, and even the Fabricator General had a few disturbing things to mention about you. Something about a few acts of despicable conduct in Segmentum Pacificus, I believe. Those were secessionist governors, Call shrugged. I think I can make a data library of arguments that they had betrayed the machine god. And, far more likely, they were in Call's way when he wanted to obtain something. If you say so. The 24THS commander was relieved to hear the Basileia didn't believe the radical's words for a single second. Not that Call had done his best to be convincing, really. Any other outstanding requests I should be aware of? I thought you would never ask. This time even the chosen of the Omnissiah was left with her mouth wide open for 3 whole seconds as Call began a list which, in the presence of far less tolerant individuals, would have led him straight to an airlock or an incinerator. Bacta, Ether Gold, Insect Genetic Codes, Dragon Armor Schematics, 3rd Legion Gene Seed, it seemed that anything not in the not-for-sale list was beneath the ancient Archmago's attention and ego. Stop! Taylor Hebert ordered after a moment. Everything pertaining to the Space Marines will not be delivered. The secrets of the blood have been entrusted to me, and I won't betray them. The 3rd Legion's progenoids which won't be used by me are in the possession of the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes and the forces placed at his disposal by the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Imperial Navy. It's him you have to convince if you want them, not me. Why do you desire these canisters, anyway? The Fabricator General himself confirmed to me these progenoids wouldn't be used for another chapter of the 13th founding. Discovering the gene line's true purpose, of course. The Mad Tech Priest replied cheerfully. I am a scientist and I live to apply the ancient art of deductive logic to the creations of the Omnissiah. The chosen of the Omnissiah mumbled something which sounded suspiciously like Emperor give me strength before her eyes stared again at the radical Archmagos. I hope for your sake you haven't played with another traitor Legion stock of gene seed. Oh, no, I have not had the opportunity to analyze one. Plenty of alarms rang in Hediatrix's auxiliary cogitators at that admission, but there was nothing that could be done, since there was no evidence to call him out on. Fine. So I suppose I'm going to repeat the question, what would you be willing to offer for the incredible privilege of 12 hours of contact with a prime copy of a STC database? And no, there won't be any exclusivity. Thousands of tech priests work upon it at any time, and I won't let you alone to commune with it. First I was ready to add my modest participation to the establishment of mining operations on the planet Hellhound. For the first time, Belisarius' call turned in his attention away from Lady Hebert. The Archmagos Primus present can confirm I have great experience in stabilizing the planetary crust of several planets at precise locations, as well as the harvest of valuable resources in extreme environments. It is true, he was reluctantly forced to admit. Though you also have several disastrous incidents on your record. 3 in 3 millennia, and always facing hostile opposition, another of those damned shrugs as the accusation was promptly dismissed. I will execute the noble and vital art of terraforming upon a planet of your choice, free of charge. That was, Gastaf didn't know if it was a pleasant or an unpleasant surprise. There had been rumors, of course. Worlds that Call had found and which looked too perfect to have lasted that long in a hostile galaxy. But if it was true, the Fabricator General would have to be warned before the day was over. And I could be convinced to sell you Terra Cimmeria. I seem to recall an edict of a previous Fabricator General prohibiting you from doing that, or moving that monument to your vanity outside Sol. Gastaf Hediatrix protested. That was then and this is now. Call got rid of the objection with an authoritative gesture of his mechadendrites. If the chosen of the Omnissiah uses one of my most impressive creations, if I say so myself, the answer of Mars may change. Forgive me, but what exactly is Terra Cimmeria? The Basileia interjected. Gastaf had to take the next minute to give a small technical explanation of the superstructures the Radical had managed to encase in this superstar fortress. That sounds like the same principle as the Ryza orbital forges, only bigger, no. The fleet commander would forever treasure the expression of outrage on Call's face at that remark. An orbital forge able to defend itself, Lady Weaver. Call took 30 seconds to proclaim a litany of armaments, 20% of them being illegal to own in any jurisdiction of the Imperium. It is also warp-capable, requiring a very minimal amount of tugs for security reasons, and is able to produce the output of a major Ace-level forge no matter the circumstances outside, thanks to armor comparable to the Phalanx. The technology I employ is automated to the 99th percentile. That was a joke, Archmagos. But thank you for the passion you feel towards your creation. The Lady of Nyx caressed an enormous spider of a shade he had not seen before today. I think I am going to take you up on your proposal, Archmagos Belisarius Call. Of course, the Fabricator General needs to say yes when I ask him. A negative answer will cancel everything. Are you sure, chosen of the Omnissiah? If your descriptions are true and Archmagos Call's boasts are justified, we could pay the sector's entire tithe with Terra Cimmeria. Assuming it is in the Nyx sector, we could close all the ill-maintained manufactorums of the Menelaus era and truly afford a boost in quality which will take centuries otherwise. The administratum will try to increase its tithe again, Gastaf warned. And there will be inspections of the armaments of Terra Cimmeria. The production lines are tech-approved, many of the batteries are not. My armaments are state-of-the-art, thank you very much. Call declared haughtily. The Primarch Fukin himself said so. The problem with this, he couldn't honestly determine whether that was a megalomaniac's lie or the truth. And there was no way to outright mount an accusation when the Radical could have visual evidence on his flagship to prove his ridiculous boasts. As for the tithe, it's extremely simple to resolve. Just give enough Bacta to the High Lords of Terra to shut them up. To do that, I would have to literally devote a planet to my golden Catachan ants. No governor in his right mind will approve that outside Nyx, and the desert planets are unsuitable for one reason or another. Ah, but you didn't have me. Let me explain. 10 seconds later, Gastaf found himself screaming along with Lady Weaver. You want to do what? Malta-class Starfort pillow of jasmine. Fist of diamond calico. Compared to the last time the golden armored human had visited the pillow of jasmine, Calico thought the atmosphere was far less blood-soaked and antagonistic. There was also no gigantic walker wearing a pirate hat. And the cooks of the warlord human had even brought new food prepared according to the instructions of the old furs of the different families. Calico wasn't stupid. He knew very well that the human had upheld her part of the bargain, and now he was going to have to accept things the leader of any independent nation would find hard to swallow. The first demand was not what he had expected. Plush rights. Somehow, he wondered if his old ears had begun malfunctioning. Plush rights, Lady Weaver confirmed. But, why? I want to sell life-sized stuffed toys of your species to the children of Nyx, the destroyer of Kamarak explained. That way the young generation will not be so prompt as to paint all the Xenos with the same brush whenever they see one. It helps that the adult Rashan is around 1,45 m. You have to admit it's the perfect present to offer to a young son or daughter for the Sanguinella. Calico growled dubiously. This wasn't going to work, but if the woman wanted to try, he wasn't going to stop her. Have it your way. It is in your best interest too, the golden-winged warrior assured him. I will place half of the benefits in an account you will be able to use to buy food and other things which might attract your fancy. And if it didn't work, there would be no repercussions. This wasn't something which was going to change the galaxy. Now about the real reason I wanted to meet you. The hololithic device the humans had transported onto the star fort lit as one of the red-armored giants finished his strange mumblings. It revealed a star and 4 planets. The Neptunia system. It is barren. Calico immediately remarked with plenty of disappointment. For now, the human stated. One of the recent deals I've made with the Mechanic uses the terraforming of a world, free of costs. Or should I say Rashan forming? Calico blinked. Even a Rashan ignorant of galactic affairs knew that wasn't a small favor the likes of which happened every 10 nights of sleep. You would do that for us. I will do better. I will place a crystal of ether gold to purify it and prevent any undue influence from the warp, and I will give you the planet in perpetuity, provided you are loyal to me, the Emperor, and the Imperium. That was, incredibly generous. The world I intend to give you was once a civilized world called Neptunia Prime. Assuming the Archmagos I hired for the works is as talented as he proclaims, the work should be completed before half a century is done. It may be accelerated if you have seeds of your former home world to give him before he departs tomorrow. We have many to give for such a cause, more than would be truly needed, hopefully. And your conditions? I don't really care what sort of religion you follow, but build one church to the Emperor near one of your cities and, if foreigners come, organize ritual prayers to him in it. And of course, though I think it goes without saying, never, ever, worship one of the abominations of the warp. If the demons don't kill the one responsible for that heresy, the Inquisition, or I will. Calico shivered. No, he had never intended to worship any of those things. But then Rashan didn't have the psychers, witches, or other gifted individuals most of the other races which had been living at Pavia before the battle had taken so much pride in. After seeing them destroyed by an invincible fleet that nothing, not even the defenses of Dark Kamarak, had stopped, Calico didn't exactly regret not having them. The third and final part will be more expensive. I want 1,000 Rashans serving in the Nyx system for me. The overwhelming majority will work on Imperial technology in the presence of the Adeptus Mechanicus and explain why they're doing what they do, the knowledge they have, and all sorts of things with your mechanical skills. Obviously, the tasks may vary from time to time. But we won't be sent on the front lines of a new war. No, Weaver smiled. I will accept volunteers if they are really, really insistent, but for now I'd prefer your species focus on recovering their numbers. And no offense, but I have millions of guardsmen and thousands of space marines to send into the fires of war. They are more suited to the type of warfare large-scale operations entail. No new war for you. But I will want 1,000 Rashans in my service at all times. I accept, but we will want ships making the travel between the two worlds 4 times per year. That high an opinion of your skill, Fist of Diamond. The golden-winged warrior shook her head negatively. I'm willing to settle for now on a twice-per-year schedule of a large transport, especially as your new world isn't ready for you. The conditions can, of course, be improved if you achieve an important technological discovery or something of a similar nature. Calico knew this was something the human wouldn't budge on, and he didn't insist. You will have to accept a small company of tech priests of Stygia's aid aboard the Pillow of Jasmine, though a few guardsmen will also be there to keep an eye on them. Archmechanicus El Dorado. Duke Leary O'Hara. The banner of an imperial knight was on average 1 meter tall and was tradition, heraldry, recognition of prowess, and martial splendor distilled into a single item. It was not unknown for the creation of one to require hundreds of hours, until both the pilot and the machine spirits of the knight were satisfied with the final result. Leary knew each self-respecting knight house had thousands of servants assigned to this decorative but primordial work, and House Wintervale was no exception. In fact, they were really on the lower end of the ladder, at least in terms of staff size, the surviving knights of House Tyrannes had over 1,000 men and women dedicated to repainting their colors, refreshing their banners, and restoring the pre-war heraldry to its former magnificence. House Krast and House Terran's noble suits were not far behind where the support contingent was examined. All of this work, Lady Weaver could do in a few hours, provided she had enough spiders, worms, and other appropriate insects. It was like being in an insect manufactorum. Worms and spiders produced silk, more spiders, and various creatures dyed it in different colors, several fire-proof substances and decay-preventing liquids added by thousands of legs and mandibles with a celerity which would leave most humans reeling in shock. Leary O'Hara had thought stories of the saint working on the banners of the god engines of Legio Defensor and Legio Ares Estus the day before were more amusing rumors than fact. He had been wrong, and if anything the ridiculous rumors seemed to understate the reality, though maybe it was because a knight was simply smaller than a titan. In this atmosphere, the living saint and supreme commander of the forces mustered here at Pavia was like a star plucked from the heavens which had somehow taken human form. The radiance of the golden wings and the halo surrounding her had not diminished, quite the opposite. Unlike some other days, she didn't wear her golden power armor, but a dark green uniform with 2 protection shields integrated on it. With a simple outfit like this and without the holy power of the god emperor, she might have been able to pass as a regular officer of the Imperial Guard, though the 2 decorations above her heart made this impossible. The number of men and women who pledged their lives to serve in the Astra Militarum was so huge no one had ever tried to find a proper number for it. But it had to be in the high trillions at least. Of those, only an absolutely tiny minority were ever considered worthy of being awarded with a Star of Terra. The number of heroes who managed to earn it and survive easily shortened the previous list by a factor of 100. Earning 2 of them, however, was the kind of exploit one rarely found outside of legends proclaimed by the bards after the completion of a grand quest. You knew it had been done before, but the details were often lost to time. Still, the Imperium was a very big place, so it was possible there were other guardsmen still alive who could claim to have accomplished this exploit. Though Leary was sure they could be counted on one hand with fingers left to spare. And whoever they weren't as renowned as the heroine of Kamarak, who, to her ruby star, had added a second with a pure white diamond shining at its heart. Leary O'Hara, his wife, and all his surviving 20 vassals waited in silence for long minutes. While they had accomplished great deeds at Kamarak, the ceremony today had begun by honorably remembering and commemorating the exploits of the knights which were not present today to celebrate. Like the rest of the imperial forces which descended to fight on the platforms of the Port of Souls and continued the carnage at Zelharst and Uterrak, the 12 houses of the Case Taurus Imperialis had paid in blood, metal, and thrones mechanicum for the accomplishment of their vengeance. Baron William of House Raven, lost in the fires of battle. Baron Iolaus of House Durbach, standing defiant to the end. Baron Brixton of House Hawkshroud, whose kill count of long ears was easily in the hundreds of thousands before an overwhelming assault was too much for even him. And High Count Hurst of House Tyrannes, who had gone to slay 5 greater abominations, protecting the center of the Astartes formations, before a 6th took down his knight. But not before the High Count activated the self-destruct codes, depriving his foe of any chance for more victories. 97 knights had been broken, and a third of them had not been recovered. They would not be forgotten by the living, and the Fabricator General had sworn the recovered 2/3 of the crippled machines and the other badly damaged units would be rebuilt to their former glory by his tech priests, no matter how long it would take or how expensive it would be. Knights freshly painted from the forges of Mars would fill the holes in the ranks of the 12 houses of Raven, Beaumaris, Cadmus, Curtana, Durbach, Hawkshroud, Hermetica, Krast, Sablis, Tyrannes, Terran, and Wintervale. At last, Lady Weaver walked in front of them. Aside from House Beaumaris, who will follow Legio Defensor to their new Forge world, you were the only one to accept my offer. I hope you haven't changed your mind, Duke O'Hara. I stand true to my word, Your Celestial Highness, Lady General. The black-haired envoy of the God Emperor smiled and turned her head to nod at a group of several tech priests. 2 protected reliquaries painted in Mechanicu's colors were opened, revealing in each the same type of sword worn by the Dawnbreaker guards, only these were clearly scaled for normal humans, and their hilts and scabbards were covered in jewels. The armors next to the swords were silver red, and also blurred the line separating weapon from artwork. Kneel. All men and women of House Wintervale present at Pavia, over 4,000 knight pilots, heralds, squires, sacristans, artificers, bondsmen, and servants obeyed. Duchess Rosaline O'Hara née Wintervale, do you pledge your knight and your sword to my service? His wife's reply was immediate. I do, Your Celestial Highness. Then by the powers invested in me as Sector Lady of Nyx, I bestow upon you the duties and privileges of Vice-Governor and Queen of Omsk Primus. Rise. Duke Leary O'Hara, do you pledge your house, your knight, and your sword to my service? I do, Your Celestial Highness. By the powers invested in me as Sector Lady of Nyx, I bestow upon you the duties and privileges of Planetary Governor and King of Omsk Primus. By the treaties signed with House Wintervale of the Galway Cluster, you and the forces which fought gallantly and victoriously at Comorac are authorized to raise their own banners and stand as the new House of O'Hara. By the treaties once presented by the Parliament of Mars and the Senatorum Imperialis, the Fabricator General and the Lord Commander of the Imperial Guard approve the ascension of your Knight House, and the strength of 120 knights will be yours with which to protect and defend the souls of the Imperial citizens who are now your charges. Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! Dozens of fireworks were lit, and the celebrations which had been paused until recently resumed. Gloriana Battleship Eternal Crusader. Marshal Helman Malberg. The conversation between the Living Saint and their High Marshal was far more light-hearted and civil than Helman had imagined, but that didn't mean the two of them had a lot in common. No, High Marshal. Yes, the favors the Fabricator General owes me theoretically allow me to ask him these sorts of things and he would to make a worthwhile effort in the Senatorum Imperialis, but that doesn't mean it is a good idea or that Mars will find it wise to burn political favors and influence like this at this point in time. Wouldn't it better to strike while the iron is hot, as our Salamander's cousins would say? The problem lies with the issue that there is no majority for us among the High 12 where I am concerned. Perusing the history of the previous votes that were recently transmitted to me makes that abundantly clear. The representative of the Ecclesiarch, the Fabricator General, the speaker for the Chartist captains, the mistress of the Astronomicon, and the inquisitorial representative are on my side, but the 7 others are definitely not. If the Lord Commander of the Imperial Guard could ascend to one of these seats, it would be very different, but there's zero chance of that happening right now. Politics, Gerlach Barbarossa cursed. Yes, politics, the Living Saint agreed, though hearing some of the speeches certain high lords are shouting in front of billions of people, I am quite glad the imperial system of governance is so efficient at preventing tyrants from seizing control of Terra and the millions of planets it governs. Politics kill a lot of people, but far less than an aristocratic head with no peers and no idea where true limits lie. The Living Saint emptied a golden cup of water before changing the subject. But we have not all gathered here today to share depressing thoughts about the shenanigans certain men in Segmentum Solar enjoy playing. Chapter Master Flavius Sextus Jovius. I answer, Lady Weaver. The tall chapter master of the Imperial Fists abandoned his conversation with the captain of the Soul Drinkers and went to directly face her. After reading some parts of the voluminous documentation you sent to the Enterprise, I have decided to call the new chapter created from your Genesire's blood the Fists of Roma. 1 second later, there was thunderous applause in reaction to this declaration, as hundreds of Sons of Dorn vigorously cheered and shouted their satisfaction. Yes, using the name of the first battle honor of the Imperial Fists Legion to begin a new illustrious history was an excellent choice. The zone of operations in the Nix sector for this new chapter will be the Theta Marches, and the world of Portsmouth will be these Space Marines' new home world, which will be fortified according to their learning and own strategies. The planets of Tsakapek and Charybdis may also be used as recruitment grounds, though with extreme parsimony, as their low levels of population don't allow them to endure wide-scale chapter recruitment. The colors were presented less than 1 minute after this, Imperial Yellow, but only below the Aquila, the double-headed symbol of the Imperium was painted in silver argentamite, and above it, the paint was a dark grey. The chapter's symbol was the traditional Fist of Dorn, but surrounded by 7 miniature golden suns, and the fist itself was gold, not black, surrounded by grey and red. I will also be honest with you, and confirm the rumors which have spread about the possible creation of a new chapter using 3rd Legion's gene seed. Yes, the Captain General of the Custodes has left enough progenoids to create a new Brotherhood of 1000 in my possession. I have yet to choose a name, a home world, or even begin recruitment for them, obviously. You are taking a great risk to redeem the fallen scions of the 3rd, Lady Weaver. Helman thought it was the chapter master of the Flames of Ares who had spoken. Less than it appears, as the Custodes confirmed the Naga has lost all power over the few monsters crawling in the Eye of Terror, the golden-winged holy woman informed them. But yes, I will agree the risk is not null, especially politically. That is why I already requested the help of several recruit masters of chapters of the Blood, Nocturne's Sons, and other warriors of renown present here at Pavia. The records have been burned, and everything about the 3rd is so tarnished today the new chapter must begin with a blank page and write new specialties and traditions, which hopefully will outshine the darkness of those who sold their souls to excess. Will you help me in this difficult task? The deliberations didn't take long. Before 10 minutes were out, already half of the room was volunteering to oversee the process and finally they settled for a selection process of 10 Astartes. Now it's time I fulfill one of the orders your Primarch left in my care. Marshal Helman Malberg, step forward. I obey, your Celestial Highness. The son of Sigismund bowed at the location the chapter master of the Imperial Fists had occupied seconds previously. As per the will of Dorn, your Understrength Crusade will accompany me to Nyx with the other veterans of Comorac who may desire it. We need to speak a lot about your traditions, your tactics, and your unwillingness to use some parts of the Codex Astartes. And as we have a Necron presence so close to my sector, certain precautions need to be taken just in case, for all I hope they will be unnecessary. Therefore I will authorize the creation of a fortress monastery on Smilodon Octavian, and the duty and privilege to raise new blood from the local population to make them proud sons of Dorn. We will not fail you, Lady Weaver. Thank you. Hellman took several steps back and went to rejoin his fellow marshals waiting next to the Iron Knight's captains. My next words are not in order. This may have been the wrong way to say it, their Gene father had trusted the saint to give them orders in his absence, so now all the officers of the dissolved 7th were listening to every word particularly eagerly. They are a request. Deep in Segmentum Tempestus, a craft world lies damaged and terribly weakened. A lair of warmonger Longears, who were so high taking war drugs they believed they could go head to head against the Imperium and win. I believe everyone in this room is familiar with the fanatics of Biltan. A loud growl of assent answered the living saint's words. There are 3 reasons the Imperium in general doesn't bother wiping out these pests. The first is the terrible naval losses the attackers would be forced to endure. The second is the enmity of all other craft worlds. The third is the psychic death scream which can be generated if their infinity circuit is broken before a complex warding protocol can be enacted. Lady Weaver smiled, and the Astartes in the room smiled back, for it was the joyous expression of a hunter catching his prey after a long hunt. After the gigantic losses of Kamarak and their forces dispersed across half the galaxy, the first reason is null and void. I don't care about the second. And the third can be partially reduced, as Lord Inquisitor Shokaku has decided to offer his services and those of 30 other Inquisitors for the attack itself. The Imperial Navy is also ready. Lord Admiral Louis von Halberton of the Ultima 501st Battle Fleet and Lord Admiral Zanzibar von Breslau of the Tempestus 783rd Battle Fleet are prepared to set sail. 4 other explorator fleets of the Mechanikus and 1 fleet of Frateris Templar are eager to make the Eldar bleed. But they need a spearhead to break the Eldar defenses without it turning into a bloodbath for humanity. They need the Space Marines. And the Sons of Dorn will answer, the Lord of the Imperial Fists affirmed quietly. Biltan will die. By their fault, Rogel Dorn could have died at Kamarak. We did not forget this. Let's begin, High Marshal Gerlach Barbarossa grinned. The Biltan Crusade. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. 282 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Tribune Basil Macedonian. Several kilometers beneath the inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace, there were hundreds of rooms no one but the members of the Adeptus Custodes had the right to access. Not that it was much of a problem, truthfully. For too many of these locations, after millennia of forgotten history, only the 10,000 remembered the rooms even existed in the first place. With only the irregular visits of the maintenance servitors if the Watchers of the Throne were not counted, the ancient libraries, restrooms, labs, and other hab blocks dating back to the time he walked among them were dusty and abandoned. A few custodes always tried to inhabit them and restore some glory, but there was so much to do and the 10,000 had other duties, no matter what the rest of the Imperium believed. At least they were perfect to have private conversations between them and without a single risk of being overheard, which was a priceless commodity on the throne world in this era of intrigue, cutthroat politics, and endless rumors. I still think we should wipe out the Officio Assassinorum, Tribune Nataraja Garuda told him. He informed us the loyalty of the Calidus wasn't to be questioned. The senior tribune reminded his equal among the Watchers. And I point out he only mentioned the Calidus Temple, not the 5 others. And the Grand Master of those psychotic killers has not been summoned in front of the throne. No, Basil Macedonian was forced to admit. But then he only summoned 2 out of the 12 people who matter. The mistress of the Astronomicon had been kind of a matter of course, since not summoning her when spare parts of the Astronomicon had been found and heavy readjustments in the psychomatrixes had to be done would have been tantamount to declaring the High Lord wasn't trusted, and at that point a replacement would have been a necessity, for so many reasons he wasn't going to elaborate upon them. The current inquisitorial representative, for one, can be more or less trusted to do his job. That still doesn't change the fact that 5/6 of the Officio Assassinorum can't be. I want to play a series of new blood games, Basil. We need to be prepared. There are things lurking in the Eversource and Culexis labs that shouldn't have been created without authorization. They were authorized, I fear, a figure of speech, since he had joined the ranks of the 10,000, the now tribune of the Adeptus Custodes had not been afraid. Just not by us. The Grand Provost of the Adeptus Arbits. Or the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy, the schemes of those two were all about power and gaining more of it, never the good of the Imperium or following the orders of their liege. Unlike the Fabricator General, who had prostrated himself in front of him, renewed his oaths, and approved plenty of things as long as he could build bigger warships, bigger cannons, and tinker with ancient and new technology, it was a sad reality Tudor Brezhnev, Rabadash Y. Bing Elkelerman, and Xerxes Van Dyer couldn't be trusted. It went without saying that the moment that what little usefulness His Majesty found in them reached its end, they would all suffer the punishments their extreme disloyalty deserved. The blood games you want will happen, but you will not be in command. The orders have come 4 hours ago. A coalition fleet of the secessionists' Forge Worlds has abandoned its holdings and is now fleeing northwards. The Stratagem's predictions and the Tarot are in agreement, they intend to join forces with the Dark Mechanicum and other traitors. I see. A first strike to let the galaxy remember we still execute those who abandon their oaths. 3 battleships and 500 of us should be more than enough to teach these tech priests the error of their ways. I will await your reports impatiently. This is a new era of war for us, and I have no doubt several of our procedures and strategies will need to be amended to better reflect the enemies out there. In a way, the enemies were weaker than those faced during the Great Crusade by their predecessors. But as Kamarak had proven, usually weaker did not mean it stayed true all the time. There were plenty of very good reasons why the Adeptus Astartes and the Imperial Guard were still fighting endless wars across the galaxy, and a majority had nothing to do with human frailty. Estimations for the repairs. The mistress of the Astronomicon won't have a proper schedule until the exact parts will be presented to her, but I am not optimistic enough to believe it will take less than several decades. Segmentum Pacificus. Novaterran Sector. Novaterra. 285 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Lord Cypher. There was a polite word to describe the military situation of the Novaterran Imperium. This word was screwed. Cypher supposed one of the thousands of public relations officers in a radius of 10 kilometers might disagree with his opinion or at least present it in a more polite manner. That was fine. It wasn't like it would change anything. Launched from Hydrofure, the navy loyal to the High Lords had begun 3 lightning offensives, and with Milehand's defection, the resistance was already crumbling, with over 60 worlds already lost and more disasters being relayed by the astropaths every hour. From Segmentum Solar, the Mechanicus and navy fleets were launching an all-out effort to reconquer the Segmentum. The first estimates gave them 100-plus battleships, 5 Arx Mechanicus, and 30 chapters of the Adeptus Astartes with as many battle barges jumping into the fray. Southwards, the Tempestus Navy battle fleets and the Frateris Templar were deploying for the massacre. Hundreds of warships had already crossed the invisible line separating the 2 segmentums, and soon it was going to be thousands, maybe tens of thousands. Without the Eldar threat to keep them busy, the Admirals of Bacca and the Archmagi of Mars were free to concentrate many forces they previously would never have dared deploying on distant campaigns. But with the secessionists' forge worlds of the Adeptus Mechanicus begging to be admitted back into the mechanical embrace of the Red Planet, their doubts and hesitations, if they had existed at all, had not lasted long. Facing a secessionist battle fleet when you knew it was only a question of days before it would lack vital things like fuel, ammunition, and, most important of all, morale, was doing great things for the spirit of initiative of certain space commanders. And in turn, more Novaterran planets were defecting. Worse, a lot of the first defectors were bastions of piety and faith, which should have stayed loyal until death but now were rallying to the side having a living saint. No matter how dire the situation, we will resist and stop the cruel and barbaric attacks of the narrow-minded fools following the tyranny of so-called Holy Terra. High Admiral Maximus Laval started one of his sector-famous speeches. Unfortunately for him, the audience was rather thin on the ground today. Behind the bastions of our most defended worlds, the faithful and the true men and women of the new age will not succumb to despair. We will not surrender. We will not seek accommodations like the feckless cogboys who abandon ship at the first sign of danger. Behind the walls, we can endure for centuries and live free. Centuries? Under his hood, Cypher smiled. Someone was confident about the defenses of Novaterra. Too bad most of this confidence was unjustified. Oh, the defense grid and the battle fleet in orbit were as strong as everyone imagined, but from long experience, the Space Marine knew no wall stood eternally if the enemy came with sufficient strength. The siege of Terra had proven this. No matter how strong and tall the ramparts, you couldn't stem the tide of enemies for decades if there were 1 million enemies for each of your soldiers. And then he felt it across the system. Warp translations. Massive ones, for him to feel them like that without any attempt of sending mental probes through the ether. Walking to the first military command center he was close to, the worst-case scenario Cypher had planned for sin decades was materializing. At the Nova Europe Mandeville Point 70 frigates and more than 200 destroyers had left the warp, not a single one of them a Novaterran warship. And they were just the vanguard, cleaning entire sections of space of their existing minefields, ravaging the monitoring platforms, and slaughtering the first flotillas answering the alerts. The hololith was not showing most of this, obviously. It was too soon. But Cypher was feeling the deaths and the killing taking place. He knew more warships were coming. Even had he not been trained as a librarian, this would have been logical. A strike against Novaterra was a decapitation strike, a move only the High 12 could authorize. Cut off the head, and the battle fleets and grand armies of the Imperium would have free rein to force the submission of the thousands of leaderless secessionist factions. And to guarantee a 100% victory, the Lords of Terra could only send one force. Among cruisers and battlecruisers, the battle barges and strike cruisers of the Angels of Redemption and the Angels of Absolution's familiar signatures were not bothering to hide. Angels of Wrath, Guardians of the Covenant, and Persecutors of Darkness naval assets added companies and strike cruisers to a force which was truly an impressive armada now. Not one of them looked to be at full strength, proving this was an improvised reaction force and the Unforgiven had been as surprised by Kamarak as them. Unfortunately for Novaterra, surprised was not good enough when one was speaking about the loyal sons of the lion. A warp tier bigger than all others opened. Cypher knew before all other beings what was about to materialize in the system. It had carried many names given to it by hundreds of civilizations, but the one given to it by its owners, the one it bore to this day, was Invincible Reason. Gloriana Battleship, flagship of the First Legion, Spear of Retribution of the Unforgiven, second heaviest construct available to the Supreme Grand Master of Lost Caliban, and for today, the death of Novaterra. Alone, this ship would have been able to engage and destroy the entire battle fleet of this system. Together with the warships accompanying it, it made resistance utterly futile. I am leaving this world, Cypher told the 3 other Fallen waiting behind him. If you want to stay out of reach of the interrogators, I suggest you come with me. No ship will be able to evade such a blockade. Legionnaire, who was talking about using a ship. One of the reasons he had stayed so long at Novaterra was the existence of a webway gate he alone remembered how to find and activate. Tell us your plan first. Assuming you have one, that is. No. And the ancient dark angel began to walk away. And you wonder why no one trusts you. You are a traitorous weaver of schemes and shadows, Lord Cypher. One day, all your sins will catch up with you and all souls on both sides of the long war will torment you to death. There was no misstep in his stride. He didn't turn back his head or any part of his body. His expression didn't change. But the huge sword on his back seemed to weigh a little more. And the burden upon his heart was heavier too. They have already done so. And he disappeared alone into the darkness. The Eye of Terror. Gloriana Battleship Conqueror. The blood rose. The voices must have shouted or shrieked the question a billion times. Was it worth it? The answer needed no debate or deep introspection of the soul. It was no. When you spent every single moment of your life taking care to not be devoured by the very ship you were supposed to command, betrayal had clearly not been worth it. Following the World Eaters into madness had been lunacy, pure and simple. But as much as she had tried to think about it, there had been really no outcome save the one she had chosen. Angren was utterly mad, and would have rebelled anyways. His sons had in the end proven that they had no conscience either. The crew, the Astartes, the units of the Auxilia deployed with them, none of them had opened their mouths to speak as genocide after genocide was committed and the campaigns became planetary slaughters. They had all broken the greatest oath of all without a single protest. They knew. They knew the Master of Mankind would never have approved of their actions. The Primarch was crazy and broken, and they were all damaged beyond redemption. They would have been purged. And since the rebel side welcomed them with open arms, why not give it a chance? But it had not been a chance. They had just exchanged one faraway, distant master for far crueler ones. And every word uttered as a joke was now cursed beyond reason. No one escapes the conqueror. The nails will pound some sense in your skull. They made thrones from skulls of our enemies. By the point they reached Terra, the conqueror was a daemon ship, and the 12th Legion were baying berserkers. And yet they had continued to serve. Not because they cared about the struggle between Horus and his father anymore. Not because they felt a sense of kinship with the other legions. There was no loyalty, no friendship, and no grand plan. There was just survival. She wanted to live, to survive the next hours, the next minutes, and then the next seconds. She wanted to avoid being swallowed by nightmares pouring out of the walls as the Geller fields flickered. She wanted to live. Courage, honor, glory, terror, duty, arrogance, rage, and so many emotions had failed with her. But they had grabbed the souls of everyone else. When they had arrived in the Eye, the Conqueror had completed its last transformation, truly becoming the chain axe decades of slaughter and unending carnage had shaped it into. The crew, her subordinates, became part of the Conqueror when they left the Cadian Gate behind. Their bodies had stayed where they were, impaled or chained to the consoles, mutated spawns and twisted mutants spitting gibberish. There were 2 space marines among them, the result of what happened when you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Conqueror was a ravenous beast. Sometimes she wondered if it should not have been named Devourer or Hungry Maw from the start. The first moments after her rest were spent cutting away the tendrils and other forms of corruption which had tried to tie her up during her sleep. There were dozens of these black and red appendages. The numbers always kept increasing for some reason. Deep inside, she knew one day there would be no freeing herself. There was no one else on the bridge able to help her, and the warbands which used the Conqueror as their flagship didn't often come here. It was too dangerous for them, as the Conqueror remembered those who had used their weapons against it. Something which should have been a screen representing the readings transmitted by the long-range auger arrays arrived at her head's height. Most of the information was not readable to her eyes, alas, since the material was covered in black mucus, had 5 tentacles and 2 eyes appearing and disappearing everywhere, and the moment of contact of one of her fingers had with it confirmed that in greater quantities, this would most likely act like acid for her skin. A fairly inoffensive sign for the Conqueror, all in all. It surprised her that there had been no orders coming from the daemon things replacing the Vox and other communications aboard the ship, but maybe they were all busy fighting the varieties of creatures their presence attracted inside the infinite warp passages the insides of the Conqueror had transformed into. They gave you no order because I stopped them. The daemon was in front of her. Maybe it had always been there, or maybe not. It did not look like the hulking hybrid of giant and bloodthirster Angren had become. It was not a possessed marine or a lesser daemon. Its appearance resembled a black, vaguely humanoid body surrounded by flames. But she didn't need a sorcerer to know that the Neverborn was incredibly powerful. With each breath she took, the temperature was rising higher and higher, and soon she was sweating water she didn't remember having drunk in years. Flames were spreading. This was a great servant of Kern, and the fact it had not attacked hinted at how talented and favored said entity was in its master's court. I am the emissary of Kern. There are skulls to claim for the skull throne. There were infernos burning in these eyes, and she quickly moved hers away to avoid any potential exchange of gazes. Militia, the new para-human sorceress of Tsianch. Her plans in the Calyx expanse must be stopped. Her followers will be torn to pieces. Their heads will be offered to my master. The chosen of Tsianch must lose. Her plans must collapse in blood. In blood, she will be humiliated. In blood, she will learn. Blood. For a second she thought the entity was going to attack her, but with what looked to be an inhuman effort, tension was released and the fires burned at a more reasonable temperature. Its size, however, had tripled, and it showed no sign of decreasing again. Ruin the plans of Tsianch, and Lord Kern will help you in the task you desire. Blood for blood, Erebus will be delivered into your grasp and the betrayer will throw the coward's head at your feet, Lodorissarin. There was a flash of red light and her body felt like it was falling into an abyss. When she woke up, her uniform had returned to its white color for the first time in what felt like centuries, though it was only the upper jacket. The rest of her clothes were brand new and a deep blood red. Above her heart, the familiar bloody print was shining a malevolent red. The offer had not been imagined, and the possibility of refusing it didn't exist. Not that I want to, really. If there's a small chance of finally eliminating that coward, at least some good will come from of our exile in the Eye of Terror. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. 300 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Battleship Enterprise. Seneschal Consort Way Cao. I find I quite like champagne. Could you get more bottles from Holy Terra? You are a hedonist, my dear Seneschal Consort. And proud of it, Wei replied as she finished drinking the sparkling alcohol in her crystal glass. But yes, it was an excellent drink. Of course, the price of the bottle they had begun drinking together was just astronomical. This was M22 champagne harvested in a Terran area called the 22nd Frank Republic, sealed in a microstasis field coupled with a miniature temperature regulator, and it had been stored in the private cellars of the Imperial Palace. There had to be 1 or 2 hives on Wuhan you could buy for this kind of prize, and have plenty of change left. I will open 2 others when we'll celebrate the victory at Nyx, Taylor promised quietly. The others, I will keep in reserve for special occasions. For what felt like hours, they stayed silent. Around their soft little nest, millions of stars provided a grand spectacle, but there were closer things attracting even more attention, like tens of thousands of starships. And unlike the sprawling mess which had existed a few hours ago, there were 2 large fleets which had extracted themselves from the multitude of columns trying to get as close to the Enterprise and the high orbit of Pavia as possible. The first, and in many aspects the most powerful, was concentrating the firepower of the Sons of Dorn and several other chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, supported by 2 navy battle fleets and quantities of other men of war. It was led by the Eternal Crusader, the Black Templars clearly having no intention of relinquishing the place of honor for the coming war. For these millions of space marines, sailors, and warriors, the Battle of Kamarak was not the end, but the beginning of a new age. Long forced on the defensive, the Imperium was retaking the initiative and preparing to deliver judgment on the Xenos. Biltan was going to burn, and Wei couldn't find any pity in her heart. The Long-Ears had repeatedly tried to kill them, and they had failed. The arrogant Xenos had raised the storm, now they were going to reap the consequences. The Second Fleet, while somewhat less impressive visually, still had many Arx Mechanicus and mighty battleships to defend itself. It had hundreds of capital ships, and a brilliant Ormite Custodes ship to lead them. This was the fleet bound for Mars, ordered to deliver the original SDCs to Mars, the parts of the Astronomicon to Holy Terra, and many other treasures to the safety of the solar system. Unlike the forces of the Biltan Crusade, it was going to be constantly reinforced each time it paused to refuel on its way to the throne world. It was quite something that, even with these 2 fleets on their ways to the Mandeville points for the warp translations, there were still tens of thousands of starships including thousands of warships present in the Pavia system. Not all of them would stay behind, the time was near when survivors of Operation Caribbean would return to Nyx, the Astartes who had not gone with the Imperial Fists had other wars to fight, and the Navy was dispatching squadron after squadron to make the Acacia Expanse submit to the rule of the God Emperor and ensure the proclamation of the Acacia subsector became more than ink on a vellum document. I have decided to not execute Aliena Sinblade, her lover told her. The first member of our new seraglio. The Wuhanes woman received a roll of the eyes in return. You and your harems, the Basilea commented. I told you I don't like the principles which led to their creation. It's the logical continuation of political alliances, technological, trade, and influence contracts. Yes, but with time, it also became a way for deviant nobles to express their sexual perversions without being arrested by the arbits. And besides, I want peace at the end of a day, when I stop thinking about Basilea business. I don't want more trouble and quarrels following me up the spire. Wei smiled but didn't open her mouth to say a single word. She knew how her newly winged superior and mistress loved having breathing room and silence when she was surrounded by crowds and noises more powerful than 10 armies of the battlefield every day. It was an earthly desire which was likely going to intensify, given how the pilgrims and other crowds of faithful tried to approach her at every moment of the day now. So, Aliena Sinblade. She will live, since I effectively mastered her via ether gold. Wei had not been there for the event, but mastered was indeed a very accurate description for the purple-haired rogue trader. From Zeno's consorting outlaw, the owner of the Sinblade warrant had become a very devout woman who threw herself to her knees every time Taylor entered a room, said yes to every demand or requisition made, and answered every question in long and precise detail, no matter how dangerous it was for her personally. The new warrant written by Mars will tie her to me, and there will be Inquisitorial and Astartes presence on her ship for the return to Nyx. I've also decided to rename the Universe-class mass conveyor WASP. The seneschal consort giggled. It was an extremely funny name for a ship which was 12 kilometers long and 1.3 kilometers abeam. Not for nothing were these ancient and rare hulls called mass conveyors. They weighed 60 million tons and possessed a passenger capacity between 200 and 500,000, not counting the 60,000 crewmen. It was epic in scale, surpassing the Enterprise and 99% of the starships present at Pavia in sheer size. Well, at least it gives you a new rogue trader to enforce your will across the stars. For someone who had arrived at Wuhan with little but her title of major and some pocket money, the Lady Weaver had advanced her fortune and influence quite nicely. Wolfgang Bach, Dennis Peters, Magdalena Orpheus, and Aliena Sinblade had all sworn themselves to her. That was 4 rogue traders, and the first 2 had been bolstered enormously before their first maiden voyages. As for the wealth, Taylor was easily a high trillionaire, if not a low quadrillionaire. She might have invested several lifetimes of fortune into Mechanicu's constructions, ships, spare parts, and favors, gave a minimum of 250,000 throne gelts to the lowest private of Army Group Caribbean, handed out metallic and biological prostheses left and right, but trying to stymie the growth of her fortune was a fight even she couldn't win. Taylor was rich. And it was going to get worse or better, depending on one's point of view. My will is enforced as long as it doesn't upset the precious morals of certain individuals. You know very well a few nobles are already proclaiming at the top of their lungs that the worker-class population demanding you as planetary governor of Wuhan is yet more evidence of my tyrannical rule. Yes. The overwhelming majority of the pilgrims, manufacturing workers, and inhabitants of the Nyx sector were bombastically enthusiastic, and from them, criticism was nearly non-existent. The upper classes, for better or worse, were nowhere near as supportive. And your answer to them? They can go to hell, Taylor said before kissing her on the forehead. For centuries they had fun oppressing the population of the Imperium and using decades of conflict to fill their pockets and live wasteful lives while billions died in the trenches a few light years away. They could have fixed the Imperium. They didn't. So now we are going to try it my way. As long as I can stay by your side, you have my full support. It wasn't like she dreamed to administer the unstable aftermath of her father's assassination, really. I suppose we will visit my home world shortly after our return to Nyx. No. Wuhan and Claire 47 are on the short list, along with the Iris system. The Basilea confided to her. But once the big political affairs are settled, we will make a long journey across the sector. I need to see if the reforms to come are done, and the people need to see us. I won't be an anonymous face like Menelaus was. There are going to involve a lot of ovation celebrations. By right, every hero of the Imperium who received this prerogative had to be welcomed by a planet like he was a High Lord him or herself. Since Taylor was the Basilea of Nyx and a living saint of the ecclesiarchy, all the planets where the Enterprise went would have to present their best appearance or suffer very unpleasant consequences. Don't remind me. Was she going to repeat the insinuation of many high-ranking priests that the 2 of them had to be married? No. She was fairly sure Taylor had heard them too, and decided to disregard them for the time being. But I think it's better to have parties organized than to be shot at least I'm fairly sure it's better. I may change my mind once you and your cosmetic and beauty departments force me into long dresses and expensive gowns. You exterminated billions of long ears at Kamarak, and yet you're afraid of a few robes. I can always unleash Lisa on you, the brilliant black-haired woman stuck her tongue out. No, the moth will always come back to you. You're the only one who can understand her, in the end. The battle fleets began to drift away. Starforts and immense cathedrals of war abandoned their orbit around Pavia in order to return to the throne world or to more wars and bloody conflicts across the galaxy. The world of Pavia shone in the middle of this like a jewel of purity and nature. Somehow, Wei had the feeling that once it would be her turn to leave this system, she would never come back here. What now? As a famous politician of M2 said, this is not the beginning of the end, but maybe it is the end of the beginning. We have struck a blow against the great enemy. And there will be others. Taylor refilled their drinks, and her voice lowered until it was barely above a whisper. There must be others. We will spit in the eyes of their sorcerers, humiliate their mutant warlords, burn the warp with golden light, and force their cultists into holes so deep it will take them millennia to dig out. To let them remember that several times, they were brought low by mere mortals. For the Emperor and humanity, we will win. Their lips met under the stars. Their kisses were long and passionate. And for several hours, everything less important than their love was temporarily forgotten. Chapter 43, Ovation 9-1 Deus Ex Mechanicus. Ovation 9.1. Deus Ex Mechanicus. The majority of the Nixians old enough to live through the immediate post-Kamarak era were prompt to name the late years of the 290s and the beginning of the 300s the Oramite Age. Little did they know that their children and grandchildren would speak of giving the same title to different decades of the 35th millennium. All things considered, I prefer the term Oramite Age to the prelude to Operation Stalingrad. I think Taylor prefers it that way too. For all the military successes won by the forces of the Nix sector on the battlefield and the enthusiasm they generated across the galaxy, I have never forgotten that every battle, every piece of archaeotech, and every boon were too often conquered atop a mountain of corpses of courageous and loyal men and women. The Battle of Kamarak brought immense benefits to the Nix sector. And the worst part was that it at the same time cost so much to Army Group Caribbean and yet so little to the Imperium. I knew it before the first ship departed through the warp for Pavia. The hulls and the regiments mustered for the anti-pirate hunt were insignificant compared to certain crusades and wide-scale operations launched on the eastern fringe. By the estimate of the 12th dimensional equations, the military tithe sent to Tigris was far more powerful than the army group, at least where its ground component was concerned. But so many of these men and women were known to us, we had seen them walk in the streets of Nix, dance with certain ladies, and salute the crowds before boarding the transport which would ferry them across the stars. Knowing they had been cut down by the Eldar, for all the theoretical risks, was a pain which never truly faded, and would return with a vengeance during Operation Stalingrad. Sometimes, I just wish Taylor did not have this damnable luck following her everywhere. It can't be only the power of the Emperor gifted to her. The old Chinese curse "May you live in interesting times" is so perfect to describe her it failed to be funny after Kamarak and many comments of Missy on the question. Kamarak. Even decades after Captain General Anubis Excelsior placed the flag of the Matopan first in front of the Eternity Gate, I don't think that I've been able to grasp how much it changed things. People will rightfully remember the dozens of ovation ceremonies celebrated for the living, the dead, and the Basileia. Or they will marvel at the Gaius Mausoleum, Cyrene Versailles' successful attempt at resurrecting the Taj Mahal and the Terracotta Army, and add their prayers to the ones uttered by billions of pilgrims. In my draconic opinion, it was the opportunity to remember so many ancient technologies thought out of humanity's reach which was the greatest triumph of the expeditionary force. The space elevator, to mention one of the most visible templates, was still something the Mechanicus tech priests claimed to be able to construct when they were commissioned to, but in reality their creations were crude and inferior versions of the works of the human engineers who had completed such projects millennia ago. This wasn't due to incompetence or malice. The metallic men and women I am charged to oversee, even if sometimes the verb babysit describes the situation better, just lacked the comprehension of certain scientific and industrial processes, because the ancients left no traces of them. Therefore, before Kamarak the ancient space elevators having survived the Age of Strife, the Great Crusade, and the Horus Heresy had better continue working to their usual performance, because the adepts of Mars wouldn't be able to repair them perfectly if they broke down. Finding the STC template of this gateway to the stars broke many limits which had shackled worlds sworn to Terra and Mars. Numerous alloys could be mass-produced again. Malfunctioning elevators returned to peak performance. New titanic projects of engineering could be authorized every year. And the number of accidents fell massively with every passing month. And yes, as Dennis sufficiently teased me, this victory gave me a promotion and the time to tinker on new dragon armors with a budget that anyone humble could only call fantastic. Salamanders, White Scars, and their successors instantly gained my favor. They had recognized the greatness of the draconic machine, and I never forgot it. Some vehicles may have more acceleration, some jet bikes might evade enemy fire more swiftly, and some knights have more firepower at their disposal, but a dragon armor concentrates dozens of qualities and yet contains none of the weaknesses. Of course, even during these times of ovations and parties, there were more problems piling up. At the top of them were the Newsphere bureaucratic data reports, an insidious threat I was not able to appreciate the full magnitude of until it was too late. The problem, to be bluntly honest, is that we need more information than a list of names and some spatial coordinates. We have Necron dynasties names like Aden, Meferet, Thebek, Mainarch, Charnovok, Sodok, Hyrok, Nihilok, Sarnak, Thokt, and their equivalent of glyph banners and general appearance. But that isn't enough. The firepower a world engine and its ground-based garrisons is capable of overwhelming a battle fleet and the greatest defenses in place to protect critical worlds in short order. Going after a Necron tomb world and failing to destroy it in less than a few days would be synonymous with disaster, and not just for planet where the metallic Xenos are lying dormant. If the Imperium gives the attacked dynasty the time, nothing save him on Terra would be able to protect the local sector from the sheer amount of destruction unleashed by the Necrons. Extract of a conversation between rogue trader Wolfgang Bach and Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal, 296M35. When I said I wanted an unlimited budget for my pet projects, Taylor, I did not expect you to take it quite this literally. Magos Draco Dogma Dragon Richter to Basilea Taylor A Bear, late 296M35. There are some politicians who will declare we were resting on our laurels for a decade. Let them. In truth, the new campaign began to be prepared before the forces of Operation Caribbean dispersed across the galaxy. General Groner addressing several officers of the Nix regiments, 310M35. Yes, Missy, your point has been made. Now stop bringing me these I told you so sculptures. It's not funny anymore. Basilea Taylor A Bear during one of her Council of Ministers, 297M35. Transmitted, Holy Terra. Received, Astropath Ultima Mirabilis. Destination, Cartoonish. Mission time, 1.243.296M35. Telepathic Duct, SATT1012101012. Reference, Classified. Author, Fabricator Locum Decimus Osmium 5-1111. Priority, Vermilion. Chosen of the Omnissiah. The final votes and deliberations about the future 13th founding have ended, and the news are excellent, with each of the 12 new chapters of the Adeptus Astartes confirmed to receive the war assets and genetic facilities their founding deserves. Unfortunately, given the rapport of strength in the Senatorum Imperialis, the Adeptus Mechanicus was unable to sway a majority of the High 12 towards authorizing a new successor chapter of the Blood Angels. The presence of every chapter descended from the 9th Legion in your Dawnbreaker Guard proved a political drawback, and only time and patience will allow us to overcome the illogical obstacles on this path. Out of the 12 new chapters, 11 are nothing for you to worry about, although the choice of privileging the Ultramarines gene line again so soon after the 12th founding is raising some queries in Mars forges and Jupiter's shipyards. The Magma Spiders, the Fists of Roma, and your yet unnamed successor of the gene seed recovered will be based on the Nix sector, charged with defending the southern frontier of Ultima Segmentum, and the eastern fringe if the situation in that direction worsens. The Death Spectre's Raven Guard gene line, and the Ebon Knight's Dark Angels gene line have been chosen to defend the Imperium against the threat coming from the extremist level region known as the Ghoul Stars. The Solar Hawks is a chapter of White Scar's successors which has accepted the noble duty of reinforcing the defenses existing northwest of Medusa in Segmentum Obscurus. The 4 new successors to the Lord of Macrage's legacy are the Thunder Barons, the Cerulean Guard, the Praetor Watch, and the Blue Panthers. For the present time, these chapters have been assigned to reinforce several war zones in Segmentum Pacificus, where the collapse of Novaterra demands a firm cog to restore productivity and loyalty. The only successor chapter of the Iron Hands, the Angels of Iron, will be deployed in western Segmentum Tempestus to secure former space lanes which until recently were rendered unusable by Eldar pirates. As for the 12th chapter, we remain ignorant of everything about it save its name, the Exorcists. The Holy Inquisition blocked every investigation and query to learn the gene line used to forge the new Astartes, their homeworld's location, or any other information regularly communicated to our Forge world in order to give the best adapted weapons to a Space Marine chapter. All assistance to help us understand this mystery. The inquisitorial representative went so far as to declare the servitors sent to deliver the supplies would be subjected to complete erasure of databanks will be welcome. To return to the status of your Space Marine chapters, as you so logically pointed out, it is mechanically advantageous the Magma Spiders are given priority for warships and infrastructure building. Logically, the Fists of Roma and the other chapter will need several years to be built to operational strength before needing starships and the most expensive assets anyway. Glory to the Omnissiah, and may the quest for knowledge be once more in your favor. No, the planetary government of Nix isn't using the hololithic game Call of Duty to massively boost the recruitment rates of the Imperial Guard and planetary defense forces. No, we aren't using more propaganda than the rules given in File BB5 permit. And no, the rumors of our next game being a potential source of recruits for the Inquisition and the Assassin Orm are just that, rumors. Extract from a conversation between an angry noble and Lady Missy Byron, 296M35. Ultima Segmentum. Acacia Subsector. Pavia System. Battleship Enterprise. 1.250.296M35, approximately 330 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Thought for the day, the industrious may escape death. Lady General Taylor A. Bear. I had not truly understood how many archaeotech weapons and relics the Adeptus Mechanicus managed to recover from Kamarak, Master of Siege Saul Agamemnon admitted as he reread the data on his data slate, his tanned near black skin and dark green eyes accenting his serious expression. When the Skitarii squads and their tech priests realized how many ancient weapons and precious metals and resources they could collect from Kamaraka's vaults, their rating knew no end. Taylor replied without shifting her gaze from the documents she was busy affixing her seal to. The biggest surprise in this affair was that the tech priests of Griffon 4 were the worst, not that the adepts of Mars pillaged so many vaults. The worst offenders had been punished severely after the battle. Like she had repeated endlessly before the bloodshed started at Pavia, the black-haired general could accept the Mechanikus attempting to save precious archaeotech, but not at the expense of weakening the defensive lines or withdrawing military support when more important goals were achievable. Tech priests will always be tech priests, epistolary foreman of the Emperor's swords agreed immediately. At least they are happy with you for the abundance of archaeotech, my lady. Yes, and they continue to debate endlessly on how to divide the spoils. And like for the arguments raised before, there wasn't much surprise about that. The guards saying about 2 tech priests quarreling over a rusted cog was perhaps slightly exaggerated, but it had been sparked from serious incidents. And there was a lot more than a rusted bowl to quarrel over here. Thanks to her excellent memory, which she had a feeling was becoming better and better now that Kamarak was over and golden wings shone on her back, the newly promoted Lady General had the complete list, and it was impressive. By category of weapons, the Mechanikus had salvaged a vast arsenal from the Dark City's utter destruction that included over 90,000 projectile samples, 14,000 plus missile and ordnance archaeotech, 160,000 lasguns and variants, 26,000 plasma guns, 45,000 flamers, and the list went on and on. And these were just the official numbers that the Mechanikus had confirmed and reported to the Astartes supervising them. Despite her best efforts, the commander of Army Group Caribbean was sadly certain some interesting pieces had disappeared into the secret vaults of the Red Robes the moment there wasn't one of her insects nearby to keep them honest. At least Lankovar and the other subordinates acting in Nyx's name had been able to secure 16 Folkite relics and many pieces of plasma and other exotic technology. Dragon and the rest of the Mechanikus Council were going to have fun studying and experimenting with all the data and archaeotech she was bringing back for the next decade. As long as the debates didn't spiral into violence and the most dangerous toys had been relinquished to inquisitorial and custodes representatives, this would be good enough for her. If only it didn't generate so many data slates and other bureaucratic nonsense, this would truly be a perfect world. My lady, forgive me, but Ancient Pierre and Lieutenant General Paul Dundee are requesting a moment of your time at your leisure in the waiting room, Sergeant Wilbert Loris of the Iron Drakes informed her as he returned from his patrol. A look at the ruby gold clock of her office in the Enterprise, and Taylor groaned, realizing that once more and despite her best effort, the boring and unattractive part of her guard duties wasn't going to be finished in time. Escort them in. Thankfully for one of her visitors, the Enterprise's inner structure had been built large, and as such the large war machine in the color of the Heracles Wardens could enter without smashing everything in its way, as long as the Astartes surviving in the dreadnought sarcophagus was careful. The Space Marines present and herself obviously heard him coming long before he came into view. Pierre had obviously not changed much, save the change of emblem to reflect his current service in the Dawnbreaker Guard. A dreadnought was a dreadnought. The appearance of the Indigan officer in contrast had undergone clear changes. The 7th Division had convinced several Drukhari to relinquish several relic human armors into their custody, and the Australian-looking man wore one, a rather spectacular work of emerald and sapphire decorated by the dozens of medals the newly promoted Lieutenant General had won. The customary greetings and offer for refreshments were quickly expedited, the non-dreadnought was given a chair, and Taylor could reveal the reason she had summoned the light brown-haired officer here. Your performance in the Port of Lost Souls and the other battlefields of Kamarak was excellent, Lieutenant General, and I have read your recommendations on the anti-Xenos warfare training with the utmost attention. This was not hyperbolic congratulations or useless flattery. Paul Dundee was really one of the officers having made the smallest amount of mistakes during the invasion of Kamarak, and while the 7th Division's losses had been severe, they had been caught twice in full demonic onslaughts and dozens of times on open ground by Eldar ambushes, managing to fight their way through and inflict crippling losses upon their enemies every time. I can assure you many will be adopted. Unfortunately, while I would love to give you the duties of a senior training officer for the Nyx replacements awaiting instruction, I have need of you elsewhere. I understand, Lady General. And the calm and slightly amused voice was an excellent indicator the former Major General had seen it coming. Indiga. Was she really that predictable? Taylor banished the thought from her head a few seconds after it popped up. In the end, this was cutting lost time on explanations and she wasn't going to complain. Yes, Indiga. The ruler of the Nyx sector confirmed. As the latest cataclysm proved, my swarm, while powerful, can be reinforced by new breeds from all over the galaxy. And since one of my best officers was born on that particular world, I thought I might as well use his contacts to provide me more weapons for my arsenal. I appreciate the confidence you've invested in me, and behind the smirk, Taylor could feel the Indigan officer was really honored by the recognition she had given where his military skills and talents were concerned. And I'm willing to return to my home world. However, I will need several accreditation letters for the current governor. A grimace appeared on Paul's face, just as her Fey butler was placing a glass of his favorite amasec in front of him. While you are certainly the first person I know to have the power of controlling a large swarm of insects, General, there have been many attempts by intrepid rogue traders to capture and transport the famous super predators of Indigan to other worlds. Most of the time, these attempts ended in tragedy, and after a number of disastrous incidents, new laws were passed to forbid the capture and exportation of the breeds which make our home world famous. Now if a hunting-addicted governor or another big name wants to kill a hyperraptor or a pyre porcupine, he must come to Indiga and hunt it him or herself. I'm sure hunting tourism must be booming. Taylor could not help but give her interlocutor a thin smile. Before I left on the guard transports, I understand it had become a very profitable part of our planetary economy, Dundee smirked. Of course, the experts we provide always insist our tourists pay up front before going hunting. 6 years ago, Taylor would have been left with her mouth agape and likely been aghast for several minutes that there were people ready to travel thousands of light years to satisfy their hunting hobby. Now, it wasn't something that deserved more than the raise of an eyebrow. Besides, more than 99% of the tourists were certainly nobles, so if a few were devoured, it would hardly result in an efficiency loss for the Imperium. You will have the letters and authorizations you need, the Baroness of Pavia promised. A couple of astropaths will be sent with you, just in case the governor or certain politicians decide to be difficult. That should be more than sufficient, Paul Dundee nodded. Now I must clarify a point. Do you want me to hunt and capture psychic insects, or should I exclude them from the list of targets? This Taylor hadn't expected, though in hindsight, given how many failures the Menelaus dynasty had buried deep in the hope no one would find about them, knowing it had happened on another planet was a sad confirmation there was no limit to human idiocy. The governor who caused this mess imported psychic breeds. The Basileia asked just to be sure she hadn't suddenly developed a hearing problem. Lady Constantine Principa Argoi, may her soul rot in the darkest pits of hell, wanted the greatest and most complete zoo of the Imperium. Behind the veneer of amusement, it didn't take a genius to know the Lieutenant General was not entertained by the ambition of Argoi. So yes, it involved psychic species. And while the prefects of the time launched a gigantic hunting campaign after the Judgment's earthquake, they have proven impossible to eradicate. Taylor paused a few seconds to consider her options. Until now, her only psychic insects were Lisa the giant moth and the Catachan ants. Both served critical needs. The former allowed her to use what could be described as psychic purification with the Emperor's light and the transmutation of Noctilith into ether gold. The latter were relays for her swarm, extending her already huge range to greater distances, and providing the priceless Bacta. These two breeds were her greatest assets. But it had been dangerous to make the Queen Ant submit to her will, and a lot of preparations needed to be made every time they were to be transported or studied. A large part of her mind wanted to say it was too dangerous, that even with the greatest security precautions imagined or recovered by the Mechanikus, there was no need to increase the lethality of her swarm and the assets she could wield on the battlefield. The other part of her brain told her she was being stupid and that her enemies after Kumarak would be out for her blood before long, with a good idea of what she could deploy into a war zone. Nocturne's insects, while individually powerful, would not turn the tides in a Kumarak-level disaster. But the psychic breeds of Indiga, coordinated with her power, just might provide an insurmountable advantage and destroy heretics and demons before they had the opportunity to inflict tens of thousands of casualties to the guard and ravage her swarm again. The psychic insects and arthropods are included in your list of hunt and capture targets, provided of course you can transport them safely according to the regulations the tech priests have for you. The eyes of the Indigan man narrowed thoughtfully at arthropod. Interesting, it wasn't exactly a secret in Hive Athena that breeds of crabs and other species of crustaceans answered to her will, but the rumors hadn't had the time to spread to the ears of the Munitorum selected officers. Pierre, you will go with him. The Lady General spoke to the dreadnought for the first time of the meeting. With pleasure, Lady Weaver. As a member of the Dawnbreaker Guard, you will be an additional insurance. The mission of the good Lieutenant General is taken seriously. But your main mission will be to assess the dangers and aptitudes of the insects and arthropods of the wildlife of Indiga. Kill as many of the species as you want to have an opinion upon them. I give you a veto right to exert if a species or several are unsuitable for my swarm. I will not disappoint you. The Indigan insects will be thoroughly tested. Nodding and cringing a bit at the sheer massacre of fauna which was about to occur, Taylor stopped looking at the dreadnought, wishing that he would stop wearing one of the numerous pirate hats requisitioned at Pavia and Kumarak. Alas, even Isley had not discovered where the pieces of cloth were hidden when they weren't worn. Pick between 200 and 400 veterans who have been declared untainted by the Inquisition after meeting Lisa, the insect mistress commanded her guard subordinate. The 5,000 tech priests and the grand cruiser of Stygies 8 which will be your transport to Indiga before your return to Nyx have already been pledged by the Mechanikus. Plenty of firepower for the hunting operations I have in mind, the Indigan officer assured her. Will that be all, Lady General? Not quite, Taylor hesitated, before deciding the move was not illegal and preparing for the future, much like the gathering of new insects. When you meet the highest planetary authorities of your world, please mention the possibility of providing a new army group for a future campaign with them. I can certainly deliver the message, the Lieutenant General told her. But I don't know if the reaction will be positive or negative. I have been away for too long, and I was hardly living in those kinds of circles to begin with. This was more or less what was expected given how long guardsmen fought away from the planet they had been born on. Taylor would just have to hope the Administratum and the Munitorum did not have a heavy hand around Indiga. At least for the Dundee mission, the Lady General would have an answer rather quickly. Indiga's sector was in a straight line between Pavia and Nyx, so in less than a year, provided the warp wasn't too turbulent, there would be answers one way or another. Can I use my funds to buy authentic Indigan hats? Taylor did not facepalm, groan, or express her exasperation, but God was it tempting. Don't push your luck, Pierre, if you don't want to return to a stasis vault. Though at least it would be a way to avoid a fateful meeting one of her astropaths had warned her about a few hours ago. And this meeting, the first of a long series, ended there. General Groner would be next, presenting his conclusions about the logistics of Operation Caribbean in his function of Quartermaster General of her brand new staff. Then there would be Commissar Zuev, since he and her had to decide who would be the first director of the new Nyxian Schola Progenium, the process of recruiting and training many new commissars, and the coordination with the incoming Catachan trainers. And then there were all the other matters. Suddenly having a good memory of the endless list of things waiting to pounce on her was more discouraging than anything, and more data slates and other forms of paperwork continued to arrive. Bureaucracy sucks all the fun out of power and privileges, the Basileia of Nyx stated gravely to her Dawnbreaker guards. By a strange coincidence, none of them disagreed, though a few of the transhumans had the gall to chuckle. Rogue trader Wolfgang Bach. The saint was watching the stars projected on the walls of the bridge when they entered. But then again, when a small army of insects filled out the data slates in your stead, conversed with several tech priests, and gave new orders to the various guardsmen several meters away, Wolfgang figured one could enjoy the view of the Pavia system and the other stellar phenomena. Evidently, their walk in the chamber that was the heart of the Enterprise was anticipated long before their first foot touched ground inside, and the Lady General turned to watch them approach long before they had passed the last living wall of Space Marines guarding her. Or was it the other way around? While it was true there were many instances during the Battle of Kumarak where Lady Weaver had survived thanks to the intervention of Space Marines, one of the two deaths suffered by the Dawnbreaker Guard was a direct consequence of it. The Basileia of Nyx had also saved the lives of her bodyguards many, many times. Maybe it was a symbiotic relationship, like the one the Imperial Army and the Legions had been supposed to share before the Great Treason. If so, Wolfgang knew it was going to make a lot of politicians very unhappy. Ah, Wolfgang! Right on time. How is the Grand Cruiser Golden Sword? Today the Baroness of Pavia wore a red armor, which in all its splendor and magnificence did not look inferior to the one she had fought the Battle of Kumarak with. It is a promising exploratory ship, my lady. The new rogue trader thanked his benefactor deep inside once more. For all her astronomical gains, Lady Weaver had abandoned her claim to a lot of money when she sold the Grand Cruiser to him at a hefty discount. There are of course plenty of issues to tackle, but they will be solved in time. I have however decided to rename it Pavian Victory. Hopefully, the name will inspire a new crew to erase the shame of having served a treacherous rogue trader for several decades. This wasn't the first ship of the former rogue traders which found itself renamed. The Orion-class Star Clipper Law of Profit was now the Law of Nyx, and the Ambition-class cruiser Manifest Destiny would begin a new and more respectable career as the Ovation Destiny. Together these three warships formed a very powerful squadron, and once the other Ambition class built by the shipyards of Mars arrived, Wolfgang knew he would have an armada surpassing many local navy flotillas in size. This was all thanks to the patronage of the Basileia, of course. Without her help, Wolfgang would not have been taken seriously had he tried to make a move for the command of a Star Clipper, never mind a cruiser. By the hierarchy of the Imperial Navy, the ex-First Secretary was after all an ensign in half-pay, and one who had not found a warship to complete his academy graduation. Yes, hopefully, the Lady General's eyes looked at the two Navy officers accompanying him. Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal. Rear Admiral Fujiko Yamamoto. You have kicked a political hornet's nest when you pushed to be transferred to Battlefleet Nyx. And I regret nothing, Your Celestial Highness. The young Admiral Ruenthal was merely 45, and looked as young as himself, bowed so low it was impressive he didn't lose his balance. No, I suppose you don't. Rear Admiral. The Basileia had told him in confidence that for a woman having a M3 Japanese name, Fujiko Yamamoto didn't have any traits associated with Japanese people. Wolfgang could certainly agree with that. Middle-aged, red-haired, blue-eyed, thin but with an extremely developed pair of breasts, the Rear Admiral was a striking woman in looks, but had nothing in common with the features of Wahanes and other women sharing this type of appearance across the Nyx sector. Your Celestial Highness is certainly aware that my future at Carduniash and other Segmentum fortresses is heavily compromised, Fujiko Yamamoto spoke with assurance, but there was a trace of weakness in her voice. I am the highest-ranked officer to have survived of what was Augustus von Kischer's command. No blame has officially been placed on my shoulders, but unless I and the other officers quickly find a battle fleet to welcome us, our careers are over. And you think Battlefleet Nyx is your lifeline in the growing political storm? The Rear Admiral nodded silently. Your performance in the cataclysmic final battle of the Port of Lost Souls went above and beyond what His Most Holy Majesty demands of his officers, according to all the naval experts I have spoken with. And I won't deny you were dealt a bad hand when being placed under von Kischer's command. These fast battleships were a disaster in waiting. The young rogue trader could only grimace internally. While the thorough investigation immediately launched by the Mechanikus was far from over, it was likely going to take years. Really, Archmagos Sagami and Kal had each on their own published long and coherent analyses that at least 3 major plasma conduits had been placed near compartments where they definitely shouldn't have been. Devoid of capital-grade armor and too close to certain ammunition stores, the Invincible and its consorts were one trigger for a chain reaction away from death. In the end, it wasn't a surprise so many fast battleships were lost. The surprise was more there was one which managed to survive in the fires of war. There is one point however that I think that is particularly interesting and that you haven't mentioned so far. Wolfgang raised an eyebrow. If that was the case, he had missed it too. You were born from one of the houses of the Samarkand sector regularly sending its heirs and heiresses to Karduniash. It has been a long time since I have returned home, Fujiko Yamamoto confessed. I am 72 now, Your Celestial Highness. If it is contacts among the Zaibatsu you require, I am not the woman you need. Your honesty gives you credit, Rear Admiral. Wolfgang easily noticed Lady Weaver didn't look disappointed for a single second. But you misunderstand my intentions. The Samarkand sector ignored me for years, as most of its houses were feuding with each other, and they limited themselves to sending me envoys with no power to their stations when I wanted to discuss industrial expansion with them. Not only that, but through their fault there was a munitorum tithe levied on my sector at the worst possible moment. I want to send a message to Samarkand making clear that their days of being the privileged overlord of Karduniash are truly over. What I want to know is if you are willing to help me do it. Yes, Your Celestial Highness. The Yamamoto Zaibatsu mustn't have sponsored the career of their female admiral very hard, Wolfgang mused. Not with her being a rear admiral at the age of 70 when she had the talent to command a battle fleet, and not with the devoted expression she gave to the black-haired lady general. The champion of Karduniash, the domination's pride, and the lion will join Battlefleet Nyx and carry out the duties you want them to accomplish. In this case, prepare these 3 warships for a warp travel to the Nyx sector. The smile disappeared when the insect mistress spoke to the other Navy officer on the bridge. Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal. You are talented, that much is undeniable. Your naval tactics have proved their worth at Kamarak and during many naval battles you fought before this year. When I asked Baka to give me a list of their most brilliant commanders, you were at the top. Golden energy danced around red armor, but the expression of Lady Nyx didn't soften. What I seriously fail to understand, however, is how an experienced battlefleet commander like you can behave like an evil grox around women. Ah. Yes, in hindsight, Wolfgang should have known that had already arrived to her ears. With due respect. Yes, Admiral, I know what you are going to say. Guard and Navy aren't in the same chain of command, and even if they were, what you do in your personal life isn't any concern of mine. At this moment, the golden pressure increased, and all the transhumans, Skitarii, and humans on the bridge could verify that yes, in front of them truly stood the saint of the God Emperor who, on his command, had charged into Kamarak and delivered death to billions of long ears. All of this is true. But I want to trust the commanders I place in important positions completely and without reservation. For all my powers, even I cannot afford to be looking over my shoulder every minute. And right now, Admiral von Ruenthal, the fact you use your sexual partners like single-use handkerchiefs does not exactly encourage me to trust you unconditionally. So let me be clear, Admiral. I will accept you in Battlefleet Nyx, but I want improvements in your lifestyle and no more complaints and rumors coming to my ears. Because I can swear to you, once deeds have reached a certain threshold, I give no second chance, and the officers who fail to uphold the standards of His Most Holy Majesty's Navy will have all eternity to explain themselves to him. Am I clear? Oscar von Ruenthal must have nerves of steel, because there wasn't even a flicker of fear or shaking in his limbs when he answered. Yes, Your Celestial Highness. You have made yourself totally clear on the subject. Excellent. Sometimes, Wolfgang wondered why the Emperor hadn't given powers to control mammals or carnivorous reptiles to his living saint. In hindsight, the answer was all too evident. The insect mistress was already too versatile and powerful with her swarm. Now, your report on the capital warships which are going to be transferred to Nyx. The golden power diminished, and everyone could breathe more easily. My Victory-class flagship, the Son of Victory, is ready to depart the moment you give the order. The Emperor-class Aquila Eternal is also warp-capable again, as the Ryza engine seers have beaten their records to repair the battle damage. The Retribution-class Crusade of Defiance is not ready, and I fear there's no way its engines will be declared fit for duty in less than 3 standard weeks. As for the cruisers, Pavia. Shadow Warden Kalyan Gautham. Kalyan had stayed in the shadows while the woman he had sworn to protect worked on the immense pillar of white marble. It was not a sight, the Legionnaire acknowledged, you saw every day unless you lived next to someone having the capacity of controlling insects. Thousands of termites and ants were working like a small army of builders, carving stone with a precision the average sculptor of the Great Crusade would have killed to possess. Even the coterie of artists the emperor's children were keeping close to them would have found no flaw with this work. The son of Corax amended his thoughts a moment later. No, while this wasn't completely wrong, it wasn't entirely accurate either. Sculptures and other artistic creations of the Third Legion had always been flamboyant, for lack of a better adjective, and this had been true decades before treachery replaced trust and brotherhood. The first stone metaphorically and literally Taylor Hebert had worked on was simple and modest. The aquila at the top looked like it was about to fly, but it had not been painted in gold. The marble stayed as it was, and he had heard the insect mistress order the architects regularly presenting their plans for the Fountain of Light be commanded to not modify the inscription and the double-headed bird in any way. Kalyan hadn't known any custodes personally, but he thought the words now carved forever in the white stone would please them. In the light of the ether gold crystal, the sunworms, and the lone Catachan Queen Ant the Lady General had brought with her, the letters would stand in high and low Gothic. He protects. Because sacrifice for mankind is honor. He expects. Because humanity must be free. He fights. Because loyalty is its own reward. Here rests the indomitable spirit of Constantin Valder, Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes. Stranger, if you turn to your heart towards Terra, you know he waits by his side. Kalyan felt the inspiration from many Primarch's speeches made during the Great Crusade. But then that wasn't going to raise eyebrows, since Lady Weaver has access to several libraries of the blood, which for all their holes were more accurate than the history the Imperium tried to force the people of the Imperium to swallow. But within this inscription, hope remained. The ideals they had fought for were not totally forgotten. Oppression, in all its forms, could be broken. The legacy of deliverance could be reawakened from the shadows. And maybe, just maybe, the new lights which began to burn after Camaraka's destruction could lead Corax himself to return one day. Their father had survived Istvan V and the drop site massacre. The Raven Guard had survived the heresy, for all the terrible sacrifices and daunting obstacles trying to drown them in a sea of damnation and betrayal. And Dorn and the Khan still lived. If two Primarches could withstand everything the webway threw at them, their own Gene-sire could survive legions of the arch-enemy and return. The 19th Legion had perished, but the fight would continue. It would, as long as a single Raven Guard Astartes remained alive. With the arrival of dawn, the sculpting effort ended and the insects left the site. Kalyan Gautham and the other battle brothers of the Dawnbreaker Guard left the heart of the newly created city of Constantinople in several columns, and they were sorely needed, for several tens of thousands of pilgrims and imperial citizens had come to see the Baroness of this shrine world a last time before she left the planet and the system. Somehow, before they boarded the Thunderhawk, the Shadow Warden instinctively knew they would not return to Pavia for a very long time. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Nix 3. 3.270.296 M35. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter. Cathar 4 Frederick was seen praying 12 times to the Omnissiah after he learned how the Basileia attacked the Eldar with underground assaults. The Master of Destruction was rarely sarcastic, but today the irony in his words could not be mistaken for anything else. Expect a large project for an underground railway using the ambules of Lady Weaver to arrive through the Noosphere before the week is over. As far as projects go, that one actually sounds rather logical, Dragon pointed out as they walked in the section of the Fafnir Forge Temple where the Archmagos of Estaban 7 was conducting his experiments. For all our discussions about spaceports, orbital elevators, and other great infrastructure projects, ground transportation on Nix III's surface needs a growing number of railways, train engines, and wagons. It was why when the time had come to make the purchase list to Ryza, Estaban, Mars, Lucius, and many other forge worlds known to produce the best train engines and superior railway systems, her orders had not been what any reasonable person would have described as small. I agree, but ambules can't be servo-controlled without some going rogue and spreading across the planet, the Master of Destruction nodded sadly, indicating this wasn't exactly a new idea for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Lady Weaver will have to stay in control of the ambules for the majority of the time, and for underground railways of the size Cathar 4 Frederick wants, my humblest estimations are of hundreds of kilometers of railways, and we will have to dig deep, otherwise potential orbital bombardments always cause catastrophic damage to the railway network in the first minutes. I suppose the final decision will ultimately stay with Lady Weaver, then. The newly promoted Lady Dogma, one rank short of Prime Hermeticon, answered. One way or another, we will have to expand the railway system, and significantly. The current transport capacity is already filled at 95%, and with the reforms and expansions which are sure to follow, this capacity needs to be increased by several orders of magnitude, not decreased. Indeed. Stefan Delta Septimus canted a long and complex binaric code, and gates large enough to let small titans pass opened in front of them, revealing several lines of tanks waiting like they were due to be inspected. Which was not far from the truth, now that Dragon thought about it. You haven't been idle. Dragon commented. The last reports had mentioned 1 or 2 pattern variants developed from the original chassis of the Khan battle tank, yet the first line of armored vehicles was including 8 different Khan tanks, and there were the super heavy cataphracts waiting behind. By the Omnissiah, how could I be when servants of him fought and won so many praises in his name? Asked the tech priests of Estaban 7 rhetorically. But ultimately, the challenges of engineering proved fewer in number and magnitude than initial reports indicated. Behold the Khan Kamarak, Khan Annihilator, Khan Conqueror, Khan Eradicator, Khan Executioner, Khan Exterminator, Khan Punisher, and Khan Vanquisher. Dragon nodded respectfully at the industrial achievement. She had been willing to begin the project herself, but other preoccupations and priorities had taken precedence over it, and after all Stefan Delta Septimus was the master of destruction, and war machines were both his prerogative and specialty. Obviously, it didn't take a Magos or even a tech priest to realize that the council member had modified Nyx pattern Jagatai Khan battle tanks hulls to accept the armaments which equipped the different classes of the Lemon Rus. And the Khan Kamarak was obviously the normal Khan battle tank, though after consulting the cogitators at distance, Dragon smiled, because all her recommendations, especially the ones which had been deadlocked for the last years, had been added and fully integrated into the new schematics and databases. This is very impressive work. I suppose all of these tanks are able to achieve the same speed and mobility performances as the Khans which fought the Battle of Kamarak. Of course, assured her the Master of Destruction. In fact, I have managed to obtain superior performances in this area with the Khan Conqueror and the Khan Annihilator. And my subordinates are ready to deliver you and the rest of the Council a sufficient number of models for further testing. The problems now, as I'm sure you are aware, are of industrial and efficiency nature. This was definitely true. As much as having plenty of Khan tanks was satisfying for her ego, neither Taylor nor the other guard officers would look at them with smiles and satisfaction if the armored regiments had small packets of every variant with no true specialty. The lines where we produce the normal Khans can be rapidly retooled to produce the Kamarak variant. A quick calculation and simulation in the Noosphere databases of tank manufacturers confirmed her words. But even with several obsolete Lemon Rus lines closing to be modernized and placed in the orbital forges, I can't in good conscience launch the production of 8 new models. The Khan Exterminator and the Khan Punisher are intended to serve the same purpose, that of infantry hunter vehicle, Stefan Delta Septimus noted, pointing his mechadendrites at the tanks respectively armed with a twin-linked autocannon and a Punisher Gatling cannon. Dragon couldn't help but win CE at the ammunition figures these machines would have consumed at Kamarak, but honestly, a specialized tank to scythe down hordes of orcs and fast enough to evade the Greenskins' ramshackle machines was necessary. I'm in favor of the Exterminator. It can be used in a limited anti-air role if the circumstances require it, and it is far longer ranged than the Punisher. And the crews of the latter tend to develop a behavior their commanders refer to as trigger-happy. The Archmagos Reductor agreed. The Exterminator it is. What are the costs of production for each Khan model? Dragon asked. The numbers which lit in the Noosphere almost made her curse. Are the numbers correct for the Executioner and the Vanquisher? I'm afraid so, Stefan Delta Septimus confirmed apologetically. Ryza and Tigras' help comes with a price. We don't yet have the expertise among our average tech priests to mass-produce plasma destroyers, hence the Vanquisher cannons are directly imported from the eastern fringe. Logically, the situation may change in the next months. As long as it doesn't, keep the Executioner and the Vanquisher in storage. Dragon shook her head. Not only did these 2 variants require a very different production line, especially the Executioner and its energy armament, but they also needed different alloys and armor inclination. Unlike the Exterminator, the engine seers on the battlefield would have to keep very different spare parts to repair the problems of this battle tank. I'm not very happy about the performance of the Conqueror, though. Its accuracy and speed are superior to the Khan Kamarak. But it requires the tank crew to engage at far closer ranges, and even then the explosive shells are less destructive than what the vehicles sent to Kamarak were able to use. Moreover, the accuracy of the standard Jagatai Khan is far superior to the Lemon Rus at middle and long range. I prefer the Annihilator. It doesn't sacrifice the range advantage, and it is easier to resupply. Several more attempts were made to overturn this judgment, but the more the Master of Destruction explained, the more Dragon felt her convictions solidify. The Khan Kamarak could be the standard armored platform of the tank crews, with the Annihilator providing an alternative on war zones where constant resupply was all but impossible, and the Exterminator would play the role of both scout and anti-infantry chaser. If the circumstances changed, there might be possibilities for the Executioner and the Vanquisher, but for now these last 2 were far too expensive to be mass-produced. The Eradicator. It was the only Khan model which had not been discussed, and it was armed with a small but extremely devastating Nova cannon. From what I read from your reports, it is expensive, but extremely useful against fortified obstacles. Within reason, of course. This tank wasn't going to bring down a hive's walls alone, nor bring low the void shields protecting critical installations. But barricades, bunkers, armored vehicles, and plenty of other worthwhile targets would not resist its fire. And thanks to new schematics and data coming from other Forge worlds, the Nova shells were now far more stable, and the risk of accidents had been impressively low during the field tests. And it has been noted that while its armament is vulnerable in urban warfare, it excels on jungle-covered worlds and the great majority of the battlefields where the environment can be easily destroyed. Since the Khan was supposed to avoid urban warfare, the Battle of Kamarak notwithstanding, this was one more point in favor. Dragon nodded and approved the mass production of the Eradicator, though the numbers would be very inferior compared to the Khan Kamarak. Between the tithes requisitions and the reforms, this year will be a year of transition, but we should be able to produce 1 million Jagatai Khan battle tanks next year, and yes, Dragon was well aware of the irony of having given this name before a Primarch confirmed the Great Khan was still alive somewhere in the Eldar webway. But it will be the Master of Engine Seers and the Master of Metallurgy and Mining who will confirm or amend these numbers. The Cataphracts. The super heavy tanks were impressive as they stood there, no matter that their engines were cold. One was of course the original Cataphract, renamed Cataphract Kamarak, and its destructor Smog Glass Cannon. Unlike the original Khan, this new version was extremely close to the vehicles sent with Operation Caribbean Forces, having only received minor improvements in cogitator processing and a superior alloy for the manufacture of several parts. From left to right were the Cataphract Kamarak, the Cataphract Hammer, the Cataphract Sword, the Cataphract Blade, the Cataphract Storm, and the Cataphract Siege. Unlike with the Khans, price was not exactly a problem. The non-Kamarak versions were a bit more expensive than the original model, but it was all relative in this case. A super heavy tank was going to cost a lot regardless of the purity of your intentions. Some problems, however, transcended the tonnage. The sword and hammer variants are both anti-Titan machines, or anti-super heavy armor, when it came to it. I know we can produce excellent magma cannons since Archmagos Metallurgicus Unity Victor Omega Manvils reported his success on that front last year. But I'd not heard we could produce volcano cannons. These were to be formidable weapons for sure, but only a handful of Forge worlds had the means to produce them. And it was not something for which the Horus heresy could be blamed, though it had certainly not helped. Volcano cannons belonged to the Titan armament category, and were thus very sophisticated technology. It could change soon, with the Fabricator General's support of Lady Weaver. I am reasonably confident it will, but with Legio Defensor in dire need of rebuilding, Alamo will need all the volcano cannons available. And like I said before, bringing 2 anti-Titan super heavy tanks is the opposite of efficiency. Thus the Cataphract Hammer and its magma cannon were chosen for mass production, though it hadn't the same meaning as it had for the Khan variants. Plenty of orbital manufactorums had yet to be completed, and the ones which had been built here or elsewhere had to undergo some minor but vital modifications to improve productivity, workers' productivity, and training of new tech priests. If 30,000 super heavy tanks were declared good for service in the Guard on 297M35, Dragon would accept it as an acceptable outcome. The Cataphract Blade was ruled out for the same reason as the Khan Executioner, while the Plasma Blast Gun would no doubt be extremely impressive to explain the meaning of the word terror to the enemies of humanity. Buying it by the dozens from Ryza was extremely expensive, and building it for the moment required plasma-specialized artisans Dragon had great need of elsewhere. The Cataphract Storm was tentatively approved, under the condition the issue with the anti-infantry Vulcan Megabolter's rate of fire was resolved before any attempt to implement the manufacturing modifications necessary for its production. The Tinker signed onto the Cataphract Siege far more easily, the Storm Sword Siege Cannon having proved extremely reliable during the field tests. All in all, there were 3 Cataphracts definitely approved, and 1 tentative. The Master of Destruction had indeed been anything but idle, and this wasn't counting the new Khans. Due to the information and the technology discoveries of Kamarak, I have also thought about launching a new project for a Cataphract variant armed with a Fulkite carronade, the Archmagos Reductor revealed. Dragon didn't react outwardly, though inside, she was very pleased. It was often hard to convince most of her colleagues to try new ideas with the proper security measures. She wasn't so crazy as to ignore the risks posed by chaos corruption. The new Lady Magos Dogma had arrived at this conclusion soon after receiving the information how many Fulkite schematics and data they had received from the Salamanders and the Obsidian Chariot's discovery. I had been thinking of something similar for our tanks myself, Dragon admitted. For the Khan line, I abandoned the idea, as the carronade would need to be downsized to an unacceptable degree and the HL310V12 multi-fuel will never been able to deliver the minimum output for a Fulkite carronade. But the Cataphract hull should be able to handle the stress, though field testing remains the only way to be certain. So I will be granted your permission and the resources to proceed. You will. Obviously, I request you wait before all the data and schematics are safely recorded in our databases before truly beginning the project. But yes, this new Cataphract variant has my attention. The codename it will be presented to the Council under will be Obsidian. Honestly, all the resources Stefan Delta Septimus demanded were nothing compared to the present list of Archmagos Prime Arithmencia Sultan, the mistress of ships. With more and more industry placed in spatial manufactorums armored to resist capital nuclear detonations, the orbital elevators, the creation of multiple shipyards which would one day possibly be linked until they formed an orbital ring in all but name, the new orbital forges powered by the Izanagi STC and its new fusion reactor model, well, there was no such thing as an unlimited budget. But these days, both Sultan and certain other archmagi working to expand the industry of Nyx had effectively near limitless funds, resources, and tech power to accomplish their goals. I suppose it is out of the question to take the new project of Dragon Dreadnought for myself. You suppose correctly, the Master of Destruction had asked politely and not tried very hard, so it elicited no stern answer from her. But yes, the Astartes crewed dragon armor and the Dreadnought pilot-steered dragon armor projects were her babies, and woe befell those who tried to steal them. I understand, and with this I wish to petition the Council for a replacement of the Basilisk artillery piece, since we have recently acquired the pattern of the Mars Solar Pattern Basilisk and numerous other artillery prototypes from lesser forges. The Basilisk? By the motive force, why? The Earthshaker cannons likely killed more Eldar than the Swarm Lady Weaver unleashed against the Xenos. And at the risk of saying something everyone knew, Taylor had killed millions of long ears by the lowest estimations. Yes, it did, the Master of Destruction agreed. But it was against a Xenos species which thought rushing half-naked across a battlefield was a good idea, and most of their armored formations, bunkers, and fortifications, for all their ridiculously low numbers and tactical stupidity, caused us enormous problems when we lacked the advantage of tactics and insects. The Eldar had the numbers, but as the Estaban 7 Tech Priest released a torrent of data on their private Noosphere exchange channel, Dragon was forced to amend her judgment. The 132mm shells of the Earthshaker cannons had done the job, but it was too often because Taylor had imitated the World War II Soviet Union and beaten old records of how many artillery pieces you could emplace per kilometer. I see your point. But since we have the Mars Solar Pattern Basilisk schematics already, wouldn't it be preferable to produce it instead? It offers more advanced targeting arrays, overhead cover, and 10% more firepower than the regular Basilisk. It would be enough if we spoke about an ordinary guard regiment, disagreed the Archmagos Reductor immediately. But after the sheer apocalypse unleashed at Kamarak, I believe it's best to not mass-produce new equipment in half measures. Well, Dragon had been complaining for several years about how reluctant to innovate the priesthood of Mars was. She wasn't going to preach the exact opposite view now. Your idea. I have studied numerous ancient databases purchased from Archmagos Belisarius Call, and I believe a self-propelled artillery piece with a gun of 175mm will give us long-range supremacy against any enemy which might dare to challenge the armies of the Basileia. Stefan Delta Septimus maybe didn't have a finished blueprint for this final artillery piece, but he had not come to her with nothing. His reasoning and arguments were good, and he had also accounted for an automatic ammunition resupply vehicle, with auto-loading technology and advanced cogitators. In fact, it looked a lot like certain advanced artillery models Dragon had seen on Earth Alepht's military documentaries once. I don't want to imagine the challenge of logistics it will take to modify the existing manufacturing artillery production lines, Dragon sighed. But you are definitely right about the need to have absolute artillery supremacy on the battlefield. The next opposition will more likely than not have Great Crusade-issued equipment, certainly corrupted by the ruinous powers. We must be ready, and artillery is one of the Guard's strengths. I will support this project at the Council. Do you have a name for it? Thunder. Dragon had to concede that it was very appropriate. The Warp. Battleship Enterprise. Chancellor Friar Achelios. When a navigator's nose began to bleed, it was a very bad sign. The fact that this dreaded symptom had appeared on Raphael's face 15 minutes and 20 seconds ago wasn't exactly reassuring Friar. After the first storm had engulfed the Enterprise and almost knocked out Nathaniel, forcing Friar to replace him for several hours, the Chancellor of House Achelios had nurtured the hope this first terrible assault of the Empyrean on the Geller shields was a serious but isolated incident. Do you need to rest? Friar asked as his second cousin gritted his teeth and more colors which had no names in the matrium flashed throughout the chamber. I can hold, for 10 more minutes, the young navigator articulated with a mix of pride and exhaustion the older navigator was all too familiar with. 10 minutes and not 1 second longer, he agreed severely. Miguel has finished his preparations, and I don't want to see you collapse from exhaustion. Leaving aside what happened when for a few seconds there was no navigator at the helm, it had really not been that long since they translated out of Pavia. Understood, Chancellor, these storms, I can feel the malevolence from them. Some entities serving the archenemy have taken umbrage at Kamaraka's destruction. Friar didn't voice the fact it might really be the Chaos Gods themselves who were trying to breach the Geller fields of the Enterprise. He needed the navigators available aboard to be focused and defiant, not afraid. Besides, with their third eye, all of the navigators who had taken the helm so far had seen the uncountable waves of horrors the Sea of Souls was creating to break the great battleship. Like him, they knew what the price of failure would mean in this instance. Be sure to replace him at the first sign of weakness, the Achelios Chancellor murmured to Miguel. If the crystal of ether gold vacillates again, your emissaries run to Lady Weaver and use the replacement. It was a true blessing to have this kind of artifact shining with his light aboard to help them, and now that they really needed them, Friar wasn't going to institute rationing where these priceless psychic items were concerned. Without them, Reliable navigation through the hellish dimension would be near impossible at the moment. For all his experience, the oldest of the navigators present had never seen such storms and gigantic demonic legions be assembled to strike at a single ship. And there had been so little warning before the first onslaught. This was nowhere near the relative calm which had existed when the warships of Operation Caribbean had sailed to Pavia. And the storms which had raged after the beginning of the attack against Camarak were nothing but weak breezes compared to the hurricane of hatred and malice focused on the Enterprise. There were many things which wanted Lady Weaver dead in the depths of the Empyrean. In a way it was reassuring, since it revealed the fact these demons and all servants of the ruinous powers feared what the living saint might do to them again if given the chance. On the other hand, when you were caught in the middle of this storm, it was difficult to find a lot of other positive factors to this dangerous predicament. Of course, the moment he left the room where Raphael was still occasionally gasping in pain, one of his many servants arrived, bearing a message from the only person among the crew and passengers he couldn't ignore politely. One last order to find him if something unexpected happened to Raphael or any of the other Achelios navigators was given, and Friar went on his way, escorted by several men-at-arms. Of course, many had to be left behind at several security nodes. The Space Marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard rarely allowed sizable military companies to approach their mistress, and most of these exceptions belonged to the Guard. Lady Weaver and the Imperial Fist serving as her protector were contemplating the hololithic schematics of a very tall dome-covered monument when he entered. "You did not have to come so quickly, Chancellor." The golden-winged woman greeted in an amused tone before returning to a more serious expression. "Archmagos Sagami has informed me the pressure on the Geller fields is considerable, on the order of 70% of their maximum power. The Empyrean is in fury, yes." The Chancellor acknowledged. "I won't say we are caught in a permanent warp storm, because we are still following one of the main paths leading us to Nyx, but we are targeted by several vicious and evil entities. As a result, I fear we are badly trailing behind the entire fleet and, unless the attacks abate, this battleship will arrive in last position at Nyx. But you are confident we will still be able to keep our course?" "Due to the power of ether gold, yes." In this case Friar spoke for all the navigators save Nathaniel, who was still recovering. "To our third eye, this psychic crystal sings to us the position of the Astronomicon, and thus we are able to continue guiding the Enterprise through the warp." "I'm glad to hear it, and I'm sure the rest of the Enterprise's crew will be too." Friar nodded before continuing. "I know the reserves of ether gold don't allow this move for the time being, but I will petition you in the future to have at least one of these crystals installed on the most vital starships. This should drastically decrease the odds of a starship being lost in the warp." "And I will seriously consider it." Taylor Hebert caressed one of the huge spiders which was weaving a large banner to her right. "The mining of Noctilith hasn't even begun, and already everyone wants ether gold. I can only hope the Mechanicu's Forge worlds will be able to find worlds rich in this resource which weren't claimed by the Necrons." The black eyes looked directly at his, and Friar was quite glad his third eye and other senses were largely muted, because the radiance of the Emperor's light was extremely potent so close to her. He didn't turn his gaze away, though. House Achelios had tied their fortune and future to the destiny of Her Celestial Highness Lady General Taylor Hebert, and a few moments of temporary strange sensations were a very small price to pay for the woman who had won them 100 navigator maps and 100 astrogation databases. The fact his signature existed on a contract promising 100 Achelios navigators for the sum of 60 billion Nixian throne gelts was just the Ormite cherry on top of the cake. "I see you are consulting the schematics of a new monument." Friar changed the subject in a lighter tone. "Is it the Arena of Blades so many people have been spreading rumors about?" "No, not really." The young woman rolled her eyes and let the beetles perched on her shoulders fly away. "I've transmitted certain instructions to the senior architects we have on Nyx, but so far there are no definite plans for the large stadium of bloodshed the Queen of Blades wants. It doesn't help that I had never considered building one before Camarak. So far, all arenas I was in presence of I either closed or forced their owners to use them for other purposes." The Chancellor was not going to naysay this last sentence. During his stay on Nyx Tertius, there had been many illegal underground arenas closed, and generally their owners weren't treated gently by the Arbits, especially if the beings fighting on the sand of the arenas were humans. "No, this is part of the project I will commission to honor the memory of Abbess Crusader Theodora Gaius and all the soldiers who perished during the Battle of Camarak. I intend to call it the Gaius Mausoleum, and the plans are based on the knowledge I have of an ancient Terran mausoleum called the Taj Mahal." Friar studied the dimensions provided by the numbers dancing around the walls, which would be another work of art if the architects managed to concretize the projects of their employer. "Where do you intend to build it, if I may be so bold?" "For the moment, the plan is to use the shrine world of Claire 47. There was a vindictive smile which appeared on the Basileia's lips for a couple seconds. "There are far too many cathedrals on that planet which aren't receiving more than a handful of visitors per year, and too many of the last 50 pontifexes have spent the pilgrims' donations on vanity projects. This mausoleum, on the other hand, will be built in memory of people who gave everything to the Emperor and the Imperium. They faced abominations by the millions and participated in the slaying of excess. They are far more deserving of being recognized than men plotting and conspiring while they dine on the pilgrims' resources. Friar was quite glad he had not invested a single throne geld on Ministorum projects so far, because it looked like that the shrine world was going to experience several reforms, and the radical changes would be accompanied by a purge of the problematic elements among the leadership of the ecclesiarchy. This is going to be quite spectacular. It will be. The voice of the living saint was more melancholic than triumphant. Unlike the original Taj Mahal, there will be stone statues sculpted to represent the heroes of Kamarak dispersed all over the parks and gardens. And all will be looking in the direction of the mausoleum's heart. Like an army guarding a beloved commander in death, Friar approved. I hope I will live long enough to see the project completed. I do not intend to make a monument the size of the Sanguinella, Chancellor, and Nix architects have already stored plenty of tons of white marble. When the possibility was discussed before Pavia, my chief architect was confident it would take less than 4 decades to complete it. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Neptunia reach subsector. Nix system. Nix v. 3.290.296 M35. Cardinal Prescott Lumen. The Cardinal of the Nixian Diocese snorted when the younger deacon finished reading the message. At least I am sure it really is Tapendra and not an impostor the guardsmen have arrested. Your Eminence, the list of crimes he is accused of is bad enough, the arrogance. Oh, Tapendra is going to be burned alive for his crimes. Prescott didn't like subjecting anyone to this execution method, but unfortunately the former Pontifex Mundi of Iris Vision had gone too far and served the God Emperor very poorly. The only real question is if we judge him before or after Lady Weaver's return. The deacon's stormy expression made it clear which option was his favorite. In my humble opinion, Your Eminence, judging this treacherous slime after the Basilia's return would weaken your authority. Yes, Her Celestial Highness is your ecclesiastic superior now, but that is not a valid reason to overturn decades of precedents. According to his last message, Pontifex Primus Tapendra Shan Muga still believes he is above the laws of the God Emperor. It's past time we show him he isn't. We can postpone his execution long enough to organize a meeting with him and Lady Weaver. I'm eager to see how it will fare for him, but we must make clear to the whole sector that his crimes will not be tolerated. It was a coherent response to this issue. There were drawbacks which would emerge in due time from this, but Eugenius was right. The judgment of Tapendra Shan Muga would cause more problems if it was delayed than not. It wasn't like the evidence of his crimes was sparse. For the greater part of 3 decades, the Pontifex Primus of Iris Vision had used his position to extract a disturbingly large amount of resources from the cardinal world he had been in charge of, preventing any possibility that the population could take the first steps towards the status of civilized world. It was always horrible when a governor abused his position, but Tapendra Shan Muga had gone further by falsifying practically every record, and then bribed the Menelaus inspectors to look the other way. Judging by the first records of the administrators of the other worlds of the Iris system, there weren't 2 billion humans living on this planet. The number was closer to 3,900,000,000. The Shan Muga palace was a monstrosity which would have been considered an aberration on far richer worlds like Megara or Iris Shield, and the contrast was sickening with the millions the man had relegated to conditions of extreme poverty. Yes, the classification of Iris Vision was a feudal world, but your duty was to make sure that state of affairs lasted as few years as possible, not to let your subjects live in squalor and a feudal lifestyle. Worse, the very fact the difference between the theoretical and the real levels of population and wealth accumulated discovered when the guard had dragged Tapendra to a transport bound for Nix in chains must have begun long before him. And since the recently dismissed senior member of the Adeptus Ministorum was born on Vijay Inaugural like 3 of his predecessors, Prescott had a good idea how the rot had settled. Many times before Lady Weaver's elevation the shepherd of the Nixian diocese had decided the influence of Atlantis in the region was far too great and would lead to plenty of riots and insurrections if nothing was done. He had not expected to be proven right like this. I can only hope Zygmunt is going to be able to restore some of the faith which should be the norm on one of our cardinal worlds. The former Pontifex Mundi of St. Clara stand directly under himself. Zygmunt Kankowski was one of the rising stars of the new generation of priests. I know the hospitals and the great infrastructure projects are going to help, but these people have lived decades under the fist of Tapendra, obeying to each and every whim of his. It was something which had led to the treacherous Pontifex's complete failure, ultimately. It was all very well to find excuses and mutter apologies that your planet was unable to contribute military to anything important, but when you were ruling your populace like a cruel king, Pontifex or not, you needed a big army, and the economy of Iris Vision had not left much spare money around. Thus when Tapendra Shan Muga had declared his intention to overthrow the illegitimate regime of the 2 other Iris worlds, and that in order to do this, a great mobilization of the Holy Army of Iris Light was to begin, the population had begun to express its displeasure. Fortunately, spies of Iris Shield inside Shanmuga's court had relayed the intentions of the Pontifex to the other planets, and before a week was out, Iris Vision's leadership was arrested and a complete new hierarchy would be in charge. I am going to wait for Zygmunt's first reports, Prescott Lumen continued unhappily, but I'm already preparing for the worst. Given how feudal these imbeciles wanted their subjects to be, we may have no choice but to request the assistance of the Mechanikus. Eugenius grimaced unhappily. The relationships between the tech priests of the Mechanikus and the ecclesiarchy were far better than anyone would have dreamed of a decade ago, but they weren't to the point a cardinal or another senior priest would love to invite the Red Cogboys onto one of their planets and let them gloat over the dirty laundry of the Ministorum's poor governance. I would prefer we avoid this, Your Eminence. The red-haired deacon admitted after a few breaths of hesitation. Due to the recent astropathic communications from Ophelia, I know the effort to rebuild Iris Vision is not a problem, but the Mechanikus is going to make us pay for this, and I don't mean financially. Prescott acknowledged the warning. Unfortunately, the more he read about the state of Iris Vision, the more he was aghast. Lady Taylor Hebert's first responses had been courteous but not very happy about the kind of shenanigans Tapendra Shan-Muga had been able to commit without the ecclesiarchy being aware of it. And the Basileia had been extremely blunt when denouncing the waste of manpower represented by keeping more than 3 billion imperial citizens in a pseudo-medieval state making a mockery of the imperial creed, to use her own words. Prescott didn't know if Iris Vision was destined to become a civilized, industrial, hive, or agri-world in the future, but he knew that if he wanted to keep the planet as a cardinal world, half measures were not going to be the solution. I know. At least for the moment, the other parts of the diocese which aren't in the Swiba subsector are far more productive and have the approval of Her Celestial Highness. Upaluri is in good hands with Pontifex Wanjiro Kenyatta, and Claire 47's priesthood is finally on a path to restore its prestige with Pontifex Christina Banashuk. It had taken far too many arrests and executions for his taste where the shrine world was concerned, but his envoys from St. Clara's stand had finally gained the upper hand and were purging both the Atlantis sworn and nonconformist chapel masters and pontifexes. Claire 47 had already ceased being a sinkhole of donations, something Prescott had almost resigned himself to never see in his lifetime. Yes, Your Eminence. Of course, that leaves the Swiba subsector. The tall cardinal's mood was less triumphant than it had been before this sentence. From an outside perspective, receiving an additional 6 cardinal worlds out of a total of 9 inhabited planets was an extremely generous gift for any diocese. But any cardinal having a brain between his ears knew that this gift had placed him on the blacklist of the Atlantis cardinal, who had certainly not enjoyed being told the westernmost subsector was no longer his to administer. The Lemuria system, wealthiest node inside the Swiba Nebula, was going to be a problem. He just had to once more consult the astropathic message sent by Hierophant, the name the Atlantis hierarchy had found for its subsector rulers Huendu and Dusheker, to be aware that the priests might profess their undying loyalty for now, but the daggers were going to be unsheathed soon. I think the worlds of the Parthia-Hibernia Trail can be bastions of the faith and very loyal servants of Lady Weaver in a matter of years. Only the worlds of Hibernia and Ajeska were cardinal worlds among those 4, but all the planetary governors and pontifexes mundi were on their way to swear their vows in person, and had already provided plenty of information, which at first sight looked like the unedited administration reports. I fear, however, that the Antioch-Drucker Trail will be on the receiving end of a military intervention not long after the return of Kamaraka's survivors. My concerns were more political, Your Eminence. Eugenius Podlesnik was showing his relative inexperience here. Surely after the hammering Her Celestial Highness has delivered to the vile Xenos, the Hierophant and his allies will realize that any kind of military action can only result in a one-sided massacre. No, not so much inexperience as a lack of familiarity with the behavior of certain members of the Atlantis diocese. And just as this thought arrived in his mind, one of the young men he used as a liaison with the Adeptus Astra Telepathica entered his office, delivered a roll of vellum stamped with the color reserved for priority communications of senior Ministorum priests, and left without word. Prescott had always been a fast reader, and it took him less than a minute before arriving to the end of the missive, a moment he announced by closing his eyes and praying for the God Emperor to give him strength. Your Eminence. It appears the reasons why so few Frat Eris Templar were available for deployment when Operation Caribbean's call for arms rang were not only rooted in political pettiness, Eugenius. For 3 years, the soldiers of the Atlantis diocese have fought a rebellion of former penal workers on the cardinal world of Sparta. And so far, after 3 years of debacles and military disasters, the Frat Eris Templars are no closer to crushing the rebels than they were at the start of their campaign. It was a humiliation, and the reality that the various pontifexes answering to the Hierophant must have been actively suppressing the news and rumors stemming from it was an unholy disgrace. I don't see a way it could be worse. I do. But Prescott had the unfair advantage of having read the message. When the orders of Ophelia came that the Swiba subsector was now in Nyx's diocese, my counterpart on Atlantis decided to forget there was a military campaign in the first place, and stopped all supply and reinforcement efforts. This means that we have now Pontifex Crusader Usada V screaming for help, 20 million Frat Eris Templars trapped on an ice world with atrocious winter weather and a rebellion approaching 2 billion former penal prisoners with little love for the Imperium or His Most Holy Majesty's Ecclesiarchy. And he had thought the Iris Vision disaster was bad. Swiba Nebula. Narushlatset Space. Core World Amarnek. Approximately 8.300.296 M35. Feyruk Cryptek Nefertun. Glorious Feyruk, this is against tradition. Nefertun had wondered for hundreds of years if removing the nobles suggesting military and political opinions diametrically opposed to the choices she made was the best path for her dynasty. To her greatest regret, the Pharaoh Cryptek had come to the conclusion that removing a few critics to gain some measure of ephemeral satisfaction was counterproductive. A good Pharaoh or Pharaoh recognized that for all the resistance and terrible immortality the biotransference had granted them, the Necrons had not gained omniscience when they prostrated themselves in front of the C'tan. The ruler of a dynasty could make mistakes, although many Pharaohs had made it a capital crime for their subordinates to point that out. And if no protests rose from her overlords in her Cryptek's ranks when she made a disastrous error, it was a near certainty the defeat would be repeated a second time, and it would likely have worse consequences as the enemy had learned to exploit the flaw while the Necrons would stay stagnant and immobile. Many old and prestigious dynasties had been rendered extinct during the war, validating this opinion. This was not to say Nefertun was ready to let every criticism pass. The supreme commander of the Narush-Latsat armies was willing to tolerate constructive criticism and had made this clear the moment the war against the gigantic amphibians and their endless coalition of psychic puppets had begun. Many crypteks and immortals had been elevated above their peers when they accumulated victories, and her hereditary genius masters of war were limping back home with their forces in tatters. Yes, criticism was fine as long as there were arguments to explain why you thought it was a bad idea, and how you wanted to solve the problem. The issue was that the Nemzar, bowing a respectable distance away from her throne, had not given her any explanation. Yes, and her subordinate seemed surprised by her reaction. Where had this idiot come from? She briefly consulted the planetary core of Amarnek, and obtained the answer. One of the ancient city masters she had been forced to accept into her nobility when the old ones had unleashed the crooks, and every Necron, no matter how pitiful or tactically inept, had been desperately needed on the front lines. It was one of the rare times the Surican emissaries had not kept their usual arrogance when ordering new deployments. The memory made Nefertun shiver before she banished it in her deepest engrams. If you do not trust the humans to respect their word, why is the crown world left with minimal defenses? I trust the humans. It wasn't really true. The Pharaoh trusted Weaver to know that a war against her dynasty was something the newly golden-winged human would not win without dozens of planets burned to the ground, her military and support base in ruins, and both Necrons and humans fatally weakened, vulnerable prey to their many enemies. Moreover, unlike plenty of non-human races, Nefertun shared many goals with the Imperium of the humans, ensuring the Eldar did not rise as a major power again, destroying the debased descendants of the crooks wherever they grew too aggressive and violent, and making sure the barriers separating reality from non-reality were not breached like they had been after the war in heaven. But trust in a newly signed alliance doesn't mean Delphimonia isn't vulnerable to other threats. The crown world is the only aster in our possession which is not in the nebula. Making its defenses impregnable would require the presence of a world engine, and this would be an obvious violation of the treaty. Not stationing a world engine would leave our shipyards and war machines unacceptably vulnerable in the case the Greenskins return to avenge the destruction of their war moon, or the Long-Ears want to punish us for the destruction of Kamarak. The strategic advantages of moving everything which made her crown world a crown world to Amarnek were evident, and they had begun well before she left for Pavia with one of her world engines. Aside from tradition, have you anything more critical to base your arguments upon? The edicts of the Silent King were. Anger overwhelmed reason in her consciousness, and before she had the time to master herself, the Pharaoh Cryptek was castigating the Nemzar. If the Silent King was here and told you to throw yourself into a star, would you obey? She snapped. It was bad enough we had to obey his insane idea of great sleep. Do you want to taste more of the Surican whips upon your back? The Narush-Latsat dynasty had voiced their concerns every time. Nefertun had seen how the politics of the Triarchs and the highest dynasties were utterly removed from reality not long after her own rise to Pharaoh. It wasn't enough for the Pharaohs around the Silent King and his two speakers for the dynasties to have conquered the stars in their name. The dynasties had to be at their beck and call. Nefertun had been ignored. The Narush-Latsat had been ignored. Never had she been granted an audience with Surik or anyone high-ranked among his dynasty. There had been only arrogant Nemzars, and after that the first Necrons, giving her a choice between submission and annihilation. She had been young in those days, and the new metallic bodies had seemed invulnerable. She had let them drag her to the furnaces. It was a decision she still regretted millions of years later. Fortunately for you, I am in need of a patrol commander guarding the Kadatek vaults for the next, I don't know, 400 Amarnek years, an Amarnek year being 5.1 standard years for a human, the Pharaoh had calculated. You have just volunteered for this duty. Congratulations, Nemzar. This is not tradition. This is not his. Her guards removed him from her presence before she had the time to change her mind and expedite his molecular disintegration. Once alone, Nefertun took a few seconds to contemplate the great objects now decorating her quarters, and the rising numbers of her dynasty. The Silent King, or at least his envoys, since no Triarch had ever visited one of her fortresses during her lifetime, would not have tolerated this, not at all. A second-tier dynasty rebuilding its armies, pillaging the inactive worlds of the oh-so-mighty Horth dynasty, and allying with a lesser species without asking for the permission of their betters? The warmongering Maynard dynasty would have already been sent against her to wipe out starships and worlds. The familiar codes of a teleportation arrived on the throne's commands, and Nefertun authorized them when she acknowledged them as destruction overlord Sitka, who uniquely among her court had been able to add Drukari killer to her list of victory titles. You were right, my Faeruk, the younger commander began as Nefertun made clear the usual ceremonies of obedience and respect could wait another year. The possibilities were already infinitesimal, but the advanced simulations of artificial intelligence A1 confirmed it. It is absolutely impossible for the humans to have failed to store notable Noctilith reserves without enemy intervention. Their Imperium has too many planets and their Mechanic use mines too heavily for them to not have discovered any major deposits in the 4,000 of their years their Imperium existed. And the ruler of their Imperium was aware of his ability to create ether gold, making the acquisition of Noctilith a priority atop many other material resources. The abominations created by the fault of the old ones. That was also my initial assumption, Sitka agreed. But now that our first ships have returned from their explorations, I fear the Ildari subspecies have not been shy attacking the humans either. Nefertun was building a strategic assessment from these revelations, and didn't like what she learned. And our most powerful telescopes confirm the Surakan pylon line is the most damaged where it is closest to the former heart of the Ildari Empire. Yes. At this moment, the logical order which should have been issued was replace those pylons. Unfortunately, she couldn't. The Narush-Latsat dynasty had earned its reputation through promoting brilliant commanders and its cryptex made many older dynasties grit their necrodermis teeth in jealousy. But the pylons had been cutting-edge technology whose creation the Void Dragon had ordered near the end of the war in heaven, and only the Surakan overlords had been trusted with the secrets of their production, maintenance, and anti-warp efficiency. Nefertun and any non-Surakan Necron above the rank of Nemzir had been given the codes to activate a pylon nexus, but that was all the concessions Surak had made to the Faerans and Faroks. Between Delphi-Monia, Amarnek, and her principal core worlds, Nefertun had only 15 pylons, one per world, and the research how to replicate them had just begun. It did not help that so little Noctilith was left in her vaults, they had been forced to hand over everything before the Great Sleep. We have less time than I thought when our forces arrived at Pavia. Most of the Ildari and their descendants were dead now, so the problems coming from their direction should be limited, but if the Imperial abominations tried to breach the veil again and act as a second coming of the Enslaver Doom, they had to be stopped. The good news is that so far, the humans appear to take Noctilith mining seriously, Sitka noted. More than 40 mining ships have arrived around the fourth planet of the Brockton system in the last rotation, and they are accompanied by more Mechanic-use transports. Ideally, if they can handle the creatures they call lava plesiosaurs and have adequate harvesting machines, their first ton of Noctilith will be mined before half of one of our years. That is slow, alas, compared to Necron technology. Only the Ildari, Krek, and several old ones could really compete, and the humans had never had the help of psychic amphibians to skip the evolutionary steps. But if it's the best they can do, our plans must be adjusted in consequence. We could gain several years, at least for the Noctilith. We weren't trusted for this duty, but... No, Destruction Overlord. I need better data, and we need to finish our current expansion program. The kind of adventuring you are proposing would be ill-advised at the best of times, and I doubt the humans would jump in joy at the idea. Nefertun shook her head before asking another question that promised not to improve the tapestry of misery the galaxy was soaked in. Where is Orkan? The warp. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Lesson 1. Where Inquisitors were concerned, never forget that for all the nice appearance these men and women were able to project in public, they were Inquisitors. They had a mandate to protect the Imperium and humanity from eldritch horrors, demons, xenos, and everything else which might threaten the millions of planets the military garrisoned, and if one world had to burn or suffer a purge of billions to save 10 others, the Inquisitors would do it. Some of them would do it sorrowfully, but the planet would still be on the receiving end of a genocide, either by exterminatus or a more conventional war. Inquisitor Pedro de Moray was the perfect example of this. The red-haired servant of the Imperium had humor, was aware of the bureaucratic realities, and was known to speak with many guardsmen regularly about many varied non-inquisitorial topics. As the insect mistress was invited into the compartment the Inquisition had taken for itself aboard her battleship, said Inquisitor was busy dissecting one of the aliens called Strezais, and judging by the evidence, the alien was still alive as Pedro de Moray studied the inside of its body. What are your goals with these xenos? Taylor asked Lady Inquisitor Rafaela Harper as they crossed a metallic bridge giving them a complete view of the hall where dozens of Strezais were gutted under the blades and surgical instruments of the Inquisition. You aren't convinced, like many gamblers, that we are doing it because we find it amusing. Taylor managed to snort, despite the disgust she felt at contemplating a scene like this. Please, Lady Inquisitor. If you wanted to torture these xenos, you could have used them as excess bait during the fighting at Zelharst or Uter-Rak. There was no need to waste space aboard our transports and resources to keep them alive. And I know that you are a practical woman. You wouldn't have saved them just for the fun of torturing them. You're right, the female representative of the Ordo Xenos admitted. We didn't save them just for the pleasure of torturing them, though with the countless headaches these untrustworthy creatures have caused us in the last centuries I can't say I am sorry to see them writhing in pain. This was something that even years later, the former warlord of Brockton Bay was not appreciative of in the least. Torture and cruel punishments were law in the Imperium, and everyone in a position of authority found it normal, which forced Taylor on numerous occasions to align her judgments with the positions of the Inquisition and Ecclesiarchy, lest people begin to whisper behind her back that she was too lenient, taking too many liberties with the Lex Imperialis, and begin to investigate paths to render her orders null and void the moment she had her back turned. The Imperium was living in a cruel galaxy, and since the Inquisition and every existing adeptus did not have the manpower to monitor every citizen out of a population of tens of billions, the punishment for crimes falling under the definition of heresy and high treason had to be so horrible that the aspiring criminals shivered in fear and stepped back from a life of crime before any law-breaking was committed. Both as a basileia and a lady general, Taylor was not sure she believed this was the best way to keep a star empire like the Imperium functioning. Unfortunately, there were plenty of examples in the Nyx sector alone that when this doctrine wasn't employed, the rule of the Imperium began to fray. And so death sentences by being burned on a pyre or plunged into a pool of acid remained the reality. Because a single chaos cultist in the wrong position could do major damage, and unfortunately there would always be an idiot who believed he could outthink demons and stay his own master until the galaxy was his to command in a population of billions. So far, the studies haven't made any outstanding discoveries, but we are just at the beginning of the experiments. The governor of the Nyx sector frowned, because her silent inquiry of what the Inquisitors hoped to learn from the Strezais had been met by a solid wall, and she knew enough about Lady Inquisitor Harper to understand insisting would get her nowhere. Leaving the Strezais room, they arrived in front of a large cell with an aquatic environment. Interestingly, Taylor began to feel beings she could control in there, even if it was faint. The psychic machines generating a sort of green shield between them and the cells were certainly responsible for the muting part. Brachyura, commented the Lady Inquisitor. The first species we wanted to present you. Can you control them? Yes. The insect mistress came 2 steps closer to the shield, still keeping a respectable distance away from it, but it was best because the xenos inside this aquatic cell were really tiny. Visually, a Brachyura had the central body of a crab, except the crabs did not reach the size of a middle-sized dog, and they didn't have roughly 20 legs looking like the legs of a sea spider either. The crustacean's carapace and legs were an elegant combination of light brown and yellow. And as she focused, for lack of a better word, her will on one of the Brachyura, the para-human made contact with the mind of a really intelligent creature, and there was much curiosity and fear coming from it. There were also impressively complex plans of mechanical devices in this mind, no doubt the reason the Inquisition was so interested in them. Taylor sent a wave of emotional calm, before not giving any further orders through the connection. What did you see? Rafaela Harper asked as her eyes turned away from the large cell containing the Brachyura. Intelligence and mechanical plans, Taylor answered, seeing no reason for deception. I'm not a tech priest, so I will need final confirmation, but I think they were powering their habitats at the bottom of their oceans with some sort of plasma technology. Is that the reason you saved them at Kamarak? Yes, her interlocutor confirmed. We don't know where the Brachyura's homeworld is, all the individuals we have found until now were slaves of the Drukari. But several times we have found plenty of evidence that their limbs are incredibly dexterous despite their crude appearance, and that they are really adept at developing new plasma technology and any projects the Long-Ears wanted to accomplish. In that case, I will need to commission the Magi of the Mechanikus for a translator allowing us to understand their language. She could take control of them, they had nowhere near the ability to keep her out like the first Catachan Queen did, but unless she controlled them for the rest of their lives, this would create immense problems. Intelligent beings, as a rule, didn't like being mastered. How many of them do you have in custody? Counting the 30 plus you see here, 469 were saved from Kamarak. The rest of the conversation about these crab spiders was spent deciding where to put them, and for the moment the decision was that they would be staying at Nyx. The Mechanikus could easily build an aquatic living environment also serving as a luxurious prison there, and there were plenty of empty zones reorganized by Dragon which could be used to hide their presence. After a few seconds watching the Brachyura conducting their usual community activities, Taylor and the Lady Inquisitor went to the next huge cell. Here, the outcome couldn't be described as good. Rafaela Harper had barely enough time to say Akrani before an alien combining the bodies of a very large wasp and an octopus went smashing against the barrier. It had no effect on the protection, but the fact 5 other Xenos threw themselves against it in the next seconds proved this was no coincidence. And she couldn't control them, certain because the part of their body containing their brain was octopus-like. You say these Xenos are called Akrani? The Inquisitor nodded. A particularly vicious breed of Xenos the Imperium met during the Great Crusade in Segmentum Obscurus. If their hostility is any indication, the meeting of the legions and these Xenos ended in violence. Obviously, though the records we have of that time are far from complete, Rafaela Harper grimaced. I will be honest, I suspect the legion which made the compliance of what was going to become the Ascalon sector and crushed the Akrani was the Night Lords. Taylor's expression immediately mirrored the Nyx Conclave's members. All the traitor legions had a reputation, but the one the Night Lords had made in millennia past was enough to give you nightmares. The most positive way to describe them was to call them Astartes Drukari. It was best to avoid thinking about the worst things they did to the people who had the bad luck to fall into their claws. Well, I can't control them. The tentacles and the other limbs hinted this was a species capable of producing advanced tools, but there were no clues about what type of technology they applied it to. A pity. Before the Imperium met them, they had the capacity to mass-produce grenades and other explosive devices shredding the toughest materials known to mankind. And obviously the Inquisition, like the Mechanikus, would dearly want to have such weapons and to be able to replicate that kind of technology. If I can't control them, you will have difficulties forcing them to cooperate. I don't think they are anything like the Rashan or the Brachura. They will reveal their secrets, and the emotionless promise convinced that this was an inquisitorial promise. Willingly or unwillingly, but they will do it. The third cell Taylor was led to was easily the strangest experience she had so far. To begin with, the Xenos inside it greeted her in low Gothic. Hello human full of meat. Hello. There was something strangely disturbing about a mouth opening and closing on the body of something looking like a gigantic red slug. We want to establish peace relations with you. Okay, what in the name of this cursed galaxy were these Xenos smoking? Peace? The Naiads are an extremely peace-loving civilization, Rafaela Harper interjected, seeing her disbelief. The Imperium generally ignores them when they send their diplomats outside their home world. They seem to believe the only thing of value is peace. Of course. The slug Naiad vigorously agitated its enormous mass. It had to be close to 1.5 meters long. Peace is blessed. Peace avoids environmental damage and strife. Peace allows us to thrive and multiply. Praise be peace. Taylor wanted to tell the Xenos its view of the universe wouldn't work in a galaxy where the orcs, to name just one of the worst problems, lived and breathed for war, but really, this Xenos had been enslaved at Kamarak. Part of its red scarred skin made that clear. You continue to believe in peace after all the Eldar have done to you. The Eldar will know the value of peace once we teach their children how to productive contributors to peace. Taylor fought to remain a neutral expression, when inside she was laughing. Seriously, it was refreshing to meet a Xenos species which thought of nothing but peace, but why had the Lady Inquisitor thought she could be of use when meeting this representative? Alas, there was no answer from Rafaela Harper this time. They departed after saluting the peace-lobbying Naiad, and went to the fourth cell. This time there was no question she could control the Xenos. The being in front of her was essentially a giant blue plant bug with 4 additional limbs. An Ulamethik, the whisper arrived to her ears at the same time Taylor was pushing through the mind of the creature and taking control of it and the 4 other Xenos present in the cell. It was easier than with the Brachura, despite the Ulamethik specimens trying their best to keep her out of their memories. It was absolutely disgusting. It looked like the Ulamethik had already conquered 5 other intelligent species after they had managed to reach the stars, and so far, each and every one of these Xenos civilizations had died, devoured by the Ulamethik armies when they touched the ground of the new world they assimilated into their empire. The best translation for what happened was feasting triumph. And most damning of all, they ate the population of a small human colony before being captured by the Drukari. Your control over them. The Lady Inquisitor was anything but surprised, so the Ordo Xenos had most likely entertained suspicions about the perpetrators of the crime for a long time. Total. Taylor knew what was going to follow, but frankly, after feeling the joy the Ulamethik of this group had felt when they slaughtered humans before the skies darkened and the dark weapons of the Eldar destroyed their armies, she wasn't going to feel any compassion for them. Even the reason the Ulamethik had let themselves be captured so easily by the Inquisition was to try an infiltration and a slaughter from behind enemy lines. The coordinates of their home world then, if you please. Weaver gave them. One of the Ulamethik was the equivalent of a galactic cartographer, and there were several stars in the eastern fringe she had already seen once or twice as points of reference. Not that it mattered much, because with a few beetles and spiders, she was easily able to reproduce the maps the Xenos had kept safe inside its brain. Your assistance is appreciated. The Conclave will deal with the problem caused by the Ulamethik League. The Xenos didn't have the same definition of a league humanity did, then, because from the Ulamethik memories, their nation had appeared like an empire where the rule of the strongest prevailed in all circumstances. I doubt you will be able to take control of our last guests, but any insight you may have is welcome. The species you are about to see is called the Axlo, and the psychic monstrosity called the Cacodominus wanted to exterminate them to the last before the Black Templars destroyed it. So far, we have no idea what pushed this abomination to such genocidal extremes. The Axlo are not psychic, did not represent a threat to it, and while they were a starfaring species, they had only 3 colonized worlds when the Cacodominus unleashed its Chaos Knights upon them. The Axlo the Inquisition had transported aboard the Enterprise were not disappointing. The Lady Inquisitor had made clear they didn't know why anyone would want their destruction, but Taylor was not trembling in fear or really worried for the future of humanity. In appearance, they looked like a species combining the characteristics of a lizard and a cat. The grey-colored body had the typical feline elegance, but it was covered in scales, and one long observation confirmed the Axlo adults had fangs and claws no bigger or more dangerous than the teeth and nails possessed by a human adult. Taylor tried to push more of her skills, either the golden aura or her insect-controlling abilities, but she felt nothing psychic or non-psychic from the Axlo. After 5 minutes of complete failure, she had to admit defeat. And the Axlo didn't appear to speak Low Gothic, or any language a human mouth could speak. I'm sorry, but I don't see anything out of the norm. The Axlo are a perfectly normal species with no psychic talent or any particular asset that might warrant destroying them. The Cacodominus motives, assuming they had not been based on sheer madness, would likely stay a mystery until the stars grew cold. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Nyx System. Fukin's Arsenal Shipyard. 3.360.296 M35. Archmagos Prime Arithmencia Sultan. The construction plan will be designated Camaracas Fall, and is activated right now. Its main goal is to provide a sufficient number of escorts to the Imperial Navy. The supply lines must be adequately patrolled and the mining and cargo transports arrive at Nyx without so much as a scratch on their paint. Starting today, 30 Nyx pattern Cobra-class destroyers and 20 Nyx pattern Hoplite-class destroyers will begin to be assembled and sanctified, per the chosen of the Omniscia's will. This is impressive, acknowledged Antony444 Frederick of Metallica. You expanded the Centauri-class docks from 35 to 50 in less than 5 years to make such a plan possible. Indeed. It was done in anticipation of a great success being won in the Pavia system. But as you well know, the Mechanic-U's simulations have been acknowledged as completely inadequate when the Basileia is involved. Logically, Fukin's arsenal should be expanded, but this is where the problems of modifying an existing sub-PAR structure begin to cause problems to my schedule, the mistress of ships and shipyards explained. The necessity of adding Emperor-class and Jupiter-class docks is now imperative, but Fukin's arsenal can't handle these modifications right now. Not without stopping all the armament projects and the new constructions, stopping half of our current trade transiting through it, and certainly plenty of other problems the Council would discover in the following months. Logically, such a plan would have been unacceptable for the capital of an imperial sector. It was even more unthinkable for the sector of the Victor of Camarak. So we are going to build an entirely new shipyard, with the possibility of making it the base of a future orbital ring around Nyx. The Master of Engine Seers emitted a long cant of frustration. Archmagos Prime, I am as devoted as you are to the Omniscia, but do you really think we will be able to work according to the optimistic schedule you have given to Magos Dragon? Yes, Arithmencia Sultan replied, not a single doubt in her voice or her blessed cogitating cranial components. This shipyard will be built within a decade. And the schedule is not optimistic, it is based on wholly algorithmic results and my long experience in the shipyards of Ryza. Thanks to the Fabricator General and Lady Weaver, we will receive over 200 million tech priests and workers before this standard year ends. I may have to delay the expansion of Fukin's arsenal and other projects while we build this great work, and I may be forced to divert several coteries from going to Alamo, but this shipyard will be completed in time. This unnamed shipyard. It is not official, but Lady Weaver wishes that we consider if Ferris Revenge would be an appropriate name. In Arithmencia's opinion, it was. Not only did it use one of the most pro-Mechanicus Primarch's name, it would also be sending plenty of messages to Mars and Terra's enemies. The massacre of Istvan V had begun to be repaid. The Imperium had not abandoned the idea of mastering great infrastructure projects. Did not Ferris Manus' homeworld have a great orbital structure, the most holy Telstarax, orbiting around it? The Ferris Revenge was not an orbital ring, yet, but it would certainly outsize and outperform every shipyard in the the Samarkand quadrant. Once completed, it would have 24 Emperor-class dry docks, 12 Jupiter-class dry docks, 12 Saturn-class dry docks, 48 Mars-class dry docks, 48 Luna-class dry docks, 12 Mercury-class dry docks, 12 Centauri-class dry docks, 12 Auxiliary-class dry docks. That was just for the shipbuilding infrastructure, there were also defenses to construct. Due to the names of the enemies, Lady Weaver was happy to cut into several parts. Arithmencias had planned a lot of lances and macro-cannon batteries. Simulations predicted it would be enough to deter an assault of any force less powerful than 12 intact battleships and 24 cruisers by itself. Yes, a fitting name, the Master of Engine Seers agreed. But I seem to remember a council where you affirmed to the Minister of Industry you were going to build more shipyards. Smaller ones, and they don't compare to Ferris Revenge. The Jagatai Celerity shipyard will be a purpose-built rogue trader shipyard, and I will only furbish each dockyard for each hull the 4 rogue traders own. And the Dornswell shipyard will build and repair Astartes warships. It is going to be a cog's headache for me to find all the engine seers you need. Antony444 Frederick complained. Nonsense. The Archmagos Prime born on Ryza had never let any obstacles bar her path to victories and achievements, and she wasn't going to start now. Between the Pacificus Tithe and the contributions of the Tempestus and Ultima Forge worlds, we are going to receive upwards of 3 billion tech priests and other loyal servants of the Omnissiah in the next 3 years. I can assure you we are going to find that there isn't enough work to occupy everyone. If you say so, the High Magos engine seer snapped in an unhappy binary cant before making report on activities where her contribution was required. The last shifting of the Nixian industry on the orbital forges is 42% complete and my engine seers are on schedule. Expansion of the Navy's facilities around Nix Sextus is 20% complete. Plans for the installation of the macro forge on Alamo are 70% complete. The training for the production of the Jovian auto-loading weapons is 90% done, and replacements of the pre-290 M35 damaged parts of the ancient industrial stations has been successfully completed. I will during the next council detail my proposals to improve the quality of the components available to your shipyards. This was very good, very promising, praise the Omnissiah. Nix was slowly but surely elevating itself technologically to the holy level the great forge worlds had risen to. I want your support when the time comes that I lead the efforts to study and decipher the Skyline template. Out of the question, Arithmencia replied politely. The template which had received the code name Skyline was the blessed Albia space elevator, manufactured by the Trade Star Cartel of Neptune during the Age of Technology. From the preliminary data she had received, it wasn't the best schematics ever conceived for a space elevator. The Martian Ring of Iron had some more advanced in all characteristics, but it was one they were going to be able to mass-produce and easily maintain and repair, which was admittedly several times more useful. You will already have the Comet template. No, that mining ship will belong to Unity Victor Omega Manville's department, not mine. Admittedly she was going to see those ships arrive in her docks sooner or later, but first the Master of Metallurgy and Mining was going to have numerous hours to exploit everything useful from it. And before you ask for it, the Red Dawn template of the fusion reactor will likely go to High Magos Thomson Siemens. What was the template Lady Weaver promised you, then? Why don't you ask the Regent or the Minister of Industry? Arithmencia was many things, but she was not going to be boastful when the prize was a ship-mounted electromagnetic gun ready to be studied and produced in her own foundries. Segmentum Tempestus. S42th Sector K21W Exploration Zone. 7.379.296 M35. Gloriana-class battleship Eternal Crusader. Chapter Master Flavius Sextus Jovius. Yes, Chapter Master. It's the region of space where the destroyer Wheel of Determination was ordered to patrol. Then it is there we will find the craft world of the Long Ears. Chapter Master. The Admiral sounded astonished, which made Flavius wonder if his tactical performances were really as good as the reports suggested. I'm not denying the evidence, but surely it would be really audacious, even for these warmongering Xenos, to destroy our warship after an emergency astropathic cry for help has been sent. Yes, it would be. High Marshal Gerlach Barbarossa smiled ravenously. Unless there is something the destroyer would have reported if there had been time for second astropathic message. Biltan, grumbled a captain of the Crimson Fists. Biltan, agreed the commander of the chapter which had once been known as the 7th Legion. The Wheel of Determination must have evaded the mobile fleet of the Xenos long enough after the first call to see the craft world on the long-range auspexes. It was a pity the officer who had accomplished this was most certainly dead along with their crew. The Imperial Navy needed men of that caliber to face the multitude of threats constantly trying to attack the Imperium. It was too bad for the destroyer's crew, but even in death, they had accomplished their duty. The Sons of Dorn had the confirmation the tarot and all their other sources of information were accurate. The craft world was truly hiding in this deserted space between dangerous nebulas and millions of gigantic asteroids. It wasn't a stupid location to hide your home, that much Flavius Sextus Jovius was ready to give the Long Ears. The natural obstacles made augurs, auspexes, and every other type of sensor far shorter ranged than they should be in space, and the Eldar fleets were particularly fearsome when they were allowed to play a game of skirmishes and feigned retreats. But today most of the traditional advantages belonged to the Imperium. And the Imperial Fists were going to do what they did best, unite in a formidable weapon of war, and bring down those who believed they could threaten human worlds with impunity. We could try a double envelopment, tried one of the high officers of the Frateris Templar. No. It is a good idea, but it would take too long. Our tactics are going to be as unsubtle as possible. We must seize the Eldar by the throat, and this means an attack straight to the heart. Here is what we are going to do. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Nix 3. Fafnir Library. 3.420.296 M35. Minister of Justice Missy Byron. In many ways, Dragon did not live like a dragon at all. The piles of precious metals the government of Nix transferred to her forges were used there immediately, and the tinker didn't sleep on a mountain of gold, but really, Dragon didn't sleep much these days, having the smallest rest requirements of all the para-humans living on Nix. The Fafnir Library was in many ways one of the rare exceptions to this rule. Inside its halls, Dragon had stored the precious books her position and resources allowed her to acquire. There was no corrupted text or other form of chaotic corruption invited in, not with dozens of psychic alarms ready to shriek if someone tried to introduce a book of such forbidden nature. But the hundreds of manuscripts, vellum rolls, and other written masterworks of humanity would nonetheless not meet the Inquisition's approval if they knew the library existed in the first place. The decoration had improved a lot since Missy's last visit. Dragon had clearly commissioned several draconic-themed statues, including a very large one where a space marine riding a massive dragon raised his sword as if to prepare himself before a final charge. Many expensive red carpets and oil paintings had also been brought in. The technological devices of the library must have cost a fortune too. Between the stasis fields protecting half of the shelves and the greatest artworks, the hololithic projectors, and the small army of modified automated systems, there were tech priests' lairs which were far less mechanically opulent. Alas, she wasn't here to admire the newest trend in draconic decoration. I can't say I like this information, Dragon. I am not exactly thrilled by it either. The Minister of Industry of Nyx replied, reading a book older than both of them by several millennia. But the information source my subordinates picked up at Istvan confirmed it. The former 3rd Legion, from the very beginning, was recruited from the nobility of what had to be the M30-M31 equivalent of Europe by direct order of the Emperor. That gave the Imperium a force of transhumans which could serve in the positions of diplomats, bodyguards, elite army, and paragons of art and the finest things humanity should aspire for. They fell far. There was not much information available about the traitor legions. The overwhelming majority of the Imperium's population had little idea there were traitor legions in the first place, for obvious reasons, but all of the 9 now closer to 8 legions were parodies of their Great Crusade splendor. We will have to wait for Taylor to return and the genetic compatibility tests to be completed, but I doubt Taylor will ever consider tithing the Nyxian or Whain's nobility for full-scale recruitment. The 2 hive worlds of the Nyx sector were the most populated worlds under the Basilea's aegis, and this had of course resulted in them having the largest number of nobles. Even important subsector capitals like Atlas or Theta did not have that many nobles, for all their predatory tactics and accumulation of riches. If they were actually planning to recruit from a population's nobility in the long term, only Nyx and Wuhan really had the numbers to avoid problematic consequences. Wuhan was completely unsuitable. Aside from the fact none of the para-humans would trust most Whain's nobles to not abuse the privileges which would come with the proximity of a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's children had fallen to Slaanesh in the first place. Establishing them on a world where the governor and his closest friends had just been assassinated by Slaaneshi cultists hidden in their own ranks was courting disaster. There were already too many political problems to be settled on that world, and a future governor to be named. And Nyx was already falling into the recruitment sphere of the Brothers of the Red. Asking for them to share a world with a new chapter when the young chapter hadn't proved itself while the sons of Sanguinius bled at the Battle of the Death Star, Pavia, and Kamarak, it would be wrong. Wrong and insulting. Let's look on the bright side, Dragon smirked. Given how many mountains of thanks we're receiving from Bahamut, Portsmouth, and Smilodon now that they've been confirmed as Astartes bases, if one of our worlds is predisposed to the 3rd Legion's gene seed without using nobles as a recruitment pool, I don't think we will have many difficulties in the upcoming negotiations. Yes, for once she had wondered if the screams of joy of certain planets could be heard across the interplanetary void separating them. That is the main problem I see coming if no worlds of the Moros subsector turn out to be fit to welcome this Space Marine chapter. All the other subsectors will have at least one group of giant protectors to answer any call for help, but from Omsk to Wuhan, there are no Space Marines. In several regards, that wasn't too bad. Fey troops were beginning to build themselves a solid reputation, there would still be a naval base at Wuhan, and night walkers would be available to defend the subsector, not to mention the inquisitorial facilities prepared at Kalskov. But there were politics to keep in mind, and what politicians of the Moros subsector would care about was that they had no space marines to break the Xenos or any type of enemies trying to invade the Nyx sector again in the future. The Swibis subsector also has no chapter of Astartes to defend itself. Judging by the job their Hierophant has done these last decades, I think half of the worlds there don't deserve one, Missy retorted darkly. Missy, most of the people living there can't be held responsible for their leaders being criminally incompetent. I know. But you have to admit, the temptation is great to do exactly that. And they're not just criminally incompetent, Dragon. They're venal, corrupt, tyrannical, and their despotic rule weakens the rule of the Imperium with every year it continues. At some point, the worse a regime gets, the more there's only religion and the gun pointed at your head to keep men and women away from insurrection. I'm not saying they have to equal our successes, but look at Nyx. Unemployment is in freefall, we have managed to strangle a looming superinflation in the cradle, and the living condition of the average Nyxian family is getting better and better everywhere. This was not counting the astronomical records of people volunteering to work in the PDF, the Guard, the Mechanics, the Templar Sororitas, and most of the organizations having done their duty in Operation Caribbean. The Swibis subsector did not have us. It didn't have a lot of important people, which made it easier for us to reform Nyx, the regent of Nyx, until the legitimate owner came back, of course whispered. Anyway, we are going to have to put the fear of the God Emperor in certain rulers there. And there's a rebellion to crush. And it will certainly have to be you who is going to have to crush it. Miss E nodded. With the billions of tech priests incoming, the mountain of great infrastructure projects, and the millions of things keeping her attention, Dragon couldn't leave Nyx at this time. Maybe in a decade when things had calmed down, but not now. Taylor was still traveling back and the Enterprise was certainly going to need several months of repair before it could be included in any military operation. Dennis would be busy with his new private fleet, and his powers didn't allow him to be an army killer by himself, unfortunately. Contessa had disappeared, while judging by the evidence and inquisitorial presented evidence, Doormaker was certainly dead. And Leet was thoroughly unsuitable. The Spartan rebellion, the young woman deadpanned. I dread in advance the kind of jokes certain friends and associates of ours are going to make. Don't worry, there are more than 300 rebels on the field, Dragon answered in a dignified pose which presaged nothing good. And since Sparta is a very cold planet, I rather doubt the opposition will consist of half-naked warriors with bronze shields and spears guarding a mountainous pass. You are taking all the fun out of this, Dragon. Ultima Segmentum. The Eastern Fringe. Svalbard Sector. Tigris System. Tigris. 6.444.296 M35. Private David Gosdan. David thought the tech priest in front of them should have taken lessons in giving speeches before trying to motivate them. Your mission, guardsman, should you decide to accept it, is to escort this Lemon Russ Vanquisher along the production line and ensure it is properly armed to fight the enemies of the Omnissiah. As always, should you fail, it is likely the orcs will eat your corpses and this manufactorum will be lost. You have 3 seconds to present your objections. None? Excellent, proceed. David, like most guardsmen of the Fae 29th present, thought the order was anything but easy. Some greenskins had arrived from out of nowhere, and now the manufactorum they were supposed to defend was a scene of war and flames. You heard the cogboy. Screamed the colonel. Escort the Lemon Russ Vanquisher. Kill every orc you see. Charge. For the God Emperor. For Lady Weaver. For the God Emperor. They charged. There were plenty of orcs trying to assault the halls where the Lemon Russ tanks were being built, but they were less terrifying than the nest of mechadendrites and the strange robots of the Mechanikus, and far less intimidating than the commissars. The guard regiment opened fire, delivering a coordinated volley of lasers which killed half of the Xenos. Entire stocks of lost cells were emptied, and then the greenskins appeared to understand only one thing would grant them victory that day. Yaaaaaig. From all over the manufactorum halls, they came. Arms filled with mechanical parts and weapons stolen from Tigris, the orcs were ugly and had this crazy looks in their eyes. But they weren't as big as the training-picked casts the officers had shown them months ago, and the Fae 29th answered the challenge. Bayonet wall. Stop them. Green blood poured everywhere, and David felt like his arms were going to break when an orc 2 heads taller than himself impaled itself on his weapon, and yet tried to bite him as a disgusting torrent of blood left its body. But David Gosdan held. Because a guardsman had to hold the line, and as he held, another guardsman aimed his lasgun behind him and repeatedly shot the greenskin in the head. The monster died. The mass of monsters died. One by one, their surroundings were a scene of dead greenskins and bloodied but triumphant humans. Good work. Barked the tech priest who was crouched next to the engines of one of his Lemon Russ Vanquishers. Leave a half company to help my assistants dispose of the Xenos in the incinerators, then choose one of the Lemon Russ Vanquishers to escort. Time is of the mechanical essence. David Gosdan and most of the 3rd Company were assigned to one such armored vehicle to protect before news came that the Wahanes regiment supposed to cover the southern approaches had been routed, and now they would have to escort and pilot the tanks too, despite having received no training to do so. I hope Governor Dalton will tell the Saint to shoot these incompetent Wahanes nobles. Commented their lieutenant before they charged once more into another assembly hall and began to kill more orcs. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Approaches of Nyx 6. Arc Mechanikus Iron Revenant. 3.510.296 M35. Tech Priest Row 36. Row 36 had thought he would like his visit to the Nyx system. Setting aside little things like a gigantic STC database, the planets and infrastructure orbiting the white star called Sapphire Sun by the Nyxians were worthy of study. Comparing the data obtained from tithe reports of 280M35, his analyses made clear a lot of assets, be they SDF ships, transports, Mechanikus relic hulls, foundries, or megaspace farms, had not been there a decade ago. This was a system in full industrial expansion, with thousands of workers and tech priests arriving every day to add their own expertise and efforts to this immense technological enterprise. The last word almost gave him the urge to chuckle. Yes, maybe the Saint of the Omnissiah Emperor had the right idea when she chose the name of her flagship. And then his master impatiently repeated his order, and row 36's amusement disappeared faster than you could say great cog. Master, I have a feeling this is a very, very bad idea. Someone had to say it, and Alpha Primus had once again fled seconds ago while he wasn't looking. Seriously, where was the courage of the Astartes? We have already done this, 5 times in real conditions. And it failed once, great Archmagos. The Adeptus Mechanicus of Mars still remained ignorant as to what exactly had happened that day, but neither Rho 36 nor anyone else among Kal's many servants was likely to forget that disaster, and those who would come after them in a few centuries and gain the clearance to study the databases would not forget it either. If it goes wrong in a system like this, the Basileia would likely hunt Kal into the intergalactic void for vengeance. And that was likely the best scenario the Master of the Iron Revenant could hope for. At some point, even the seal of Lord Commander of the Imperium Robot Guilliman was insufficient, especially opposed to the holy wrath of an endless swarm. It will not fail. The conditions are optimal, and Nix Secundus will be perfect for this experiment. All we need is to replicate the Enigma impulsion matrices and generate enough power. More than ever, Rho 36 wished the Enterprise translated into the system right at this moment. Or failing this miracle, the Arc Mechanicus El Dorado or any other important Mechanicus flagship would be appreciated. With an important emissary of the Fabricator General present, maybe his master would not have the audacity to prepare what he'd had in mind for months. But while many of the ships that survived Comarak had arrived at Nix, the battleships had been scattered by the warp's fury, and it would take weeks, maybe months, for the major hulls to emerge from the Sea of Souls. It was dubious if either Lady Weaver or Archmagos Prime Gast of Hediatrix had warned their subordinates on Nix of the content of a certain conversation and how to prevent his master from doing something he did not have the authorization for. The victor of Comarak and her lieutenants believed Kal was bound directly for the Neptunia system. By the time astropathic communications could contact the Enterprise, there was a high chance Lady Weaver would already be at the Mandeville point outside Nix Sextus. And by then it would be too late. The Fabricator General at the time himself patronied the precursor of this technology during the War of the Beast. Therefore it is not forbidden. Master, I don't think most of the Archmagi gathered here were alive during the War of the Beast. That's their problem, not mine. Now enough with the whining. I want the platforms and matrices ready for preliminary deployment in 2 standard days. Yes, Master. Nix 3. 3.520.296 M35. Artisan Magos Cybersmith Lydia Beta Rosamund. Lydia Beta Rosamund was angry. She had come to this informal meeting of the Mechanicus Council thinking the hour taken from her packed schedule would be used to optimize the new wave of reinforcements about to be sent to help her forge World of Birth, but instead all the Master of the Magisterium and the Master of the Skitarii had in their apparatuses and cogitators could be summed up in one word: Kal. We should arrest him, Archmagos Malagram Montcalm Iota 1 repeated for what had to be the 20th time in less than 10 minutes. He and his radical faction are up to no good, orbiting around Nix Sextus. There is no evidence to support your claims, Alpha Archmagos Epsilon 10 Blue Crimson retorted. And for all the respect I have for you Archmagos Malagra, I am not going to dispatch thousands of Skitarii to arrest one of the most senior Archmagi of Mars without irrefutable evidence or Lady Weaver's orders. His Arch Mechanicus Iron Revenant and the other capital ships are by Mechanicus law his sovereign territory. We are going to regret it if we don't act now. The Griffon 4-born master of Skitarii murmured something in an enciphered cant which was no doubt not terribly polite, before turning his attention towards her. What is the situation in War Zone Tigris? The Orc onslaught has been ground to a halt and their reinforcements have finally stopped coming, the Mistress of Artisans reported. So far, thanks to the guard tithe the Svalbard sector received, the High Command of Tigris has been able to counterattack and limit the conquest of the Greenskins to one large beachhead. 1 Fellblade and 2 Vanquisher production lines were in danger for several hours, but Faye, Harbin, and Koloff troops have been able to destroy the Orc raiders. Legio Solaria has destroyed 8 Gargants at the cost of 2 Warhounds and 1 Reaver. 5 standard hours ago, the casualty estimates of the Greenskins rose above 300 million, and this includes 60% of their fleet. But you still need reinforcements. Of all her 11 peers of the council, Archmagos Malagram Montcalm Iota 1 was clearly the one Lydia Beta disliked the most. Like Dragon had commented once, the Master of the Magisterium was a condescending and ultra-conservative jerk. Alas, Lady Weaver needed a good relationship with Ecotrin for their expertise in the construction of space marine equipment, and Montcalm Iota 1 was one of the prices the Forge World aligned with the Blood Angels had demanded for the Nix benefiting partnership. Master of the Magisterium, Alpha Archmagos Epsilon 10 Blue Crimson canted, the Svalbard sector is attacked by a Wak which is stronger than the one Nix endured, not counting the battle moon destroyed at Brockton. This is the kind of extremist level threat few Forge Worlds can fight on their own, and I find the Mistress of Artisans' concerns for her Forge World perfectly understandable. The Fellblade and Vanquisher tanks ordered a few years ago have all arrived as logically promised. Tigris Tech priests upheld their contracts and oaths. Are we going to abandon them when any other Forge World a member of our council calls home might need similar assistance in the next years or decades? Lady Weaver has already sent the Lamenters to the Svalbard sector. And so far, we have no astropathic message confirming they have arrived on the front lines, which wasn't surprising, as even a swift warp travel from Pavia to Tigris was still measured in standard months, not days. I suppose I could mobilize a couple million Skitarii, provided the transports are available. They need the battle experience, and logically the return of the databases from Kumarak will only marginally improve the performance of my command in anti-orc operations. And if the millions of orcs which have disappeared somewhere along the eastern fringe are striking another important industrial forge world, then we will help that forge as well, provided they are as true to their word as Tigras was, Epsilon 10 Blue Crimson declared calmly. Was that supposed to be a difficult query? Archmagi rarely suffocated from rage, but Montcalm Iota 1 seemed extremely willing to learn. Superbly ignoring the anger of his colleague, the Griffon Alpha Archmagos changed the subject. I understand you have finished your selection of artisans for the study and first crafting of the lightsaber template. Yes, 144 artisans of 24 different forge worlds have been selected for this project. It had not been a small ordeal, everyone among the Nyx priesthood wanted to see and work upon the new prime copies the warships were bringing back to Nyx. The resources delivered are at a satisfying level, and we are only awaiting the return of the chosen of the Omnissiah to begin. Ultima Segmentum. Chernobog Sector. Katachan System. Katachan's Orbit. 5.600.296 M35. Major General Jack Death Swartz. Billions of guardsmen, Jack knew, said to the family they left behind that they would come back. It was not always a lie. There really were army groups or crusade armies sent back to their home worlds if the Lord Militant in charge had an idea how to lead his troops to victory. What generals and admirals rarely mentioned was that when accounting for warp travel, the soldiers too often returned to the homes they had departed from and met the grandchildren of their brothers and sisters. But at least those guardsmen returned home. Katachan guardsmen and guardswomen didn't. Thousands of kilometers above the green and blue orb on which he was born was the closest Jack Swartz and any Katachan who had gone off-world could get to returning to Katachan. The moment you took a transport and went through the Munitorum's decontamination procedures, your body stopped evolving. The toxins saturating the air didn't. Landing again on Katachan would result in his death in less than an hour, unless he decided to wear a hermetically sealed suit of power armor, which was not exactly the kind of equipment a Katachan liked to live in. Home looks so peaceful, seen like this. The Major General wasn't someone to ponder on beauty and other sorts of idiocies, but Katachan from above was truly beautiful. So pure, so much green separated by narrow seas and large serpentine rivers. Our green hell, Colonel Sean came and chuckled. Yes, our green hell. It was the planet which killed so many sons and daughters before they were old enough to walk. Even Cadia wasn't that savage in teaching its children how the galaxy worked. On Katachan, survival was truly never something one could take for granted. Any outstanding changes I should be aware of? The ants have sculpted a statue of our new living saint, the other veteran informed him. And no, I'm not joking. Really? You're sure it is her? The ants were intelligent, but why would they sculpt a statue of a human who had never set a foot on Katachan? According to the scouts who ventured close enough to inspect it, the colonies recently added a pair of wings to the statue, so yes, I am certain. Sean grimaced. Whatever the saint did to the ants, it sure as the Golden Throne didn't make them less aggressive. Sergeant June lost 5 aspirants in an ambush, and several thousand ants of their warrior caste pursued them for 3 days. Well, now this made Jack wanted to meet his new boss immediately. We're going to Nyx, so we will be able to ask the question why ants decided on this honor. Speaking of which, you arrived from the throne world far sooner than expected. The commanding officer of the Katachan 95th, the famous Water Drakes, was quick to disabuse him of any hope he might have on the subject. The 1,000 boys and girls I was promised to bring the regiment back to strength have been decontaminated by now, but I have 3 companies still deployed on Samar. Samar? That's quite close to the Maelstrom. Sean came and nodded. Ryza and an alliance of Forge Worlds have been really busy destroying outpost after outpost of heretics, pirates, and heretics during the last 5 years. No one made any reports to us, but it's obvious they are going all out to reach Sarum and destroy the hell forges of the arch-enemy. Good for the cogboys if they managed to do it. Jack Swartz had begun his career fighting on a forge world against metallic horrors which shouldn't exist, and the faster those things were turned into scrap, the better for everyone. 4 months before your regiment is gathered here, then. It's the Munitorum, Jack. Assume 5 or 6 months. Not this time. I have a signed order from Paul Oberstein that my priorities are the Munitorum's priorities. That will help, Sean nodded. We will have to put the fear of the Katachan warriors in the skulls of the scribes, but it will help. 4 months, and we should have a regiment between of 9 and 10,000 boys and girls. Good, because after that the real part of the training will begin. And the 2 Katachan officers began to laugh at the future misery of the unaware boys and girls about to meet the infamous standard Katachan expected from their average private. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Nyx 3. 3.690.296 M35. Minister of Justice Missy Byron. Being the regent of Nyx had been easy before Kumarak, despite the mountains of paperwork trying to bury her office in data containers and useless files every day. Now that the Battle of Kamarak became known to the galaxy as a whole, it was definitely not easy anymore. The galaxy seemed to have recognized Taylor Bear wasn't going to disappear into a black hole anytime soon, and that they may as well try to play the game as long as she lived. So not only was there more paperwork including the cumbersome and inefficient administratum vellum these days, it seemed every governor of the sector wanted something from Nyx's forges, a political favor, or the confirmation they were doing a fine job in the name of the living saint. A lot of them she answered by indirect sentences telling them to wait for the legitimate Basileia to return. The men and women ruling the 100-plus worlds of the sector had failed to address most of these issues before Operation Caribbean was planned, they might as well wait a few days longer. On the other hand, there were many things which couldn't be handled that way. So she was spending hour after hour in tedious meetings and long audiences, and it was boring. Boring. And there wasn't any action to be found on Nyx. As the first rumors of Pavia and Kamarak, especially the astronomical Xenos kill count, had spread through the hives, the few gangs which had managed to avoid purges, arbits raids, and inquisitorial attention had by a common accord decided to become model citizens, depriving her from worthwhile punching balls and opportunities to break the monotony of her days. Missy could still train with the lethal assassin robots of the Mechanikus, but it wasn't the same thing. She wanted action. Damn it, everyone but Dragon and herself had been involved, and the Mistress of Dragon's unofficial Nyxian nickname was involved in so many military projects her quota of explosions was far above adequate. The young Shaker wanted a stop to this endless series of inaugurations of biodomes, amphitrite water distillation plants, and new habitation zones. It was good to give the citizens of the Imperium good living conditions and non-toxic things to eat and drink, but it wasn't for her. Fortunately, she had the operation on Sparta to look forwards to. Normally, Missy shouldn't be involved in this at all, her only links to an Adeptus were to the Arbits, and wasn't it a morale crusher to know the big High Lord controlling that organization was an arrogant idiot, more interested in his political plots than looking in the mirror and seeing the reflection of a complete jerk? But the Frateris Templars had failed, and judging by the emergency astropathic messages sent with the first supply transports to the penal world at war, the Adeptus Ministorum was not going to find the forces to regain the upper hand in the Swiba sector. Asking the Adeptus Mechanikus to send the Skitarii would just cause a nuclear detonation in the political status quo. The guard forces were needed at Tigris, Iris, and Wuhan, among many other theaters. The Arbit's mandate would be a nice way to solve the problem. After all, wasn't the military violence simply the result of former prisoners having decided the judicial system of the Imperium wasn't for them? The Hierophant and his pontifexes were likely going to have heart attacks when they heard how she proposed to solve the Swiba subsector, but in her opinion, it was high time they received a good punishment for their dictatorial rule. Lady Regent? Priority transmissions from Nyx Sextus Command. Numerous capital warships from Operation Caribbean have exited the warp. Finally. The para-human grumbled before giving a totally insincere smile and saying a good, very good, which must have fooled no one. Battleship Enterprise. 3.695.296 M35. Lady General Taylor A. Bear. Taylor knew that in theory, a living saint was supposed to maintain an image of utter confidence at all times. She nonetheless sighed in relief along with half of the bridge when they exited the warp to find themselves in the Nyx system. Warp translation complete. We have drifted away from our targeted coordinates by 40,000 kilometers. On a ground campaign, this would have been a monumental mistake. In space and with the warp conditions they had braved to return from Pavia, the Lady General was not going to reprimand anyone. You can deactivate the Geller fields, Archmagos. Return the crew to their usual watch and set a slow course to Nyx. I want to know the percentage of warships which have beat us here. The panels and stations on the Enterprise's bridge were shining in reassuring colors, including the parts monitoring the now inactive Geller fields, but Taylor was under no illusion that the fleet had gotten away intact and undamaged. 2 Achelia's navigators had collapsed from exhaustion during this turbulent journey, and many warships had already been under stopgap repairs. 91% of the ships answer our hails with the correct codes, the Quran-born Archmagos answered after several seconds. But there are several other starships which are towed to Nyx Sextus, and we have 2 more warp translations 50,000 kilometers away. It seems we aren't the last ship to arrive. Taylor nodded before the walls lit up to show the Nyx system and the myriad of starships limping back home. Thankfully, all the major capital ships seemed to be there, though a few were going to be in for months if not years of major repairs. The scars left by Kamarak had been reopened as the navigation inside the warp had been too violent. Even the Enterprise, for all its toughness and luck, was in dire need of repairs for several armament sections, new personnel, and plenty of Auspex systems battered into oblivion by the Eldar attacks. I think our arrival has been noticed, Gavriel pointed out as suddenly the communication array received a torrent of messages of congratulations, thanks, and ecstatic screams. No, you think? The High Lords had not agreed to give her a triumph, but it was an honor guard of dozens of starships which was hastily rushing to welcome the Enterprise and the warships closest to it. Many of them were Mechanikus hulls, though the Navy's complement was anything but small. I notice the picked casts you gave us for study have become somewhat outdated, Huskarl Diamantis began as more and more information arrived on the hololith. There are 5 new docks on the Nix Sextus Navy facilities which were not there when you left. I had approved several expansion projects from Archmagos Prime Arithmencia Sultan, Taylor informed her Dawnbreaker guard quietly. I see she has been very busy in my absence. There are 5 more solar-powered stations, 2 mega farms, and several mining facilities which were still drawings on plans when we sortied for Pavia. These weren't the only changes, obviously. There were massive transports from different Forge worlds, and given their size and the identification codes they broadcasted, this meant several of the orders and technology transfers agreed upon after the Battle of the Death Star had finally arrived. And as the minutes passed and the Enterprise's augurs were able to give her an idea what was happening in the inner system, it was evident the storm of activities and projects weren't limited to Nix Sextus or Nix Quintus. But maybe this was because she had been away for several months. When you woke up every day with the list of projects accomplished and the progress of those ongoing, it was difficult to have the before/after picked cast of an entire system. Isn't this system building proceeding a bit too quickly? The Forge Father of the Salamanders wondered out loud. In many ways, yes, Taylor whispered so only the Space Marines and a few senior tech priests could hear it. Dragon and most of the Mechanicu's council had coherent plans, you know. Shipyard building over the next centuries, seizing contract after contract usually destined for the Samarkand sector until we were in position to dictate terms to most of the quadrant, investments in several high-profile Chartist fleets, and many other measures. All of these plans had to, not be scrapped, it would be unfair to say that, but they needed to be modified extensively. But we live in an unsafe galaxy and can't afford a slow and prudent development. Kamarak has made sure the enemies of the Imperium will turn their attention in our direction, and the abominations and their servants won't forget what we've done. The ruinous powers would be idiots to do so. A large corps of officers and veteran troops, including Space Marines, Skitarii, Guardsmen, and Navy sailors, had survived Kamarak, along with plenty of data on what could hurt chaos in all its forms. We will need a competent Lord Admiral to rule over this, Tech Marine Ronaldo of the Blood Drinkers pointed out. I understand the selection process has already begun at Karduniash. Taylor wished she could have had a say in this, but given how swiftly certain factions having supported von Kischer had disappeared from the political arenas, it was best not to step on too many toes. The High Lord of the Imperial Navy was already not exactly a great admirer of her exploits, and she needed to stay on good term with the Segmentum authorities. But it isn't the only high position I will need someone competent for. The regency of one of the Tharsis forges was going to be especially disputed, of this there was zero doubt. There were something like 200 plus forges in the Tharsis quadrant of Mars. It was where the name had come from, and the greatest of all was obviously the Titanic Olympus Mons, property of the Fabricator General and seat of the Martian Parliament. Obviously the forge she had obtained was less valuable than that, but the Lebatis forge, as it was called, still delivered an impressive quantity of highly advanced machines and technology to Forge worlds and other planets every year. Millions of pilgrims have already rushed here. The black-haired commander wished Gamaliel was exaggerating, but indeed it appeared hundreds of ships filled to the brink with pilgrims had translated into the Nix system over the last days. And unlike the tech priests Magi and Archmagi which could be trusted to have hulls and environmental systems in excellent condition, a large percentage of these starships was, let's just say she would never choose to travel in the warp in one of those. Most seemed to really need major repairs, and not just on the Geller fields or the engines. Yes. It was going to be horrible, but realistically there was not the shadow of a chance of stopping it now. Maybe if there hadn't been Kamarak, she could have stayed a normal sector lady, but this slim hope was completely dashed now. There were astropathic and vox messages coming from millions of voices, and it looked like they had transports, be they gubernatorial envoys or improvised pilgrim ships, from all over the quadrant and beyond. There were already immense crowds gathering on Nix and every inhabited planet, and the numbers placed the pilgrims' effectives from off-world at over 3 million. My lady. Tech Marine Dyson approached with Tech Marine Silvera of the Death Knights. Yes. There are strange emissions next to Nix Sextus, specifically around Call's squadron. Taylor immediately turned her head away from the storm of cheering and congratulations raging across the Nix system. Call is here? He was supposed to be at Neptunia. He is here, Battle Brother Thomas Theisman of the White Templars confirmed. Or at least his ships are. They are orbiting around the moon of Nix Sextus Tertius. There are a lot of strange emissions, I don't know. I do. Taylor closed her eyes for a few seconds. Surely even a radical Archmagos was not crazy enough to do this in front of tens of thousands ships and millions of witnesses. Surely. Oh, who was she kidding? Call loved proving he was above the other tech priests, and limits were something he distorted all the time. Establish me a priority communication with the Iron Revenant. I have. There was an immense flash on the hololith. It took much to surprise her these days. After an orc moon, a space hulk, and a world engine, Taylor had grown used to the gigantic size of many starforts and other mega-sized constructs. The Blackstone Fortress Will of Eternity had just been the cherry on the cake. One more time she was proven wrong. The moon of Nix Sextus Tertius, a mass of rock and ice slightly heavier and larger than Earth's moon, had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, several men and women fainted on the bridge, and many who didn't gibbered incoherently. Seconds later, and the hololithic display brutally changed around Nix Secundus. Before today, Luke's mine had one moon, it was Luke's Vigil, where the main Departmentum Munitorum's depot of Nix was built in all its glory of inefficiency and bureaucratic complexity. Now it had two. By the Golden Throne, he has. Words failed Emperor's champion Siginandus of the Black Templars, which mustn't happen every day. The rest of the Enterprise's bridge and certainly the rest of the battleship and the fleet was in a similar state of shock. Yes, Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call has just teleported one of the moons of Nix Sextus to Nix Secundus. After she had explicitly told him not to. The Basileia didn't know if she was supposed to facepalm, scream, or sigh. Already she could hear the Mechanicus priesthood beginning to generate loud shrieks of outrage across the entire Nix system. Puriel. Yes, my lady. Take 11 other Dawnbreaker guards with you, and arrest Archmagos Call. The Lady General sighed heavily. I want him alive and in a state to confess. It will be my greatest pleasure. Fukin's Arsenal Shipyard. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter. He has teleported the moon. He has teleported the moon. Any other time, Dragon would have had quite a laugh at the shocked cant of Archmagos Malagrammontcom Iota 1. But for this particular event, it was completely justified. Dragon had heard humanity had lost a lot of technology since the Great Crusade, and these losses were minor and irrelevant compared to the abyssal disasters of the Age of Strife. There weren't many surviving records of the era which had been before the warp storms made safe FTL travel and utopia in the possession of the Adeptus Mechanicus, but the few Mars had safeguarded and spread across its dominions presented an image of humanity altering planets, moons, and even entire stellar systems as if they were gods. This wasn't an exaggeration, there was too much proof of macrostellar projects engineered by mankind, which now were displayed as derelict ruins instead of the jewels of technology they had been intended to be. But that was a long bygone age. The Mechanicus had tried its best to recover the most important relics of that era, but one good look at most of the Forge worlds was enough to tell you it was an incomplete work which likely had millennia to go, and that was from an optimistic point of view. It had held true until today, when a certain Archmagos decided to teleport a moon across most of the Nix system. I don't think it is teleportation, technically speaking, High Magos Thomson Siemens corrected once he had finished gaping like a fish. There was no warp activity, no alert of a warp breach or any kind of psychic phenomenon activated to move Nix Sextus Tertius. Based on the readings, I think it was some kind of highly advanced gravitic tunnel propelling the moon from one end of the system to another. Your theory has merit, Lexico Arcanus Foul Op 6A2 Tertius acknowledged. But where in the holy name of the Omnissiah did Call find such a technology? On Mars, most likely, Archmagos Prime Arithmencia Sultan replied grimly. There have always been persistent rumors that the War of the Beast saw macro-teleportation technology be employed to save several important Forge worlds from the Greenskins. I thought that those experiments were discontinued due to the high level of collateral damage they caused, Archmagos Reductor Stefan Delta Septimus canted thoughtfully. This was decades ago, but I seem to remember a system where a teleportation of this magnitude destroyed 3 or 4 planets. The Master of Destruction looked at the various data terminals analyzing the data coming from all over the system, but aside from the gravitic alterations of Nix Sextus losing a moon and Nix Secundus gaining one, nothing had been destroyed. A few transport captains close to Luke's mine may have had a heart attack as a moon materialized with little warning, but Call had well calculated his titanic stunt, no transports, mining extractors, or other space assets had been destroyed, and the orbital and ground infrastructure of the mining world, reinforced in the last years, was enduring this new gravitic intrusion. The mining tunnels weren't that lucky, unfortunately. It was quite lucky Taylor's arrival had been the occasion to proclaim a day of celebration. I just want to know what possessed Call to try that. I think that's the easiest part, Dragon began. Sextus moons have a thin atmosphere, but the freezing temperatures made them completely unsuitable for colonization by any living organism. But if you get rid of the cold, there are enormous quantities of ice on those moons, which can become liquid water in orbit around Nix Secundus. True, conceded the Master of Mining and Metallurgy Unity Victor Omega Manville, but given the brutal environmental changes the moon of Nix Sextus Tertius is going to experience, it's still going to be years, at minimum, before we can settle on augmented humans on the surface. Unless, Archgenitor Hark Alpha Dippides pointed out smugly, having followed a similar train of thought to dragons, this is no colonization project for humans. You are quite right, the moon will not be suitable for human colonization, but for a species used to death world conditions, it would be perfect. The Catachan ants, grunted High Magos Thomson Siemens. Of course. The Basileia will be close enough to protect the moon or suppress an insect insurrection, and the production of Bacta will not be vulnerable to a lightning raid from inimical parties unless our enemies want to expend their lives in the process. This changes a lot of things, indeed. The Master of Healing nodded calmly. I suppose I could place a fortified lab upon the moon with an orbital elevator, and leave the rest of the moon to the ants. Depending on the willingness of Lady Weaver, we could easily multiply the Bacta production by 12 before the end of the year. This wasn't as spectacular as the sentence implied, since according to the latest reports, 20 cubic meters of red Bacta and 1 cubic meter of blue Bacta were produced every month during the year 295M35, 1 cubic meter representing approximately 100,000 vials of life-saving medicine. The Master of the Magisterium was still in very angry mode, however. CAWL must be punished. The Archmagos of Anvilus shouted, his self-control extremely notable through its absence. That is not your decision to make, Lydia Beta Rosamond interrupted his rant in an icy tone. This system belongs to Lady Weaver in the name of the Emperor, and the chosen of the Omnissiah is the highest representative of the Martian Parliament here. The life of the Radical is in her hands. Battleship Enterprise. Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar. Archmagos Belisarius Call was escorted in the officers' reception hall of the Enterprise in a silence only interrupted by the loud footsteps of the Space Marines escorting him. The Master of Exploration wished the gravity of the moment would have inspired Call to present a penitent or mortified attitude, but this was too much to ask for. Instead, the Radical of Radicals literally radiated his smugness into the noosphere. The only concession to his pride was the bow he made to Lady Weaver, and even then Dismirius had a feeling that if the Archmagos had found a loophole to avoid it, he would have tried to exploit it. Archmagos Belisarius Call. The golden-winged woman's eyes flashed dangerously, omitting the dozens of titles her interlocutor had earned over the last millennium. Do you have a hearing problem? No, Lady Weaver. Call answered decisively. Really? The sarcasm was so evident in the insect mistress voice one could have cut mechadendrites with it. Because I seem to remember a conversation between you and I where I expressly forbade you from teleporting any planetoid falling under my governance. Technically, the moon of Nix Sextus Tertius wasn't under your jurisdiction, began Call in an innocent tone, and Lankovar braced for the explosion sure to come. It was owned by the Duke. I know very well who owned that moon, Archmagos. The last word had been almost screamed, and thousands of insects formed a miniature swarm next to the throne of the Basileia. I also know that unless the administratum and the nobility of Nix have changed a lot, there is no possible way you could have purchased this satellite of Nix Sextus before my return. But despite your stunt, you are very lucky. The family owning the moon has decided to sell it to my person and to not press charges against you, in exchange of certain economic deals. So there will be no consequence from the Adeptus Administratum or any other branches of the Adeptus Terra. Thank you, Lady Weaver. Dismirius was impressed by the celerity events could happen where Taylor was concerned. Normally, it should have taken weeks to arrange such a deal, not hours. The Master of Exploration supposed being a living saint, a sector lady, and a quadrillionaire could remove most of the obstacles on your path. Let there be no misunderstanding, Archmagos Call. By some miracle of the machine god, not a single planet was lost in your insane moon transfer. No starship was destroyed, and though certain facilities on Nix Secundus crumbled as the gravity was altered, most of them were old mining sites emptied long ago. I don't know how much of this relied on competence and how much on luck, but know that if there had been millions of men and women killed because of your unauthorized deed, you would have paid the price, even if I had to go prostrating myself in front of the Fabricator General to obtain justice. The pressure of the golden aura was intensifying by the second, and each word rang with sacrifice and truth. Not that Dismirius Lankovar would have been inclined to doubt this was a false promise. I understand. Yes, I think you do, the Peer of Terra continued mercilessly. Now since you clearly can't be trusted to keep your verbal promises, I understand the Mechanicu's Council has a lot of data slates and other bureaucratic forms to go through with you. You ignored tens of thousands of legal precedents and used a technology no tech priest or citizen of the Imperium has ever used in living memory. The Adeptus Mechanicus and the Holy Ordos of the Inquisition are going to study your devices very, very thoroughly and assure me there are no heretic machines or other proscribed technologies used to teleport Nix Sextus Tertius. There won't be cause for concern. The technology was adapted from a special series of gravitic experiments ordered by the Fabricator General that I repurposed and re-engineered for my own goals. Every cog, cogitator, and part aboard the platforms and matrices employed to teleport the moon are pure human technology. So you claim, Lady Weaver replied completely unimpressed, though it was hard to judge what she was thinking behind an emotionless face. I think I will await the verdict of the Nix Mechanicus Council before forming my own opinion on what constitutes tech heresy and what doesn't. Now for your punishment. To say there was silence in the seconds after would be a lie. Hundreds of tech priests clamored for Call's head, or at the very least stripping him of his Archmagos status. There were also cans of mind-wiping, ripping the implants out of someone's flesh, conversion into a servitor, and similar unpleasant fates. I would remiss not to mention that I have a mandate and a seal to justify my actions. Call being Call, of course, could not help but unleash a new storm of shriek cants and insults developed during the millennia of existence of the Binaric language. The Archmagos advanced until he was 1 foot away from the insect mistress, and a shrouding device made impossible for any save Lady Weaver and her space marines to see what was presented. Neither Dismarius nor anyone else in the room knew what Call had let Taylor Bear see, but apparently it was sufficient to prevent more punishments from being thrown on his head for his impertinence. The Nix Mechanikus and the Inquisition will study your devices no matter what. You have gone way over the limits, and as a punishment 10 million plus forms of the administrative nightmare you landed on my lap are yours to complete before any of the affairs you decided to visit Nix can be completed. And you will do them personally, Archmagos, without relying on anyone else. Once you depart for Neptunia, you will be under extensive surveillance, you will terraform the 4 planets of the system, and under no circumstance are you to teleport any moon or proceed with any stellar, planetoid, or lunar alteration or transfer without my authorization and a majority vote of the Nix Mechanikus Council. Am I clear? Yes, yes, you made yourself very clear. I will obey your will. See that you do. Because next time, I will throw you in a pit with millions of my spiders and you will have all eternity to wonder about the perils of incorrectly interpreting my decisions. The Eye of Terror. Sikaris. Darkhaven Bastion. Captain Kraz Theomore. On Sikaris, the good news was always outweighed by the bad. Today was no exception to this rule. A glorious victory, Captain. The new Dark Apprentice who had been assigned to him exclaimed. You must have killed 100,000 of the heretical rats in a single battle. It was certainly true, and perhaps if anything it understated the sheer number of corpses he and the company's strong force defending the bastion of Darkhaven had reduced the giant rats to. The approaches of the fortress were literally covered in mountains of corpses, and the mortal forces under his command were at the moment busy burning the Xenos on large pyres. His first reports had claimed 100,000 rats had been annihilated, but the more the disposal of the corpses progressed, the more it appeared his estimates of the enemy casualties were far too light. A victory which came at too high a cost, Kraz replied, causing a look of incomprehension to appear on the apprentice's face which was decorated with the words of their primarch. You told me you had 3 legionnaires wounded and all of them would recover soon. In Kraz's opinion, that was too high a cost too, given how long it had taken him to train these new Astartes to something approaching the level of competence shown during by the Great Crusade, but there was more immediate concern. We were forced to use up roughly 8 out of 10 of our ammunition stockpiles to repel this assault, the former Korifos recently returned to captain rank reminded the inexperienced fool. With so few explosive shells and proper depots available, I can't properly launch a counter-raid and destroy the vermin in their lairs. And this meant that sooner or later probably the former as he had fought against the rats for the 10th time now the upstart Xenos worshipping a heretical travesty of a god would be back. I am a loyal son of Lorgar, and stand ready to obey his orders. But if I must descend into the Warrens, I need the specialized burrowing machines and vital stocks of ammunition I requested 3 battles ago. Since those had never come, Kraz and the other bastion captains defending the northern approaches of the most important necropolis's cathedrals were forced to stay on the defensive and endure assault after assault of the rats, sallying out only when the furry pests brought their damned unstable green bombs and other crazy contraptions. It was clear the Dark Apprentice was choosing his words carefully. There have been industrial modifications, as demanded by the needs of the great armament and the orders of our infallible primarch. The captain of the 17th Legion would like the sound of this when the Night Lords began to profess a doctrine of peace and love for the mortals they preyed upon. And in practical terms that means most of the heavy industry and critical production lines are moved out to the orbital belts, along with billions of slaves. This is the will of our primarch, and the Pantheon approves. Kraz took only a few seconds to remove the thin veil of lies, and acknowledge the true reason this had been done, not because it increased efficiency, but to prevent more slaves from being swayed away from the worship of the primordial truth. At last the Dark Council had realized there were too many millions of mortals who had rallied to the vermin, and the solution found was to make sure humans and Xenos weren't able to come into contact with each other anymore. A wise decision from our primarch, no doubt. Needless to point out Kraz couldn't say anything else. He was once again a captain, but if what he truly felt at this moment reached the ears of a Dark Apostle, his death would come after an eternity of torment and not before Neverborn feasted upon his soul several times. But it doesn't solve my ammunition problem. Do not concern yourself about such trifling matters. When Dark Apprentices said that about logistics and ammunition consumption, Kraz Theomore wondered how much lower the Legion could sink. There have been recent arrivals of Dark Mechanicum Magi to increase the productivity of our forges. The campaign of Grand Apostle Akotas will end in triumphant victory. Assuredly. The problem with the rats was that you could win the most glorious and one-sided battles in history, but no matter how fast you were, there were always hundreds escaping into their never-cursed enough tunnels where no Astartes could follow. And they always returned with larger forces. This was worse than dealing with greenskins, and the lack of concern from the council at their inability to truly remove the vermin disease contaminating Sikaris soil didn't fill the captain with much confidence whenever triumphal victory was boasted about. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Nix 3. 3.7 10.296 M35. Rogue Trader Dennis Peters. Of course, within 10 seconds of him landing on Nix, Missy was there, embracing him. So, Lord Rogue Trader Peters. Dennis groaned. Obviously, this was the first thing on the other ward's mind. You knew it was coming. Kamarak had advanced the schedule and given him a small but powerful squadron when he expected a single ship, but the warrant of trade itself wasn't a surprise. Let me have my fun, the other ex-member of the wards chided with a stern expression before she looked at the women following behind him and a large smile promising nothing good spread on her face. And you've become a real womanizer along the way, I see. I knew Wolfgang's influence would rub off on you one day. Your friend didn't sleep with me, ex-rogue trader and Captain Olivia Cheshire was quick to deny. Though not for lack of trying on her part, whispered his new seneschal next to her, sending the blue-haired women a half-threatening, half-amused glare. It was, clearly, the wrong to say in front of Missy. The Minister of Justice had only received Taylor's astropathic messages, and Dennis was sure the insect mistress had not elaborated much on his relationships. Oh? Now I want to hear all the details. Sometimes, the Shaker could be more frightening than a basileia or a demon, but it was a bit too late to intervene. For several minutes, Missy borrowed Gabriella and Olivia, leaving him to discuss the weather and several naval projects with SDF officers. This interrogation ended when a guard colonel politely informed them it was time, and both Dennis and Missy went into the same aircar to descend to the southern gates of Hive Athena. Even with the priority their vehicle was granted, the travel took maybe twice the time it would have taken on a normal day. Dennis knew in his mind that Hive in Low Gothic never truly reflected how many human beings lived on Nyx. It was a far easier name to utter than megalopolis spread across thousands of square kilometers with hundreds of urban levels stacked atop each other, but it didn't do it justice. There had been several moments, mainly on the Sanguinella, where you were forced to truly realize how many billion people lived on the same planet, and it was humbling to think that by the standards of the Imperium and for all the investments the para-humans had attracted to it, it was not a densely populated hive world. But today there was an ovation. And outside of the walls of Hive Athena, it seemed like all the Nyxians had come, waiting in an unending and majestic crowd for their ruler. Even with the aircar granting them a view beyond what most spectators were given, there seemed to be no end to the human tide on the horizon. Many pilgrims and citizens able to afford the privilege had come the moment the Enterprise had emerged from the warp, and the few days taken for the battleship and its escorts to answer the honors of the starships in space had ensured the crowds were absolutely uncountable. And this was just a percentage of the men, women, and children watching. In every hive and major settlement, the Mechanikus had arranged live transmissions, and thousands of VID casts would be replicated to give the other planets of the sector a differed hololithic broadcast of the ovation. Dennis wasn't going to say it was worth fighting across Kamarak for, they had not gone through hell for an ovation, but the decorators and organizers Missy had hired for the occasion had spent fortunes to make sure this would be memorable. There were golden and silver banners everywhere, and though Dragon was nowhere in sight, the time-stopping para-human could see her touch in several banners of dragons and space marines. Tens of thousands of planetary defense troopers were waiting in two neat columns, protecting the honor alley the forces of Kamarak would use to enter Hive Athena. Great effigies to the glory of the Emperor and Taylor had been prepared, and everything was breathing exaltation and celebrations. Ah, right on schedule, Missy muttered as a loud golden bell rang and shouts began to echo, as several guard orbital landers decelerated and a choreography of aeronautica fighters accompanied them a few seconds before re-accelerating and leaving colorful dye into the sky. And suddenly the recently summoned silver and red went away to be replaced by shining gold. Dennis smiled as Missy for once stayed with her mouth open, because yes, for a few seconds, it seemed like the sky was burning in golden light. Acclamations of joy and applause thundered past the initial surprise however, and they grew even louder as a familiar gigantic moth descended from the high altitude of the lower atmosphere the specialized Mechanikus transport had released her into. I suppose Taylor mentioned Lisa. She failed to mention a few details. The young woman who was about to relinquish the regency of Nyx in a few minutes snorted. Like at Pavia, the Mothra-type insect had the public in adoration before her, the rain of gold released by her wings and the holy radiance shrouding her body like a halo. The golden podium serving as a landing platform wasn't missed. Not that it was ever but a small possibility, with vast quantities of sugar and fruits awaiting the pleasure of the diva moth. The thunder of applause was phenomenal, and yet it was beaten mere seconds later, when the Dawnbreaker Guard and Taylor descended from the golden sky in power armor, without bothering to use Thunderhawks or any other transport. The Space Marines used their jetpacks and other heavy equipment to slow down their descent, and Taylor, well, now that she had golden wings, the ruler of Nyx could truly fly. The roar of approval when billions saw her could not wake the dead, but it was a good try. There was so much noise that in the years to come, the definition of world-shakingly powerful applause would be employed by certain flatterers. The ovation had truly started, and the long day and night of festivities could begin. Lady General Taylor Hebert. If the ceremony to welcome her had been a triumph, Taylor would have been given the right to wear the imperial laurels, which were more or less the laurels of the Roman Empire, the Imperium painted gold and adapted to the taste of the Terran times when the Great Crusade was fought across the galaxy. Of course, if this had been a triumph, Taylor would have had to climb atop a Triumph carriage, generally a super heavy vehicle specially built for the event, and the events of the day would have followed a protocol which was as ancient as it was ill-advised to modify lest you wanted to rouse the anger of certain traditionalist and ultra-conservative adepts. To begin with, only the participants of Operation Caribbean would have had the right to be involved in the large parade, the Space Marines would have had to take a subordinate role, the forces of each adeptus were to be kept strictly separated, no civilian would have been given permission to come aboard her transport, the exact number of rules would take years to properly establish, and there was a rumor a minor adeptus existed on the throne world specifically to regulate the Triumphs. If it truly existed, this group of bureaucrats shouldn't be very busy, there had not been a Triumph this decade, and with the Battle of Camarak being refused one, it was likely the most powerful members of the Senatorum Imperialis were going to wait for a while before rewarding a war commander with one. I have never seen the people being so happy, Cyrene Versailles commented as the vehicle they were parading upon was surrounded by millions of people. Thank technology for advanced shields and sound dampeners, otherwise they wouldn't be able to have a proper conversation. Of course I've never had the pleasure of having ecclesiarchy envoys tell me I now have an unlimited budget to work on the monuments you ordered either. The young woman raised an eyebrow at that. Both Cyrene and she knew how long the former blessed lady had worked for diverse clients in the last millennia, so a never before coming from her was rather extraordinary. Times are changing. And that was probably the understatement of the decade. I don't intend to spend every throne geld coming from Ophelia's coffers on monuments to the battles of Pavia and Camarak, but since we are going to have millions of pilgrims visiting this sector, I think it's better to let see them other pilgrimage sites in order to avoid a repetition of the Terran queues here on Nyx. I approve, the architect replied, though I think you are extremely optimistic about managing the problem given your fantastic popularity these days. Maybe it will decrease a bit over time, Taylor sighed as the older woman stared at her like she had grown a second head. And maybe not. The closer she came to the gates of Hivathena, the higher the density of the crowd, which was screaming, shouting, and raising symbols of the Dawnbreaker Guard, the fleur-de-lis of the ecclesiarchy, or makeshift aquilas of the Imperium. Fortunately, there were millions of PDF men and women on duty to make sure the security measures were at least half respected. And each gesture of the hand she made in their direction was greeted by thunderous roars of approval, cheers beyond counting, and a genuine sensation of faith in her which was both exhilarating and terrifying for obvious reasons. The custodes had an answer to your question, by the way. Oh. The simple word might seem innocent, but the tone wasn't. Yes. The reason the perfect city of Monarchia was raised was because behind a veneer of emperor worship in the city, the religious authorities of Kur were in league with the ruinous powers. Several emotions fought for supremacy on the face of the immortal woman, before resignation won out. Of course, the lips articulated with difficulty, how stupid we all were in those days. I presume the mistake was acknowledged before the end of the heresy. Yes, it was. I was not allowed to read a certain ultra-classified document for long, but by all accounts, His Majesty realized after the drop site massacre that his belief the actions of the word-bearers were only treasonous by giving a cover to the cultists of the arch-enemy was in error. Cyrene wasn't stupid. She knew the implications of what was hinted here. Many of the Space Marines were already agents of the ruinous powers long before the traitor Primarch went on the path of damnation. Yes. In hindsight, the Emperor should have massacred the 17th Legion in front of the ruins of Monarchia, or at least assessed the loyalties of the legionnaires one by one, no matter how time-consuming it would have been. The action that day had been utterly counterproductive, they both knew it, even if the divine status of the Emperor this millennium made it impossible to say it out loud while inquisitors and ecclesiarchy priests were so close to them. Was the 17th always predestined to fall? No, Taylor answered immediately. If there's something the monsters of the warp love to pretend, it's that everything was always predestined to happen like it does. But that's a lie. They want us to believe they are omniscient, but Camarak has proven beyond doubt they aren't invincible. And at the end of the road, they will get what they deserve. The three aspects of chaos would pay for every dream of humanity they had brutally murdered since humanity existed. The future, whatever their slaves believe, doesn't belong to the ruinous powers. Alice Gaius. Alice had no idea who had had the idea to sell Rashan stuffed toys, but they were selling very well. There were 3 different models, the baby Rashan, 30 centimeters tall, the apprentice Rashan, 60 centimeters tall, and then the real Rashan, a 1 meter and 45 centimeters tall Titan plush which seemingly had every child in sight crying while they begged their parents to buy them one. Xenos shouldn't be this adorable. They just shouldn't. The parade of several hundreds of the actual breathing black and white non-humans between 2 companies of Space Marines had generated an impressive gathering around the stalls selling the toys. At least there was some normalcy in the ovation. Thousands of banners taken from the enemy were thrown into specifically prepared pyres, and everyone applauded after the Vox Nets informed them many of those had been made using the flayed skins of Camaraka's slaves. After several minutes of thousands of Skitarii and a lone Warhound Titan parading, Alice saw the first Eldar the forces of the living saint had annihilated at Camarak. Her first reaction was one of disgust. The Rashan, at least, were quite obviously non-humans, and their general appearance and behavior had little in common with the humans of the Imperium. But the Eldar were humanoid, and though their features were wrong, it was like someone had tried to alter the blessed template of mankind with long ears, long faces, long legs, plenty of long things. It grew even worse the longer the teenage girl looked at the Xenos. There was something deeply, completely wrong with these chained prisoners. It wasn't the corpse-like skin or the long limbs. It was in their eyes and the way they looked at the crowds. The voxcasters and the public address plates proclaimed the crimes of the abominable life forms, but Alice didn't need them to know that if the Xenos had been free of their bindings, they would have tried their best to kill thousands or millions of men, women, and children, and likely laughed the entire time. These Eldar were just wrong. They felt terribly, completely, wrong. The insults and expressions of anger shown by everyone who surrounded her proved it wasn't just her imagination. And when more Xenos mercenaries of Kamarak were paraded afterwards, the reactions weren't as extreme. Yes, there had been something truly horrible about the Eldar. Lady Weaver was worthy of billions of praises for having exterminated their horrible kind. Treasure! Treasure! The cry went everywhere, and new vehicles advanced in a large column, presenting gigantic cargo haulers filled with jewels and ingots of metal Alice had never seen before to all, presented side by side with blessed archaeotech and relics of the first centuries of Imperium's creation. The digital information board slowly revealed the content to the spectators: rubies, sapphires, iridium, zirconium, ancient plasma guns, precious reliquaries, chalices of ormite, and many, many things she was unable to properly remember as the cheering was too loud even with earmuffs. And then, as the evening began, the parade alley lit up and hundreds of golden fireworks were launched, along with other shapes symbolizing dragons, guardsmen, space marines, and the symbols of the God Emperor. Alice cried. It was just too beautiful. Praise Lady Weaver! Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! Long live Her Celestial Highness! Death to the Eldar! Segmentum Tempestus! Craft World Biel-Tan! 8.720.296 M35 Supreme Exarch Nahlis Caradries. The end wouldn't be long in coming now. The Phoenix Lords, all those the craft world had temples to at least, had come and gone, taking with them millions of artisans and non-combatants, and recalling those they felt had not disgraced themselves in their eyes. Azurman, Beher-Roth, Fuegan, Karandraz, Drostentat and Amun-Harakt had come after the memorable visit of Jane Czar, and with each visit, the halls of Biel-Tan became emptier. The new Supreme Exarch, his predecessor, had chosen to fall upon his blade rather than face the wrath of Fuegan, gritted his teeth at the thought. Empty. Yes, the Phoenix Lords had sent millions of warriors and non-warriors away from the craft world, but Nahlis had walked under many domes and across many gardens in the last microcycles. And as much as he wanted to blame some strangers for the numerous disasters, the flaw didn't come from the outside. Biel-Tan had been dying long before Kamarak. Conveniently, there wasn't the time or resources to conduct a proper investigation of how bad it had been, but the last of the Caradries knew it would have caused him more nightmares if he had the tapestry of reality revealed in front of him. It was highly likely that at least 1 out of 10 halls had been devoid of any Asuryani families before Kamarak, and by devoid, he meant no one had inhabited them in the last 10 Biel-Tan cycles. Their martial fervor, their magnificent attempts to make their name of rebirth of the ancient days the truth, all it had done was exhaust their resources in the generations born after the first fall. Obviously at the start the impression was that they soared, when in reality the collapse had been there all along. The Exodite colonies seeking their protection after attacks of the archenemy and other craft world refugees brought the numbers up temporarily, but with every cycle the effectives had been enduring a long and slow decline. The primordial annihilator must have laughed a lot at their pitiful attempts of conquest. Because when the time to assess the scale of the disaster came, what did their craft world truly hold? Biel-Tan, before the second fall, had claims, enforced at the edge of their weapons, over 451 stars. For an Asuryani, it was mere heartbeats after the second fall, but already the Mundaki had murdered or expelled every single Asuryani life from 30 of the worlds Biel-Tan had protected from the rapacity of the ignorant younger races for eons. And it was only the beginning. Because when it came down to it, the ugly truth was the maiden worlds reconquered from those hands unworthy to have a glance at the perfection of Isha's sacred creations couldn't stand without Biel-Tan's armies and fleets. Their populations were in the low thousands, easy prey when reinforcements didn't arrive in time. And those reinforcements didn't exist anymore. There were still a few expeditionary forces with the colors and the burning valor of Biel-Tan, but they were fighting desperate conflicts, many of the facets of the Tempest of Blades unable to retreat as their webway gates had been destroyed. Kamarak had cost a horrifying amount of lives and assets, there was no denying this, but one of the greatest disasters had come after and would likely never be evaluated properly. By the fault of the monster of the swarm, the Biel-Tan armies were now locked in 1,000 battles of attrition, bleeding their arms and every part of the whole structure's body when the heart of the Asuryani needed them the most. Nahlis Caradries didn't need a farser to know all was lost. He didn't need the whining of several exarchs and autarchs who had suddenly grown leery of provoking the Mundaki to realize that yes, Going to Kamarak had been equivalent to shooting themselves in the heart and then pouring poison into the wound. But unlike too many of these hypocrites, the Supreme Exarch and Protector of Biltan at least had enough honor to realize he had not raised his voice against Mokdavar. He had done nothing to prevent the disaster. He was guilty. He hated the Monday Key. And nothing would change that. Nahlis Caradries was an Asuryani of Biltan, and he was going to die as one, not hiding under his bed and crying at the errors of some stupid narcissistic threadweavers who had been forced to admit their attempts at manipulating the future had utterly failed. Annihilator's Wound Opening. Annihilator's Wound Opening. Distance 400,000 leagues. Distance 400,000 leagues. Supreme Exarch. The Monday Key are bringing their whole fleet on the right flank of our patrols. There wasn't enough time to give an order. The battleship Audacious Superiority fired all its batteries, but they were ineffective against the prow of the gigantic, super juggernaut the Monday Key had leading their armada. The answer was a hurricane of light and explosions, and Nahlis felt the entire crew of the Audacious Superiority die in the blink of an eye. 5 of its escorts managed to survive the first brutal hammering, but not for long. There were thousands, no, tens of thousands of warships coming straight for the craft world, and the fleet had no space to maneuver unless they desired to abandon Biltan. For the first time, Nahlis Caradries truly understood how the Drukari had felt when the invasion of Kamarak put their backs against their own walls before the executioner's bolt. Release all our reserves, and launch the last cruisers in formation Falcon Whirlwind. Are you insane? Shouted a farcer. They won't even slow down the enemy for 100 heartbeats. No, the Supreme Exarch admitted. But they will die well. And that's the only thing left to us now. More Annihilator's wounds continued to open. More Monday Key warships came through. More millions of tons of weapons and armor directed by a single will to purge Biltan from the annals of Asuryani history. Even if Kamarak had never happened, the Biltan fleet would likely not have been able to stop them. There were too many of them. The battleship Lance of Perfect Beauty is fighting Monday Key boarding parties. Frigate Crystal Dream is gone. There is a gap between the two escort flotillas. Abort the attack. Abort the attack. The enemy has. There was nothing to salvage from this disaster. The fleet was pounded into oblivion from every direction, and as more and more enemy reinforcements were summoned, it was obvious the battle would last fewer heartbeats than in his worst nightmares. Supreme Exarch. I never thought it would end like this. Give the final orders to our mariners and go assemble what's left of our forces. One more Asuryani battleship was reduced to an irradiated wreck. Let us show them how the children of Asurian fight. Gloriana battleship Eternal Crusader. High Marshal Gerlach Barbarossa. Before Kamarak, Gerlach would have been among the battle brothers inside the 100-plus assault rams launched towards the planet-sized Xenos craft world. But this was after Kamarak, and the High Marshal of the Black Templars had to admit Her Celestial Highness had brought up a lot of good points when they discussed how to organize inter-army coordination. When forces of the Imperial Navy, Ecclesiarchy, Adeptus Mechanicus, and Adeptus Astartes had never fought together before and never properly established protocols for doing so, the high commanders of such a force were more useful overseeing the battle as a whole instead of charging into the melee. It was obviously less satisfying, but on this day there were plenty of chain swords and other blades to make sure his absence from the front lines would have no grave effects on the outcome of the battle. The enemy fleet is reacting like a wounded beast, the captain of the Knights of Dorne present on his bridge commented. The few battleships they have left are throwing their frigates and destroyers against us to give them time to reform. Then we will just have to break them again and again, until they are utterly shattered, Gerlach replied. Tell the Red Templars battle barges this is their moment to break the Xenos. Nova Cannon bombardment. Now. Unfortunately, the main ship-killer weapons of the Sons of Dorne were a league behind the batteries installed on Adeptus Mechanicus, especially in accuracy. But when 2 Nova cannons, several hundred torpedo launchers, and many macro cannons unleashed a storm of lasers, capital-grade ammunition, and the God Emperor's righteous fury onto such a small area of space, accuracy was definitely a secondary concern. The screen of the long ears wasn't brutalist. It was annihilated, more than 50 hulls vanishing in an extremely satisfying display of brilliant explosions and catastrophic rupture of hulls. Their fleet is broken in half, High Marshal. The Sable Swords captain informed him triumphantly. 72% of the enemy's order of battle has been destroyed. Outstanding, continue the bombardment. The Black Templars rarely, extremely rarely, gave any measure of mercy to their enemies. The Biltan Eldar were not worthy of being recognized as honorable foes. For too long the petitions of the Adeptus Astartes to attack this lair of pirates and perfidious long ears had been postponed over the centuries, sometimes by the intervention of the High Lords themselves. But today there was nothing to save the Eldar from the holy judgment they so rightfully deserved. Status of the boarding teams. So far, resistance is extremely light in the corridors of the craft world. The Soul Drinker's representative looked as if he didn't believe the words of the report between his hands. The executioners announce a kill count of some 20,000 Xenos, and the other assault companies have similar numbers of Xenos corpses to report. This was mildly concerning. Could they be trying to bait us into prepared kill zones? I don't think so, High Marshal, the other Astartes shook his head. It looks like many of the Craftworld sections have been abandoned by the Eldar for decades if not centuries. That or the Eldar have done quite a job in the last standard weeks to make their lair look as neglected as possible, with dust and everything. This may be one of the many drawbacks suffered by this Craftworld, the Crimson Fist's captain serving as his chief of staff proposed. Explain. We have long wondered why Biltan of all the Craftworlds of the entire Eldar species was so special. What allowed them to ignore the casualties we inflicted on them and begin new campaigns mere days after the last ones were completed? Many chapter masters over the last centuries hypothesized it was because this Craftworld had a larger population to recruit from, therefore granting them the ability to recruit larger armies and maintain larger fleets than the other Xenos bases. The Space Marine in dark blue smiled slightly. Except we were wrong. We will have to request the Inquisition to translate some of the Xenos archives, but so far, the answer to their war campaign seemed to simply have been an extreme level of militarization of their entire society. We aren't destroying Biltan today, High Marshal, Lady Weaver did that when she destroyed them at Kamarak. We are merely finishing off the survivors who weren't there to receive their judgment inside the Port of Lost Souls. Gerlach Barbarossa kept presenting a calm face, though as he remembered several conversations his marshals and himself had had with the Saint, the point raised by the Crimson Fist had uncomfortable parallels with how the Black Templars never rested in their eternal crusade. I'm inclined to agree with your opinion. You have my permission to find the resources to confirm or debunk it with the inquisitorial acolytes which will soon land on Biltan. New explosions lit his hololithic console and the High Marshal of the Black Templars smiled when one of the last Eldar battleships succumbed to the concentrated fire of 4 battle barges. It won't be long now. Prepare all strike cruisers to kill the engines of the Craftworld. Craftworld Biltan. Supreme Exarch Nahlis Caradries. Nahlis Caradries knew what defeat tasted like, Exarch or not, Farsa or not. You rarely reached an exalted rank like his without having retreated in shame at least as many times as you had fingers during thousands of cycles of battles. But rarely had defeat stung like this. The last fleet of Biltan, a fleet which had been 16 battleships strong before the Monday Key arrived, should have been able to considerably bleed any attacker. Instead it had been ground to space dust with horrifying ease, inflicting only negligible damage. Some part of his brain insisted the overwhelming numbers of the Monday Key were to blame for the swiftness of the debacle, but the other part whispered it wasn't the complete truth. The Monday Key must have analyzed the data they got from fighting the forces sent with High Farsa Mok Davar at Kamarak, and then proceeded to learn the lessons there were to take from the bloodbath. Biltan's defenders had been able to learn nothing, since none of their number had returned from the second fall. The Guardian defenders need help in the Dome of Red Song. They need reinforcements immediately, all fire dragons are dead. They are in our shipyards. We are sabotaging the psychic foci to delay them. Close these gates. Close these gates before all is lost. What the hell was that? The avatar of Cain is gone. Retreat. Retreat to the higher levels. Disaster. It was utter disaster, and every strategy he employed was countered effortlessly. The fleet had died inflicting only minor casualties in return, and the battle in the very halls of Biltan was just as humiliating. It was shameful to admit, but so far the battlefield was not conferring any advantage to the Guardians and Aspect warriors under his command. They were too used to fighting outside the craft world. No one had really made any plans or studied the labyrinth of corridors and ancient parks where no one lived anymore. Why don't we open several sections to the void? Suggested a yellow-clad farcer petulantly. Because each and every one of the Monday Key is encased in void protective armor with magnetic technology on the bottom of his feet. Nahlis informed the idiot in the appropriate tone. The Monday Key have brought their elites and champions with the best their brutish technology is able to produce. There are weapons which could turn the tide. Yes, there are. And using my authority, I ordered all of them destroyed when this assault began. Why in the name of Cain would you do that? The worst part was that the farcer was really honest in his outrage. Merciful Isha, had they really sunk so low these last cycles? For one, the Monday Key also have several nasty weapons in their vaults. I would prefer not giving them an excuse to unleash them, now that Kamarak has proven beyond doubt how many they have available. Secondly, while the enemy won't accept our surrender, that doesn't mean they will kill us if we saturate the halls of our craft world with the ancient weapons. They may just get annoyed enough to deliver us to the abominations that are the Necrons. To say the truth, Nahlis couldn't understand why Aletok hadn't intervened yet. After hundreds of cycles telling them the Ngir slaves were the greatest threat in this galaxy, they were staying idle on the sidelines? To the Hall of Communion, warriors, Nahlis Caradries ordered. We will make our last stand to protect the Infinity Circuit. The last walk through the superb avenues of his home brought only sadness and shame, as screams and explosions were heard in the distance. Biltan had been sailing before the first fall, being one of the great craft worlds to have left the Empire long before She Who Thirsts was born. To know all of this was going to be pillaged, burned, and destroyed by a barbaric race without the intellect to appreciate its beauty filled Nahlis with self-loathing. And then there was the Infinity Circuit, the very souls of their ancestors and predecessors. In the Hall of Communion, it took the shape of an immense complex structure of crystal and wraith bone, bathed in green and blue lights. Normally only a few spirit stones should have shone through the crystalline walls, but as the last Asuryani of his escort advanced towards it, it was radiant like a star, as the souls of Biltan were forced to abandon the matrix conduits to take refuge here. The Supreme Exarch wished he could have sent the Infinity Circuit away. Anything was better than the desecration and torments the memories and souls of their predecessors would endure at the hands of the Monday Key, and that was if the upstart beasts didn't try to destroy it and deliver them to the primordial annihilator. But it was impossible. The Infinity Circuit, no matter how spread out the souls of their people in its matrix arteries, was the heart, spine, and lungs of Biltan. Biltan had been built around it. Its removal would deprive the craft world of all energy and integrity, and more importantly for their current predicament, it would be the work of hundreds of cycles, assuming it could be done at all. Even if Nahlis Caradries had given the order and not been shot by outraged Asuryani on the spot, there would never have been enough time. We are the blood of Asuryan. We have seen the death of uncountable lesser races. We are the descendants of the victors of the war in heaven. We have reconquered an empire, for all its briefness and dim light. We have failed, but Biltan will continue to live as long as a single warrior of this craft world continues to resist and dream of erasing the damage done to the Ildari. May our blades sing true on this darkest of days. Revenge and glory. May our blades sing true. An inferno of explosions arrived at their ears. Guardians came running for their very lives, and many fell before having the slightest opportunity to take cover. For Biltan, Nahlis Caradries charged the enemy coming to defile the Hall of Communion. But the huge Monday Key in black avoided all the projectiles of his shuriken rifle, and from out of nowhere an enormous blade impaled him, held by a large yellow fist. For Dorn and Taylor a bear. Those were the last words the Supreme Exarch heard before he died. Chapter Master Flavius Sextus Jovius. Biltan was lying in ruins before him, and it had only taken 30 standard hours to achieve it. I will insist during the after-battle meeting that every chapter master having participated in this battle must record the tactics and methods employed to break the long ears. Flavius spoke to Rui Guzman of the Crimson Fists. I concur, the other chapter master answered. But I will advise to properly write it down black on white that this wasn't a typical engagement against the Eldar. Most of the fleet we destroyed here was under strength after its losses at Kamarak. Not to mention that for all the sections of the craft world abandoned, there are at least several million Xenos missing. Their witches certainly told them we were coming, High Marshal Gerlach Barbarossa announced as they descended what had certainly been stairs fit for a planetary governor before the battle. Now of course, the impacts of bolter ammunition and the other consequences of the furious fighting had left ugly marks, and like the surrounding park and fountains, the stairs were a spectacle of collapsed glory. Good riddance. I would have expected a statement more along the lines that you would pursue them to the eastern fringe, the Crimson Fist chapter master told the High Marshal. Gerlach Barbarossa snorted loudly. I will if they give me a reason to. Presently, their craft world has properly paid for the help the Long Ears gave to their friends of Kamarak. Their shipyards will no longer build any warship. They will no longer rest within these halls planning new campaigns against the Imperium. They are less than a nuisance to us. But, should they decide to muster in great numbers again, the Black Templars did not initiate the war against these Xenos, but I can guarantee you brothers, we will end it in a very thorough Xenocide. A most interesting declaration. Lord Inquisitor Shokaku intervened in the conversation and the 3 Space Marines stopped a few meters away from him. It wasn't just a mark of respect, the Lord Inquisitor was quite close to the gigantic crystal structure which some Eldar leaders had chosen to die to defend, and it radiated a lot of psychic energy. But I think the Imperium won't need the Black Templars to deal with the minor threat of the Biltan survivors. Not when we have this in our possession. What is this, Lord Inquisitor? Flavius wasn't a psyker or possessed any gifts which might be recognized as such, but he could feel the immense psychic power emanating from the structure, and if there was any doubt about it, the presence of several dozen psychers and Space Marine librarians chanting their rituals of protection around it removed it in a second. This, chapter master, the black-cloaked man explained with a smile which was honestly disturbing to see on his scarred jaw, is what I call a soul core, the very heart of the craft world your forces have destroyed militarily. In it, millions of spirit stones of deceased Eldar slumber. With this, the Eldar are capable of moving a planet-sized vessel, provide millions of their people more energy than they know what to do with, and raise esoteric shields which protect them against the ruinous powers. What would happen if it is destroyed? Gerlach Barbarossa asked. No one knows, I'm afraid, the Inquisitor smiled at their dumbstruck expressions. I am entirely serious, lords. Before Kamarak, all these souls would have been devoured by the creatures of chaotic excess. Now that Lady Weaver has abolished many rules I and many of my colleagues considered fundamental, we are very much in the process of figuring out the new ones through experimentation. Lord Shokaku coughed. I would naturally prefer you do not disseminate this outside these halls without great necessity. Yes, Lord Inquisitor. Flavius replied for the 3 chapter masters. What do you intend to do with the soul core? The smile on the man's austere and scarred face was larger this time. We are going to make some structural changes to Biltan to extract it. In fact, I would be very surprised if we don't end up having to cut the craft in half to seize our prize. Once this is done, we will throw the carcass of the craft world into the nearby star. I suggest that if you want to collect artifacts and valuable relics for the Nyx Conclave and the Living Saint, you do it before my operations get underway. Afterwards I will request an escort of the Adeptus Astartes to protect me while I bring the Soul Core to a secure location. The Imperial Fists will return to the Phalanx and Soul once our affairs here are concluded. The chapter master of the Imperial Fists warned. Good. It just so happens that the inquisitorial facilities I want to deliver this psychic prize to are quite close to Saturn. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Atlas Subsector. Polar System. Polar. 6.800.296 M35. Brigadier General Tao Shujia. Tao had been really unhappy about how vague his new orders had been, but it was only when their transport left the warp behind them and their final destination was revealed that he realized he hadn't been unhappy enough. Polar. They sent us to Polar. Polar. One of the two death worlds of the Atlas subsector, and unfortunately, not the one which had received the honor of having a new chapter of Space Marines protect it and train new recruit from its population. The hours their old transport took to reach the orbit gave his staff the time to gather much needed information, but there were no additional revelations which might raise his spirits. Polar. Death world. Average temperatures close to zero in the equatorial zone, well below that as soon as you moved out of it. It had a population of 56 million and a system of government proclaiming itself to be a clanic confederation. The planetary governor was called the voice of the clans. The main exports were some iron ore and a few precious gems dug up from deep mines, heavy furs from the dangerous fauna which managed to thrive on the surface, and ice for those people eager to drink some water free of any pollutants. It was, in a few words, one of the worst backwaters of the Nyx sector. The fact that this bunch of neo-barbarians had earned the right to send two small reconnaissance regiments to Kumarak was just adding insult to the injury to worthy nobles who should have amazed the sector with their prowess of arms. When their lander touched ground in the spaceport, the first impression Tao had of Polar was a terrible sensation of freezing. By the love of the God Emperor, had these people even heard of Promethium heating? Fortunately, for all its grayness and undecorated walls, there were still a satisfactory number of aquilas and sigils of the Imperium, proof they were truly on a world where the rule of His Most Holy Majesty was enforced. And there were a considerable number of people walking out of the orbital-to-ground shuttles which had allowed them to reach safely the icy planet. Tao Shujia wondered why he and so many other people had been sent here. The orders had carried the signature of General Groner, but had not said anything about the goals of his mission on this unimportant frozen world. Fortunately, a commissar was advancing in his direction, A&D. Wait, was the woman in the summer variant clothes of the commissariat. Before the brigadier general had even a second to recover from his surprise, one man in the newcomer column had already opened his mouth. You there? Do you know who I am? I am Adept Seniorus Gulliver Nixon of the Departamento Munitorum. I have been kidnapped by Space Marines, assaulted by Imperial Guardsmen, and locked in a prison unfit of someone of my rank. I demand a transport to send me back to Samarkand immediately. Ouch. The ouch part was uttered when the female commissar punched him. Tao knew that the woman had not used even half of her strength, but for a civilian who may not have done even a single hour of physical exercise in the last decade, it was enough to throw him on his backside, and several of the men surrounding him accompanied him in his fall. You were an adept, the commissar replied with an extremely happy expression everyone sane should avoid bringing upon the features of a representative of the commissariat. You were judged in absentia at Samarkand 2 standard days after the battle. Kumarak. Charges of gross incompetence, financial extortion, blackmail, and several dozen other accusations were mentioned, I believe. Lies and slander, muttered the ex-adept of the Munitorum. Yes, the commissar immediately agreed, which rang a lot of alarms in Tao's head. I believe, and Lady Weaver agreed in her message to me, plenty of your colleagues sold you out to avoid responsibility for their own crimes. The smile disappeared and the glare of a commissar returned, delivered by pale blue eyes in which only unending duty to the Imperium could be seen burning. But even so your crimes are sufficient to warrant the death penalty 10 times over, Gulliver Nixon, the blonde-haired woman continued. Yet Her Celestial Highness the Basileia is merciful. The blue eyes watched the entire crowd, maybe 1,000 men and women, gathered in the spaceport of Polar. Except the Wahanes guardsmen present on my right, all of you have been condemned to death. Thankfully for you, the living saint does not believe in wasting warm bodies as long as there's some utility in you which does not involve a rope or a lost shot. So, congratulations, I suppose. You are the first recruits of the Polar 1st Penal Legion, new specialists in suicidal operations in winter warfare. No. And to his stupefaction, Tao recognized the man who had just shouted. It was his cousin, Lord Magnate Rongchun Shujia. By the God Emperor, what was the lord of their house doing here in such vulgar garments instead of their hive spire? I refuse. Our trials were a sham and the privileges of the nobility were trampled. My word was disregarded. My lawyers were blackmailed at every turn. Who do you think? Blam. The move of the commissar was fast, elegant, efficient, and extremely accurate. Rong Chun was in the middle of the crowd, but 1 second he was shouting accusations, the next the shot FO the bolt pistol caught him in his right leg. The body of the former Lord Magnate fell to the icy floor with a loud thump, accompanied by his screams. The accusations stopped in an instant, replaced by a silence where terror reigned, with only the screams of pain of Rong Chun to accompany it. I am Commissar Colonel Alina Jarvanen, and Her Celestial Highness has given me the mission to see who among you is redeemable and who isn't. She gave me the authority over life and death over all of you, no exception. I will not hesitate to terminate you the moment your usefulness comes to an end. The crazy woman smiled, and Tao Shujia shivered. The casualty rate allowed for this little recruitment seminary is around 95%, and in case you think death is easier than life in a penal legion, think again. Men and women who fail to follow orders, annoy me, or manifest some of the criminal tendencies which landed them on polar will be dragged onto the ice fields and abandoned to the hunger of the mega bears. Winter is approaching, so they're particularly hungry, and these noble predators are capable of keeping their meat alive for hours while they feast upon it. Tao Shujia wondered what he had done wrong in his life to deserve this, and utterly failed to grasp the answer. It wasn't possible. There had to be a mistake. There had to be. If you want to enlist in the Polar First Penal Legion of the Blizzard Clans, 3 steps forward. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Nix 3. 3.8 20.2 96 M35. Archgenitor Hark Alpha Dipides. I intend to name the moon Formicarium. Unless you have an objection. I do not, Hark Alpha Dipides replied. Since we intend to farm the Bacta of the Catachan ants there, it is a perfectly appropriate name. And logically, the Master of Healing didn't care very much about the name of the moon or the nicknames the Nixians found for it as long as his funding for the special Bacta production facilities on it was approved. And since the Chosen of the Omnissiah approved his plans, from the largest void shields to his usage of the AgriHive template, objections were clearly unnecessary. Bacta production figures are of course difficult to predict at the moment, as the transportation of queen ants and the other castes they rule over has just begun, but I hope to have at least 60 cubic meters of red Bacta by the end of the year. The first plants and animals serving as prey to the ants are acclimating well to their new environment these last 3 days. Should it change I will of course inform you immediately. Good, the Basilea approved once she had consulted several columns of data. Be sure to not neglect the production of blue Bacta, however. There are negotiations between my emissaries and representatives of other chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, and I want to know how much Bacta we will be able to divide between the different space marine gene lines. Hark Alpha conceded the point. Despite their small numbers, it was simply unconscionable to deprive the Adeptus Astartes of a healing asset that could reduce the time they required to return to the battlefield. Which brings me to our next point, Lady Weaver. Since obviously our new facilities on Formicarium will have all the space we need, do we transfer the Astartes gene seed operations there? This time he didn't receive an answer within 5 seconds, a rare occurrence, but understandable given the importance of the decision. No, the governor of Nyx ruled at last. Or at least not yet. It will take time for the defenses of Formicarium to be operational, and for all the talent of the Heracles Wardens and our security services, I am unwilling to bet on perfect results in that regard. For now, secrecy and the harshest security protocols available will continue to be our best defenses against our enemies. As you wish, the Master of Healing bowed, but I have to warn you it may delay the progenoid cultivation of the Emperor's children when we find a suitable planet of recruitment. Your choice of words, unfortunately, gives me the impression we aren't really close to a breakthrough in that regard, the Chosen of the Omnissiah pointed out. We are not, sadly, confirmed the Archgenitor. It is most frustrating. The male population of Portsmouth has an average 79% compatibility with the blood of the Primarch Rogaldorn, which given that the world is home to 2.9 billion humans and the other possibility offered by the Theta Marches, is more than sufficient for Astartes recruitment. The compatibility is at 54% on average for the Brothers of the Red in that very system. The Magma Spiders, Heracles Wardens, Black Templars, and Iron Drakes all at least have compatibility levels higher than 50% with the gene stock of the home world they were assigned to. The gene seed of the Emperor's children is, I hesitate to assign a human trait to the work of the Omniscient Emperor, but if I did, it would be prickly. Some obstacles must be overcome when this very gene line has been unused for 4 millennia, to the best of my knowledge. The Basilea summoned a few insects to send away several waivers of metal requisitions. I wanted to place this new chapter in the Moros subsector. Has anything changed on that front since your last report? It has not, Hark Alpha Dipides informed her regretfully. The nobility of the Wuhanes system is the only notable population where the compatibility with the gene seed markers of the 3rd Legion is higher than 10%. And I concur with your opinion that spiritually and physically, these potential aspirants are clearly unsuitable for Astartes recruitment. There had been thousands of nobles executed and tens of thousands had lost every asset they owned as the Adeptus Arbits condemned them to billions of throne guilds of fines. As much as psycho-indoctrination allowed one to erase some moral shortcomings, it couldn't replace everything without making the new Space Marine a child in a transhuman body. Right. What are our options? I have already used the opportunity provided by the last weeks to contact the delegations from Parthia, Ajusco, Goa, and Hibernia which are present to swear their oaths to you. I am particularly interested by Goa, since it is a death world originally founded by Vijayanagara. Meaning that if Goa has high levels of compatibility with the Thirds gene seed, we could simply order population transfers from the mining world to the death world. Indeed, at times like this, Hark Alpha rejoiced to not be under the orders of a governor who needed things to be explained to him 12 times before holy understanding was miraculously summoned. Some technological and infrastructure improvements would have to be diverted to Goa if the compatibility tests are positive, however. I think we can worry about that later, if that planet is truly a potential recruiting ground for the chapter destined to erase the shame of the Emperor's children's treachery. Lady Weaver grimaced. I will need to deal with Lemuria and Vijayanagara within the decade anyway. Are there other major problems concerning the Space Marines? No, the Master of Healing and Genetics was prompt to reassure the chosen of the Omnissiah. In fact, there are excellent news for the Heracles Wardens. 25 out of 28 aspirants have successfully lived through the final implantation stages, and while I have my doubts about one, the others are in excellent health. These new recruits won't have the experience of the veterans around Chapter Master Isley, but they will help alleviate their numerical shortage. Pontifex Crusader Vishva Husadavi. Vishva had never imagined meeting a living saint in his life. The fact he had now been granted this holy opportunity, and it was to report a massive disaster in addition to swearing his vows, was making his heart burn in shame. Not that it was likely going to be a problem for much longer. As the Supreme Commander of the Frateris Templars ordered to crush the prisoner insurrection on Sparta, Her Celestial Highness was well within her authority to take his head and impale it on top of the hive's walls to make her point about failure clear. Therefore the Pontifex Crusader couldn't say he appreciated his walk throughout the palace of Nyx where his audience was going to take place very much. Oh, these were nice surroundings. The walls had obviously been restored not long ago. There were large banners and statues of guardsmen mounting various species of insects, which was incredibly original and appropriate given who owned this world. But the companies of armed guardsmen deployed in parade formations and patrolling the hallways served as constant reminders how much he had failed the cult of the Savior Emperor, the living saint, the ecclesiarch, and the God Emperor, not necessarily in that specific order. His arrival in the audience chamber was announced by a herald, but that was the only common point it had with the formal meetings at Lemuria and Vijayanagara. The red carpet was obviously free for him to walk upon, but there were Space Marines everywhere, and for each of the angels of death present, there were 5 or 6 insects, some bigger than the Emperor's finest. On a small throne of gold Her Celestial Highness awaited. It was contrary to the protocol, but Vishvahusadavi quickly fell to his knees while he was still close to 50 meters away from her presence. There was an intense pressure in the air which made him feel weak and unworthy. Apparently it was the raw power coursing through the great golden wings and the beautiful silver-crafted armor which were too much for him. Vishva prostrated himself. He could not do anything else, for this was a chosen, a messenger of his most holy majesty, and he felt insignificant and undutiful merely looking at her. Rise, Pontifex Crusader. Somehow, enough strength returned to his body to allow him to obey the command. Your Celestial Highness, I beg for your forgiveness, he managed to speak without blabbering like a fool. Why? The question had come in a calm and assured voice, and the eyes filled with power looked at him with an expression which could qualify as curious. It is my understanding you weren't in charge of the penal world of Sparta when the prisoners' revolt overthrew the established order. In fact, you weren't within a radius of 50 light years. Blaming you for it would frankly be stupid, I think. Moreover, you aren't the officer or the administrator who had the bright idea to store some military depots on that particular planet of the Swiba subsector. You had no part in the organization of the force which was deployed to restore the rule of the God Emperor on Sparta. You weren't even the highest-ranked commander of the theater 3 years ago, unless you falsified the records. You were 6th in command and played no role in the first catastrophic offensives. Vishva grimaced at the reminder of the first bloodbaths they had been on the receiving end of during that year. They had reconquered the St. Pius spaceport, but by the Golden Throne, the price had been nauseating. By the time the first large landers were descending safely into the atmosphere, there were more dead Templars than survivors in the force which had assaulted the rebel-held defenses. I could blame you, I suppose, for the considerable list of casualties you suffered during your own offensives, but it would be extremely unfair to do so. I think, and all the military personnel having given me their opinion agree, Sparta does not exactly have the topography to make sophisticated flanking attacks and other masterful applications of the Tactica Imperialis viable. You had too few drop forces or siege engines to truly exploit your superiority, and your orders from Lemuria and Atlantis were to press on, regardless of the losses. Knowing this political situation and how narrow the axis of progression can truly be, you certainly acted to the best of your capabilities. Thank you, Your Celestial Highness. It was a far greater acknowledgement than he would have ever received at Lemuria. The Hierophant would likely have begun rambling for several hours about how he had failed the God Emperor before ordering his execution. Don't mistake my words, the living saint warned. You certainly acted to the best of your capabilities, but your military performance can't be rated as good by any means. The frontal attacks were certainly one of your only options, but several times they failed to be exploited correctly when your Frateris Templars' discipline broke into an orgy of pillage, rape, and slaughter. By the very battle data your envoys gave my general staff to analyze, there were at least 5 times where your assaults could have created a breach leading to a total collapse of the enemy front. 1 time can be attributed to a mistake, twice is a coincidence. Beyond that, it is certainly evidence you are not able to coordinate your army group. What were your military experiences leading such a large group of men before this campaign? The Pontifex Crusader heavily swallowed. Your Celestial Highness, this was my first military command since I swore my vows of Frateris Templar at Vijayanagara. For a moment, the golden power soared and almost forced him to his knees. And then suddenly it was over, leaving him to catch his breath. He kept his head bowed. His courage wasn't great enough to allow him to look a living saint in the eyes anymore. I see. The voice of the silver-armored avatar of the God Emperor was not filled with satisfaction. Very well. At this point, changing the Pontifex Crusader would certainly crush morale among your troops, so you will stay in command of the ecclesiarchy forces involved in this campaign. But you will not stay in supreme command of this theater. I am going to send reinforcements along with hundreds of specialized siege engines for your forces, accompanied by new commanders. This rebellion of criminals and felons has been allowed to fester for too long, it deprived me of significant Frateris effectives at Kamarak, and I'm sure the reports of social agitation in half of the Swiba subsector lie in part due to the failure in ending this disaster quickly and decisively. I want Sparta be brought back to imperial rule before the end of next year. Pontifex Crusader Vishvahu Sadavi did his best not to gape at the impossible order. Our path is blocked by the St. Keeler's fortress, your Celestial Highness. And after that there will still be many redoubts to breach, and the long winter of Sparta will still last the equivalent of 2 standard years. I'm not sure my forces can do it, even with their supply lines restored and adequate reinforcements. This time the living saint outright snorted. I believe in this room there are several people who have made it their duty to defend and take fortresses from the enemy. Basilea Taylor Hebert. Where is Leet? Taylor asked as she dropped onto the golden couch one Atlas Duke had gifted her. Like most of the furniture coming from this system, it was extravagantly decorated, but this one was so comfortable the decorative drawbacks could be tolerated. Glancing at the empty space in front of her, the Basilea decided not to protest the fact Missy had once again stolen her glass of wine. He's at Cartel Hive, busy trying to convince the tech priests manufacturing his video game simulators to begin a series called Assassin's Creed. Dennis told her. You know, since Call of Duty was such a big success there. The young lady Nyx nodded. For all her misgivings, it seemed the video game industry had met some success among the high society of Nyx, and since Cartel Hive had such a disproportionate amount of nobles involved in trade and industrial production before her arrival, this meant a golden youth which could accept high prices to satisfy their favorite hobbies. Dragon. Assassin's Creed is completely unacceptable, obviously, the Tinker joyously affirmed. Under the luminous globes of the Renaissance-themed living room, her red robe was scintillating like she was clothed in true draconic scales. The Mechanic-Use Council had no problems with Call of Duty and neither did the other adept uses, but if we try to release a game where the goal is to illegally murder important rulers of a society, even a non-imperial one, we'd better prepare for some loud screams and mass protests. I will make sure to bury the project as soon as possible, don't worry. Realistically, I was more of a mind supporting some game about tank warfare or aircraft battles. I have also studied the possibility of a SimCity administration game. I see how those could benefit Nyx, the black-haired governor admitted, taking another glass and pouring herself a juice with the taste of pineapple. Just keep him out of the magic themes or anything which could raise some questions on Xeno's issues. No, Taylor had no problem with Super Mario or the Zelda series, never mind Final Fantasy or Star Wars, but if they were released like they had been played on Earth Aleph or Earth Bet, there would be serious political earthquakes. The Imperial version Call of Duty saw a guardsman fight a few dozen missions across the battlefields of the Nyx sector, until the fateful campaign at the Battle of the Death Star, and as she understood it, there had been many adaptations of real-life events to avoid any possible inquisitorial and administrative protests. Certainly. It will take time to decide on the most promising projects anyway. Morkis is the brain behind the tank game, by way. Really? The engine seer had disappeared from her surroundings the moment the Battle of Kamarak was over, and she had wondered where he went. Really? Confirmed Dragon. Of course, it's Magos Arcturus Morkis now. He has decided to take a more tranquil job away from the front lines, and his propositions for the simulators and implant-learned coding are rather good considering how new he is to the field. Well, good for him. If you see him, send him my congratulations. After the Battle of Kamarak, the Basilea was not going to cast blame if certain survivors wished to pursue other military career paths, and it was always good to see people getting the promotions they deserved. Tanya Svrev had been promoted to Brigadier General. Why would the tech priests assigned to her army group be any different? Always assuming the man or the woman was competent, obviously. But coming back to Leet. Dragon shrugged. Unless you have changed your mind on the subject, Leet will leave Nyx in less than 2 years. We can always delay and redelay until he's gone. By the point he will return, the video game industry as we want to push it will be solidly entrenched. The region of space where the squat worlds were colonized is in the galactic core, and it will take him several years at the very least to reach them. I can reassure you, I've not had a change of heart on the subject. She had been almost ready to, when she had heard for herself how awful Borak singing really was, but Leet's continual complaints and most unpleasant behavior had carried the day in the end. The potential of an alliance with a technologically gifted population of genetically modified humans is far more important than the well-being of Leet, especially when the moment we aren't looking over his shoulder, he seems to take pleasure spreading mayhem and leaving disaster in his wake. I would prefer to have him here for your projects, but since oaths have to be upheld, astropaths and secure Mechanicu's communications will have to suffice. Dragon nodded, with a gesture indicating she was not fully on board with this, but that she understood the reasoning. This proved to the Basilea that the Magos Dogma was a far better person than she was. If there was any sense of justice in this galaxy, Dragon should have been the living saint. Speaking of projects, there's one which has raised its head and we may be forced to analyze its potential sooner rather than later, the Red Tinker began. A new model of Astartes power armor. Is that really necessary? Asked Missy, having finished drinking wine in a too cheerful manner. The Space Marines tore apart the Eldar and the demons despite being outnumbered 10,000 to 1. I am not worried about the Eldar, Dragon corrected darkly. I am worried about the Necrons. This brought an end to the smiles immediately. Whether the High Lords want to admit it to the public or not, it is the Space Marines' job to eradicate the worst threats against humanity in this galaxy. With a few exceptions, it works rather well on average campaigns, and the chapters can always muster in legion-sized formations again if that doesn't work. But if we want to go against the problematic Necron dynasties and their weapons ignoring the laws of physics, we need to improve the Astartes arsenal, otherwise the casualties are going to be monstrous. Taylor wanted to say Dragon was too pessimistic, but she had seen the VID casts of Necron assaults during their return travel to Nyx. The average infantry weapon wielded by a Necron could eviscerate a battle tank, and expecting a Space Marine chapter to fight millions of them on the enemy's battleground of choice was a recipe for a catastrophic defeat. You're right. What do you have in mind? Incorporation of Argent Amite, an ion shield integrated into the power source, reinforced protections for the neck, chest, and several augmented servo muscles. There are simulations ongoing to decide whether a full-kite rifle is practical or not. This was certainly radical and something able to raise the lethality of the Space Marine to new heights. Won't it make the power armor too heavy? Not if we use the technological bounty of the Battle of Kamarak. Red Dawn and Night, then. The fusion reactor and the many schematics and secrets contained within the data of the Percival Siegebreaker were all she could think of as capable of improving the performance of Astartes' power armor. Nile was focused on the tractors of the Apis pattern. Argus was essentially a better version of the existing stratagems. Brunhilde was the template for the superiority fighter, but adapting it to power armor would certainly be very complicated. Lightsaber and Farm Tower had nothing to do with it, being an energy blade and an agri-hive. Comet was a mining ship, Skyline an orbital elevator, Beer was for producing beer, and the Heimdall force field and the railgun Franklin X3 electromagnetic gun had to be integrated into more important infrastructure and hulls respectively. Yes. Taylor drank another glass of fruit juice. Missy had finished the Fey wine, damn her treacherous vizier, before deciding on the course to follow. All right, you can go ahead. But be sure to involve the Space Marines of all the chapters we have here, and please try to not make it too expensive. I know I can send the bill to the Mechanicues, but if the armor is superior to the regular Mark 7, we will soon have hundreds of thousands transhumans here ordering one. No promises, Dragon smiled before rising up from her chair and lighting up a map of the Nyx sector on the hololithic device. An enlarged Nyx sector, since it now included the Swiba subsector and the ruined northern frontier which had been largely ignored by Atlantis and Nyx for the last couple of centuries. As a result, this Melodon subsector had 4 more planets to administrate, all categorized as frontier worlds, R19ND3054, C21JDOD, HB73HGH1T, and X48XX3X42X. Frankly, these worlds were useless right now, having been fought over for centuries before the Imperium or someone else had decided no one would get these worlds and utterly ruined the environment. If there was a combined population of 1 million humans living on all these frontier worlds, it would be downright miraculous. The Swiba subsector was easily worth 100 times their value in tithes, population and resources, but it was essentially divided into 2 different paths of navigation. The southern trail was not that prosperous, but it was loyal, with the civilized world of Parthia, the agri-world of Ajusko, the death world of Goa, and the industrial world of Hibernia. On the other hand, the northern trail had the civilized world of Antioch, the penal world of Sparta, the paradise world of Lemuria as a subsector capital, the mining world of Vijayanagara in the same system as Lemuria, and the agri-world of Drakkar, and the less said about their loyalties, the better for everyone. I wish I could go to Lemuria and explain to certain religious authorities how repulsive I find their donation tactics, the Basileia admitted to the 3 other para-humans. But the Enterprise needs repairs and maintenance, and when it will be operating at 100% capability once more, there are other worlds I need to go to. Wuhan, Dennis guessed. It is one destination among many, yes. There were other worlds on her list. Iris Vision, Smilodon, the Atlas subsector, and plenty of other worlds where she had to make sure her plans for the future weren't resulting in disasters or trampling the lives of millions of people. Wuhan was going to take priority over them though, since there was a governor to crown and an economy to put in order. As soon as the Sanguinella is over and the Enterprise is repaired, I will leave for Wuhan. Her eyes turned into the direction of Missy, who was grinning a lot. Zoe Attica is going to act as my diplomat at Parthia and the other compliant worlds, receiving the proposals for the projects and investments the local governors have in mind. You, Missy, will be in charge of the Northern Trail, beginning with Sparta. Judge Byron reporting for duty, Your Celestial Highness. Taylor rolled her eyes, because yes, Missy had managed somehow to convince the Arbits to let her try the standard exam, and to the general surprise of everyone, the Shaker had obtained excellent scores and could be now called judge. Of course, Dragon will take your place as regent should I leave while you're absent. Unsurprisingly, Missy didn't look too unhappy about that. I will survive my descent in the order of succession, I think. No doubt, and avoiding the mountains of vellum documents and piles of data stacks had to be a factor in this. You will be my personal imperial legate in the Swiba subsector, invested with my full authority where Mechanicues and ecclesiarchy privileges are concerned. The latter was especially important, given the number of cardinal worlds the Ministorm legally owned. Go to Sparta first and crush the rebellion, that is the top priority. Afterwards, you can do what you want. I will get rid of the Hierophant for you, don't worry. The winged parahuman rolled her shoulders. Do a good enough job, and I will consider asking the Custodes to deliver the Falchion-class battleship they are preparing in the Terran shipyards into your custody. Now that's really unfair, Dennis pouted. I don't have a battleship, me. Is it because I'm not a girl? You have a grand cruiser and a small fleet, the Basileia replied reasonably. And Dragon doesn't have a battleship either and she is not complaining. Said Tinker chose this moment to cough. Now that you're mentioning it, I will need a flagship if I'm to play a role in your later adventures. Traitor, Taylor whispered, knowing the draconic heroine could hear her perfectly well, before speaking louder. Pass me the treasure box. Dragon complied with a smirk, and Taylor was able to open it and savor the stunned expression of Missy when its content was revealed. This is the very first lightsaber? Yes, it is. Dragon had done a good job on the weapon's look. Apart from the engraved Aquila on the hilt, the weapon truly looked like one of the lightsabers from the Star Wars movies, the main difference coming from the far longer hilt, which was the length of a long dagger. Unlike the toys the movie actors were playing with, however, this was a very real and dangerous weapon. Something verified an instant later as the Shaker activated the weapon and a green blade of energy materialized, cutting a vase in two. No great loss, that one. Judge Byron, are you ready to restore peace and justice in the galaxy? The younger parahuman fixed her with a sardonic expression. That was lame. Taylor was going to retort that Vista had not been that critical and mature when the words "I told you so" appeared in the form of cakes, fireworks, neon paintings, and gifts when the security of the upper levels of Hive Athena was breached once more. This time it took the form of one of the Eldar clowns running inside while simultaneously avoiding the strikes of the Space Marines. A present from the Queen of Blades and Master Segeric for the Eldari Empress. The Harlequin Eldar announced, before activating a sort of flashy device and throwing one of the half-naked female Drukhari of Kamarak decorated like she was a Christmas present, ribbon on the head and red packaging included, directly in her face. Fortunately, Gamaliel intercepted the Xenos package before it struck her, but the Xenos profited from the distraction to jump through the window, something that should have been impossible given the resistance of Armaglass and the other metallic protections waiting behind it. Never hesitate to ask again for Harlequin Webway deliveries. Were the last words Taylor and everyone else heard from the clown. Several Astartes rushed outside, but deep down, everyone knew it was likely a futile endeavor. First Trazyn, then the clowns. Kratos commented. It is never dull when you're around, my lady.